Chapter 1. Transcending to the River of Hades. In the primordial world, time is forgotten. In the eerie blood sea, two figures, one red and one black, sit cross-legged above the surging crimson waves. Brother, are the two bald heads, Jean and Junie, truly as shameless as you claim? The speaker, clad in a black robe, exudes a rebellious and domineering aura, yet his demeanor shifts to one of respect when gazing upon the ancestor of the River of Hades. Shameless? To describe them as such would be a gross understatement. The ancestor of the River of Hades snorts coldly. Among these individuals, I harbor the greatest disdain for those two. They are not merely shameless, they are shameless to an extreme, brazenly recruiting fated individuals under the pretext of I perceive a connection between us, with no regard for dignity. Moreover, employing underhanded tactics, they whisked away over 3,000 disciples from the Chan and GSX during the War of the Gods. Should they dare to provoke me before the teachings commence, I shall unleash my Abijna and Yuan too, the ancestor of the River of Hades declares, producing two swords that emanate a murderous aura, causing the blood sea to churn violently. His presence, too, radiates forth, indicating he is at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage. These swords are notorious for taking lives without incurring karmic retribution. Furthermore, with the infernal fire red lotus capable of incinerating karma, combined with the refined blood sea, as long as the blood sea does not run dry, the River of Hades shall not perish. He is, indeed, an immortal presence within this realm. After Hong Jun achieves sanctification, he shall expound the teachings in the chaotic purple cloud palace, and all those with fate shall attend. As for those two, you will soon understand. Having traversed the primordial world for millennia, he remembers this timeline vividly. It will not be long before Hong Jun delivers his teachings at the Lingshao Palace, where the three purities in Yuhua will also be present. The mosquito Taoist, listening intently, wears a fierce expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and his own aura reveals that he is at the midstage of the great Luo golden immortal. In this era of the primordial world, he stands as one of the most formidable beings, second only to his brother and the three purities. I, the mosquito Taoist, shall follow my brother to the end. If my brother wishes to slay those two at a single command, I shall be the first to charge forth. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure their demise. Having pledged his loyalty, the mosquito Taoist's eyes are filled with confusion as he inquires, Brother, what does it mean to achieve sanctification? And how do you know that Hong Jun is to become a saint? Since being taken under his brother's wing, he has been by his side for millennia, yet he still cannot fathom his depths. It is as if he possesses knowledge of all things within this universe, which instills a deep admiration in the mosquito Taoist. Moreover, despite exhausting all his power, he cannot even graze a hair on his brother's body. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have long since attempted to drain him. For now, he only bows to his brother. The ancestor of the River of Hades squints, turning his gaze toward a distant direction, responding casually. A new realm, one that transcends the great Luo golden immortal stage. Transcending the great Luo golden immortal. The mosquito Taoist gasps in astonishment, his voice escaping him. In the entire primordial world, he knows that only 4 individuals are the strongest. His brother and the 3 purities, all at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage. He had thought that this level was the highest attainable in the primordial realm, holding the 3 purities in disdain. Yet, he had not even approached that threshold, and now a new realm emerges. How does his brother know of it? The more he contemplates this, the greater his respect for the ancestor of the River of Hades grows. Truly worthy of being my brother, even if Hong Jun achieves sanctification, I, the mosquito Taoist, shall not regard him highly. Suddenly, a flash of insight crosses the mosquito Taoist's eyes, and he turns to the ancestor of the River of Hades, speaking excitedly. Brother, since you are aware of the realm beyond the great Luo golden immortal, does that mean you have? Understanding the fervent gaze of the mosquito Taoist, the ancestor of the River of Hades nods slightly. I indeed know the method to achieve sanctification. The mosquito Taoist inhales deeply, his excitement intensifying, causing his body to tremble. However, before the ancestor of the river of Hades, he still restrains himself, speaking solemnly. Since my brother knows the method to achieve sanctification, why do we not pursue it ourselves? In this vast universe, no one shall be our opponent. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the river of Hades shakes his head, sighing, falling silent. Even if he were to speak, it would be of no use. The primordial purple energy is possessed by only 8 entities, all in Hongjun's hands now. Whether through severing the 3 corpses or through the merit of the Tao, it all requires primordial purple energy. Otherwise, one can only remain at the Quasi Saint level. The original ancestor of the river of Hades, even having attained the pinnacle of merit, could merely reach the Quasi Saint level, highlighting the difficulty of achieving sanctification. Noticing his brother's silence, the mosquito Taoist, too, recognizes the moment and wisely keeps his mouth shut. Since his brother is unwilling to speak, he certainly does not dare to inquire further. As the two remain silent, a profound voice resonates through the heavens and the earth, akin to a melodic chant. High in the 9 heavens, on a lotus seat, I shall teach the true Tao. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall be the revered master. Pango birthed the Taiji, the 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow. One Tao transmits to 3 friends. The 2 teachings divide the Chan and Jia. The Xianmen leads all. A singular breath transforms into Hongjun. The ancestor of the river of Hades feels a jolt in his heart, thinking, could it be so soon? Upon hearing this voice, he realizes Hongjun has achieved sanctification, though a flicker of surprise glimmers in his eyes. As the chant ceases, Hongjun's voice resonates. I am Hongjun, I have now attained sanctification. Thus I shall teach in the chaotic purple cloud palace beyond the primordial realm. All those with fate may come to listen. As the proclamation concludes, a terrifying pressure sweeps across the primordial world. Even the blood sea, beyond the primordial realm, is not spared. The once turbulent blood sea instantly calms, and the ominous aura in the heavens is momentarily suppressed. Confronted with such formidable pressure, the mosquito Taoist's expression changes dramatically, his demeanor alert as he surveys his surroundings. Brother, is this the saint you spoke of? He is truly extraordinary. Even just the sound of his voice makes him feel as though he could be torn apart in an instant. Simultaneously, his admiration for the ancestor of the river of Hades deepens. His brother claimed Hongjun would achieve sanctification, and now, not long after, it has come to pass. He is firmly latched onto his brother's leg. No one can pry him away. The mosquito Taoist turns to the ancestor of the river of Hades, saying, Brother, since he has achieved sanctification and the teachings have begun, let us hasten our journey. The ancestor of the river of Hades nods. With Hongjun's teachings now in motion, countless beings within the primordial realm are undoubtedly rushing to attend. He has no interest in those individuals, but he is determined to seize a lotus seat in the chaotic purple cloud palace. With a gentle wave of his hand, he intends to take the mosquito Taoist along to the chaotic purple cloud palace. Yet, suddenly, an icy voice echoes in his mind, causing his hand to pause. Ding! Hongjun has achieved sanctification, and the teachings in the chaotic purple cloud palace have commenced. Please select from the following options. Option 1. Refuse to go to the Lingxiao Palace and remain in the Blood Sea. Option 2. Proceed to the Lingxiao Palace to listen to Hongjun's teachings. Option 3. Accompany the mosquito Taoist to the Lingxiao Palace, seize a lotus seat, and listen to Hongjun's teachings. After millennia of silence, the system finally makes an appearance, causing a flicker of surprise in the ancestor of the river of Hades' eyes. His rapid ascent to the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was largely due to the system, which had fallen silent a millennium ago, causing him to nearly forget its existence. Chapter 2. Make a choice, shocking the primordial world. Listening to the system, present choices to obtain rewards. Though all 3 options bear benefits, based on his understanding of the system, the last option usually offers the greatest advantage. As he contemplates the 3 options in his mind, the ancestor of the river of Hades narrows his eyes. The first option is certainly not one he would choose. As for the remaining second and third options, is there even a need to deliberate? is clearly the third option. He had intended to take the Mosquito Taoist with him to the Lingxiao Palace to seize a lotus seat. This aligns perfectly with his intentions. System, I choose 3, the ancestor of the River of Hades silently declares. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting the optimal choice. You have obtained the Book of Creation. Upon hearing the system's announcement, the ancestor of the River of Hades is momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. The Book of Creation. The ancestor of the River of Hades feels a surge of excitement within, nearly exclaiming aloud, but manages to suppress it just in time. By the heavens! By the heavens! By the heavens! Could it truly be this treasure? The ancestor of the River of Hades is left in a state of shock. Well versed in the affairs of the Primordial World, he knows that the Book of Creation is a treasure possessed solely by Hongjun. His ascension to saintliness was reliant upon the Book of Creation. Even after the teachings conclude, he would not dare to reveal the Book of Creation. It is undoubtedly a priceless artifact. The ancestor of the River of Hades swallows hard. Beside him, the Mosquito Taoist, awaiting to be taken along, notices his brother's excitement and gazes at him with confusion. Brother, what's the matter? His interruption snaps the ancestor of the River of Hades from his reverie. Cough. Clearing his throat, he waves his hand dismissively. It's nothing, I just had a moment of insight and may be on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. The pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. The Mosquito Taoist's pupils constrict. Congratulations, brother. If his brother truly breaks through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal, he would be nearly invincible throughout the primordial realm, with only Hongjun standing above him. As the younger brother of the ancestor of the River of Hades, he would fearlessly confront even the 3 purities. Observing the Mosquito Taoist's expression, the ancestor of the River of Hades chuckles softly, well aware of his thoughts. With the system and the Book of Creation at his disposal, he feels confident that he can break through to the great Luo golden immortal stage within a millennium of the teachings concluding. Cough. Time is of the essence. We must set off quickly, lest we miss our opportunity. With time pressing, he knows they cannot afford a delay. Soon, the 2 soar toward the Purple Cloud Palace. The chaotic Purple Cloud Palace embodies the essence of chaos. Yet upon entering, they are immediately met with a tempest. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of both individuals, who are indeed akin to the great Luo golden immortals, it is likely that they would have been torn to shreds by the tempest that rages here today. Upon their arrival at the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, they found the area already teeming with people, all of whom possessed the strength of great Luo golden immortals. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor of the Underworld River could not help but express his sentiments. Such a multitude of great Luo golden immortals. What a pity it would be if they were all to perish in the calamity of tribulation. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open captured everyone's attention. Before them appeared a male and female attendant, who opened the grand doors of the Lingxiao Palace and addressed the crowd, saying, "The Tao ancestor has decreed that all deities may enter." With that, the 2 attendants gestured for the guests to proceed. The gathered crowd regarded the attendants with smiles, nodding in acknowledgement and paying their respects, for they were indeed servants of the Tao ancestor, despite their humble roles. They then moved towards the Lingxiao Palace. However, another figure dashed forward with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of crimson lightning. Before anyone could react, he had already surged inside. The crowd momentarily stood in shock before swiftly regaining their composure, abandoning their formalities in favor of rushing forward. With such a throng, it was inevitable that they would be divided into groups based on their positioning. To be at the forefront would render one more memorable to the Tao ancestor, particularly if there were to be a selection of disciples. As their thoughts raced, they propelled themselves with even greater fervor, disregarding the attendants entirely. Upon entering, they beheld 6 cushions arranged before them, their expressions momentarily frozen in surprise. No, there were only 5, as one had already been claimed by a man clad in a red robe. The 3 pure ones, upon witnessing this, silently mused, "This is not good." Disregarding the presence of others, they hastily rushed to seize a cushion. With only 6 cushions available, it was abundantly clear that they were not mere decorations. As beings of the later stages of Great Luo, none could rival their might, and they effortlessly occupied 3 of the cushions. At present, only 2 cushions remained. This meant that the remaining 2 cushions were to be contested by 3,000 individuals. After a brief silence, the atmosphere around the Lingxiao Palace erupted into chaos as the 3,000 great Luo Golden Immortals engaged in fierce competition. Niuhua and Fuxi, joining forces, managed to sustain some injuries before positioning Niuhua upon the 5th cushion. As she settled onto it, an additional presence materialized beside her, which, to be precise, was not a person at all, but a Kunpeng. Seizing the opportunity amidst the frenzy, the Kunpeng stealthily emerged and occupied the 6th cushion. Upon witnessing that all the cushions were now filled, the expressions of the onlookers were tinged with regret. After all, this was the Tao ancestors' sacred ground. Even if they felt resentment, they could only swallow their indignation in silence. Truly remarkable, elder brother, to have secured a cushion at the very first opportunity, and to be the first at that. Beside the ancestor of the Underworld River, the mosquito Taoist exclaimed with excitement. It was only by following his elder brother that he could be so close, otherwise he would have found himself relegated to the rear. A faint smile curled at the corners of the ancestor of the Underworld River's lips as he cast a glance at Hong Yun. One of the positions had initially been designated for him. Yet, he felt no pangs of guilt regarding this arrangement, for it was evident that Hong Yun would cede the cushion to Junti. Sensing the ancestor's gaze, Hong Yun returned a smile and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Beside them, Zhen Yuanzi gave a subtle shake of his head. What a pity had there been a bit more effort earlier. The 6th position would have rightfully belonged to Hong Yun. Sounds emanated from outside the Lingxiao Palace, where 2 bald figures were approaching. It was none other than Jiejing and Junti. After surveying the 6 cushions, Jiejing's eyes darted about, and he lamented, "Brother, we as sworn siblings have journeyed countless miles to seek the Tao, hoping to advocate for the beings of the West, yet it seems we have not even secured a seat." Despite his dramatic lamentations, not a single soul paid him any heed, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was not as though no one responded. Hong Yun, glancing at Jiejing and Junti, opened his mouth to speak. Upon realizing his absence from the meditation mat, he promptly sealed his lips. The gaze of Junti swept over the 6 mats, and he contemplated to himself. The 3 pure ones are indeed a united front, and all are at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This much is certain. His attention then shifted to Niuhua. While Niuhua appeared relatively untroubled, Fuxi cast a cold glance in his direction, exuding an aura that suggested he would retaliate fiercely if provoked. His eyes then turned to the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, and he was suddenly invigorated. Beside him stood only a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, whose demeanor seemed rather foolish, making him an easy target. Observing the features of the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, one could tell he was a good-natured individual, even bearing a smile at the corners of his mouth. After a brief glance, Junti approached the ancestor of the River of Oblivion with a smile. Ding! As Junti and Jane drew near and attempted to seize the meditation mats. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1. Relinquish the mat and retreat to the sea of blood. Option 2. Relinquish the mat and sit beside them to listen to the teachings. Option 3. Refuse the mat, draw your sword against Junti, and unleash a torrent of curses. Chapter 3. The Primordial Spirit of Pangu. Upon reading this prompt, the ancestor of the River of Oblivion did not hesitate. Immediately selecting option 3, he addressed the system within his mind. System, I choose option 3. Congratulations, host, on making the optimal choice. Reward, a wisp of the Primordial Spirit of Pangu. What the hell? The ancestor of the River of Oblivion exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. It was indeed the Primordial Spirit of Pangu. He could hardly find words to express his exhilaration. Feeling an overwhelming urge to leap for joy, he understood well that the 3 pure ones derived their power from the essence of Pangu, allowing them to attain enlightenment during the Tao ancestors' teachings, thus achieving sanctification at an accelerated pace. Ultimately, it was this essence that enabled them to become some of the mightiest saints His exclamation attracted the attention of all present, who watched him as if observing a spectacle. Upon entry, he had been the fastest to rush forth, and now they questioned whether he would yield his seat. A.S.'s excitement peaked. The wisp of the primordial spirit of Pangu was absorbed. Instantly, a refreshing and comfortable sensation coursed through his limbs, and he could feel the changes within his body. He was quite satisfied with this transformation. Even without achieving sainthood, he would be capable of standing toe-to-toe with a saint. At that moment, Jain and Juanti had already arrived at the side of the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. Their earlier smiles had vanished, their voices now tinged with a tone of sorrow. "Thou friend, my brother and I have traveled great distances to hear the teachings, seeking only a place to sit. Might we beg for a spot?" In the face of their lamentations, the ancestor of the River of Oblivion offered no response. Utterly absorbed in the joy of having obtained the primordial spirit of Pangu. Meanwhile, the mosquito Taoist beside him turned his head to regard the two. They still sported bald heads, instantly reminding him of what his elder brother had said about Jain and Juanti, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. His brother had been correct. These two had indeed come to seize their seats. Noticing the mosquito Taoist's murderous intent, Jain and Juanti furrowed their brows slightly. Had they offended him before? Reflecting carefully in their minds, they could not recall any previous encounters, so they chose to disregard him, focusing instead on the sorrowful expression of the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. "My brother and I have no demands. We merely seek a place to rest. Might you please grant us this?" With that, they wiped away non-existent tears. The mosquito Taoist's murderous intent intensified, and he finally understood what his elder brother meant by shameless. He turned to the ancestor of the River of Oblivion and asked, "Elder brother, I've long found these two displeasing. May I kill them?" Jain and Juanti's expressions darkened, anger flaring within them. "Thou friend, are these your companions? Is this not exceedingly rude? We merely wish to ask for a seat. And given your demeanor, we seem fated to be good friends. Yet, look at your companions." A.S.'s words fell. A sword radiating malevolence flashed toward Juanti. Juanti's pupils constricted, shocked that the ancestor of the River of Oblivion would strike here. He quickly attempted to evade, yet his robe was still torn. "You bastard, get lost!" Faced with the sudden hostility of the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, Jain and Juanti were momentarily taken aback. But their expressions quickly darkened. "Thou friend, what is the meaning of this? Even if we have offended you, must you draw your sword? My brother and I have traveled far and wide merely to ask for your seat." Before Juanti could finish, he was interrupted by the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. "Are you deaf? Am I your father or mother? Why should I cede my seat to you? Who do you think you are?" As he spoke, the mosquito Taoist had already risen, his murderous intent directed at Juanti. With a single command from his elder brother, he would drain the life from these two. "That all of you are great Luo, golden immortals. Yet here you are crying, am I your mother? That I should soothe you? Get lost, or die." The aura of a late-stage great Luo, golden immortal emanated from the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, his cold gaze fixed on Jain and Juanti. The sword in his hand bore no karmic ties. Killing here would incur no retribution, even if he were to slay Juanti. He felt no fear. It would only delay his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. The expressions of Jain and Juanti became exceedingly grim, their eyes glinting with veiled murderous intent. Though they quickly concealed it, the individual before them was, after all, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal. Together, the two of them might still stand a chance, but with that mad dog beside him, they inwardly cursed the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. If this person were in the West, he would already be a corpse. As the aura radiated from him, the three pure ones exchanged astonished glances, turning to observe. Indeed, he is a late-stage great Luo golden immortal. On par with us. Initially, they had thought that aside from Hong Jun the Tao ancestor, they were the strongest beings in this realm. Never did they expect that another would exist here. The onlookers, who had gathered to observe the spectacle, now bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Their astonishment stemmed from the ancestor of the River of Oblivion's formidable strength and his audacity to speak and act in such a manner. After all, this was the Tao ancestor's sacred ground. and he was the first to dare cause a stir here. The amazement within the hearts of the crowd did not linger for long. Soon, they adopted a more entertained attitude, secretly contemplating if the Tao ancestor were to become enraged and expel him from Lingxiao Palace. The meditation mats would be left vacant, and at that time, Jane and Xuanti would surely suffer defeat at the hands of the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. Their gazes swept across the assembly, landing on Kunpeng, who was evidently the weakest among them. The previously entertained Kunpeng felt a sudden shift in the attention directed at him from Jiayin and Xuanti, causing his expression to change. Damn it, they perceive me as easy prey. They intend to seize my meditation mat. Tao friend, my brother and I have traveled from afar. Jin Ti's voice trailed off, but the aura emanating from the two had already surged. The implication was clear. If you refuse to yield your seat, we will force you to do so. Kunpeng's expression turned icy, adopting the same demeanor as the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. He coldly addressed the two. Get lost. He had already begun to harbor resentment towards the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. If not for his refusal to yield his seat, he would not find himself in this predicament. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of Jiayin and Xuanti turned a deep shade of anger. Being pointed at with a sword by a late-stage great Luo golden immortal was one thing. But to be bullied by a mere chicken was utterly intolerable, and their fury could no longer be contained. Tao friend, I do this for the sake of the beings of the West. If you refuse to yield your seat today, I can only act on behalf of the beings of the West and ask you to leave. Xuanti declared, his aura surging, preparing for confrontation. Too intimidated to confront the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, they could at least challenge him. At that moment, the one of the three pure ones spoke coldly among those present, who was not a primordial deity. You, a creature born of wetness, adorned with feathers and horns, how dare you presume to sit with us? With the words of the aura emanating from Jiayin and Xuanti became even more audacious. Observing the current situation, it was clear that this was no longer merely a confrontation between two and one. It could easily escalate into a conflict involving all three against him. Chapter 4. Hongjuan's Teachings. The Golden Lotus of the Earth. I am Kunpeng. I am currently being bullied by three late-stage great Luo golden immortals, and I feel utterly lost. What should I do now? This is blatant bullying due to my lack of allies. Kunpeng's face turned a ghastly shade, his cold gaze fixed on Jiayin and Xuanti. The ancestor of the River of Oblivion had dared to draw his sword against the two bald monks. So why should he refrain from acting? Just as he deliberated whether to take action, as fury erupted, his voice ringing out fiercely. Feathered wretch, you dare to sit with us? Get out of here, with a wave of his hand. The oppressive aura of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal bore down upon Kunpeng. Seizing the opportunity, Jiayin and Xuanti immediately began to force Kunpeng down from his seat, the two from the west. I shall remember you. Kunpeng shot a chilling glare at Jiayin and Xuanti. Unperturbed, Jiayin and Xuanti exchanged smiles, then performed a respectful bow. Thank you, Tao friends, for yielding your seat. Countless beings of the West will remember your kindness. Killing both body and heart. Indeed, Kunpeng nearly spewed a mouthful of old blood in his fury. Shameless. I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Just wait for me. After uttering his threats, Kunpeng departed in a rage. In response to Kunpeng's menace, Jane and Xuanti merely exchanged light laughter, their hearts harboring derision. How dare this scruffy chicken threaten them? They silently questioned his worthiness. The sixth mat was occupied by Jane, and thus all 6 mats were filled with tea that moment. Xuanti found himself without a seat, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he squinted towards Enwa, the weakest among them. However, upon observing Fushi's expression, he resignedly took a seat beside Jin. Knowing his strength was insufficient to face 2 adversaries simultaneously, Kunpeng watched as Jin occupied his designated mat, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Even he, despite his foolishness, understood that this mat was no ordinary seat. Yet here it was, brazenly taken from him. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do but glare. He couldn't contend with the 2 bald men and would have to bide his time until his strength grew. As for Yuan Shitianun, it was futile to even consider. for the three pure ones were all at the late stage of the Luo Jinxian, and one alone could not contend with three. Turning his gaze towards the old ancestor of the Underworld River, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It is all your fault. Had you relinquished your position, these two bald men would not have sought me out. That it is because of you. What does it matter if you are at the late stage of the Luo Jinxian? Once I break through, you will all perish. At that moment, he had already placed the old ancestor of the Underworld River on his death list. As Kunping's murderous intent flickered, the old ancestor of the Underworld River, seated on his mat, furrowed his brow and glanced over. With a fragment of Pangu's primordial spirit fused within him, his perception had greatly enhanced, even though Kunping's murderous intent appeared and vanished in an instant. He still sensed it. The old ancestor's icy gaze fixated on Kunping, his eyes glinting with malice. When Taoist, feeling the old ancestor's gaze, turned to Kunping with a fierce expression, his eyes locked onto him. Anything that could provoke such murderous intent from his elder brother was undoubtedly a grave threat. Their eyes met, and Kunping's expression changed drastically. He quickly averted his gaze, his eyes darting in panic. Damn it, how did he notice me? This was a late-stage Deluo Jinxian, and he was flanked by a mid-stage and two others at the Deluo level that in the Tao Ancestors Dojo. He had the audacity to draw his sword and threaten Jin and Juni if they hadn't managed to dodge quickly. That sword would have surely struck. Should they catch him, the consequences would be dire. The more he contemplated, the more dread he felt, and he dared not glance at the old ancestor of the Underworld River again. The old ancestor narrowed his eyes. The ones who took your mat are those two bald heads. While it was Yuanshi Tianwen who made the move that I am quietly seated here, and you dare to harbor resentment towards me, to entertain such murderous intent towards me, it seems you have been living far too comfortably. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, causing all to change countenance. Previously, the distance had muted the pressure, but now, at such close range, its terrifying nature made everyone's hearts tremble. Even the old ancestor of the Underworld River was shaken, gasping in a "Is this the might of a saint?" As they were engulfed in shock, a brilliant white beam of light pierced through the chaos above, illuminating the lotus platform. Yes, the white light gradually dissipated. An elderly man with white hair, clad in a blue Taoist robe, appeared upon the lotus platform. This man was none other than Hongjun. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. Upon seeing Hongjun, everyone hurriedly bowed in reverence. There is no need for excessive formalities. Hongjun replied indifferently, his face devoid of expression, his gaze as tranquil as still waters. Had he not spoken, one might have mistaken him for a statue. Observing the mats already occupied by 6 individuals, Hongjun nodded slightly. When he attained sanctity, he had sensed that 6 more saints would emerge beneath him, hence his preparation of 6 mats. His gaze swept across the assembly. Pausing momentarily at the old ancestor of the Underworld River, his brow furrowing slightly as he discreetly gestured with his fingers. Strange, this position should not belong to him. Why is he seated here? After much calculation, Hongjun concluded that this position was meant for the 2 from the west, yet only one was present. As he pondered, the old ancestor of the Underworld River remained an enigma. Eluding all of his calculations, could he be the variable? Hongjun mused. Since he had prepared 6 mats, it could not be altered. Reluctantly, he could only yield. Lowering his gaze towards the assembly, he spoke slowly. I am Hongjun. Today, I shall impart teachings within this Lingxiao Palace. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. In the future, your seating will correspond to today. After finishing his statement, Hongjun raised his gaze towards the 2 Taoist boys. The boys instantly understood and closed the doors of the Lingxiao Palace. This signified that from henceforth, those outside would have no connection to the Lingxiao Palace and could not enter again. I hold the responsibility of crafting the jade records of creation and enlightening sentient beings. The lecture at Zixiao Palace will occur thrice, concerning the Deluo, the quasi-saint, and the saint, each lasting 3,000 years. This is the first lecture, focusing on the path of Deluo. I hope you all listen attentively. Though Hongjun's voice was not loud, it compelled everyone within the Lingxiao Palace to straighten their spines and adopt earnest expressions. What is the path of Deluo? It is said to be the gathering of 3 flowers at the crown. After expounding on this, Hongjun did not linger. Commencing his lecture, the assembly promptly closed their eyes, entering a state of enlightenment, captivated by his words. This was the path of Deluo. Even though they were already Deluo Jinxian, they dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, fearing they might miss a single phrase. As Hongjun's lecture commenced, phenomena unseen for millennia unfolded above Lingxiao Palace. Golden lotuses surged from beneath the earth, their pure Tao essence flowing into the attendees, ultimately transforming into their magical power. Chapter 5. Am I voice too soft? Time is irrelevant in cultivation. A millennium passes in the blink of an eye. During this millennium, nearly all the Luo Jinxian within Lingxiao Palace reap benefits. Hongjun's teachings over 1,000 years surpassed their cultivation over 10,000 years. Of course, some did not gain insights during this enlightenment. Notably the 12 ancestral witches. They were born from Panga's blood, their physical resilience unmatched in the primordial realm. Yet, despite their invincibility, they could not grasp the Tao. The primary reason being their lack of a primordial spirit. In contrast, the 3 pure ones, born from Pangu's primordial spirit, swiftly comprehended the Tao, benefiting the most among the assembly. However, there was one more individual who equally grasped the Tao with speed. This was the old ancestor of the Underworld River, who also possessed a fragment of Pangu's primordial spirit. His understanding in this instance was not inferior to that of the 3 pure ones, and one could even argue that his insights surpassed theirs. Surrounded by countless Tao principles, the 4 absorbed almost all the Tao Q, I.A.S. for Jin and Enhua. Although they too absorbed the Tao principles, they fell short compared to the old ancestor of the Underworld River and the 3 pure ones. Following the old ancestor of the Underworld River, Wing Daoist also benefited, solidifying his position as a mid-stage Deluo Jinxian. As the assembly progressed in their comprehension, 3,000 years swiftly elapsed. Hongjun's lecture came to a halt point. 3,000 years is a long time. Yet for these Deluo Jinxian, it was merely a fleeting moment. When the echo of his teachings ceased, the assembly opened their eyes. Gazing at Hongjun with a glimmer of hope, yearning for him to continue, they felt a sense of incompleteness, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet it concluded abruptly, leaving them unsatisfied. After all, this was Hongjun's dojo, and despite their reluctance, they could not express that it would be foolish to provoke the Tao ancestor. Being barred from hearing his teachings in Lingxiao Palace would be one thing, but to face dire consequences in the primordial realm was another matter entirely. The old ancestor of the Underworld River slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Although his cultivation remained at the late stage of Deluo Jinxian, he was now closer to breaking through. With Hongjun ceasing his lecture, he now had the time to advance to the pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian. With 3,000 years past, the first lecture concluded. Hongjun spoke again, causing many expressions to fall into disappointment. Naturally, the 12 ancestral witches felt little sorrow, for they had not understood the teachings. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued, "Furthermore, I shall accept 6 disciples to impart my teachings, allowing them to step into the realm of saints in the future." The originally despondent crowd experienced a sudden transformation on their faces, their discussions ceasing as a profound silence enveloped Lingxiao Palace. Was I mistaken? The Tao ancestor wishes to accept disciples. Amidst the excitement of the crowd, they beheld the 6 figures ahead. Soon, his expression settled into a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Accepting 6 disciples, was that not abundantly clear? 6 meditation cushions, perfectly corresponding to the 6 disciples. Sitting behind the Jiuding, Tonti sat quietly, listening to Hongjun's words, harboring a deep sense of reluctance, the cold glint in his eyes flickering. "Mingi, were it not for your refusal to yield your seat, the identity of a saint's disciple would have belonged to me. It is because of you that I have missed this tremendous opportunity." Only Kunpeng appeared utterly infuriated, clutching his chest to suppress the urge to spit blood. Had he known the cushions were meant for accepting disciples, he would have fought tooth and nail to keep his seat. Regardless of the resentment brewing within him, he could only watch as the Jiuding on his cushion was taken as a disciple by the Tao ancestor. His murderous intent towards Mingi and the other 2. Juding, and Tongdi, intensified. The three pure ones, along with Nuwa and the others, were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with excitement that a saint. There exists but one saint in the entire Honghuang, and that is Hong Jun. To become his disciple would mean one could traverse Honghuang with impunity. Who would dare provoke him? More importantly, when the Tao ancestor spoke of stepping into the saintly realm, it implied becoming a saint akin to him. In contrast to their fervor, Mingy's gaze remained somewhat indifferent. Stepping into the saintly realm might be a fortuitous opportunity for you. But for one who comprehends the intricacies of Honghuang like myself, after becoming a disciple, the highest one could attain would be the heavenly Tao Saint. As for the great Tao Saint, that is a distant dream. Such an apprenticeship is hardly worth pursuing. Soon, Mingyi reached a resolute decision, and at that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Hong Jun is about to accept you as his foremost disciple. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Agree to become a disciple of Hong Jun. Option 2. Acknowledge Hong Jun as a master and become a registered disciple. Option 3. Loudly refuse Hong Jun, expressing unwillingness to take him as a master. Listening to the three options presented by the system, Mingyi narrowed his eyes. He had already resolved to refuse. Thus, he would undoubtedly select option 3, silently declaring to the system, System, I choose 3. Congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice. Reward acquired. Location of the Chaos Gourd Vine. Increasing the probability of attaining the Great Tao Saint. Hiss, the Great Tao Saint, the Chaos Gourd Vine. Though Mingyi's expression remained inscrutable, his heart was brimming with elation that it now seemed that rejecting the apprenticeship offered by Hong Jun was indeed the correct decision. To become a Great Tao Saint, why concern oneself with the heavenly Tao Saint? Even if it is merely a probability, it stirred his heart immensely. Moreover, the prospect of the Chaos Gourd Vine, a prized possession, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, was enticing. According to the narrative of Honghuang, it should only mature shortly after Hong Jun's first sermon. Now that he had acquired the location of the Chaos Gourd Vine, he could seize the opportunity and claim it as his own treasured. As the system's voice faded, Mingyi felt a jolt in his heart. Gaining a sense of the Chaos Gourd Vine, it lay precisely at the foot of Mount Buzhou in Honghuang. At this moment, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Mingyi, hesitating for a moment before speaking slowly. Mingyi, you were born from the sea of blood. Do you wish to become my foremost disciple? Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, the crowd's attention fixated on Mingyi, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Had they known it was a matter of accepting disciples, they would have fought fiercely for that cushion. Yet, it was too late to say anything now. The three pure ones furrowed their brows deeper upon hearing that the Tao ancestor intended to accept Mingyi as his foremost disciple, their eyes flashing with discontent. They themselves were born from Pangu's primordial spirit. How could it not be one of them fulfilling the role of the elder brother? Now, allowing a being from the sea of blood to take that position was utterly unacceptable to them. The crowd, watching as Mingyi remained silent, felt a surge of impatience, wishing to rush forward and speak on his behalf. The next moment, Mingyi astonished them all by declaring, I refuse. Mingyi's tone was resolute, his words carrying weight. The envious gazes around him froze in disbelief, their expressions dumbfounded as they processed the moment. Had they misheard? The Tao ancestor was accepting disciples, and Mingyi had actually declined. Chapter 6. Not seeking death. Yet I complete you. He actually refused. This was the Tao ancestor, the first saint of Honghuang. Was Mingyi foolish to forsake such a splendid opportunity? If it were me, I would have already bowed down and accepted him as my master. Surely he must have some issue with his mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly refuse a saint's offer of apprenticeship? Foolish, truly foolish, to dare refuse a saint's invitation to become a disciple. Inside Lingshao Palace, every word uttered fell into the depths of his perception, his eyes narrowing slightly. Behind him, the mosquito Taoist's eyes glinted with murderous intent, fixating intently on those behind him, itching for a fight, ready to act at any moment. To dare insult his elder brother. Even with Hong Jun present, the mosquito Taoist would drain him wide in the mosquito Taoist's eyes. Hong Jun was inconsequential. Only his elder brother mattered. Hong Jun regarded Mingyi with a hint of surprise, clearly not anticipating such a refusal. He assumed Mingyi was merely overly excited and had misspoken. So he asked again, "Mingyi, do you wish to become my foremost disciple? Tao ancestor, was my voice too soft just now? Allow me to speak louder. I refuse." Mingyi's voice rose once more. "Tao ancestor. Have you heard me clearly this time?" Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock, staring at Mingyi in disbelief. This was the Tao ancestor, and he was speaking in such a manner. Did he truly not fear death? Facing the astonished, foolish, disdainful, and entertained gazes of the crowd, Mingyi let out a derisive laugh. Speaking to them was futile. They would never comprehend the distinction between the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. After all, most of them would perish in the tribulation. Seeing Mingyi persist in his refusal, a shadow crossed Hongjuan's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze toward Laozi, speaking slowly. "Laozi, you are a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit and the leader of the three pure ones. Do you wish to become my foremost disciple?" Mingyi's refusal caught him off guard, but to some extent it aligned with his intentions that, in his calculations, he had planned to accept disciple from the three pure ones. Niwa and the others, that if Mingyi were to become a disciple, it would likely disrupt his calculations in front of so many individuals. To publicly reject him was a source of great displeasure. The Tao ancestor. Did he not deserve some respect? "I humbly pay my respects to my master." As Hongjun spoke, Laozi hastily performed the bowing ceremony to acknowledge his master. Unlike Mingyi, Laozi could not afford to refuse so audibly. After all, stepping into the saintly realm was an enticing temptation that he found impossible to resist. Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. This was the unfolding of events he had anticipated. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining two individuals. "You both are born of Pangu's primordial spirit. Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master?" "Disciple is willing." Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both responded, performing the bowing ceremony following Hongjuan's inquiry. Hongjun nodded once more, then turned his attention to Niwa. "Niwa, you carry great fortune. Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master?" As Hongjuan's words concluded, Niwa hurriedly performed the bowing ceremony. "Disciple pays respects to my master." "Juding," Hongjun began to address the Juding. But as soon as he spoke, Juding swiftly completed the bowing ceremony to "I am willing." Disciple is willing, and pays respects to my master. This scene evoked both disdain and envy among the onlookers. After all, they were all great Luo golden immortals, yet they displayed such shamelessness. Now, 6 cushions had been filled. Aside from Mingyi, all had accepted their apprenticeship, since the Tao ancestor had declared his intention to accept 6 disciples. And only 5 had done so. It meant 1 remained unclaimed. Zhuan Ti, who had come along with Juding, felt tears welling in his eyes as he witnessed the others accepting their apprenticeships. For the sake of his final position as a saint's disciple, he abandoned all shame, his voice tinged with a sob. "Tao ancestor, both Juding and I have traveled from the West, our bond akin to that of brothers. We truly do not wish to be separated. I implore the Tao ancestor to accept me as a disciple, allowing us to enter your teachings together." I could see this moment. He forcibly squeezed out tears. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim their disbelief. "Shameless! Do you even have any dignity left? To think he could surpass Juding in his lack of shame. A great Luo golden immortal, weeping in public." Hongjun, observing Zhuan Ti's demeanor, furrowed his brows and barked a command. "Silence! A great Taoist immortal, weeping and wailing in his own sanctuary, tears and snot streaming down his face. What a disgrace it would be if word of this were spread." Upon witnessing Hongjuan's fury, Zhuan Ti hastily stifled his sobs, casting an expectant gaze in his direction. Moments later, Hongjun spoke slowly. "Since you wish to become my disciple, I shall accept you as a named disciple." "What? Only a named disciple?" Zhuan Ti's countenance darkened with dissatisfaction. Why should others be accepted as direct disciples while he was relegated to merely being a named disciple? He yearned to voice his grievances, but before he could utter a word, Hongjun snorted coldly. In the next instant, the figures of all present were transported outside the Zixiao Palace. Before they could fully comprehend what had occurred, Hongjuan's voice resonated directly within their minds. "The first lecture has concluded. Return to the Zixiao Palace in 1,000 years. In an instant, the Zixiao Palace vanished from their sight. 5 direct disciples, and one named disciple bowed to the place where the Zixiao Palace had been. We humbly bid farewell to our master. Junyi turned to the others, his eyes brimming with pride and a hint of disdain. Even as a named disciple, he was still regarded as one of Hongjuan's disciples, an entity no one dared to provoke here. The others looked at Junyi, their eyes filled with indignation. How could such a shameless individual have become a disciple of the Tao ancestor? Despite their resentment and dissatisfaction, they dared not speak out, for the status of a disciple of the Tao ancestor was indeed unparalleled, and they were reluctant to invite trouble. "Brother, why refuse Hongjun?" the mosquito Taoist inquired, puzzled, as he addressed the ancestor of the Underworld River. He had not commented on the matter of apprenticeship, but he was quite concerned about the issue of attaining sainthood. What if all 6 of them became saints while his elder brother remained at the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal? The ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled lightly. "Fear not, you will understand in due time. Besides, is it merely the position of a saint's disciple that is worth contending for?" His disdainful demeanor drew a cold glare from Junyi. "How audacious! Underworld River, do you feel inflated with pride for refusing to become a saint's disciple, daring to utter such words? I see you are already regretting not seeking the Tao ancestor's tutelage." Though merely a named disciple, he was nonetheless a disciple of Hongjun. Moreover, even outside the Lingxiao Palace, he felt emboldened enough to provoke the ancestor of the Underworld River, seeking vengeance for a previous slight when he had dared to draw his sword against him. The ancestor of the Underworld River's eyes turned icy. "You, a bald one, seem to truly wish for your demise. Have you forgotten the events of 3,000 years past?" The mosquito Taoist was already prepared, his expression fierce and his gaze menacing. Having been displeased with the bald figure for 3 millennia, he was determined to teach him a lesson today. The 7th chapter. Who has arrived? I shall strike without hesitation. The ancestor of the Underworld River spoke sharply, and 2 swords appeared in his hands as if summoned. Behind him, a murderous aura surged, transforming the surroundings into a crimson haze, and clad in his scarlet robe. He resembled a divine demon. In an instant, the ancestor of the Underworld River vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Junyi. The sudden appearance startled Junyi, causing his pupils to constrict as he instinctively took a step back. So swift, despite having gained considerable insight over 3,000 years. Nearing the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal and on the verge of a breakthrough, he had failed to perceive how the ancestor of the Underworld River had vanished or when he had reappeared. Upon regaining his composure, Junyi found himself infuriated by the fright he had endured and coldly admonished. "Underworld River, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to strike here? Are you not afraid of the Tao ancestor intervening?" "The Tao ancestor? I care not. Today, I shall cleave you in 2. The ancestor of the Underworld River sneered at Junyi, swinging his sword, the abyss, with lightning speed toward Junyi's chest. For long, he had harbored disdain for these 2 bald figures. And now that they dared to grow arrogant after becoming Hongjuan's disciples, it was truly intolerable. Prior to arriving at the Lingxiao Palace, he had already been at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Now, he felt on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle, rendering Junyi no match for him. Indeed, even as Junyi charged at the ancestor of the Underworld River, his response was a fraction too slow. With a swift swipe, the abyss tore through his tattered robe, leaving a harrowing gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. The onlookers were taken aback. They could hardly believe that the ancestor of the Underworld River had dared to strike at Junyi outside the Lingxiao Palace. After all, who was Junyi? He had just been accepted as a named disciple by the Tao ancestor. While the others were in shock, the mosquito Taoist felt a surge of excitement. With his elder brother taking action, he could not simply stand by. After all, he still wished to follow his brother. "Underworld River, Junyi is a disciple of our master," Jane exclaimed, witnessing Junyi's plight as he turned to confront the ancestor of the Underworld River. The first lecture had barely concluded, and the ancestor of the Underworld River already dared to act. Slowly, the ancestor of the Underworld River turned his gaze toward Jane, the abyss pointing menacingly at him. "What of the saint's disciples? I shall cleave them asunder. Do you have any objections? If you do, keep them to yourself, speak another word, and I will cut you down, faced with the icy glare of the ancestor of the Underworld river. Zhuanti instinctively averted his gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, he was certain that the ancestor of the Underworld river meant every word. Another utterance would surely provoke him to strike, and though Zhuanti was not his match, Jin's strength was hardly a match for him either. Yet this was the Master's sanctuary. Surely he would intervene. The ancestor of the Underworld river smirked disdainfully, fully aware of Zhuanti's thoughts, and no need to wait. Hong Jun will not intervene. Such trifles as wounding another are beneath his concern. Even if he were to intervene, I fear not, for I have the blood sea. I will not perish. Thus, he felt emboldened in his actions. At that moment, a voice boomed, "Bold one, do you dare to call upon the name of the Master?" The voice emanated from Yuan Shi Tanzun. The ancestor of the Underworld river scoffed, turning to face him. "Seeking attention, are we? I shall call him as I please. What will you do about it?" Hong Jun has not reacted. "What right do you have to bark?" Aside from Jin and Zhuanti, he held a particular disdain for Yuan Shi Tanzun. Previously, when Jin and Zhuanti had been pointed at with his sword, Yuan Shi had said nothing. Now he sought to ingratiate himself. Preposterous. Wounding Zhuanti is one thing, but to so brazenly call upon the name of the Master, today, "I shall teach you a lesson for your insolence." While Jin and Zhuanti feared the ancestor of the Underworld river, Yuan Shi felt no such trepidation. With his master behind him and the other two clear ones by his side, he was emboldened, and with his own strength nearing the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he felt no fear of the ancestor of the Underworld river. "Very well, come forth. Let us see how many strikes it takes for me to fell you." The ancestor of the Underworld river beckoned, a challenge in his tone. Enraged, Yuan Shi unleashed a palm strike toward the ancestor of the Underworld river. The colossal azure palm surged forth, racing toward him with incredible speed, so swift that the others scarcely perceived its approach. Just that single strike caused the great Luo Golden Immortals behind him to draw in a sharp breath that eye in the face of this palm. The ancestor of the Underworld river met it with a disdainful glance, swinging his sword to unleash a massive wave of blood to collide with the giant palm. Boom! With the clash of their attacks, a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by the shock wave of their collision. After all, these are the attacks of two late-stage great Luo Golden Immortals, and the onlookers hastily braced themselves. Even so, they were left dazed and reeling from the impact. Such was the might of their residual energies. It was no wonder they were late-stage great Luo Golden Immortals. Truly formidable. The sheer power was terrifying, almost overwhelmingly so. Yet, amidst the battle between the two, astonishment filled the hearts of the spectators. They had expected the two forces to cancel each other out, but to their astonishment, the ancestor of the Underworld river's blood wave shattered the massive palm and continued to surge toward Yuan Shi Tanzun. He was indeed even stronger than Yuan Shi. The greatest shock fell upon Yuan Shi Tanzun himself. Only he knew the extent of power he had exerted in that palm strike. With a tremor, he unleashed another wave of azure light, dispersing the blood wave. "Your strength surpasses even mine." The previously placid ancestor of the Underworld river, along with Tong Tian, changed expressions as they beheld the ancestor of the Underworld river's might. Their gazes fixated upon him. "Just you, a mere great Luo Golden Immortal, yet you cannot withstand even a single strike from me. Lacking ability, one should refrain from recklessly jumping into the fray, lest one meets their demise along the way." Upon witnessing the prowess of his elder brother, the mosquito Taoist exuberantly exclaimed, "My elder brother is formidable. My elder brother is invincible. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign is no match for him. Who else exists in this world? Even if he is not a disciple of the saints, my elder brother strides forth unopposed." The countenance of the primordial heavenly sovereign darkened to the utmost, nearly brimming with fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "Impudent, is there naught but insolence left in your vocabulary?" mocked the old ancestor of the river of Hades, casually toying with his sword. "You, I, the primordial heavenly sovereign, a late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, have never been treated in such a manner." He intended to strike again, but was halted by a hand from Laozi, whose voice bore a note of admonition. "This is, after all, the dojo of our master. Must we truly summon him to intervene?" Laozi's words instantly silenced the primordial heavenly sovereign, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Taoist Mingi, we shall meet again in a millennium. Laozi inclined his hand toward Mingi, signaling Tong Tian to hastily escort the primordial heavenly sovereign away. As he watched their retreating figures, the old ancestor of the river of Hades let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 8. If you do not offer benefits, do you expect me to relent? A millennium hence? Ha! There's no need to wait that long. We shall meet again soon. The emergence of the chaos gourd vine will naturally draw the likes of the three purities and Yuhua. Seeing the three purities departing swiftly, the Taoists of the Western sect cursed inwardly. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity wasted. They had initially hoped to witness a fierce battle that would weaken their rivals. To their dismay, the three purities vacated the scene. With no other recourse, they too had to follow suit, knowing they were no match for Mingi. The two Taoists turned to leave. Suddenly, a wave of blood surged toward them. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly turned to defend themselves. Even so, they were still forced to spit out blood. You inquired of Laozi, and now you wish to depart. Mingi, treading the chaos, advanced toward them slowly. Jane's face turned ashen as he fixed his gaze on the old ancestor of the river of Hades. Mingi, do not overstep your bounds. Do not forget whose dojo this is. In his desperation, he invoked the name of Hong Jun. But would that hold any weight? Clearly it did not. Unmoved by Jane's threats, Mingi's eyes sparkled with derision. Overstep? Am I bullying anyone? What are you? Merely a dog barking in my presence. Jin, furious, could only roar at the old ancestor of the river of Hades. This is the dojo of our master. In his heart, he fervently prayed for the master to appear swiftly, observing Jane's frantic demeanor. The old ancestor of the river of Hades chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall grant your master a modicum of face. My demands are not excessive. One innate spiritual treasure for each of you. Upon hearing Mingi's concession, Jane sighed in relief. He genuinely feared that this madman would slay his two senior brothers. However, when he heard the subsequent words, Jane's expression darkened, and he bellowed in fury, innate spiritual treasures. Have you lost your mind? It is impossible. I would not part with even a single acquired treasure. He deemed Mingi utterly insane, daring to demand innate treasures. The number of innate treasures in the entire Hong Huang was limited. Did he not comprehend their rarity? Even as the leaders of the Western sect, they possessed but a few innate treasures. How could they possibly part with two? I am indeed mad. If you refuse to give, then I shall take them from your corpses. The old ancestor of the river of Hades wore a smile that, in Jane's eyes, morphed into something terrifying. The mosquito Taoist, brimming with excitement, gazed at Jane as if he were a feast. Elder brother, allow me to slay this bald man named Jane. I, the mosquito Taoist, shall drain him dry. Hearing their words, Jane's countenance shifted dramatically. They could ascertain that the individual before them was indeed capable of such a feat. Angering these two maniacs was a trivial concern compared to the risk of them seizing the opportunity to severely injure their brothers. The thought of the we the first to pose a question was the primordial supreme being. And at that moment, the master of the heavenly way also spoke up. Have you sensed it as well? Laozi's brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze flickering with intensity. It felt as though the opportunity that belonged to us was fading away. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three pure ones shifted, and they closed their eyes to carefully discern the location of this opportunity. However, they were too far from Mount Bujo to perceive its exact position. They could only sense that it was slipping away. A pity, the three pure ones thought to themselves. Thus, they could only resign themselves to the situation and continue their cultivation in silence, while they could not discern the precise location. Niuhua, residing in Fengqi Mountain, was able to feel it. Suddenly, as she was meditating, Niuhua opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze directed towards the direction of Mount Bujo, filled with confusion and contemplation as she ceased her cultivation. Fushi, not far away, also opened his eyes, assuming something was amiss, and hurriedly inquired, "What is it, little sister? Have you encountered some issue? Is there a problem with your cultivation?" His sister was a disciple of a sage, and if any mishap occurred in her practice, it would be a grave concern, especially with the second sermon approaching, as it would hinder her comprehension and significantly impede her progress. Niuhua turned to Fushi. uncertainty flickering in her eyes, that I sense that the opportunity that belongs to me is dissipating, as if it is being stripped away by someone. Fushi's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing serious. An opportunity vanishing? But do you know its location? This is no trivial matter, for such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after. Niwa nodded in response. Brother, it should be located at Mount Bujo, but I cannot ascertain the exact position. I wish to investigate. Her words stirred unease in Fushi, who pondered deeply. That I will accompany you. Mount Bujo is vast, and if you search alone, it may consume a considerable amount of time, thus delaying your cultivation. However, with our combined strength, we should be able to locate it, even against formidable opponents, such as those at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. They would think twice if we unite our powers. Niwa hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. Thank you, brother. You are right. If I go alone, and it is indeed someone at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, I might have to concede the opportunity. However, she thought, there were only 4 beings at that level, and it was unlikely they were among them. Soon, the 2 siblings arrived at Mount Bujo to commence their search. Although Niwa was aware that the location was at Mount Bujo, the grand ancestor of the underworld had severed the flow of energy. Regardless of how they searched, they found no clues. 20 years later, Fushi remarked, Sister, while this opportunity is indeed significant, at present, cultivating your strength is of utmost importance. After 20 years of fruitless searching, they acknowledged that even with another 20 years, they might not find anything. Continuing to search here was nothing more than a waste of time. Hearing this, Niwa could only nod reluctantly and return to Fengqi Mountain to resume her cultivation. 600 years later, in the current epoch of the primordial chaos, 600 years felt like the blink of an eye. Time had passed almost unnoticed, yet within these 6 centuries, many events transpired. Among them, all great Luo Golden Immortals experienced a surge in their realms. Those at the initial stage broke through to the mid-stage, and those at the mid-stage ascended to the later stage. Previously, mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortals were considered top-tier powerhouses, but now their numbers had swelled. Among them, Niwa, Fushi, Emperor Jun, and Dongwang Tai all succeeded in breaking through to the later stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In a flash, the later stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm was no longer a rarity, yet they still ranked among the elite. However, apart from their sudden advancements, another significant event unfolded in the primordial realm. Concerning the current state of the witch and demon clans, the 12 ancestors of the witch, embodiments of Panga's essence, wielded unparalleled strength in the primordial realm, their physical prowess unmatched, making them a force that no creature dared to provoke. With the 12 ancestors overseeing them, the witch clan's numbers surged, growing increasingly formidable. Naturally, this brought forth conflict as they began clashing with other races. Some minor factions dared not provoke the witch clan, yet the demon clan, equally renowned, felt no fear. Thus, tensions swiftly escalated between the 2 clans. Despite lacking the 12 ancestors, the demon clan was fortified by the presence of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, with such divine entities at their helm. Alongside other formidable demons, they felt no trepidation towards the witch clan. The demons' numbers were comparable to those of the witches, and their strengths were nearly on par. Presently, the 2 clans were embroiled in fierce territorial disputes. With hostilities already erupting at their borders, the foot of Mount Bujo, the grand ancestor of the underworld, was immersed in his cultivation. The events unfolding above held no relevance to him. After 600 years, he was surrounded by countless Tao patterns. The chaos gourd vine emitted its own waves of Tao energy, flowing towards him. That moment, a phantom suddenly appeared behind the grand ancestor of the underworld. A blood-red glow emanated forth, revealing the manifestation of the blood sea he had refined. This instant, the blood sea surged like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on engulfing Mount Bujo. With a sudden flicker, the grand ancestor of the underworld opened his eyes, their crimson light shining fiercely, complemented by the blood sea behind him, resembling a descending deity of chaos. The radiance emanating from him transformed into 2 pillars of light that shot straight into the heavens. This red light surged forth swiftly, dissipating almost as soon as it merged with the clouds above, vanishing from sight. The blood sea behind him gradually faded as well, the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden, immortal realm. As the crimson light in his eyes waned, they revealed a keen brilliance, tinged with unmistakable joy. Although this place was not ideal for his cultivation, he had nonetheless broken through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden, immortal realm. Thanks to the assistance of the chaos gourd vine and the passage of 600 years, turning to regard the still swaying chaos gourd vine, he nodded slightly. The 7 gourds upon it had taken on vibrant hues. Appearing ripe for harvest, the grand ancestor of the underworld moved his fingers slightly, calculating the approximate time, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, within a century, these gourds shall mature. Simultaneously, the 2 beams of red light emanating from his breakthrough drew the attention of other beings in the primordial realm. All eyes turned towards Mount Bujo. What is that blood-colored pillar of light? It exudes an overwhelming malevolence. Could it be that a formidable innate treasure has emerged? Otherwise, how could such a commotion arise? They pondered, driven by curiosity, and made their way towards Mount Bujo. The emergence of an innate treasure warranted their attention. However, much like Nuwa, they could only ascertain its general location at Mount Bujo and could not pinpoint its exact whereabouts. At the foot of Mount Bujo, in the territory of the Witch Clan, a visible miasma surged skyward. As nearby creatures approached, they quickly succumbed to the overwhelming aura, turning to mere bones upon impact. Such malevolence, though formidable, paled in comparison to the blood sea of the grand ancestor of the underworld. As the 2 columns of malevolent light shot skyward, they caught the attention of the 12 ancestors of the witch. Each of the 12 ancestors, who had been meditating, opened their eyes and emerged to gaze upon the source of the vanishing red light. What manner of potent malevolence is this, infused with such hostility? Inquired one, a being with a human head and dragon body, his entire form a striking crimson. Zhu Jiuyin, one of the 12 ancestors. Indeed, the malevolence emanating from that location rivals our own, remarked another. A serpent-headed figure clad in dark scales. Gong gong, that moment. One of the 12 ancestors, a beast-headed being adorned in red scales, with serpentine flames for ears and astride a dragon of fire. Zhu Rong furrowed his brow. His eyes ablaze with fury. Unleash such malevolence upon our territory is nothing short of a provocation against the 12 ancestors. I shall investigate and teach him a lesson, so he knows whose domain this truly is. Gong Gong scoffed dismissively. Teach him a lesson? We don't even know where he is located. How can we exact any punishment? Zhu Rong, with a notoriously volatile temperament, was instantly provoked by Gong Gong's mere taunt, erupting in fury as he bellowed. When did it become your turn to interject while I converse with my brothers? I'll speak as I please. What can you do about it? Gong Gong, not one to shy away from confrontation, turned to Zhu Rong and unleashed a tirade. Are you seeking death? It seems you are the one inviting demise upon yourself. If you have the audacity, let us test our strengths and see who falls first. Come forth with your meager prowess. You are not even a match for the hairs on my legs. Yet here you are, posturing. Gong Gong's eyes blazed with fury. My temper is such that I could extinguish you in a single breath. Spare me your idle chatter. If you dare, let us ascend Mount Bujo and engage in battle. Let us go. Who fears whom? The 2 swiftly dashed forth, soaring towards Mount Bujo. The other 10 ancestral witches regarded their quarrel with indifference. Having witnessed such antics before, after all, among the 10, these 2 were infamous for their discord. It would take centuries of combat to quell their tempers. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their collision soon echoed through the air. Are they truly all right? One of the ancestral witches inquired. Fear not. Their strengths are evenly matched. Even if they were to battle for several centuries, a victor would remain elusive. After all, they have been in the dojo for 3,000 years. Letting them spar is merely a way to unwind, replied the speaker, Emperor Jiang, the foremost among the 12 ancestral witches that in Kunlun Mountain. 2 beams of crimson light shot skyward, capturing the attention of the 3 pure ones. Although they had not yet ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal within 600 years, they were already half a step away. Given another century, they would reach the summit. This malevolent aura emanating from Mount Bujo, Could it be from the witch clan? The Lord of Heaven muttered, his gaze fixed on the mountain. In his recollection, only the 12 ancestral witches could exude such a potent aura. Naturally, the old ancestor of the Underworld River possessed a similar presence. Though it had not crossed his mind, it does not seem quite right. The Primordial Lord spoke slowly, observing Mount Bujo. Should we investigate further? Inquired the Lord of Heaven. Clearly, he too felt that it did not resemble the aura of the ancestral witches. Before the Lord of Heaven could elaborate on his suggestion, it was swiftly dismissed. Even if there are innate spiritual treasures manifesting on Mount Bujo, it is of no concern to us. We are but a hair's breadth from the pinnacle. Such a moment must not be interrupted. Upon hearing these words, the other two pure ones fell silent, closing their eyes after exchanging a glance. With only 400 years remaining until Hongjuan's second sermon, they needed to reach the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal and prepare for the breakthrough to the quasi-sainthood. Meanwhile, at Fengqi Mountain, Nuo opened her eyes at this moment. She had attained the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Upon sensing the crimson light, she opened her eyes, pondering why it bore a resemblance to her destined opportunity. She felt a distinct connection between this crimson light and her fortune. However, even if she were to seek it out, it would likely prove difficult. The light vanished too swiftly. Had she arrived just a moment sooner, she would have discerned its exact location. Casting a glance at Mount Bujo, she resigned herself to abandon the pursuit. Beneath Mount Bujo, the old ancestor of the Underworld River quietly consolidated his mastery at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Soon, 2 centuries passed. The old ancestor, eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them and turned to gaze at the chaos gourd vine. The vine radiated a faint divine light, which steadily intensified. In no time, it illuminated the surrounding area. It has ripened, the old ancestor remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he beheld the glowing chaos gourd vine. Each of the 7 gourds was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, far superior to those possessed by Jian and Juni. Ding! The chaos gourd vine has matured. The great Luo golden immortal is about to ascend. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1. Depart from here and return to the sea of blood to cultivate. Option 2. Share the chaos gourd vine with Nuwa and others. Option 3. The chaos gourd vine is mine, and I will repel all who come to seize it. Upon hearing these 3 options, the old ancestor did not hesitate to reject them outright. After waiting so long for the chaos gourd vine to mature, how could he possibly return to the sea of blood? As for the second option, he would never choose to share such a precious, innate spiritual treasure with anyone. The last option was selected almost simultaneously with the system's words that I choose option 3, that it was absurd. Such a valuable item was undoubtedly meant for his possession. Congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice. You have received a reward. A drop of Pangu's essence blood and the supreme divine ability of the void great seal hand. The old ancestor had little recollection of the supreme divine ability, but the drop of Pangu's essence blood gleamed in his eyes. Could it truly be this substance? Chapter 11. Absorption, maturation of the chaos gourd vine Pangu's essence blood. This was indeed Pangu's essence blood. The 12 ancestral witches were transformed from Pangu's essence blood, their physical prowess unrivaled throughout the primordial realm. If he were to integrate this drop of essence blood, his physical strength would rival that of the 12 ancestral witches. If he were to acquire a few more drops, he might even dare to confront a saint directly. Such was the power of Pangu's essence blood. As he gazed at the floating essence blood, the old ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Though the blood appeared ordinary, akin to that of any living being, he could sense the malevolent aura it contained. With the chaos gourd vine now matured, it would not be long before the 3 pure ones arrived. He would take this opportunity to integrate the essence blood and enhance his power. Even against all 3 pure ones, he could stand firm. Without delay, the old ancestor swallowed the drop of Pangu's essence blood. Unlike the comfort of merging with Pangu's primordial spirit, this essence blood surged with a malevolent energy, threatening to tear his body apart. However, for the old ancestor born from the sea of blood, such malevolence was hardly daunting. Absorbing this essence blood was a trivial matter. The essence blood merged within him. The old ancestor underwent a transformation that a vision appeared in his mind. depicting Pangu battling the myriad gods and demons, opening the heavens and the earth. Before long, the scene faded from view. The old ancestor was left in awe. Is this truly Pangu? With the complete fusion of the essence blood, the old ancestor clenched his fist, feeling an incredible surge of strength. Truly, it was the essence blood of Pangu. The previous reward had been Pangu's primordial spirit, and this time it was Pangu's essence blood. Would the system ultimately grant him the true form of Pangu? While he mused that the true form of Pangu was unlikely, perhaps future rewards would also include Pangu's essence blood or primordial spirit. With such gifts, he could become akin to Pangu himself. He then turned his attention to the second reward, the Void Great Seal Hand. In his past life, he had been an enthusiast of web novels and remembered this technique. For instance, the neighboring Yichiendi could suppress eternity with a single use of the Void Great Seal Hand. Currently, what he lacked most was such a supreme combat divine ability. Each of these rewards, even if taken individually, would significantly enhance his power. After a moment of contemplation, the old ancestor's gaze shifted back to the Chaos Gourdvine. The three pure ones must be nearing. Meanwhile, at Fengxi Mountain, the dojo of Fushi, Nuwa, suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed upon Mount Buzhou. After observing for a moment, she earnestly addressed Fushi. Brother, this feeling is even stronger than before. My opportunity must have emerged. 800 years prior, she had sought this opportunity, but had found nothing. Now, with a more intense sensation, she was determined to seize it. Fushi opened his eyes and regarded his younger sister, hesitating as he spoke. Is there a specific location this time? With only 2 centuries remaining until Hongjuan sermon, I would rather not have your pursuit of fortune delay our cultivation. Nuan nodded affirmatively, her eyes filled with certainty. Yes, it lies at the foot of Mount Buzhou. I will need to approach closer to ascertain the exact position. However, once I arrive, I should be able to investigate, receiving the approval of his younger sister. Fushi chose not to voice any further objections and consented to her departure. Following closely behind, a similar occurrence transpired on Kunlun Mountain. This moment, the three pure ones had recently transcended to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal and were preparing for their breakthrough to the quasi-saint level. Suddenly, the three pure ones opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions solemn as they turned their gaze towards Mount Buzhou. The heavenly teacher was the first to speak. You two have sensed it, haven't you? It feels akin to the fateful encounter from 800 years ago, though this time, the location is certain. Laozi nodded in agreement, replying, such opportunities are serendipitous. They cannot be sought after. Since we three have all experienced this sensation, we must investigate further. The moment their words fell, the figures of the three vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountainous region, the wandering Hongyun paused mid-step and turned to gaze at Mount Buzhou. Is this my destined opportunity? Feeling a stirring in his heart, a smile crept across Hongyun's lips. Then, I shall go take a look. With a gentle step, he soared towards Mount Buzhou on the sun star. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, both having reached the latter stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal and striving to break through to the summit, similarly opened their eyes wide. Their gazes were directed towards Mount Buzhou in unison. Elder brother, you have sensed it too? Dongwang Tai inquired of Dijuan. Dijuan nodded, his expression grave. I feel a resonance. Mount Buzhou holds opportunities for us. It seems that this mountain also harbors your fate. Such a chance is one we brothers must not let slip away. With those words, the two brothers took flight towards Mount Buzhou. Inwa and Fushi, being the closest to Mount Buzhou, were the first to arrive at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation that had befallen the mountain, Fushi furrowed his brow. Such a formidable malevolence. Could it be the work of the witch clan? In Fushi's memory, only 2 places were known for harboring such malevolence: the Blood Sea of the ancestor of the Underworld River. However, the Blood Sea was not solely imbued with malevolence, but also with resentment, leading him to dismiss that possibility. Thus, with malevolence present in the vicinity of Mount Buzhou, the only remaining suspect was the witch clan. As the speculation swirled, the distant sounds of battle echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the commotion, Inwa and Fushi looked up. They beheld 2 ancestral witches engaged in a fierce clash, leaving destruction in their wake. The combatants were none other than Gong and Zhu Rong. The two had fought for nearly 200 years, laying waste to the surrounding area. Yet still, no victor had emerged. Zhu Rong conceded, after 200 years. You have already fallen at a disadvantage. Gong mocked as he gazed at Zhu Rong, in response to his derision. Zhu Rong scoffed, concede? When have I ever conceded? You seem to lack the strength to find an excuse here. Bang! 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 The two collided once more, drawing closer to Fu 11. In light of this, Enwa stepped forward and clasped her hands, addressing the two. Why do you two fight here? Noticing her presence, the two momentarily halted and turned to glance at her, yet did not cease their onslaught. They would not abandon their intentions to attack merely due to a few words, especially considering Enwa's status as a disciple of a sage. They still offered her a measure of respect. Zhu Rong huffed disdainfully. It is all his fault for seeking trouble in front of me, that if I don't strike him. Whom should I strike? Gong retorted with a cold laugh. Me seek trouble. You must have your eyes blocked. Which of your eyes saw me provoking you? Chapter 12. The Underworld River. Incensed by Gong's words, Zhu Rong's anger flared once more. I see you seek death. Come, I shall strike you. Bang, bang, bang. The two resumed their brawl, causing devastation to the beings that happened to pass by. Seeing this, Fushi and Enwa rushed forward to intervene. Calm down, both of you. Your strengths are evenly matched, even if you were to fight for 10,000 years. No victor would emerge. Zhu Rong, being restrained, immediately protested. Evenly matched? Clearly, I am the strongest. It is I who is the strongest. You are the weakest among the 12 witches, Gong argued, equally unwilling to concede. You are the weakest. Clearly, I am the strongest. If you have the courage, let us settle this. As the two prepared to clash once more, Fushi felt a vain throb on his forehead, that he was well aware of the combative nature of the 12 ancestral witches. Today, he bore witness to it firsthand. He hastily sought to redirect the conversation. Esteemed friends, did you happen to notice two blood-red beams of light filled with malevolence a century ago? At this, the brows of the two ancestral witches furrowed. Logically speaking, such malevolence should have belonged to our witch clan, yet I have never encountered that malevolence. However, I did sense it emanating from someone before, Gong replied, after a moment's contemplation. Whom? Enwa inquired eagerly, sensing a connection between those two beams of light and her own fate. Gong thought for a moment before responding. The Underworld River. I felt that malevolence from him. After all, he had taken particular note of the individual who dared to strike against the three pure ones. Upon hearing this, Enwa's brow slightly furrowed. Just then, two fireballs streaked through the sky at incredible speed towards Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, the figures of the three pure ones materialized in midair above Mount Buzhou. Upon witnessing the overwhelming malevolence, Yuan Shirtan Zun frowned slightly. Elder brother, Enwa greeted upon recognizing the three pure ones, offering a respectful bow. Yuan Shirtan replied with a slight nod. His gaze focused on the sky, where Dongwang Tai and Dijuan's forms were also visible. S9 figures gathered. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Aside from the two ancestral witches, the gazes of the others began to scan their surroundings. Before long, a red figure emerged. It was Hong Yun. Greetings, esteemed friends. Hong Yun initiated as he arrived. The others responded with polite gestures. Hong Yun, my friend, they echoed in return, and another wave of silence ensued. Ultimately, Hong Yun broke the quiet, posing a question. Are you all here seeking opportunities? Now exposed, the others ceased their pretense. Dijuan regarded Hong Yun and slowly replied, could it be that you are also here in search of opportunities? With 10 individuals now amassed. It was evident that the potential for opportunity was substantial, that we sensed that there were opportunities here. And thus we came to investigate, Yuan Shirtan stated. They could all basically conclude that everyone present was here to pursue opportunities. However, Fushi and the two ancestral witches remained unaware, prompting Zhu Rong to inquire, what opportunities? His question drew the attention of all present. Dong Huang Tai frowned. Are you not here to seek opportunities? Then what brings you here? Should they be here seeking opportunities while two others arrived and potentially seized those opportunities, what would occur? What I do is none of your concern, Zhu Rong retorted defiantly. Dong Wangtai had merely intended to ask a question, but upon hearing the dismissive remark, he became enraged. He despised being referred to in such a manner. "You dim-witted fool! I am merely inquiring about your situation. Why must you insult me?" Dim-witted? Zhu Rong's anger flared anew. The already tenuous relationship between the witch and demon clans had now reached a breaking point, igniting a fierce confrontation. "Come down and face your death. I fear you not." With that, both roared and charged at one another. As Zhu Rong lunged forward, Dong Wangtai exhibited no fear. Instead, rushing towards him, in the heat of battle, he summoned the chaotic bell. Boom! A resounding chime echoed through the heavens, sending Zhu Rong hurtling backward, his body cracking under the force, blood gushing forth. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the Eastern Emperor's bell, as expected of the innate supreme treasure, the chaotic bell. It has sent Zhu Rong reeling. However, Zhu Rong quickly regained his footing, the cracks in his body mending almost instantaneously, leaving only traces of blood to signify his injury. Such was the resilience of an ancestral witch's physique. Had it been any other great Luo golden immortal, they would likely be lying incapacitated on the ground, and I expected something truly extraordinary. But is this all? Zhu Rong scoffed, contempt evident in his gaze. The repeated provocations and mockery from Zhu Rong ignited a fire of wrath within Dong Wangtai. With tensions simmering, Hong Yun stepped forward, signaling for the two to cease hostilities. "Enough. The beings passing by have already suffered at your hands. We are here seeking opportunities. If you continue to fight, what will become of our chances?" As he uttered his second sentence, Dong Wangtai, he retracted the mixed movement clock. "Once I procure the treasure, I shall return to teach you a lesson." This was his opportunity, not that of Zhu Rong. His eyes glinting with provocation. "Are you frightened? Too afraid to make a move?" Dong Wangtai, in a fit of rage, was poised to charge at him, but was halted by Jun Hong Yun. Dao Yu is correct. The opportunity is paramount. "Humph!" Dong Wangtai, snorted coldly, dismissing Zhu Rong with a flick of his hand, ignoring the taunt completely. Meanwhile, the three Pure Ones had already pinpointed the direction of the opportunity, effectively severing the heavenly secrets, and oh wonder we could not locate it. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yuan Shi Tianzun, however, wasted no words. With a decisive gesture, he unleashed a colossal azure hand towards the front. Boom! Just as the giant hand was about to reach Buzhou Mountain, it seemed to collide with something, erupting in an instant. The combined force, as Laozi spoke, the three Pure Ones acted in unison. Boom! Their combined strike rivaled the power of a quasi-saint, causing a tremor ahead. Following that, it was as if glass shattered, an invisible Tao principle transforming into starlight. The scene within came into view, upon catching sight of the chaos gourd vine not far off. Everyone gasped in astonishment that a spiritual treasure, a premium innate spiritual treasure. The 7 gourds atop, it were all premium innate spiritual treasures. How could they not be moved? Yet, just as their hearts stirred, a pair of hands suddenly grasped the chaos gourd vine. Everyone furrowed their brows. Who dared intrude upon their opportunity? Turning to the side, they beheld a figure clad in a red Tao robe, or rather, a blood-red Tao robe. This individual was none other than Minghe Laozu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he proceeded to collect the gourd vine. Minghe, Chapter 13. Why call you father? Yuan Shi Tianzun bellowed in anger. Just as Minghe gathered the chaos gourd vine, he felt his own opportunity evaporate. In other words, Minghe had snatched away what belonged to him, which was infuriating. Minghe Laozu turned, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Yuan Shi Tianzun. "Ah, it's little Yuan. What do you want?" Hearing Minghe Laozu's address, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt ready to explode. Preposterous! How dare you address him as little Yuan? Minghe Laozu dug his ears, his expression rife with impatience. "Have you no other phrases? That one is growing tiresome. Enough. I shan't waste time with you. Return whence you came. This chaos gourd vine is mine. Do not attempt to seize my belongings." Yuan Shi Tianzun pointed an accusatory finger at Minghe Laozu, an aura of peak de Luo Jin Xian radiating from him, his hand raised, clearly intent on striking Minghe. Witnessing his de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, The crowd bore expressions of mild astonishment. After all, he was born from the Pengu primordial stone. Rapid growth was to be expected at that moment. Laozi stood before Yuan Shi Tianzun, his gaze sternly fixed on Ming He Lao Zu. This chaos gourd vine contains our opportunity. Do you intend to monopolize it? Ming He Lao Zu chuckled. Monopolize? Are your eyes blind? I have waited here for 800 years for it to mature. Now, just because you claim it as your opportunity, am I to relinquish it? That item is clearly our opportunity. Is this not monopolization? Yuan Shi Tianzun, infuriated, retorted, How dare you claim it as yours? This is undoubtedly my opportunity. Clear out or do not blame me for my actions. Ming He Lao Zu, undeterred, retorted fiercely at Yuan Shi Tianzun. His words thoroughly incensed Yuan Shi Tianzun, his chest heaving violently, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Since his inception, it was the first time he had exhibited such lethal intent. Very well, you seek death, I shall oblige. Yuan Shi Tianzun coldly pronounced, extending his hand and launching a palm strike at Ming He Lao Zu. The azure-hued giant hand hurtled towards Ming He Lao Zu with extraordinary speed. After being provoked repeatedly, today, no matter who interfered, he would meet his demise. At that moment, an aura emanated from Ming He Lao Zu. The source of this aura was none other than himself. The crowd gasped in unison, their heads snapping towards Ming He. He's also at the peak of the Luo Jin Xian. They could understand the three pure ones achieving the peak of the Luo Jin Xian. But why was Ming He at the same level? Moreover, judging from the aura, his strength appeared to surpass that of Yuan Shi Tianzun. They were utterly baffled as to how Ming He Lao Zu accomplished such a feat. How is this possible? Zhu Rong inquired in confusion. Should Ming He Lao Zu overhear this, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up, for this individual was nearly spot on. Not only were they astonished, even the three pure ones were taken aback by this aura. Yuan Shi Tianzun could hardly believe that Ming He Lao Zu had surpassed them in breaking through. Who truly bore the essence of Pengu? Shocked as they were, there was no time to ponder further, for his opportunity remained firmly in Ming He's grasp. At a glance confirmed that the gourd was undoubtedly beyond an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, on the path to becoming a supreme innate treasure. Such a treasure could not possibly fall into another's hands. Hand over the innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy today, Yuan Shi Tianzun declared, his countenance darkening. The implication was unmistakable. Either surrender the innate spiritual treasure, and all would be well, or he would be compelled to extract it forcefully. Yet Ming He Lao Zu remained unmoved, gesturing for him to approach. Having refined Pengu's essence blood, he was eager to test his strength against Yuan Shi Tianzun. I wish to see just how uncivil you can be. Faced with Ming He Lao Zu's persistent provocation, Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer contain himself and hurled a palm strike at him. Since breaking through to the peak of the Luo Jin Xian, this was the first time he unleashed his full strength. Rumble! The resounding blast of the powerful palm echoed as it surged towards Ming He Lao Zu. The sheer force of this strike caused even Fushi and Nuwa to change countenance. This was the might of a peak de Luo Jin Xian. To confront it directly could mean severe injury, if not death. Nuwa gazed at Ming He Lao Zu, a flicker of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Ming He Lao Zu is also at the peak of the Luo Jin Xian. Logically, he should be able to evade. Yet, why does he not? Zhu Rong observed, brow furrowing slightly. That fellow, Ming He, seems to be frozen in shock, unable to react, Dong Huang Tai sneered. Hong Yun, seeing Ming He Lao Zu's in action, hurriedly urged, Ming He Dao Yu, quickly evade. The remaining two pure ones, witnessing his lack of movement, shared a glance of surprise. However, their primary concern was still the chaos gourd vine that Ming He Lao Zu had collected. Among the gourds was one that represented their opportunity. How could they allow it to be taken by another? Boom! As the colossal palm descended, Buzhou Mountain quaked violently, a massive pit forming, dust and debris swirling, swiftly obscuring the crater. Humph! So oblivious to one's limitations, dare meet my palm head on. You are the first. Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, retracting his hand, not strike back in the face of his assault. Was that not akin to courting death? Ming He, is he dead? Nuwa questioned incredulously, gazing at the scene before her. Yuan Shirtanzun laughed derisively at her words. With my full-strength blow, even if he is not dead, he will be grievously injured. Who among the 12 ancestor witches would dare to take my strike? Just as his words fell, a series of coughs erupted. Cough, cough. This dust is truly suffocating. Ming He Lao Zhu emerged from the haze. Unscathed. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken it head-on. Now my clothes are soiled, he brushed off the dust from his attire, his eyes filled with disdain. This declaration turned Yuan Shirtanzun's face a shade of green. Behind him, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, witnessing Ming He Lao Zhu's unscathed condition, were suddenly elated. Others may not have perceived it, but they, as beings of formidable physicality, instantly recognized that Ming He Lao Zhu had withstood that blow with his body. To their astonishment, there existed another who had cultivated physical strength beyond their 12 ancestor witches. As I gaze upon the river of the underworld, an inexplicable sense of familiarity envelopes me. Zhurong, perplexed, expresses his thoughts aloud. This feeling of kinship is something he has only encountered among the other 10 ancestors, excluding Gong Gong, whose mere presence ignites his eye. In Chapter 14, the Primordial Supreme Being exclaims, "What? A full-powered strike for me." And this fellow merely remarks on soiling his garments. As the elder brother among these figures, with the 12 ancestors still present, does he not care for his dignity? His countenance swiftly darkens to an ashen hue. The subsequent words of the ancestor of the underworld render his expression even more ghastly. Xiao Yuan, this is unacceptable. Not a single hair of mine has been disturbed. Shall I grant you another chance? Put forth some effort. Though the voice of the ancestor of the underworld is soft, it resonates in the ears of the Primordial Supreme Being like an earth-shattering roar. He has come to understand the resilience of his corporeal form, which rivals that of the ancestors. The Primordial Supreme Being's face, as still as water, is fixed upon the ancestor of the underworld as he utters, "Underworld, what do you call for your father?" Interrupting his contemplation. The ancestor of the underworld's eyes blaze with dissatisfaction. "You dare to disturb my thoughts? Underworld, you seek your own demise. Who is the Primordial Supreme Being? He is birthed from the essence of Pangu, which signifies that Pangu is his progenitor. Now, this ancestor of the underworld not only insults him, but also disrespects Pangu. It is not only the Primordial Supreme Being who is incensed. Even Laozi and the Master of the Heavenly Way wear looks of displeasure. Am I courting death? Can you not see? I seek death daily, and you dare to provoke me." The ancestor of the underworld's malice radiates outward, and a sea of blood materializes behind him, engulfing the entirety of Mount Buzhou. If he refrains from striking, then I, the ancestor of the underworld, shall take the initiative. The Ubi appears in his grasp, its ominous aura soaring towards the heavens, coupled with the ancestor of the underworld's blood-red robe. The sheer force of his presence causes Fushi to furrow his brow, prompting him and Yuhua to retreat. They wish to avoid any collateral damage to Yuhua amidst this brewing conflict. Zhurong and Gong Gong, however, gaze on with excitement, both eager for a spectacle of combat. The Primordial Supreme Being gathers his divine power, delivering a formidable strike towards the ancestor of the underworld. Yet this is merely the beginning. Following that strike, a barrage of dozens ensues. Each palm, imbued with the full strength of the Primordial Supreme Being, comprises a radiant azure light, capable of overwhelming even a peak de Luo Jingxian. The collision of azure and crimson light erupts in a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of Mount Buzhou. Creatures unaware of the unfolding events are instantly reduced to ashes. Had this strike not landed upon the ancestor of the underworld, Mount Buzhou would have surely crumbled. One can only imagine the wrath contained within this blow from the Primordial Supreme Being. As the dust begins to settle, the sea of blood vanishes without a trace. The Primordial Supreme Being offers a cold smile, returning to his aloof demeanor. This is the fate that befalls those who insult me. This strike, not even a peak de Luo Jingxian could withstand, would leave even a quasi-saint in dire straits. Suddenly, a voice emerges from behind the Primordial Supreme Being. What fate? The tone is neither warm nor cold, yet the Primordial Supreme Being discerns the mockery within, as if to say, "What are you but refuse? That you remain oblivious to my presence?" His eyes blaze with fury as he whirls around, intent on launching the ancestor of the underworld into the abyss. Be careful. Get out of the way. At that moment, Laozi and the Master of the Heavenly Way simultaneously issue their warnings. The moment the Primordial Supreme Being turns, he sees a fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling towards his face. Before he can react, the ancestor of the underworld's punch lands squarely upon him. Deal with you. I need not draw my sword. The ancestor of the underworld sneers, transitioning his fist into an open palm. Delivering a palm strike to the face of the Primordial Supreme Being, the latter has no time to evade, and thus absorbs the blow directly. The resounding slap echoes ominously. Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun stare in disbelief at the ancestor of the underworld. Striking the Primordial Supreme Being is one thing, a testament to your strength. But to slap him signifies an affront not only to the Primordial Supreme Being, but also to the dignity of the three Pure Ones and Hongjun. Yet this is not the end. After stunning the Primordial Supreme Being with that single slap, the ancestor of the underworld unleashes a flurry of slaps. The only sound that reverberates across Mount Bujo is that of the Primordial Supreme being struck. Curse it! Your face is truly hard. My hand is pained from the blows. The ancestor of the underworld expresses disdain, shaking out his hand. Underworld, I shall kill you. Before such a multitude, to be struck is a humiliation surpassing death itself. At this moment, Laozi can no longer bear to watch. His expression darkens to an extreme. Enough. Today has already been humiliating. Do you wish to disgrace the three Pure Ones further? Laozi swiftly approaches, pulling the enraged Primordial Supreme Being away from this scene. This day has thoroughly obliterated their dignity. As the three Pure Ones depart, the ancestor of the underworld turns to the others. You wish to engage. I shall accompany you to the end. His voice strikes heavily upon their chests. Even the Pique de Luo Jinxian, the Primordial Supreme Being, is rendered momentarily dazed by the ancestor of the underworld. They stand no chance against him. Dong Huang Tai gazes at him, gritting his teeth, unwilling to concede. An opportunity lies before us. Shall we simply relinquish it? Not leaving. Then I shall take action. The ancestor of the underworld turns, a chilling smile gracing his lips, though it bears an unsettling quality. Since you have spoken thus, we shall take our leave that if time permits. Do visit the Witch Clan. I, Gong Gong, would be most welcoming. After exchanging pleasantries with the ancestor of the underworld, Gong Gong and Zhurong depart. What a jest. They have all witnessed his strength. Fearless even of the Primordial Supreme Being. Such a figure cannot be trifled with, especially in the presence of the Demon Clan. As the two ancestors exit, Emperor Jun restrains the eager Dong Wang Tai. We shall also depart. He whispers before bowing respectfully to the ancestor of the underworld. Since it is an opportunity bestowed upon you, my brother and I extend our congratulations once again. As he utters these words, Emperor Jun's heart aches. It is a treasure of innate spirituality, relinquished so easily to another. Yet there is no other choice. Engaging would surely provoke an enemy. Such an outcome would bode ill for the entire Demon Clan. The ancestor of the underworld offers no response, his gaze shifting towards Niuwa and Fushid. So, you do not depart, but rather intend to seize what is mine. Upon hearing this, Fushi hastily grasps Niuwa, urging her to leave. However, Niuwa's countenance reflects reluctance, her eyes fixed upon the ancestor of the underworld as if she has lost something of great significance, something more precious than this opportunity. Friend, the chaotic gourd vine is of utmost importance to me. Might I? Yet she is abruptly interrupted by the ancestor of the underworld. I shall not repeat myself. To his words, Niuwa opens her mouth but refrains from further speech, her gaze lingering upon him. The ancestor of the underworld then turns to Hongyun, the epitome of benevolence in the primordial wilderness. As he opens his mouth, Hongyun, ever the considerate one, interjects, since this is an acquisition of my friend. I shall not intrude. Chapter 15. Departure of the multitude. Return to the sea of blood as they depart. The ancestor of the underworld pivots, his gaze settling on the 9 heavens breath soil and the 3 light divine water. These 2 items were not collected when he stored the chaotic gourd vine. Rather, they were safeguarded with his divine power. Thankfully, The recent battle did not extend its reach here. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the ancestor of the underworld retrieves the 9 heavens breath soil, then procures a jade vial. While it may not be a magical artifact, it suffices for holding the 3 light divine water. Having completed these actions, the ancestor of the underworld channels his power and takes flight towards the sea of blood. The chaotic gourd vine, along with the 9 heavens breath soil and the 3 light divine water, has all been secured at this juncture. He sees no reason to linger. With merely 200 years remaining before Hongjuan's second discourse, it is the perfect opportunity to return and plant this chaotic gourd vine. Upon reaching the sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld furrows his brow, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes as he admonishes the mosquito Taoist. After 800 years, you remain in the mid-stage of the Luo Jingxian? Having been absent for 8 centuries, even if his cultivation were somewhat slower, he ought to have already transcended into the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet here we are, with his return coinciding with his stagnation in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Blood Sea is a realm notorious for gathering malevolent energy, a place where few dare to intrude. Moreover, the mosquito Taoist, having been nurtured by the Blood Sea, should naturally advance more swiftly than others. Bowing his head, the mosquito Taoist murmured in response, "Elder brother, you know me well, my achievements in cultivation are solely due to your assistance. In your absence, my progress falters. Furthermore, there are no spiritual treasures here. Otherwise, I would have already reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal." As he spoke, his voice grew louder, only to be silenced by a stern gaze from the ancestor of the Dark River. Sighing, the ancestor of the Dark River lamented, "The mosquito Taoist's primary means of cultivation is through absorption. His accomplishments are largely attributable to his own efforts." He then added, "From now on, I shall provide you with spiritual treasures." Recalling the Battle of Gods, the mosquito Taoist had managed to consume and elevate the 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus to the 9th grade through sheer will. The ancestor of the Dark River extended a hand. Touching the mosquito Taoist's forehead, a stream of bloodlight merging with his primordial spirit. The mosquito Taoist held absolute trust in the ancestor of the Dark River, feeling no resistance. "You have only 200 years to break through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If you fail, you shall no longer have a place in this primordial realm." "Yes, brother, I shall undoubtedly succeed. I will not let you down," the mosquito Taoist proclaimed passionately, his eyes alight with fervor, if his perception was correct. This comprehension surpassed even that of the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, verging on the peak. This indicated that his elder brother had already ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the primordial realm, they could dominate, save for the 3 pure ones. Contemplating the 3 pure ones, a shadow crossed the mosquito Taoist's gaze. Humph, relying on their status as disciples of saints, they meddle in affairs that do not concern them. Once I grow stronger, I shall be the 3rd to drain them. If only he knew that his elder brother had recently bested the primordial beginning sage, how elated he would be. Unbeknownst to the mosquito Taoist, the ancestor of the Dark River had no interest in his thoughts. His sole focus was on planting this chaos gourd vine, that he wondered what kind of spiritual treasure would emerge from its continued growth. Scanning the Blood Sea, he noted the pervasive malevolent energy, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He had intended to find a suitable place to plant the chaos gourd vine, yet there was not a single spot available. With a sense of resignation, the ancestor of the Dark River waved his hand lightly. Boom! The Blood Sea trembled, waves of blood surging relentlessly. From within the Blood Sea, a small island emerged, modest in size, yet ample enough for the chaos gourd vine. With a thought, the 9 heaven soil appeared, which the ancestor of the Dark River placed upon the island, followed by the planting of the chaos gourd vine. "A pre-celestial spiritual treasure," the mosquito Taoist exclaimed, astonished that his elder brother had returned with not just 1, but 7 pre-celestial spiritual treasures. The twinge of discomfort stirred within him. His elder brother had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while he remained in the mid-stage as the younger brother. His foremost duty was to keep pace with his elder brother and not hinder his progress. Resolutely, he vowed to cultivate diligently, determined to cling to his brother's coattails. In the next moment, the ancestor of the Dark River produced the three light, divine water, pouring it over the vine, should this act be witnessed by those of the great Luo golden immortal stage. They would undoubtedly deem it an egregious waste. The three light, divine water, the foremost healing elixir of the primordial realm, could mend any injury to in journey to the west. Guanyin revived the ginseng fruit tree with mere drops of this water. Yet the ancestor of the Dark River poured all of it into the chaos gourd vine. The mosquito Taoist gazed at the three light divine water, his lips moving slightly, a glint of greed in his eyes. However, with the ancestor of the Dark River present, his avarice swiftly subsided. Shaking his head to maintain clarity, he would not dare touch his elder brother's possessions. The ancestor of the Dark River regarded the chaos gourd vine, murmuring to himself, uncertain if it would thrive. Yes, as soon as his words fell, he sensed the chaos gourd vine begin to tremble, emanating Tao energy. Clearly, it had commenced its growth. Observing this, the ancestor of the Dark River exhaled in relief. If this place could not nurture it, he would have to seek out the Taoist of the 10,000 longevity mountain for cultivation, as he possessed the 10 great pre-celestial spiritual roots. Including the ginseng fruit tree, his mountain could nurture them. There was no reason the chaos gourd vine, also a great pre-celestial spiritual root, could not thrive. At worst, he could offer some three light, divine water when he visited, which the Taoist would undoubtedly accept. Yet, there was no need for that now. With 200 years remaining, he would see if he could refine these 7 gourds. Deep in thought, the ancestor of the Dark River settled into a meditative posture. The mosquito Taoist, observing, approached him closely that he knew he must break through to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal within 200 years. Otherwise, he would be unable to keep up with his elder brother. Shortly after his return to the Blood Sea, a significant event unfolded in the primordial realm. After Zhu Rong rejoined the 12 ancestors of sorcery, he relayed the incident of the ancestor of the Dark River striking the primordial beginning sage to the other ancestors. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, as they were all brothers. However, unexpectedly, a big mouth among them spread the tale, and by the following day, the entire sorcerer clan was aware of it, although they would not voice it. One could sense the collective sentiment of admiration for the ancestor of the Dark River. Who else would dare confront the 3 pure ones but the ancestor of the Dark River? As the tale circulated among the sorcerer clan, it inevitably reached the ears of smaller clans, where 2 gossipy souls would emerge in every tribe. Before long, the entirety of the primordial realm was abuzz with this news. Chapter 16. The 3 Pure Ones Retreat. The Dark River forges treasures. Although this was not particularly significant, after all, it was merely a matter of pride. Someone, for reasons unknown, altered the narrative into several versions. The 10 great pre-celestial spiritual roots emerged, with 10 great Luo golden immortals vying for them, and ultimately, only the ancestor of the Dark River emerged victorious. What? The primordial beginning sage merely glared at the ancestor of the Dark River and was met with a slap. This must be false. I heard the ancestor of the Dark River struck the passing primordial beginning sage with a direct slap, while the other 2 did not dare utter a word. What I say is true. One man, the ancestor of the Dark River, slapped the 3 pure ones, and now they dare not even show their faces in Kunlun Mountain. The news of the primordial beginning sage's humiliation at the hands of the ancestor of the Dark River swiftly reached the ears of the 3 pure ones. The expression on the primordial beginning sage's face was exceedingly grim, devoid of any trace of celestial grace. The sorcerer clan has gone too far. This incident, once disseminated, would likely not result in retribution against the sorcerer clan, but rather the ancestor of the Dark River. The narrative had twisted to suggest he had provoked the ancestor of the Dark River, only to be met with retaliation. How could the primordial beginning sage endure such indignity? Rising to his feet, he resolved to confront the sorcerer clan. "What do you think you're doing?" a voice thundered, halting the primordial beginning sage in his tracks. "The sorcerer clan has gone too far. This matter must be addressed. Or else," the primordial beginning sage replied with a darkened expression. He was filled with pent-up fury. Being struck by the ancestor of the Dark River was one thing, but the sorcerer clan dared to provoke him further, reducing him to a laughingstock in the primordial realm. Or else what? "Shall I slay them?" His countenance was equally grim, and hidden within his eyes was a flicker of malevolence, if it comes to that. "I shall establish the authority of the three pure ones," the primordial beginning sage declared coldly, his stance unmistakably firm. I could see that moment. The down master of the way of heaven approached, blocking the primordial beginning sage's path. "Have you forgotten who we are, the transformed essence of Pangu? Look at your current demeanor. Does it reflect the three pure ones?" He hesitated to add, "You have brought disgrace upon the three pure ones." Yet upon seeing the primordial beginning sage's expression, he refrained to utter such words while the primordial beginning sage was in a foul mood could lead to further disgrace for the three pure ones. Shall we simply allow these rumors to spread unchecked? What will our master think upon hearing this? The words of Yuan Shi Tan Zun plunged Laozi and Tong Tian into deep contemplation. Indeed, as the most esteemed disciple of Hongjun, it was quite a humiliation to be struck. This was not merely a slap in the face of Yuan Shi Tian Zun. It was an affront that cast a shadow upon Hongjun himself. Tong Tian admonished Mingi Laozu vehemently. All of this was the fault of Mingi. Had he relinquished the chaos Gorvine, such an incident would never have transpired. When had the three pure ones ever endured such degradation? "I shall slay Mingi Laozu," declared Yuan Shi Tianzun. Upon hearing this, his focus shifted instantaneously. Only by eliminating him could the dignity of the three pure ones be preserved. Laozi understood Yuan Shi Tianzun's loss of composure. Had he been publicly humiliated, he too might have acted irrationally. "Enough," Laozi bellowed. "Can you truly kill him now? Do not forget where he resides. The blood is in such a place. Our strength diminishes, and can you even hope to vanquish him? I have witnessed Mingi Laozu's physical form. While it can be wounded, it cannot be slain." Yuan Shi Tianzun gradually regained his composure after this outburst, though his face still bore the traces of fury. "Then what shall we do?" Laozi chuckled softly. "Have you forgotten what our master spoke of regarding attaining the saintly position?" Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes brightened, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Are you suggesting?" Laozi revealed a mysterious smile. "Do not forget, our master took in 6 disciples who have reached the saintly position. Although Mingi did not formally become a disciple, Juni did, becoming a registered student. This implies that among those 6, there is no place for Mingi. He harbored a suspicion that, in the future, the only saints would be them 6. However, this feeling was not particularly strong, and he did not dwell on it. Yuan Shi Tianzun's brow furrowed, and moments later, excitement adorned his face. "Yes, once we become saints, even if Mingi is powerful, he will merely be a quasi-saint at that time. How could Mingi hope to be my opponent?" With this realization, Yuan Shi Tianzun temporarily set aside his murderous intent. The paramount concern now was to dedicate time to cultivation in order to swiftly break through to the quasi-saint level and ultimately ascend to sainthood. Observing Yuan Shi Tianzun regain his focus, Laozi nodded slightly and waved his hand outward. "From this moment forth, no one shall disturb us that we have 200 years remaining to prepare for the breakthrough to quasi-saint." As he waved, Kunlun Mountain vanished from sight. Naturally, the news of Kunlun Mountain's disappearance spread, leading to rampant speculation. Yuan Shi Tianzun has grown fearful and dares not emerge from the mountain. Mingi Laozu is so formidable that the 3 pure ones do not dare to show themselves. Although this news spread widely in the primordial world, Mingi Laozu remained oblivious, for only he and the mosquito Taoist dared to enter the Blood Sea. 200 years later. Blood Sea. Suddenly, a wave of malevolence surged toward the heavens, causing the entire Blood Sea to tremble. The mosquito Taoist, seated not far away, opened his eyes, emitting a fierce crimson glow, his cultivation level at the late stage of the great Luo sword immortal. Just a few years prior, he had only recently broken through to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, as he observed the malevolent aura emanating from the chaos gourd vine. The mosquito Taoist's brow furrowed slightly. "Big brother, what could possibly provoke such a surge of malice from the Blood Sea?" Shortly thereafter, another wave of crimson malevolence surged forth, the second, the third, until the 7th wave appeared. Only after the 7th wave did the blood waves finally subside and the crimson glow dissipated. "What is this?" The mosquito Taoist narrowed his eyes, Directing his gaze toward the chaos gourd vine, he beheld 7 small Taoist boys clad in red garments. However, amidst the crimson clouds, they exhibited other colors, likely the hue of the gourd itself. They stared wide-eyed at Mingi Laozu. Mingi Laozu also regarded the 7 Taoist boys. Blinking in surprise, he pondered what might emerge from this, only to find 7 gourd children. No, gourd Taoist boys, we pay our respects to the master. The gourd Taoist boys bowed to Mingi Laozu. Having been nurtured in this environment, they had already absorbed Mingi Laozu's essence. Upon seeing him for the first time, they felt an immediate sense of familiarity. Big brother, what are these beings? What form have they taken? The mosquito Taoist approached, poking one of the gourd Taoist boys in the cheek. Initially mild-mannered, the gourd Taoist boy's expression shifted, a blood-red light flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, they revealed their true forms as the gourd shrank. The gourd vine transformed into red threads binding them together. Witnessing this, Mingi Laozu's eyes lit up. A treasured artifact? No, not quite. Although this gourd bracelet has not yet attained the status of a supreme treasure, it is exceedingly close. Each individual piece is a congenital spiritual treasure. Suddenly, the gourd bracelet lunged toward the mosquito Taoist. Caught off guard, the mosquito Taoist had not anticipated an attack, swiftly retreating. Though the attack missed, it generated tumultuous blood waves upon striking the blood sea. Such power! Mingi Laozu felt a flicker of surprise within. He swiftly extended his hand to grasp the gourd bracelet. The previously rampaging aura ceased, becoming exceedingly docile. The mosquito Taoist, witnessing this, felt immensely chagrined that I merely touched it. And it attacks me. Yet when Big Brother touches it, it becomes as gentle as a lamb. Though he felt some dissatisfaction with the gourd bracelet, it belonged to his elder brother, so he refrained from voicing his grievances. After taking the gourd into his possession, Mingi Laozu addressed the mosquito Taoist. A millennium has passed. Hongjuan's second sermon is likely to commence soon. Mingi Laozu implied that they could head to Lingxiao Palace. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist nodded as they departed the Blood Sea. The two hurried toward Lingxiao Palace. On their way, Mingi Laozu's brow furrowed slightly. Qingfeng, he muttered. Before them, a wisp of clear wind descended to the ground, transforming into a human form, a mouthful of blood spurting forth, appearing gravely injured. The mosquito Taoist followed Mingi Laozu's gaze, an expression of disdain in his eyes. Big brother, a dying breeze? The mosquito Taoist would not deign to absorb it. However, the being had only recently taken form. Absorbing it would be a sheer waste of time. Mingi Laozu paid no heed to the mosquito Taoist, his mind engaged in contemplation. Could this breeze be Zhao Gongming? According to the narrative of the Primordial World, Zhao Gongming's true form was indeed a wisp of clear wind, he appearing at this moment. Mingi Laozu pondered, descending swiftly. Upon sensing an approach, the breeze became alert, eyes glinting with ferocity. Mingi Laozu chuckled lightly. Dare you glare at me? The last few who dare to do so, one was injured by my blade, and another suffered my wrath. You truly wish to meet the same fate? As Mingi Laozu's words reached the breeze's ears, its pupils contracted in fear, lowering its head in submission, unwilling to meet Mingi Laozu's gaze. Very well, I shall lend you a hand today. Mingi Laozu gently waved his hand. A surge of magical energy flowing into the breeze's body in an instant, the breeze's pale visage regained its color. The breeze, bewildered, rose to its feet. Having sustained such severe injuries, this figure had merely waved a hand to restore it. Its power was undoubtedly extraordinary. Realizing this, the breeze knelt heavily. Thank you, great immortal, for saving my life. This humble creature has no means to repay you, but I beseech the great immortal to accept me as a disciple, so that I may express my gratitude. Hearing this, Mingi Laozu smiled at the breeze. Clever, seeking to become my disciple. Before Mingi Laozu could respond, the mosquito Taoist interjected. You, a mere creature, how do you intend to repay my elder brother? Upon hearing this, the breeze's eyes darted about. After a moment's thought, it realized it had nothing to offer. Raising its gaze to Mingi Laozu, it spoke earnestly. If the great immortal would take me in, I vow that whenever you have a command, I shall be the first to respond, without hesitation. The mosquito Taoist's brow furrowed as he regarded the breeze with a glint of malice in his eyes. How could that possibly work? As you venture forth upon the mountain of blades, what shall I do? I am, after all, the foremost enforcer of the elder brother. The mosquito Taoist spoke, exuding a trace of his aura. Just that mere hint was sufficient to pin Qing Feng to the ground. This is the kind of individual who accompanies the great immortal. Even a slight release of energy can render one immobile. Should he amplify it a bit further, who knows what might transpire? He dared not contemplate the subsequent events, for cold sweat had already begun to bead upon his forehead. Very well, the ancestor of the Nether River opened his mouth. The mosquito Taoist instantly retracted his aura. I shall grant you an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng was overjoyed and hastily bowed. I pay my respects to my esteemed master, with a gentle lift of his hand. The ancestor of the Nether River halted him. Not be hasty. 3,000 years hence, should you dare to venture into the Blood Sea, I shall naturally accept you as my disciple. Qing Feng, having just taken form, was unaware of the Blood Sea's nature, yet he thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, master, be it the Blood Sea or the malevolence of the Wu clan, I shall not shy away. The mosquito Taoist scoffed at this proclamation. How could the malevolence of the Wu clan possibly compare to the Blood Sea? After Zhao Gongming spoke, he appeared somewhat bashful, his gaze furtively assessing the ancestor of the Nether River's expression. Master, the little demon has just taken form. Might you bestow upon me a treasure or perhaps a technique? Noticing the ancestor of the Nether River's silence, Zhao Gongming hurriedly elaborated, I have only recently taken form, and my strength is still quite feeble. I fear that in 3,000 years, I may not survive to await your guidance. Thus, I seek a technique for self-defense. The ancestor of the Nether River regarded Qing Feng with a half-smile. You are indeed astute. Nevertheless, having already spoken, it is only natural to grant him something. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of crimson light shot forth, striking Qing Feng's forehead. The technique he bestowed was the most ordinary, one that could be deemed quite common in the primordial realm. For the purpose of cultivating self-defense, it was more than adequate for him. Since you wish to be my disciple, I shall bestow upon you a name. The ancestor of the Nether River declared. Thank you, master. Qing Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. You were originally the manifestation of primordial wind, and as we have met in the mountains, such is our fateful connection. Thus, I shall name you Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the connection to the name. However, he did not dare voice his thoughts, fearing that incurring the ire of his master would lead to dire consequences. Thank you, master, for the bestowed name. Zhao Gongming is a name I hold in great favor. Even if I were to dislike it now, I could only force myself to comply. Yet, as he uttered these words, the figure of the ancestor of the Nether River had already vanished. Truly, he is a master of great caliber. It appears that choosing to follow him was a wise decision. The Blood Sea in 3,000 years? I shall certainly make the journey. Elder brother, why do you wish to take on a mere little demon as a disciple? The mosquito Taoist looked perplexedly at the ancestor of the Nether River and inquired. The ancestor of the Nether River chuckled softly and shook his head. You would not comprehend were I to explain. Elder brother, if you say so, then surely I shall understand, the mosquito Taoist retorted. The ancestor of the Nether River paid him no heed, his gaze fixated in a particular direction. Not far from him, 3 clouds were drifting, and the ancestor of the Nether River narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. The 3 Shaos, Chapter 18. Taking on disciples, the 3 Shaos, Dong Wang Gong, and Shi Wang Mu. With Zhao Gongming already present, it is only natural for the 3 Shaos to appear as well. A hint of amusement played upon the lips of the ancestor of the Nether River. First Zhao Gongming, now the 3 Shaos. It is quite unexpected to encounter them both ahead of time. Contemplating this, he soared towards the trio of clouds. The 3 Shaos, I recall, are also disciples of the Tongtian Jiaozhu. However, they ultimately perished during the Fengshan War and were conferred as celestial deities. As he approached, one cloud gradually floated forward, shielding the 2 behind it. The They have developed sentience. Not a flicker of surprise crossed the ancestor of the Nether River's eyes, BY writes. At this juncture, they should still be in a state of unconsciousness. Observing them closely, it became evident what had transpired. Only the foremost cloud had awakened its intelligence. The other two remained in a state of unconsciousness. Noting this, the ancestor of the Nether River extended his hand and gently waved it. Instantly, 3 beams of crimson light shot towards them, merging into the cloud. Following a brief silence, the foremost white cloud expressed its gratitude. "Thank you, great immortal." The ancestor of the Nether River nodded slightly. Previously, it had merely possessed awareness and could not yet articulate. His recent enlightenment had granted it the ability to speak. However, to take form would still require a millennium. The 2 clouds behind it, now awakened to sentience, cautiously probed forward, as if observing the ancestor of the Nether River. "I see that you are destined to cross paths with me and wish to become my disciples. Are you willing? However, the choice rests with you," the ancestor of the Nether River stated calmly. Accepting them as disciples would ensure their survival during the Fengshen War, thus saving their lives. Should they decline, he would not press the matter. "I pay my respects to my master," the foremost white cloud hastily spoke. Though it had only recently attained sentience, it was not foolish enough to fail to recognize the ancestor of the Nether River's immense power. The 2 clouds behind it also trembled in unison, clearly in agreement to take the ancestor of the Nether River as their master. Satisfied, the ancestor of the Nether River nodded and spoke slowly. "Since you are willing to become my disciples, meet me in the Blood Sea in 3,000 years. With that, he and the mosquito Taoist vanished from sight. Should the Tongtian Jiao Zhu learn of my taking for disciples, would he not be furious? Or perhaps he would come seeking trouble with treasures in hand." The thought crossed the ancestor of the Nether River's mind, eliciting a cold chuckle. "Dapa, would he dare seek trouble with me? Should he have the audacity, I would not hesitate to deliver a resounding reprimand before countless beings, leaving him utterly humiliated." Beside him, the mosquito Taoist opened his mouth, wishing to inquire why they were to be accepted as disciples. Yet, recalling Zhao Gongming's earlier words, he opted to remain silent. He understood that even if he were to ask the elder brother, he would receive no answer. Soon, the 2 arrived at the exterior of the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Upon their arrival, they beheld a number of great Luo golden immortals gathered at the entrance, awaiting entry. As the ancestor of the Nether River cast his gaze upon them, their expressions instantly shifted, each turning their heads away, feigning ignorance. What a jest! This is the fearsome individual who dared to strike the 3 pure ones and unsheath his sword against the Zhuan Ti. Who would dare provoke him? Witnessing this scene, a flicker of bemusement crossed the ancestor of the Nether River's eyes. Am I truly that terrifying? Is it so alarming merely for having slapped the Primordial One a few times? You are all great Luo golden immortals. At the very least, you should display the demeanor befitting your status. In response to the ancestor of the Nether River's words, the crowd felt a wave of unease. A millennium ago, he had brazenly struck Zhuan Ti, proclaiming the name of the Taoist ancestor without fear of heaven or earth. They knew better than to offend him. Moreover, word had spread from the Wu clan that the Primordial One had merely glanced at the ancestor of the Nether River before being met with a furious slap, leaving him too intimidated to utter a word. This only heightened their trepidation. "Elder brother, do you see how others fear us? Have I missed something significant?" The mosquito Taoist also noticed this phenomenon and questioned. Perplexed, nothing of the sort. It was merely a minor incident involving the little Yuan. The ancestor of the Nether River replied nonchalantly. Hiss! The crowd inhaled sharply, although they were unaware of who the little Yuan was. The inclusion of the word little made it abundantly clear that it referred to the Primordial One. T.O. dare utter the Primordial One's name so directly. He was likely the first to do so. The mosquito Taoist exclaimed in admiration. "Elder brother is truly formidable. Even the 3 pure ones are no match for you. Had I known, I would have followed you to witness the scene of the 3 pure ones being struck after breaking through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal." As he contemplated this, a look of regret appeared in the mosquito Taoist's eyes. "Next time, I shall certainly follow my elder brother." As these thoughts occupied his mind, a voice reached the ears of both men. West Queen Mother, would it not be better for us to enter together rather than you coming alone? A woman, exuding an air of aloofness and irritation, flew into the Lingxiao Palace. Following her was a man. Entwined around the Golden Mother, it was none other than them, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu. The ancestor of the River of Hades gazed at the two individuals and muttered softly. Although they had never crossed paths before, he could instantly recognize them upon their arrival. The Western Queen Mother, an embodiment of the primordial first wisp of Yin energy, and the Eastern King, a manifestation of the primordial first wisp of Yang energy. One Yin and one Yang. They could indeed be considered a perfect match. Subsequently, one ascended to become the foremost male immortal, while the other claimed the title of the foremost female immortal. Does Elder Brother know them? The Mosquito Taoist, positioned closest to the ancestor of the River of Hades, inquired, his voice audible enough to be heard. Having been with Elder Brother for millennia, he had rarely been apart from him, and thus he held a degree of curiosity regarding Elder Brother's acquaintance with the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother. I know them. The ancestor of the River of Hades replied nonchalantly. His acknowledgement did not imply a deep familiarity among the three. It merely indicated his awareness of their existence. The two's voices were not loud, yet they reached the ears of the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother. Upon hearing their names mentioned, both turned their heads in curiosity. Their expressions shifted upon recognizing the ancestor of the River of Hades. What brings him here? The memory of 1,000 years past, when he had wielded his sword against Zhuan Ti, echoed in their minds, as did the incident from 2 centuries prior when he had vented his wrath upon Yuan Shi Tianzun, causing the other 2 of the 3 pure ones to flee back to Kunlun Mountain in disarray, sealing themselves away. This tale had spread throughout the vast wilderness, and they were well aware of it. Western Queen Mother, we must leave at once. He is a madman. We should not provoke him. The Eastern King reached for the Western Queen Mother. She, already harboring a disdain for him, felt even more repulsed at his attempt to grasp her hand. She sidestepped, evading his touch, and cast a glance at the ancestor of the River of Hades. Though she, too, feared him, at that moment, she found herself compelled to approach, with a gentle bite of her crimson lip. The Western Queen Mother advanced towards the ancestor of the River of Hades. Are you not afraid of the ancestor of the River of Hades? I shall go anyway. The Eastern King, witnessing her defiance, called out urgently, Western Queen Mother, what are you doing? Come back at once. Do not seek him out. The more he urged, the more resolute her steps became, as she coldly retorted, if you are afraid, then do not follow me. I am certainly not afraid. The Eastern King straightened his posture and countered. Chapter 19. The fearsome reputation of the River of Hades drives away the Eastern King. Though he spoke bravely, his eyes betrayed a hint of fear as they met those of the ancestor of the River of Hades. This moment did not go unnoticed by the Western Queen Mother, who smirked inwardly, further convinced that approaching the ancestor was the right decision. The Eastern King, observing her unwavering pace, felt a mix of urgency and trepidation regarding the ancestor of the River of Hades. He resorted to other words to bolster his courage. He even dared to strike a disciple of a sage. Surely, the Tao ancestor will not let him live. By approaching him, you are effectively cutting off your own path. However, his words bore little effect, only quickening the Western Queen Mother's stride. Cutting off my path? What path is that? Following you is the true dead end. As the Western Queen Mother pressed forward, the Eastern King's steps faltered. How could this be? I cherish you so deeply. Why can you not reciprocate? We are, after all, a match made in heaven. Watching the Western Queen Mother draw near to the ancestor of the River of Hades, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. What should I do? Should I go over or not? The Western Queen Mother, sensing his hesitation, felt her disdain for him deepen. You claim to like me, yet you lack the courage to approach. Arriving a short distance from the ancestor of the River of Hades, she inclined her body in a respectful bow. I am honored to meet you, ancestor of the River of Hades, and you, Taoist Mosquito. The ancestor of the River of Hades slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze upon her yet remaining silent. His silence prompted the Mosquito Taoist, as his subordinate, to likewise refrain from speaking, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Being scrutinized by 2 silent figures, devoid of any expression, left the Western Queen Mother feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet with the Eastern King not having followed, she spoke again. Might you both accompany me to Lingxiao Palace for a lecture? Upon her utterance, the ancestor of the river of Hades still offered no response. He merely cast a fleeting glance at her before departing in the direction of the gates of Lingxiao Palace. So, she intends to use me as a shield, the Western Queen Mother thought as she registered the ancestor's indifference. Despite her reputation as a renowned beauty in the wilderness, why did he not engage her in conversation? Was she not appealing enough? Watching the figures of the two retreat, she bit her lip and ultimately decided to follow. You may ignore me, but I shall persist in following you. The Eastern King observed this scene with a sense of familiarity. If the ancestor of the river of Hades disregards you, surely being with me is preferable to being with them. After all, the ancestor of the river of Hades had struck down Yuan Shi Tianzun. Was it truly necessary to be this cautious? Although the ancestor of the river of Hades had not acquiesced to the Western Queen Mother, the Eastern King had already begun to harbor resentment, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Noticing the gaze upon him, the ancestor of the river of Hades shot a sidelong glance. I have not wronged you. How dare you harbor a grudge against me? It seems another name has been added to the death list. However, I recall that the Eastern King ultimately met his demise. The cold gaze of the ancestor of the river of Hades frightened the Eastern King, causing him to quickly avert his eyes and focus on the Western Queen Mother. Although she trailed behind the ancestor, the distance between them remained significant. After contemplating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and made his way toward the Western Queen Mother. This distance still allowed for escape, even if the ancestor would strike. Furthermore, they were at Lingxiao Palace, where the Tao ancestor would, at the very least, not let him perish, one would hope. Still pursuing me? Truly relentless. The Western Queen Mother felt the Eastern King's approach, her brows knitting together in distaste, reaching an all-time high. The Eastern King, now standing just short of the ancestor of the river of Hades, bowed his head. I greet you, ancestor of the river of Hades, and you, Taoist mosquito. Might I join you too in your journey? As he spoke, his eyes flicked toward the Western Queen Mother, raising an eyebrow slightly, as if to say, see, I am not afraid. Yet before his words fully settled, the ancestor of the river of Hades let out a cold laugh. See yourself as worthy to accompany me. Get lost. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The Eastern King retorted, taken aback. What? You find it unacceptable? Or perhaps you aspire to meet the same fate as Yuan Shi Tianzun. The second statement from the ancestor of the river of Hades turned icy, his formidable aura pressing down upon the Eastern King. Though the Eastern King ultimately met his end, the ancestor of the river of Hades was unbothered by the prospect of hastening his departure. Ew. The Eastern King clenched his fists, turning to leave. Ancestor of the river of Hades, you have offended both Jin and Zhuan Ti and struck down the three pure ones. I do not believe you can survive. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he contemplated how to ensnare the ancestor of the river of Hades, with the ancestor of the river of Hades and the mosquito Taoist advancing ahead. The crowd parted respectfully. However, when they caught sight of the Western Queen Mother trailing behind, their expressions grew peculiar. That not the Western Queen Mother. Why is she with the ancestor of the river of Hades? What do you mean with? She's clearly following him. Could it be she has developed feelings for the ancestor? She has been shadowing him without complaint. But wait, is she not enamored with the Eastern King? How could she have turned her affections to the ancestor of the river of Hades? The ancestor of the river of Hades offered no response to their chatter, but the Western Queen Mother cast a cold glare in their direction, feeling a chill run down her spine. Are your eyes blind? When did I ever express an interest in the ancestor of the river of Hades? I am merely trying to evade the Eastern King's incessant advances. You lot, if you cannot speak wisely, do shut your mouths. Her frosty, furious gaze sent the onlookers scurrying to avert their eyes. It seems she is truly angered. Best not to provoke her, for offending the ancestor of the river of Hades could lead to dire consequences. The surroundings fell into silence. Yet moments later, the discussions resumed. If she does not fancy the ancestor, then why follow him? I suspect she still harbors feelings for him. Indeed, the ancestor of the river of Hades is quite the handsome figure in the wilderness. It is only natural for the Western Queen Mother to be attracted to him. Moreover, his prowess was unmatched throughout the vast wilderness, save for the Tao ancestor. The more they spoke, the more convinced they became that the Western Queen Mother had a fondness for the ancestor of the river of Hades. As the gossip spread, it did not take long for the news to circulate widely. What? The Western Queen Mother is pursuing the ancestor of the river of Hades. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. The Western Queen Mother and the ancestor of the river of Hades have become a couple. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan wore expressions of amusement, quickly succumbing to their curiosity. What is happening? What have we missed? Such a splendid affair. How could we possibly be left out? It is not merely them. Even the countenance of Nuwa, the revered figure of creation, displays astonishment as a fellow woman of the primordial era. She is well aware of the aloof nature of the Queen Mother of the West, who has remained untouched by the affections of the Eastern sovereign for millennia. Her union with the ancestor of the Underworld perplexes Nuwa greatly. Thoughts of the ancestor of the Underworld ignite a flicker of anger in Nuwa's eyes. It is because of him that I have suffered a significant loss of opportunity, hindering my cultivation for 200 years. Chapter 20. Prelude to the Battle of the Witch and the Demon. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the central figure, the ancestor of the Underworld, remains blissfully unaware. After all, none dare convey such words to him. Inciting his wrath would leave one bereft of solace. This moment, the ancestor of the Underworld stands before the grand entrance, awaiting with patience. As he arrives, the surrounding space clears instantaneously, and the chatter ceases. Not a single great Luo golden immortal dares to approach him with a greeting. Setting aside the ancestor of the Underworld, even the mosquito-like figure beside him radiates an aura that warns others to keep their distance. However, one dares to approach, the Queen Mother of the West, who stand a short distance from the ancestor of the Underworld, her beautiful eyes glancing in his direction as she attempts to engage him in conversation. Did you truly strike the primordial heavenly venerable? If my elder brother says he did, then indeed he did. There can be no falsehood in that. The mosquito-like figure interjects dismissively. Very well, she replies, feeling thwarted before the conversation could even commence. I have heard that you have acquired 7 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Of course, my elder brother brought them back, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. The mosquito-like figure continues, his gaze turning fierce as he fixates on the Queen Mother of the West. I ask you, what business do you have prying into this matter? Do you intend to seize the spiritual treasures for yourself? Not at all. I merely sought to inquire. The Queen Mother of the West responds with an awkward smile. Casting a glance at the ancestor of the Underworld, she refrains from further questioning. What business does this mosquito have inserting himself into our conversation? And why does the ancestor of the Underworld not take the initiative to speak? She muses inwardly as silence envelopes the gathering. 2 fireballs suddenly soar into the scene. The ancestor of the Underworld's ears twitch. He knows without looking that these fireballs belong to Di Juan and Dong Wang Tai. It is only they who make such an entrance. Shortly after their arrival, 2 enchanting figures appear, their beauty rivaling that of the Queen Mother of the West. This moment, the ancestor of the Underworld regards them with contemplation. Could it be Changshi and Shiha? According to subsequent events, these 2 wed Dong Wang Tai and Di Juan, becoming the demon queens, their status only slightly inferior to that of Nuwa. Nevertheless, ultimately, they meet their demise. Yet, what concern is it of his? As the ancestor of the Underworld's gaze falls upon them, the 2 women, sensing his presence, turn to meet his eyes, curiosity gleaming within them. Having heard of the ancestor of the Underworld's fearsome reputation, they now ponder if he is truly as terrifying as rumored. Among the crowd, Zhu Rong mutters upon seeing the newcomers. So, it is the feathered bird. He still harbors resentment from the last encounter with Dong Wang Tai, where he was injured. His words are barely audible, but in the absence of discussion, they reach Dong Wang Tai's ears directly. Instantly, Dong Wang Tai's expression darkens, a chilling glare emanating from him. He detests being referred to as a bird. Turning his icy gaze towards Zhu Rong, he bellows, Zhu Rong, are you seeking death? Do you think I have forgotten the incident from 200 years ago when I injured you? Shall I teach you a lesson once more to refresh your memory? What began as a mere whisper ignites Zhu Rong's fury as Dong Wang Tai brings up the injury that a figure renowned for his strength among the ancestral witches cannot endure such an affront. Feathered fowl, you are the one courting death. If not for the Chaos Bell, how could you have harmed me? Seeing Zhu Rong's indignation, Dongwang Tai sneers coldly. The Chaos Bell is my strength. If you possess the courage, find a treasure of your own, and we shall duel. Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temperament, erupts at this provocation, pointing an accusing finger at Dongwang Tai. You feathered fowl, let us compare our physical might. I shall pluck every feather from your body. Zhu Rong's outburst infuriates Dongwang Tai. You vex me. Today, I shall show you the consequences of your insolence. With that, he brandishes the Chaos Bell, preparing to launch an attack on Zhu Rong. I fear you not, Zhu Rong retorts, a cold smile gracing his lips as he readies himself for battle. Suddenly, a hand lands on Zhu Rong's shoulder, restraining him. Frowning, Zhu Rong glances back, irritation flashing in his eyes. Who dares to obstruct me at this moment? Upon seeing the figure behind him, Zhu Rong's expression shifts. Elder brother, why do you hold me back? I intend to teach this feathered fowl a lesson. The one restraining Zhu Rong is none other than Dejuan from the 12 ancestral witches at the same time. Dongwang Tai is also halted. Cease this at once, Dejuan commands, his tone sharp at Oh, you not realize where we are? Dare you cause a ruckus here? Dongwang Tai, pointing at Zhu Rong in anger, protests, Elder brother, he called us feathered birds. I cannot swallow this insult. Even in the sacred grounds of the sages, I must teach him a lesson. Dejuan narrows his eyes and replies quietly, I understand. I too cannot endure this insult, but now is not the time. What do you mean? Dongwang Tai asks, momentarily perplexed by Dejuan's words. The witch clan has proliferated excessively in recent years. It is time to cleanse them, Dejuan states, a cold glint flashing his eyes. You mean? Dongwang Tai gasps, delight illuminating his face as he hastily inquires. When shall we strike? 3,000 years after the Tao ancestor concludes his teachings. With that, Dejuan casts a glance at Zhu Rong and Daijing. The numbers of the witch clan have grown so bold as to challenge our demon clan. It is time for a reckoning. Noticing Dejuan's gaze, Daijing shoots a cold look back, snorting as he takes Zhu Rong away with him. Elder brother, why must you drag me away? I want him to know the might of our ancestral witches. Zhu Rong protests vehemently against his elder brother's intervention. Fear not. After 3,000 years, they shall know, Daijing replies slowly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhu Rong, perplexed, fails to grasp the full meaning. After 3,000 years, the entire witch clan will rally behind you, allowing them to witness our strength and discern who truly reigns supreme in the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong's eyes brighten with anticipation. If war breaks out, I shall be the first to charge forth and thrash Dongwang Tai. Observing the unfolding drama, the ancestor of the underworld raises an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, the clash between the 12 ancestral witches and Dejuan. The demon clan against the witch clan promises to be a magnificent spectacle. The mosquito-like figure beside him narrows his pupils, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Elder brother, do you imply that the demon and witch clan shall engage in battle? The ancestor of the underworld nods slightly. Soon, once Hongjun concludes his teachings, the two clans shall clash. However, Hongjun will undoubtedly intervene that I end the original narrative. Shortly after the two clans engage in conflict, Hongjun steps in, assigning them dominion over heaven and earth, temporarily quelling their fury. Truly worthy of being my elder brother. You can foresee such events. The mosquito-like figure admires, gazing at the ancestor of the underworld with reverence. Nearby, the Queen Mother of the West, having overheard the ancestor of the underworld's words, feels a spark of curiosity. Friend, how do you know that the two clans will engage in battle after the second lecture concludes? Chapter 21. Arrival of the Three Purities. The disdain of Jin and Junti. Though rumors of discord between the witch and demon clans have long circulated, how does the ancestor of the underworld so confidently assert that they will inevitably clash following the Tao ancestor's second lecture? And how does he know that Hongjun will intervene? Do you truly wish to know? The ancestor of the underworld gazes at the Queen Mother of the West, his tone even and unassuming. At his words, she nods eagerly, her eyes fixed upon him with anticipation. She is indeed curious about the source of his knowledge. Why should I reveal this to you? The ancestor of the underworld responds nonchalantly. Taken aback, the Queen Mother of the West wears a look of mild indignation, turning away from him, her heart silently huffing in protest. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I am not particularly interested in hearing your words. The venerable ancestor of the underworld, Mingi, squinted his eyes, paying no heed to the woman. As time progressed, many great Luo golden immortals began to arrive in succession. Over the course of a millennium, most had attained the mid-stage of Great Luo. Only a handful had broken through to the late stage of Great Luo, yet among them, two individuals surprised Mingi. The demon clans Dijuan and Dong Huang. To his astonishment, these brothers had reached the pinnacle of Great Luo. With the addition of the three pure ones, there were now 6 great Luo golden immortals at the peak in the primordial chaos. If summoned by thought alone, the 3 pure ones arrived on clouds, just as Mingi contemplated them. All eyes turned towards them, sparkling with awe. The 3 pure ones had come. Although they were aware of the rumors surrounding Yuanshi Tianzuan's defeat, none had witnessed it firsthand, and thus they regarded the 3 pure ones with utmost reverence. Even if it were true, none dared to voice their doubts, for their master was the Tao ancestor. Mingi's gaze scrutinized them, assessing their growth since 200 years prior. It had indeed improved, albeit insufficiently so. Ultimately, his attention settled on Laozi, the only one among the trio who emanated a more formidable presence. He could discern the strength of the 3 pure ones, while others could merely sense their overwhelming power. Eyes wide with astonishment, they regarded the 3 pure ones. Truly, they were formidable, born of Pangu's primordial essence. Their strength after a millennium was nothing short of terrifying. Perhaps only Mingi possessed the capacity to contend with them. As Mingi appraised them, Yuanshi Tianzuan sensed the scrutiny and turned his gaze towards Mingi. Upon recognizing him, an icy glimmer ignited in his eyes, an invisible aura of hostility radiating from him. Mingi chuckled lightly, a hint of provocation flickering in his gaze. "What is the matter, little Yuan? Did I not entertain you sufficiently before? Dare you glare at me? Shall I administer a few more slaps?" His words fell, and an incredulous silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes fixated on Mingi. Previously uncertain whether Yuanshi Tianzuan had indeed been struck, it now appeared to be true. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting as he subtly prepared to retaliate. "Brother, do you intend to act here? Do not forget what I said previously on Kunlun Mountain." Laozi's admonishing voice echoed, just as Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to make a move. "Humph." In response, Yuanshi Tianzuan huffed disdainfully, turning away as if he had seen nothing. Had it not been for Laozi's presence, he would have surely acted by now. What is happening? Why does Yuanshi Tianzuan refrain from acting? The surrounding great Luo golden immortals observed Yuanshi Tianzuan's provocation with disbelief. Is this truly Yuanshi Tianzuan? Even after being so openly challenged, he remains passive. Could the rumors be true? Has he been cowed by a slap? The murmurs of the crowd reached Yuanshi Tianzuan's ears, and he cast a frosty glance in their direction. The discussions abruptly halted, as none wished to offend Yuanshi Tianzuan. Mingi narrowed his eyes and called out to Yuanshi Tianzuan, "Little Yuan, have you become cowardly? Is it merely a few slaps? How about I stand here and we have another match? This time, I shall use my sword instead of my hands." Despite his taunts, Yuanshi Tianzuan remained unresponsive, eyes closed in silence, as if he heard nothing amiss. Observing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow arched slightly, his gaze flickering with unease. Alas, had I known this would lead to such a psychological shadow, I would have refrained from slapping him. Should I resort to using the Void Great Seal or switch to the Abijna, Yuanshi would undoubtedly become an even greater challenge. Logically, one would expect rage to surge after being slapped, yet Yuanshi Tianzuan maintained his composure. The eyes of the surrounding great Luo golden immortals darted between the two, and their fear of Mingi intensified. However, this did not diminish their desire to express their thoughts. Mingi is truly remarkable. A voice suddenly rang out. "Brother, it appears we have not arrived too late." Another voice chimed, "I-N-A-T this." All eyes turned, their expressions turning peculiar. They recognized the voice all too well, for it belonged to those who had wept within the Tao ancestors' grand hall. Soon, 2 bald figures emerged, followed by the tattered robes of Jin and Jundi. Esteemed friends, how delightful it is to see you arrive so promptly, Jane greeted, bowing and smiling. Yet his aura, now subtly potent, indicated he too had reached the pinnacle of great luo. Their actions were meant to convey that they had indeed attained this level, equaling the three pure ones. Upon sensing their aura, the crowd displayed astonishment. While it was comprehensible for the three pure ones and Mingi to break through to the pinnacle of great luo, for these two, who had previously only been mid-stage, to achieve such heights in merely a millennium was astounding. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the West paled in comparison to this place, being remarkably thin. Yet, under such conditions, Jane and Junti had managed to ascend, showcasing the extent of their innate talent. Mingi's gaze sharpened, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Though these two had reached the pinnacle, their true strength was still inferior to Yuanshi Tianzun's. The Taoist mosquito regarded Jane and Junti with disdain. The two bald figures approached Nuwa, smiling and clasping their hands. Sister, they called her sister, yet their faces betrayed little respect, as they considered themselves to be at the pinnacle, while Nuwa remained merely at the late stage. Had she not been accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor beforehand, they might not have even bothered with such formalities. They then turned to the three pure ones, bowing respectfully, esteemed brothers. This time, their tone bore a hint of deference, for Laozi, their elder brother, was present, and the three pure ones were now at the pinnacle of great luo, naturally commanding respect. Chapter 22. System. I choose three. The three pure ones regarded Junti with slight nods of acknowledgement, while Junti did not even deign to meet their gaze, merely glancing at them before looking away. Did a mere disciple think himself worthy to call them brothers? If they were not recognized disciples, they would not even deign to cast a glance in his direction. Confronted with the indifference of the three pure ones, a surge of mindless fury welled up within Junti. Even as a recognized disciple, he was still a pupil of the Tao ancestor. How could the three pure ones so brazenly disregard me? Though resentment simmered within, he maintained a facade of composure. For these were the three pure ones. Striking one would invite the ire of all three. The strength of the two of them was likely insufficient to contend with the three pure ones. While provoking the three pure ones was ill-advised, there was nothing to prevent him from targeting others. Junti's peripheral vision had already noted the presence of the ancestor of the Underworld River. His fury towards the three pure ones swiftly transferred to him. Turning, he approached the ancestor of the Underworld River alongside the Taoist of Guidance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he feigned amiability. Yet an oppressive aura emanated from him, as if exerting pressure upon the ancestor. The ancestor of the Underworld River, already at odds with these individuals, could rely solely on the mosquito Taoist for support, whose strength was merely that of a late-stage, great luo golden immortal, hardly a threat. Thus, it left only the ancestor of the Underworld River himself. Making matters considerably simpler, a millennium prior, he had brazenly seized the innate spiritual treasures belonging to the two brothers. Now that they had returned from their seclusion, they sought to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Not only their own innate treasures, but they intended to extract something from the ancestor of the Underworld River as well. As Junti and the Taoist of Guidance drew near, the ancestor of the Underworld River slightly narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as though he had been awaiting their arrival. It seemed the news of the primordial heavenly venerable's defeat had yet to reach the ears of these two bald men. Perhaps this was for the best. It spared him from worrying about them seeking retribution. Surrounding great luo golden immortals observed the approaching duo with peculiar expressions. The ancestor of the Underworld River had subdued the primordial heavenly venerable, who dared not respond. Yet, the Taoist of Guidance and Junti had the audacity to confront him. As they drew closer, the onlookers wore expressions eager for the unfolding drama. Previously, they had heard Bill boast about the ancestor's prowess. Now, they were about to witness someone test his strength. If only they had some small stools. They would have long since settled down to enjoy the spectacle with sunflower seeds, the Taoist of Guidance, walking ahead, acutely sensed the unusual demeanor of those around them. Junior brother, do you not feel that the expressions of those around us are rather strange? Junti furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Soon, he relaxed, dismissing the matter with a disdainful smile. What's so strange about it? They are merely watching as the ancestor of the Underworld River is about to be dealt with by us brothers. Could it be they wish to see us receive a beating? Ridiculous. The two brothers were now at the pinnacle of great Luo, golden immortal, and aside from the three pure ones, they feared no one. Of course, their master was an exception. After all, he was the strongest in the primordial chaos. Nodding slightly, the Taoist of guidance chose not to elaborate further. Though he still sensed something amiss, he could only rationalize it this way. With two peak, great Luo, golden immortals present, it was unlikely they had come to be chastised by the ancestor of the Underworld River. Virginie's gaze returned to the ancestor of the Underworld River, and he let out a cold snort. Humph. Let us set aside this matter for now and reclaim the two innate treasures that the ancestor previously stole that a millennium ago. You dared to take our innate treasures. Now you shall learn what regret truly means. That an O1 will come to your rescue today. Ancestor of the Underworld River, mark my words. Approaching the ancestor's side, a glint of cold light flickered in Junti's eyes. Ancestor of the Underworld River, our strength is now at its peak. Be wise and return the two innate treasures you previously took from us. I recall you possess two swords as well, which are also innate treasures. I will not ask for anything more. Simply return them. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to act. The ancestor of the Underworld River remained silent, his gaze calm as he regarded Junti, who had already begun to flex his wrists. This display ignited excitement among the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Are they about to make a move? The primordial heavenly venerable recalled the moment he was struck by the ancestor and felt a sting of embarrassment wash over him. The changes in the expressions of the surrounding great Luo golden immortals caused the Taoist of guidance to furrow his brows slightly. Why did these individuals appear so exhilarated? Were they truly intending to chastise the ancestor of the Underworld River? That seemed unlikely. They had shown excitement previously. Why then did the ancestor now raise his hand? While he pondered this, impatience flickered in the ancestor of the Underworld River's eyes. That I say, I've already warmed up. Why have you yet to make your move? The Taoist of guidance was momentarily taken aback. We have yet to act. Why are you in such a hurry? In the next moment, the ancestor's expression darkened. Growing icy, I will grant you a moment to gather your wits. If you do not act, then I shall strike first. Taoist guidance had yet to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Are we not here to cause trouble for the ancestor? Why does it seem as if he is the one seeking trouble with us? Was it due to the confidence gained from wounding Junti a millennium ago? Junti let out a cold laugh, golden light flickering in his hands. Since you were so eager to seek death, I shall oblige. He had no intention of allowing the ancestor to prattle on. Today, he would ensure that the ancestor would not dare to meet his gaze again, making him take a detour whenever he encountered him in the future. The surrounding great Luo golden immortals observed Junti preparing to strike, their faces adorned with mockery. It appeared they were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Indeed, had they known, they would not have acted so arrogantly. That moment, a voice from the system echoed within the ancestor of the Underworld River's mind. Ding! The second lecture of Hongjun is about to commence. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1. Refuse to engage and return to the Blood Sea. Option 2. Engage and teach a lesson to the Taoist of guidance and Junti before returning to the Blood Sea. Option 3. Furiously slap the Taoist of guidance and Junti until they resemble pig heads. Without hesitation, the ancestor of the Underworld River chose the third option. The first and second were out of the question. While he held grievances against Hongjun, one must still heed the teachings as for the third. It was far too simple. Silently, he declared to the system, I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice. Reward. Location of the 3 immortal islands in the East Sea and 1 supreme innate treasure. Hiss. The ancestor of the Underworld River inhaled sharply. Setting aside the supreme innate treasure, the mere location of the 3 immortal islands was enough for him to beat them into pig heads. Observing the ancestor's sharp intake of breath, the Taoist of guidance mistook it for fear, regarding him with disdain. Now you know feared, I shall grant you 1 chance. Surrender all your treasures, and this matter will be forgotten. You will remain my friend Junti. and you are always welcome to visit the West. Chapter 23. Pig-headed Junti, upon hearing his shameless words, the ancestor of the Underworld River snapped back from his delight at the location of the three immortal islands. His gaze turned icy. Visit you? Who would want to be friends with you? What gives you the right to associate with me? The ancestor's words rendered the faces of the Taoist of Guidance and Juni ashen. Their eyes bloodshot with rage. They had already offered the ancestor a way out, yet he showed such blatant disrespect, insulting them before so many witnesses. Brother, let us teach this ancestor a lesson. He truly does not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Agreed. The Taoist of Guidance and Junti clasped their hands together, a radiant golden light emanating from their bodies. Suddenly, two colossal hands appeared from the chaos, glowing with golden light, and hurled towards the ancestor of the Underworld River. Witnessing this, the mosquito Taoist's eyes gleamed with ferocity, a murderous intent radiating from him. These two bald men dared to strike at his elder brother. They truly had no sense of propriety. Seizing the moment, he charged at the Taoist of Guidance. Did they think there was no one by the side of his elder brother? How audacious! Watch as I, the mosquito Taoist, drain you dry. Both Junti and the Taoist of Guidance regarded the mosquito Taoist with scornful smiles. Just a late-stage great Luo golden immortal. He is truly courting death. Their eyes turned back to the ancestor of the Underworld River, cold light flickering in their gazes. Both unleashed their strongest attacks, aiming to severely injure the ancestor. The Tefagata's divine palm. The ancestor of the Underworld River regarded the colossal palms with a sense of familiarity, as the two massive hands bore down upon him. His gaze remained fixed on the golden palms, appearing almost dazed. Boom! The colossal palms struck the ancestor of the Underworld River, sending shock waves rippling outward. The surrounding great Luo golden immortals quickly activated their powers to defend against the blast. The Taoist of Guidance and Junti had initially feared the ancestor might evade the blow. However, he merely stood there, showing no inclination to dodge, a sneer gracing his lips. I ask this it. You, ancestor of the Underworld River, dare to claim you are a peak great Luo golden immortal. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, a mocking voice emerged from the dust and debris. Are you too capable of anything? With such meager strength, you have the audacity to call yourselves disciples of Hongjun. As I gazed upon the expanse of a millennium, it seemed that you all had devoted your cultivation to the form of a dog. As the swirling dust settled, a malevolent aura surged forth, piercing the chaotic heavens above, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a crimson hue, resembling a tide of blood. Moreover, this ominous presence began to spread, intent on engulfing the entire Lingxiao Palace of Chaos. The onlookers were left astounded, rendered speechless as they witnessed the ancestor of the Underworld River remain unscathed by the two assailants. Such overwhelming power! The three pure ones were no match, and even Jane had failed to inflict any harm upon him. It seemed that, apart from the Tao ancestor, none could stand against him. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. However, the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan furrowed their brows, for it was quite normal for the ancestor of the Underworld River to emanate such a fierce and malevolent aura, given his dwelling in the Sea of Blood. Yet, the very essence of his malevolence felt strikingly familiar to the 12 ancestors, akin to their own. Could it be that the ancestor of the Underworld River was also born of Pangu's essence, merely having fallen into the Sea of Blood? After some contemplation, the 12 ancestors deemed this impossible. How could the ancestor of the Underworld River be a manifestation of Pangu's essence? Otherwise, they would have sensed it long ago. Among the great Luo golden immortals present, the most astonished were Jean and Juni, the two bald sages. The palm strike they had unleashed, regardless of their own strength, was beyond the endurance of an ordinary peak great Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, they had attacked in unison. Yet the ancestor of the Underworld River stood there as if untouched. Not only did he remain unscathed, but even the Western mother behind him was unaffected. How could this be? How is it that you remain unharmed? This is inconceivable. Jean and Junti stared incredulously at the ancestor of the Underworld River, disbelief etched upon their faces. He is my elder brother. What is impossible about that? At this moment, the mosquito Taoist had already flown over, launching a fierce assault upon Jin. The ancestor of the Underworld River offered a slight smile, though it was a smile that seemed anything but benevolent. Indeed, what is impossible is that you two are simply too weak. In the midst of their astonishment, the figure of the ancestor of the Underworld River vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Junyi. His hand raised high. Slap. The sound of a crisp slap resonated throughout the entire Lingxiao Palace of Chaos. "How dare you strike me?" Jane exclaimed, clutching his left cheek in outrage. Slap. The ancestor of the Underworld River offered no reply, merely responding with another slap. "Why would I not dare?" The assembled great Luo golden immortals looked on as Junyi was struck, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction swelling within them. Of course, not everyone shared this sentiment. Some wore expressions of dismay, particularly Yuanshi, Tian'an. The sound of the slap felt as though it had landed upon their own faces. Pain, such excruciating pain. Junyi was momentarily dazed by the sudden slap from the ancestor of the Underworld River. Being publicly humiliated in such a manner was more unbearable than death itself. Regaining his composure, his eyes glinted with a chilling light as he gathered his power into his palms. Underworld River. "You dare to insult me?" Upon uttering these words, the ancestor of the Underworld River's void seal hand struck again, instantly dissipating his gathered power. "I do indeed insult you. Come, bite me." Slap. After all, this was a supreme divine ability. And with that slap, Junyi's face began to redden. "You." Slap. Before Junyi could articulate his thoughts, the ancestor of the Underworld River retaliated with another slap. "You what? Who do you think you are to speak with me? Since you haven't uttered a word, let me give you a slap. Underworld River, you go too far." Slap. Slap. 7 consecutive slaps left Junyi's face swollen. Jane was left dazed, stumbling backward as he pointed an accusatory finger at the ancestor of the Underworld River. "Underworld River, my junior brother is a registered disciple of Hongjun. How dare you strike me?" Slap. Slap. 17 slaps landed upon Junyi's face, causing his head to swell considerably, although he was still some distance from resembling a pig's head. Now, Junyi found himself unable to retaliate or escape, forced to endure the relentless slaps from the ancestor of the Underworld River. At this point, Junyi fell silent, truly frightened by the beating he had received. Moments later, the ancestor of the Underworld River delivered yet another slap. Slap. "Who the hell told you to remain silent? Speak." Junyi was on the verge of tears, questioning why he was being struck for his silence. Could he not just hit Jane instead? Seeing that Junyi still did not speak, the ancestor of the Underworld River entered a frenzy of slapping, grumbling to Junyi, "Damn, your skin is really thick. If it weren't for the system urging me to slap you, I would have simply drawn my sword to cut you instead. How quick that would be. Just a few slashes followed by some slaps, and it wouldn't take long before you'd be swollen." Observing that the ancestor of the Underworld River showed no signs of ceasing, Jane was infuriated. "If it weren't if you were to utter those words now, I would not hesitate to strike you down with my sword." However, the venerable ancestor of the Underworld River is presently unconcerned with the fluctuations in the expression of the guide. He is intent on discovering the true nature of this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. As his divine consciousness penetrated into the storage bag, the ancestor of the Underworld River's pupils constricted and his body trembled. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! It is indeed that. Even upon obtaining the essence of Pangu, the ancestor of the Underworld River had never felt such exhilaration. Yet his tremors, perceived by the guide, conveyed an entirely different narrative. It seems my conjectures were not amiss. The ancestor of the Underworld River has indeed reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, in terms of strength, he is likely still lingering within the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He harbored a cold smile within. The mosquito Taoist had already returned to the side of the ancestor of the Underworld River. Regarding the two with disdain, "What utter rubbish, to be reduced to a pig's head by my elder brother. Do not dare to claim you are the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, for you bring shame upon my brother." The guide, pulling the enraged Junyi, departed from his place. Ancestor of the Underworld River, standing nearby, the Queen Mother of the West, observing the ancestor's fervent demeanor, could not help but exclaim softly, What delightful discovery has he made to provoke such excitement? He appears utterly transformed from the ancestor of the Underworld River I encountered previously. The ancestor of the Underworld River regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing, merely recalling an amusing matter. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing his words, could not suppress their urge to roll their eyes. Amusing matters, indeed. What could possibly warrant such a reaction? The ancestor of the Underworld River paid no mind to their expressions. After all, the supreme, innate spiritual treasure he had acquired was none other than the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. In the narrative of the Primordial Chaos, the master of this 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus is the demon ancestor Luo. However, after the battle with Hong Jun, this supreme innate spiritual treasure vanished without a trace, only to unexpectedly be rewarded to him by the system. Coupled with the infernal fire red lotus he already possessed, he now held 2 lotus platforms in his hands. Could he possibly tread upon both? If Hong Jun were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be left agape. With a thought, he drew the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus into his primordial spirit. This treasure effectively granted him an intangible layer of protection. Within the primordial spirit of the ancestor of the Underworld River, another lotus platform lay, that being the 12th grade Infernal Fire Red Lotus. When the 2 lotus platforms met, they remained motionless, simply resting within the ancestor's primordial spirit as he gazed upon them in tranquility. It was not until the doors of the Lingxiao Palace swung open, accompanied by the voices of 2 Taoist children, that the ancestor of the Underworld River turned around. Esteemed guests, please enter the Lingxiao Palace to listen. The 2 Taoist children had not changed in the 4,000 years since. The ancestor of the Underworld River greeted them with a smile and stepped inside. The seating arrangements were already predetermined, and he felt no urgency as long as he arrived before the lecture began. Should anyone dare to usurp his seat, a single encounter would certainly result in their transformation into a pig's head. As the ancestor of the Underworld River entered, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. He proceeded to the first mat and seated himself. Behind him, the Queen Mother of the West and the Mosquito Taoist took their places. What is your purpose in following my elder brother? The Mosquito Taoist's blunt inquiry caused the Queen Mother of the West to change countenance slightly, and she replied softly, I humbly believe my cultivation is inferior to that of the ancestor of the Underworld River, and thus I wish to learn from both of you. Chapter 25. Hong Jun's second lecture. Upon hearing this, the Mosquito Taoist nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed upon it. Oh, dare come so close to my elder brother. Should you attempt any wrongdoing, I shall be the first to eliminate you. With the Queen Mother of the West seated behind the ancestor of the Underworld River, the expression of Dong Wang Gong turned a shade of green. He had been following closely behind the Queen Mother of the West in hopes of finding an opportunity to approach her. Yet, to his dismay, she had chosen to sit directly behind the ancestor of the Underworld River. Rendering him unable to draw near, he cast a cold glare at the ancestor of the Underworld River. Underworld River, should you steal my woman, I will ensure you are unable to survive in the primordial chaos. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, and the door behind them was closed by the Taoist children. The murmurs of the crowd ceased instantaneously. That on the lotus platform, the figure of Hong Jun materialized, bowing before the master, Tao ancestor. The crowd respectfully paid their homage to Hong Jun, exclaiming. Hong Jun nodded slightly, raising his hand to signal the assembly to rise. His gaze swept across the 6 individuals before him, and upon noticing the guide's slightly swollen face, his brow furrowed, though he chose not to comment. When his eyes fell upon Yuhua, his frown deepened further. His gaze then shifted to the Sanqing, at which point he merely nodded. Finally, his attention settled upon the ancestor of the Underworld River. As he regarded him, the Sanqing's hands instinctively began to form seals. How strange! Why has his destiny become even more obscure? Previously, he could still discern the fate of the ancestor of the Underworld River. Although the matter of sitting on the mat had surprised him, it was still calculable. Yet now, the ancestor of the Underworld River's fate had transformed from a mere fog into a vast ocean, obstructing his sight. How has the Underworld River managed to conceal his destiny? The more elusive it became, the more determined he was to unravel it. Hiss! Hong Jun took a deep breath and withdrew his hand. After all, the more he calculated, the more absurd it seemed, as if he were tracing the fate of Pangu. Redirecting his gaze downward towards the assembly, he announced, "Today marks the second lecture, which will last for 3,000 years. I hope all of you will listen attentively." Upon hearing this, everyone straightened their posture, focusing intently on Hong Jun. The great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, yet ultimately, there are only 3 methods to attain sanctification. The first is through the laws of the Tao. The second is by severing the 3 corpses, and the third is through the merit of virtue. Among these, the path of law is defined by your mastery of specific laws, should you reach the pinnacle. It is deemed a successful attainment of the Tao. The great Pangu himself sought to attain the Tao through sheer force. Yet regrettably, due to the 3,000 deities and demons, he was unable to succeed. The assembly gasped with a mixture of regret and astonishment at this revelation. The great Pangu chose to pursue the Tao through force. Had he succeeded, the position of the first saint would have been his, unassailable by anyone. After a brief pause, Hong Jun resumed speaking. The second method is to sever the 3 corpses. Every person harbors the 3 corpses of good, evil, and obsession. By severing these 3 corpses, one may reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint, and thereafter unify the 3 corpses to ascend to the rank of saint. As these words were spoken, the assembly collectively inhaled sharply. Compared to the first method, the second is significantly simpler. However, how does one sever the 3 corpses? As these thoughts raced through their minds, the primordial beginning celestial venerable inquired, "Master, how does one sever the 3 corpses?" His desire for sanctification surpassed that of the others, primarily due to the influence of the ancestor of the Underworld river. In response to the primordial beginning celestial venerable's inquiry, Hong Jun provided a detailed explanation. The most essential tool for severing the 3 corpses is, of course, a treasured artifact. One must utilize a treasured artifact to accomplish this task. In simpler terms, the higher the quality of your treasured artifact, the stronger the 3 corpses will be. As for the location of the 3 corpses, they reside within your own body. I need not elaborate further on that. The crowd exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension. Oh, that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai, he could not help but smile. The chaos bell in his possession could be deemed a primordial supreme treasure. Among these individuals, how many possessed such a treasure? This implies that should he successfully sever the corpses, he would become the strongest saint. The ancestor of the Underworld river narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. If he were to pursue the Tao through the laws, it would undoubtedly take time, as the Underworld river encompasses the killing of heaven, earth, and all beings, in terms of severing the 3 corpses. He possessed no primordial supreme treasure. The closest he had was merely a gourd bracelet. The ancestor of the Underworld river glanced down at the gourd in his hand. However, the best option remains the chaos supreme treasure, of which he unfortunately has none today. As for the final method of merit, in the original narrative, the ancestor of the Underworld river had already achieved perfect merit, but had yet to attain the status of saint, solely due to the absence of the primordial purple energy. Perhaps sensing this, Niwa posed a question to Hong Jun, "Master, how does one achieve the final method of merit?" Hong Jun turned to Niwa and spoke slowly. The path of merit is, in comparison to the previous 2 methods, the simplest, yet its difficulty is not to be underestimated, akin to the path of force. The only requirement for the path of merit is the merit of heaven and earth. Once one achieves perfect merit, they may directly ascend from quasi-saint to saint, even if they are merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint. The eyes of the assembly brightened, and all turned their attention to the final path of merit. The merit of heaven and earth. Hua murmured to herself, her gaze directed towards the ancestor of the Mingi River. She harbored a persistent feeling that her path to sanctification was intertwined with that of the ancestor. The ancestor, sensing her scrutiny, turned his head to meet her gaze. Observing the contemplative expression on Enhua's face, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly, she was a person of great destiny, capable of contemplating matters that reached beyond her." Indeed, the very essence required for her ascension to sanctity lay within his grasp, the vine of the chaotic gourd. Daozu, if one were to achieve sanctification through merits, at that moment, the East King, who had hitherto remained inconspicuous, finally spoke up. He believed that the final method must be the most effective and the simplest path to sanctification. As he uttered these words, all eyes turned towards him, as if regarding a fool. Surely he must be mistaken. If Daozu knew how to attain sanctification through merits, he would have done so long ago, rather than resorting to the severing of 3 corpses, feeling the weight of the collective gaze. The East King froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Had he misspoken? The West Queen averted her gaze, her thoughts reflecting her previous oversight in not recognizing the East King's foolishness. Thankfully, she had not accompanied him, or her face would have been marred with shame. Hong Jun spoke calmly, stating, I, too, am unaware of a method for attaining sanctification through merits. It wholly relies on individual comprehension that I have already expounded upon the 3 pathways to sanctification. And now I shall commence the teachings on the path to quasi-sanctity. Without granting the crowd a moment to react, Hong Jun began his discourse. The East King wished to interject, but upon noticing the surrounding individuals had closed their eyes to absorb the teachings, he hastily took a seat. Though the path to sanctification is of great significance, the path to quasi-sanctity undoubtedly takes precedence. As Hong Jun delivered his teachings, myriad principles of the great Tao swirled around the 6 individuals. This could be deemed the advantage of their 6 meditation mats. Moreover, numerous principles of the great Tao radiated from them, bestowing a semblance of illumination upon those who followed in their wake. Among them, the West Queen benefited the most. Had she not sought the ancestor of the Mingyi River, she might still be grappling with the elusive principles of the great Tao alongside the East King. 2 millennia later, as Hong Jun concluded his teachings, his eyes opened, piercing through the chaos to gaze upon the primordial wilderness. With a sharp admonition, he declared, Bold creature, how dare you eavesdrop on the supreme great Tao? Suddenly forming a hand seal, a piercing scream echoed in the ears of the assembly. Eavesdropping? Could it be the 6-eared macaque? The ancestor of the Mingyi River raised an eyebrow, that he recalled a tale from the primordial wilderness, wherein the 6-eared macaque had once eavesdropped here. T.O. dare eavesdrop on the supreme great Tao. Had it not been for the presence of benevolent intent, you would surely face obliteration today. However, for your transgression, a price must be paid. With that, Hong Jun raised his hand and pointed gently into the distance that a brilliant divine light shot forth, soaring through the chaos and piercing into the primordial wilderness. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd could not suppress their astonishment. Such was the power of a saint, capable of transcending the chaos. At this moment, the ancestor of the Mingyi River opened his eyes, casting his gaze afar. Even from such a distance, to overhear the Tao, this 6-eared macaque indeed possessed an extraordinary talent for eavesdropping. Should they encounter him, perhaps he could be recruited in terms of eavesdropping. He alone seemed to dominate the primordial wilderness. Thus, no matter the affairs within, none could escape his ears. After completing his demonstration, Hong Jun resumed his teachings. The assembly hastily adjusted their focus, attentively absorbing the wisdom imparted a millennium later. Hong Jun's teachings drew to a close. The listeners, enraptured, were abruptly pulled from the depths of the great Tao, their eyes glimmering with a hint of lament. Just as they were reveling in the experience, it had come to an unexpected halt. How could they endure such a disruption? Upon the conclusion of this session, the next would be the path to sanctification. The mere mention of the path to sanctification ignited excitement within the hearts of the crowd, even with a millennium yet to wait. They bowed respectfully to their master, Daozu, the great Luo golden immortals demonstrating their reverence towards Hong Jun, eagerly awaiting his dismissal. However, after a prolonged silence, Hong Jun remained still. Fear not, for I have an announcement to make. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with anticipation. The last time a session concluded with the acceptance of disciples. Could it be that this time 6 disciples would be chosen, even if no disciples were to be accepted? Bestowing some innate spiritual treasures would suffice. Unbeknownst to Hong Jun, the thoughts swirling within the crowd led him to speak slowly. In light of the current turmoil in the primordial wilderness, I have decided to appoint 2 individuals to oversee the myriad immortals. At this pronouncement, all expressions froze in astonishment, yet only for an instant. Soon, the great Luo golden immortals straightened their postures, eagerly gazing at Hong Jun. However, upon glancing at the 6 individuals before him, their hopes began to wane. To appoint two individuals surely indicated the selection of his own disciples. Was this not obvious? The old one of the three pure ones, alongside the ancestor of the Mingi River, as for Enwa and Jean. They were not even considered. Jean, having been pummeled into a pig's head by the ancestor of the Mingi River, would hardly comply with his governance, though Enwa was a disciple of Daozu. She remained a member of the demon race. To place her in charge of the myriad immortals would effectively allow the demon race to dominate the primordial wilderness. How could the witch race acquiesce to that? Thus, they believed only the ancestor of the Mingi River and the Old One were suitable for the task, as they were the strongest among them and would surely command respect. Just as everyone expected the selection of the ancestor of the Mingi River and the Old One. Hongjun's words left them astounded. East King, West Queen. The assembly was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had they not anticipated the ancestor's choice? How had it come to be the East King and West Queen? Upon hearing Daozu address him, the East King swiftly rose to pay his respects, followed closely by the West Queen, who bowed reverently. Daozu. Hongjun nodded slightly, stating, "You two are manifestations of the utmost yin and yang energies. It is most fitting for you to lead the myriad immortals. Henceforth, you two shall govern the primordial wilderness." What? The East King and West Queen stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Not only they, but the surrounding great Luo golden immortals also believed they must have misheard. The two of them, leaders of the myriad immortals? Had they truly heard correctly? In a moment of distraction, they had stumbled upon such a monumental event. Furthermore, their strength only positioned them as late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals. Why not choose a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal instead? Though they thought this in their hearts. Not a single person dared to voice any dissatisfaction, for Daozu remained present. Had it been anyone else, they would have unleashed their grievances that, there's no sense in your head, to appoint a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal as the leader of the myriad immortals. Once the East King regained his composure, a surge of exhilaration crossed his face, though internally, he was even more ecstatic. Only under Daozu's presence did he refrain from expressing it overtly to be the leader of the myriad immortals. Even if merely among the male immortals, was still a position of great significance. The West Queen, too, felt a swell of excitement, her joy evident upon her countenance. The East King and West Queen hastily knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daozu." Such a title as leader of the myriad immortals signified a profound shift in their status. How could they not be elated? The onlookers regarded the East King and West Queen with a mix of envy and resentment. A late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal ascending to the role of leader among the myriad immortals. Were they not equally deserving? Why had they not been chosen? The ancestor of the Mingi River observed the two with a hint of disdain. Truly a pair of fools, thinking that the role of leader among the myriad immortals is so easily attained. They fail to consider that the witch and demon races currently dominate the scene. Would they heed your authority? Even without considering the two races, the demon race alone could easily subdue you. Although initially, the myriad immortals might show you some respect, should you overstep into the domains of the witch and demon races. You would find them indifferent to your commands. The East King was an example of this, as he found himself facing the wrath of the Eastern Emperor Tai, who dealt him a fatal blow. The ancestor of the Mingi River cast a glance at the East King, chuckling softly. Enjoy your moment, for you do not have many years left. This moment. The East King remained enraptured by the joy of being the leader among the myriad immortals. This meant that aside from Hongjun, all present would be obliged to heed his commands. Just as he reveled in this thought, Hongjun called out, "East King." Snapping back to reality, the East King hurriedly bowed to Hongjun, exclaiming, "Daozu." Hongjun nodded slightly, producing a treasure from his hand. This item is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, known as the Nine-Dragon Golden Staff. It has accompanied me for many years, and today I bestow it upon you to lead the male immortals in the future. Suddenly, the Nine Dragons' golden staff transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, soaring before the Eastern King, where it hovered quietly. The Eastern King inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as he gazed at the Nine Dragons' golden staff. His breath quickening, an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure, Now, the Eastern King also possessed an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Cautiously accepting the Nine Dragons' golden staff, he respectfully bowed to Hongjun. Thank you, Daozu. Chapter 27. The pride of the Eastern King delicately caressed the Nine Dragons' golden staff. Unable to conceal the excitement gleaming in his eyes that a spiritual treasure of such caliber, having accompanied the Daozu for countless years, was undeniably formidable. With this exquisite innate spiritual treasure in his possession, did he still need to fear the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Did he still need to fear the river of Hades? The Eastern King envisioned himself as the leader of all immortals, contemplating how to govern the vast wilderness. The other great Luo Golden Immortals observed the Nine Dragons' golden staff in his grasp, their eyes filled with envy. Among these great Luo Golden Immortals, at least half lacked innate spiritual treasures. Most possessed only postnatal treasures, let alone exquisite innate spiritual treasures. How could they not feel envious? As the great Luo Golden Immortals gazed enviously, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Deep in thought, Daozu had indeed made a grand gesture by bestowing an exquisite innate spiritual treasure upon the Eastern King. Although he possessed an exquisite innate spiritual treasure himself, this direct grant to the Eastern King alerted his keen senses to certain issues. Why did Daozu choose to confer such power upon the Eastern King? Could it be due to the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans? After pondering for a moment, Emperor Jun found no satisfactory answer. Everything was too vague. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that he chose to set his mind at ease and not dwell on it. In contrast, Dong Wangtai's thoughts were considerably simpler. Casting a dissatisfied glance at the Eastern King, he pondered why the Eastern King should be allowed to become the leader of all male immortals in the wilderness, solely based on being a late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal. You may govern elsewhere, but if you dare to meddle with the Demon Clan, I shall incinerate you. After a fleeting glance at the Eastern King, Dong Wangtai withdrew his gaze. This was, after all, the Daozu's sacred ground, and he refrained from acting out. The ancestor of the river of Hades gazed at the Nine Dragons' golden staff, his eyes gleaming with fervor. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, second only to the gourd bracelet. Were it merely an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, he might not have bothered to glance at it. But this artifact approached the level of a primordial treasure. It seemed he must find an opportunity to acquire it for himself. The ancestor of the river of Hades thought to himself, already envisioning the Nine Dragons' golden staff as his own. After all, in the end, the Eastern King would meet his demise, and this treasure would remain in his possession for a time. That moment, Hongjun looked at the Western Queen Mother and spoke softly, Daozu. The Western Queen Mother hurriedly responded with a bow, her heart racing. Since you are to govern the female immortals of the wilderness, a treasure is naturally indispensable. This item is also an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, known as the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner. As he spoke, the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner flew before the Western Queen Mother. Upon realizing it was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, she quickly bowed and accepted the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner. Thank you, Daozu. The ancestor of the river of Hades' eyes flickered as he regarded the Western Cloud Realm Pure Color Banner in her hands. This was transformed from the leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus, which itself was a primordial treasure. Its leaf. Its power was not inferior to that of the Nine Dragons' golden staff. After conveying his instructions, Hongjun spoke again. The second sermon concludes, Return in 1,000 years. As his words fell, the figures of the great Luo Golden Immortals departed from the Chaos Lingxiao Palace and emerged into the outside world. Just like before, upon their exit, the Lingxiao Palace vanished from sight. The cold gaze of the primordial heavenly venerable fell upon the ancestor of the river of Hades for a moment before he departed with Laozi and Tongtun. He feared that if he lingered for even a second longer, he might be unable to restrain himself from confronting the ancestor of the river of Hades. Xiao Yuan, why did you leave? The ancestor of the river of Hades attempted to stop him, hoping to engage in a battle. But the primordial heavenly venerable departed too swiftly. By the time he uttered those words, they had already left the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. After the departure of the three pure ones, The duo of Jin and Junti also refrained from troubling the ancestor of the River of Hades. Before leaving, they exchanged a meaningful glance with him and then departed. Their gaze seemed to convey, "I already know your secret. Just wait. I ask it that you're frightened? Why has everyone left?" The great Luo golden immortals observed the retreating figures of the three pure ones and Jin and Junti, their expressions turning peculiar. Seeing that no spectacle was forthcoming, the great Luo golden immortals also opted to depart. However, one individual approached the ancestor of the River of Hades. This individual was the Eastern King, who, clutching the 9 dragons' golden staff, could hardly contain his excitement. Approaching the Western Queen Mother, he disregarded her disdainful gaze and softly said, "Western Queen Mother, we shall henceforth be the leaders of all male and female immortals in the wilderness. Would you be willing to return together with the 9 dragons' golden staff, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, coupled with his identity as the leader of all male immortals?" He felt utterly unafraid of the ancestor of the River of Hades. As for the ancestor of the River of Hades, he chose to ignore him entirely. "We are not headed the same way," the Western Queen Mother replied coldly. "It matters not. I can first escort you back to Kunlun Mountain and then return to Donghuang Mountain." The Eastern King maintained his smile. After all, they would both be leaders of the immortals. Was it inappropriate for them to be together? It was simply a perfect match. They were indeed a pair. Thus, offering her a ride home was entirely reasonable. "I refuse," the Western Queen Mother responded with a frosty demeanor. "How bothersome. I have already made my refusal abundantly clear, yet you still seek me out. Must I resort to harsh words to make you leave?" The Eastern King's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure, speaking in a gentle tone that we are meant to be together. "Why do you reject me so? Moreover, we are to be the leaders of all immortals, a match made in heaven. Only you and I are destined to be together." As he spoke, the Eastern King displayed an expression of utmost sincerity. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor of the River of Hades nearly burst into laughter. "Huh, a match made in heaven. One resides in the east, the other in the west. You are near death, yet still think of the Western Queen Mother? With this time, perhaps you should consider how to save your own life." Hearing the ancestor of the River of Hades' mockery, the Eastern King's expression darkened. He was no longer the same as before. In the past, he might have refrained from retorting when ridiculed by the ancestor of the River of Hades. However, now he was the leader of all immortals. Who dared to mock him? Whirling around to glare at the ancestor of the River of Hades, he exclaimed, "River of Hades, why do you laugh?" The ancestor of the River of Hades ceased smiling, his gaze sharpening with coldness. "What? Am I not allowed to laugh?" His words caused the Eastern King's expression to stiffen. It was an utter affront. If he could disregard him, that was one thing, but to show such disrespect to Daozu was intolerable. The ancestor of the River of Hades sneered disdainfully. He did not care to pursue women here. But if one dared to provoke him, even if you were conferred by Hongjun, he would ensure you suffered. He held no fear of Hongjun. Even when Jin and Junti were beaten to a pulp, he had not intervened. Even if he were to reduce the Eastern King to a mere caricature, he would not intervene as long as he chose not to. "Old man, I do not care whether you will or will not. If you provoke me, you will comply regardless." The Eastern King's body suddenly trembled, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. Yet emboldened by the 9 dragons' golden staff in his grasp, he straightened his posture and rebuked. "River of Hades, I am the male immortal appointed by Daozu. Do you dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Chapter 28. The battle between the demon sovereign and the 12 ancestral witches. Are you not formidable? River of Hades, daring to strike Jin and Junti. Come, try striking me and see if Hongjun will intervene. This thought remained unspoken. Otherwise, the ancestor of the River of Hades might just fulfill his wish. As the Eastern King simmered with rage, buzz, a resonant chime echoed. Soon after, a shock wave surged forth. The remaining great Luo golden immortals, hearing the sounds of battle, halted and turned back. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans had erupted. The ancestor of the River of Hades frowned. Turning to observe, he saw Zhurong and Donghuang Tai clashing once more. "Zhurong, after 3 millennia of listening to the Tao, your strength remains lacking." Donghuang Tai's brow arched. His eyes filled with provocation. He even cast a disdainful glance at the 12 ancestral witches. He dared to behave this way, not only due to the support of the demon clan behind him, but also because of his own strength and the Chaos Bell. Young Dong Wang, relying on the Chaos Bell is no achievement. Zhu Rong retorted coldly that if you have the ability, face me in a battle of physical strength. After the injuries to his body had healed, he charged forward once more. Having endured the presence of this brash bird for 3 millennia, today he could no longer restrain himself. He was determined to pluck every single feather from its body. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun let out a cold snort. Transforming into his true form, the 3-legged golden crow, as he lunged towards Zhu Rong. Such swift action was unexpected, yet regrettably, the demon clan was not yet prepared. Gong Gong observed as Dong Huang Tai also rushed into the fray. Although he held no affection for Zhu Rong, he recognized him as a member of the shaman clan. While he could engage, he knew that the other 11 ancestral shamans would not allow any interference. The two clans had long harbored mutual disdain, and the onset of battle suited the shaman clan's interests perfectly. Behind him, the 10 ancestral shamans emerged in unison. Before long, the two clans were entangled in a fierce clash, with the shockwaves of their confrontation surging toward the gathered Deluo Jinxian. Brother, your foresight is commendable. Just as Hong Jun finished imparting his teachings, the shaman and demon clans have already begun to fight, remarked the mosquito Taoist. Gazing with admiration at the ancestor of the Underworld River, he had little respect for anyone else, but he held his brother in the highest regard. The Western Queen Mother's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the ancestor of the Underworld River. Although her knowledge was limited, she recalled the words he had spoken 3 millennia ago. How did he ascertain that the shaman and demon clans would engage in battle following the second sermon of the Tao ancestor? Rather than waiting for the third, with a light chuckle, the ancestor of the Underworld River remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant figures of Emperor Jun and the 12 ancestral shamans. It seemed they could hardly contain themselves. The moment they emerged, chaos ensued. It appeared that the wilderness was poised for an uproar. He had initially believed they would wait until returning to their respective clans to commence hostilities. Yet they had already begun fighting upon their arrival. As for who struck first, he had not clearly discerned. Are you truly intent on igniting a war between the shaman and demon clans? Emperor Jun brandished the river map and Luo book, his icy gaze locked onto Dijiang. While he yearned for conflict with the shaman clan, he had not intended for it to unfold here. Dijiang furrowed his brow, his focus honing in on the river map and Luo book. This item was indeed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, although it paled in comparison to the Chaos Bell. It was not to be underestimated. With a snort, Dijiang retorted, "Oof. Were it not for the provocations of the Eastern Emperor, would we have resorted to violence? Besides, have you not long desired to engage with my shaman clan? Today presents the perfect opportunity to fulfill your wish." As the leader of the 12 ancestral shamans, he was acutely aware of the demon clan's long-standing eagerness for war. As the elder brother of the 12 ancestral shamans, Zhu Rong bellowed, "I see that the demon clan has long sought to strike. Today, they merely use me as a pretext. Very well, I shall first pluck all your feathers." At these words, the dark expression on Dong Huang Taiyi's face was nearly overflowing with fury, his countenance becoming increasingly twisted. "Zhu Rong, if you wish for death, merely say so, and I shall grant it." Zhu Rong laughed heartily. "Kill me? With your foul plumage? What a ridiculous jest." This remark escalated Dong Huang Taiyi's rage to its zenith, extinguishing the last vestiges of his reason as he summoned the Chaos Bell to launch an assault against Zhu Rong. Buzz, the 12 ancestral shamans, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated against him. Bang, 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 as they became embroiled in combat. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from the injured bodies of the 12 ancestral shamans, drifting slowly toward the ancestor of the Underworld River. This malevolent energy, the ancestor of the Underworld River's expression shifted. Revealing his intrigue, he then extended a finger to touch the swirling malevolent energy. The moment his fingertip met the energy, it melded into his being that a subtle change occurred within the ancestor of the Underworld River. Though it was barely perceptible, Had his physical form been enhanced even slightly, were it not his own body, he might not have noticed the transformation. His gaze returned to the 12 ancestral shamans. His eyes alight with interest. It appeared that he must visit the shaman clan in the future, for they could indeed utilize malevolent energy to augment their physical forms. As he contemplated this, his peripheral vision caught sight of Dong Wangong. At that moment, he was utterly astonished by the chaos of the two clans' battle, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you truly so foolish as to be paralyzed by fear? As the leader of the male immortals, should you not intervene? The ancestor of the Underworld River remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Dong Wangong. Are you not the leader of the male immortals? With such a fray occurring, do you not wish to take action? Or are you too afraid to act? Hearing the ancestor's teasing words, Dong Wangong's expression darkened. This was a public humiliation before the Western Queen Mother. Yet, with her presence looming behind him, he could not confess his cowardice, opting instead to feign ignorance. The ancestor of the Underworld River regarded Dong Wangong with derision, stating, "Ah, I see you lack the courage. You are clearly frightened. You, the leader of the male immortals? Perhaps you should use your 9-dragon golden staff to wash their feet instead." These words incensed Dong Wangong, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Silently cursing the ancestor of the Underworld River, "I have not wronged you. Why must you dig your own grave?" Yet, with the Western Queen Mother at his back, he couldn't afford to lose face, lest he forever forfeit his standing before her. Clutching his 9-dragon golden staff, he found newfound boldness, boasting, "What is there to fear? It is but a matter of stopping them. A trivial task, with a 9-dragon golden staff bestowed by the Tao ancestor in hand. Who would dare disrespect me?" With this thought, Dong Wangong's confidence swelled significantly. He turned to the Western Queen Mother, declaring, "As the leader of the immortals, allow me to set an example." With a leap, Dong Wangong soared toward the battle between the two clans. If he was to be looked down upon by the ancestor of the Underworld River, he would seize this opportunity to establish his authority over the demon and shaman clans. Demonstrating that Dong Wangong was not to be trifled with, observing Dong Wangong's audacity, the ancestor of the Underworld River was taken aback. He truly intends to confront them? How fearless, to provoke a clash with them so recklessly. It was no wonder he would meet his demise at the hands of Dong Huang Tai Yi. Chapter 29. I'm the Tao ancestor's appointed leader of the immortals. Even if he were foolish, he should understand that now was not the time to interfere in the affairs of the two clans. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of both the shaman and demon clans. However, since he had already committed himself, the ancestor of the Underworld River chose to remain silent, merely extending a hand in farewell to Dong Wangong. "Brave warrior, may your journey be safe, that I shall safeguard your 9-dragon golden staff." The Deluo Jin Xian, observing the battle between the two clans, looked on in astonishment as Dong Wangong approached. Dong Wangong. What does he intend to do? Could it be that he aims to intervene in the conflict between the shaman and demon clans? It seems he has become inflated with pride since being named the leader of the male immortals, daring to take on the shaman and demon clans. One could hardly determine whether to label Dong Wangong as foolish or courageous. A mere late-stage Deluo Jin Xian could hardly hope to oversee the shaman and demon clans. A single glare from them could spell his end. As Dong Wangong drew near, the 12 ancestral shamans and both Dong Huang Tai Yi took note, their collective gaze fixated upon him. Suddenly, Dong Wangong felt a tightening in his chest, his body trembling in trepidation. Being scrutinized by over a dozen Deluo Jin Xian was daunting. Even with the 9-dragon golden staff in hand, gripping the 9-dragon golden staff tightly, he widened his eyes to project an intimidating demeanor, bellowing, "I am Dong Wangong, the leader of the male immortals. I command you all to cease fighting at once." The 12 ancestral shamans and Dong Huang Tai Yi exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with disdain. Who is this fool? How dare he issue commands to us? Dong Huang Tai Yi regarded Dong Wangong with murderous intent. You dare to challenge me? You are truly overstepping your bounds. The pressure emanating from him bore down upon Dong Wangong. The moment the Tao ancestor had conferred upon him the title of leader of the immortals, Dong Huang Tai Yi had harbored grievances by all accounts. He was more deserving of such a title. Brother, it seems they intend to kill Dong Wang Gong. The mosquito Taoist remarked, relishing the unfolding drama. He truly ventured forth after a few words from brother. Is this what it means to be the leader of the immortals? Surely, it should be our brother taking on that title. Hong Jun has grown quite senile. The ancestor of the Underworld river narrowed his eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Should Dong Wang Gong perish, he would bear no responsibility, for it was he who had urged the latter forward. Yet, what did it matter? Dong Wang Gong was fated for demise regardless, even if he met his end prematurely. What consequence would it bear? Should Hong Jun blame him for this? Let him do so. There was nothing to fear. Moreover, in the ancestor's eyes, Hong Jun was merely a figure of greater strength. Beyond that, he was insignificant. Let him die. I wonder how Hong Jun will feel when the newly appointed leader of the immortals perishes before even departing from the Chaos Ling Shao Palace. The venerable ancestor of the river of Hades spoke casually. The mosquito Taoist wore a sinister smile, already envisioning the astonished expression of Hong Jun while they conversed here. The Eastern King was seized by a paralyzing fear. In his heart, he berated the ancestor of the river of Hades. It is all your fault for insisting that I come here. Now they seek to take my life. Once I escape this chaotic Lingshao palace, you shall see how I will trouble you. No, I do not merely wish to trouble you. I shall ensure you perish in a sea of blood. The fury within him towards the ancestor of the river of Hades had reached its zenith. He longed to slay the ancestor, yet lacked the power to do so. However, now was not the time to contemplate retribution against the ancestor. The matter of the witch and demon clans remained unresolved. Gritting his teeth, the Eastern King declared, I am the foremost among the male immortals, personally appointed by Hong Ju and D. Oh, you dare defy my command. Do not forget where you are. He raised the nine-dragon golden staff in his hand, and a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the chaotic Lingshao palace. With no other recourse, he invoked the name of Hong Jun, hoping to quell their aggression. Yet, this only disappointed him further. Mentioning Hong Jun only intensified the murderous intent of Dijun. Brother, I shall slay him. Dijun could no longer endure the indignity of being commanded by another. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan also tacitly ceased their actions, feeling that the Eastern King was becoming increasingly irksome. To issue commands today would lead to further demands tomorrow, and perhaps by the day after, he would command them to take their own lives. The Eastern King must not be allowed to live. Dijun narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze fixated upon the Eastern King. It seemed he had lived too comfortably, unaware of who truly ruled the primordial chaos, daring to command them in his presence. However, Dijun spoke calmly. A smile crept upon Dijun's lips as the chaos bell swung towards the Eastern King. It appears you shall not survive today. Alas, 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 the Eastern King thought, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If not for his sheer willpower, he would have already begun to tremble. How dare you? I'm the foremost among the immortals, appointed by the Tao ancestor. Even now, he clung to the hope of using Hong Jun's name to intimidate them. Ha ha! Dijun chuckled coldly, regarding him as one would a fool. Having already taken action, did he still care for the Tao ancestor? Observing from a distance, the ancestor of the river of Hades' eyes sparkled with interest. The matter of slaying the Eastern King hinged on Dijun's actions. It remained uncertain what might transpire should the Eastern King perish prematurely. Would Hong Jun intervene to momentarily halt the conflict between the two clans? Or would the conflict continue, only to be addressed by Hong Jun at the final moment? If it were the latter, it would indeed benefit the ancestor of the river of Hades, allowing the sea of blood to swell further. Gazing at the Eastern King, the ancestor of the river of Hades softly remarked, Eastern King, why do you cower? You possess the exquisite nine-dragon golden staff, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Why do you fear Dijun? Do not forget who stands behind you. Hong Jun, you must not falter. His voice, though low, reached the ears of every great Luo golden immortal present. The great Luo golden immortals turned to look at the ancestor of the river of Hades. They were not fools. They understood that the Eastern King was certainly no match for Dijun. In fact, it seemed probable that the Eastern King might meet his demise here. The ancestor of the river of Hades was merciless, clearly provoking the Eastern King, seemingly eager for him to perish swiftly. Henceforth, it would be prudent to avoid offending the ancestor of the river of Hades. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. Upon hearing these words, the Eastern King was incensed, cursing under his breath. "You must be joking. Do you wish for my death to come even sooner?" The Mosquito Taoist found great amusement in the Eastern King's frantic demeanor. "Eastern King, did you not just claim that you could easily handle them? Hurry up, I am eager to witness the spectacle." The Eastern King was on the verge of tears. "Brother, no, I mean ancestor. You are all my ancestors. Must I not be forgiven? Will you not spare me?" Even if the ancestor of the River of Hades were willing to let him go, Jun would not. His only remaining support was Hong Jun. Let us not forget that this was still the Lingxiao Palace, the Tao ancestors' sacred ground. Their conflict here was already a transgression against the Tao ancestor. Did Jun still dare to kill him? Chapter 30. The Eastern King seeks death. Hong Jun to the rescue, though he spoke boldly. His body instinctively retreated in earnest, for he sensed that Jun truly intended to kill him. Jun summoned his power, accelerating the chaos bell. "You seek trouble, insisting on meddling in our affairs. If you perish, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. You can only fault your own late-stage Great Luo Golden immortal status." The sound of the chaos bell resonated as it hurtled toward the Eastern King. The Eastern King's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly wielded the nine-dragon golden staff to strike at the chaos bell. "How dare you!" With a resounding dragon's roar and the sound of collision, the nine-dragon golden staff was sent flying back. Despite its prowess as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it could not compare to a primal treasure. As the nine-dragon golden staff flew back, the chaos bell did not cease its advance, continuing to descend upon the Eastern King, his pupils dilating in alarm. The Eastern King quickly summoned a protective innate spiritual treasure. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling backward. It was none other than the Eastern King himself. He steadied his form, clutching his chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Even with the protective innate spiritual treasure, he had been severely shaken by the chaos bell. Had it not been for this treasure, he would have suffered much worse, seeing that he was able to withstand the blow. Jun let out a cold snort, commanding the chaos bell to continue its assault. This time he believed he could severely injure the Eastern King. "Save me, Tao ancestor, save me!" The Eastern King, filled with dread, shouted toward the vanishing direction of the Lingxiao Palace. He could no longer feign bravery. To do so would result in his demise. Just as the chaos bell was about to make contact with the Eastern King, it suddenly halted, as if bound by an unseen force. "He has made his move," the ancestor of the River of Hades observed, his eyes glimmering with regret. He had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, only to witness Hong Jun's intervention. What a pity! He had wished to see how events might unfold without the Eastern King. The Mosquito Taoist cursed under his breath, clearly displeased with Hong Jun's intervention. It was only natural. He likely did not desire this situation to unfold prematurely. The ancestor of the River of Hades spoke in a dispassionate tone. This statement reached the ears of the Mosquito Taoist, transforming into an enigma that he could not comprehend. And why brother has become increasingly mysterious. I can hardly understand his words. The ancestor of the River of Hades' voice naturally found its way to the ears of the Western Queen Mother, prompting her to perk up her ears in keen interest. Previously, she had been unable to fathom the ancestor of the River of Hades. Now, she wondered what he meant by his words. She sensed he possessed knowledge beyond her grasp and longed to inquire further. While the Western Queen Mother was mired in confusion, the chaos bell had already been retracted by Jun. At this moment, the figure of Hong Jun appeared. Tao ancestor. The crowd paused momentarily and bowed in deference to Hong Jun. Upon seeing Hong Jun, the Eastern King's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly approached and knelt before him, his expression shifting from elation to anguish, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Tao ancestor, you must save me. They wish to kill me." This marked the first time since his transformation that he had cried so openly. The previous moments had been terrifying, had it not been for the Tao ancestor's intervention. The chaos bell would surely have rendered him gravely injured. In a more dire scenario, he might never have seen the Tao ancestor again. Hong Jun did not respond, his gaze directed at Jun. "The Eastern King is the male immortal I appointed. His governance over you is carried out in accordance with my directives. Today, I shall put an end to this matter." Hong Jun's words caused Jun to furrow his brow. And he opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a glance from Jun taking a deep breath to suppress his dissatisfaction. He clasped his hands in homage to Jun. Since it is the Tao ancestor who intervenes, this matter regarding the Eastern King shall be considered resolved. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King was discontented. He had nearly perished here today, yet the incident was to be dismissed so easily. What of his innate spiritual treasure? Surely, Jun ought to suffer some consequence for this. Tao ancestor, Jun clearly sought to kill me just now. Even when I invoke your name, he remained intent on slaying me. This is a blatant disregard for your authority. Dong Huang Tai, he remained silent. Yet the murderous intent flickering in his eyes spoke volumes to the onlookers. It was clear that Dong Huang Gong would not survive this encounter. Below, the old ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled and shook his head. His gaze fixed on Jun, curious about the decision he would make. Killing Dong Huang Tai, he was out of the question. Such an act would elevate the Wu tribe to dominance while provoking the Yao tribe, plunging the entire Hong Huang into chaos. Although Jun possessed the strength to withstand such turmoil, it would undoubtedly disrupt his future plans. Dong Huang Gong could not be slain, nor could Dong Huang Tai. Today, I shall observe how you navigate this situation. The old ancestor of the Underworld River adopted a spectator's demeanor. Jun cast a glance at Dong Huang Tai before turning to Jun and Jiang. Jun, Jiang, as the leaders of the Wu and Yao tribes respectively, you must understand that war between your factions is not permissible at this time. The words left both leaders momentarily stunned. What did it mean that war was not permissible now? Jun inquired. Daozu, I do not comprehend your meaning. Jun replied coolly, in due time, you'll come to understand. For now, it suffices to remember that the two tribes cannot engage in conflict. Jun and Jiang exchanged contemplative glances before bowing in acknowledgement. Understood, it was evident that, for the present, they were no match for Jun, hence their respectful demeanor. Jun nodded slightly and said softly, in that case, the Wu and Yao tribes may return for now. As for the matter of war, you will learn of it in due course. Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed once more to Jiang led the other 11 ancestor witches away. Returning to the Hong Huang. Once outside, Zhu Rong's discomfort grew, and after muttering a curse, he turned to Jiang and asked, Elder brother, are we truly not going to war with the Yao tribe? Jiang snorted. War? How could we not go to war? He sighed, glancing back. However, Daozu has spoken, and we must comply. Zhu Rong, hearing this, felt a surge of frustration with no outlet, and he punched the air nearby if Daozu had not intervened. Perhaps our two tribes would have already gone to war, with the Wu tribe reigning supreme over the Hong Huang. The other 12 ancestor witches, known for their belligerence, were similarly restless, chafing under the order to refrain from conflict. Let us go. Daozu has granted his favor. We shall wait a few centuries. If the Yao tribe dares to provoke us, we shall engage in battle without regard for Daozu. With Jiang's words, the group's ire subsided somewhat, and they soared towards Buzhou Mountain. Not long after the 12 ancestor witches departed, Jun and Dong Huang Tai made their way to the Sun Star. As they walked, Dong Huang Tai glanced back, his gaze filled with murderous intent. When the opportunity arises, I shall surely slay Dong Huang Gong. Had it not been for Daozu's intervention, that strike just now would have ended his life. Chapter 31. Departing the Lingxiao Palace, Zhuangmu follows Dong Huang Gong watched as Dong Huang Tai left, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Daozu, he nearly killed me, and you allow him to depart so easily? If he is to be spared, he should at least be made to yield something. Wounding him should warrant a prehistoric spiritual treasure. I shall slay him, and you will lead the Yao tribe? Jun responded coldly. Very well, Dong Huang Gong agreed without a second thought. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled. Initially, he had thought Dong Huang Gong sought to save face, but it was clear that he was merely foolish. You dare to meddle with the Yao tribe? They would devour you whole. Should Jun eliminate Dong Huang Tai, your life Dong Huang Gong would also be forfeit. Hearing the old ancestor's laughter, Dong Huang Gong furrowed his brow. With Daozu nearby, how could the old ancestor dare to mock him? A shadow crossed Dong Huang Gong's eyes as he pointed at the old ancestor. Daozu, it is he who incited me to meddle in the disputes between the tribes. Otherwise, I would not have been nearly killed. Laugh now. Daozu stands beside me, and your end is nigh as soon as the words left his lips. Dong Wang Gong witnessed the old ancestor of the underworld river draw forth his sword. Without hesitation, the old ancestor charged at Dong Wang Gong, that a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Here stood Daozu, and yet the old ancestor dared to strike at Dong Wang Gong before him. In that moment, all present could only think, the old ancestor of the underworld river is truly formidable. Dong Wang Gong was equally taken aback by the old ancestor's audacity. He had not expected such a direct assault in the presence of Daozu. Just as the old ancestor was about to land a lethal blow on Dong Wang Gong, Hong Jun intervened, blocking the attack. Hong Jun regarded the old ancestor with a measured gaze. Underworld, you cannot kill him now. The old ancestor fixed his eyes on Hong Jun before sheathing his sword that I do not wish to slay him prematurely. But if he dares provoke me, I shall not let him off easily. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor understood. Hong Jun intended for Dong Wang Gong to face his demise in due time. The declaration sent shivers down the spines of the assembled Deluo Jinxian, their eyes wide in disbelief. What? Did we hear correctly? The old ancestor of the underworld river dares to speak thus to Daozu. Hong Jun frowned slightly, casting a penetrating glance at the old ancestor before ultimately responding. Very well. With those words, Hong Jun's figure vanished from sight. For Hong Jun, the old ancestor of the underworld river represented a variable. He had always adhered to the heavenly way, yet the old ancestor remained an enigma, unpredictable and capable of disrupting the established order. The surrounding crowd fell silent, utterly stunned by the spectacle. Daozu actually acquiesced? Am I dreaming? This cannot be real. Daozu would never utter such words. The old ancestor of the underworld river paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the Deluo Jinxian, instead turning his attention back to Dong Wang Gong. Should you dare to point at me again, I will not require Dong Huang Tai to end your life. Dong Wang Gong trembled, nodding vigorously. Fear had taken hold of him from the moment Daozu had spoken. He had been gripped by dread. Now, he wished he could slap himself. Had he known, he would never have dared to offend the old ancestor. The old ancestor of the underworld river beckoned to the mosquito Taoist. Come, the lecture has concluded, and it is time for us to return. Coming, elder brother, the mosquito Taoist replied, puffing out his chest as he flew towards the old ancestor. Being by his side was exhilarating. Even Hong Jun dared not speak against him. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zhuangmu observed the old ancestor of the underworld river with eyes gleaming with intrigue. This was the old ancestor of the underworld river. Unafraid even of Hong Jun, after a moment contemplation, she too flew towards him as the old ancestor of the underworld river departed the chaotic Lingxiao palace. A contemplative expression adorned his face. What a pity it was that Dong Wang Gong had not perished. Even if I had intervened, Hong Jun would likely have blocked the blow. According to the original narrative, the Three Immortals Island of the East should be appearing soon, reflecting on the opportunities that awaited there. It seemed they were meant for Dong Wang Gong. However, now they belong to me. Poor Dong Wang Gong, in no matter, you are destined to die. I shall claim this fortune on your behalf. No need for gratitude. After the old ancestor of the underworld river departed, Dong Wang Gong's expression darkened to the utmost degree, as if he might weep. Underworld, the humiliation of today, the enmity of today. I vow that when I become a saint, I shall repay you double, nay, 100-fold. The old ancestor of the underworld river paid no mind to Dong Wang Gong's resentment, were it not for the 9-dragon golden staff in his possession. He would not even spare a glance at Dong Wang Gong, even if it meant his demise at the hands of Dong Huang Tai. Moreover, the most pressing task at hand was to await the emergence of the Three Immortals Island of the East and seize the opportunities it held. Hong Jun followed the heavenly way, and after each lecture concluded, treasures would appear. This time, it would naturally be the Three Immortals Island of the East. If my calculations are correct, it should manifest in approximately 100 years. However, with the island yet to appear, the old ancestor of the underworld river could only return to the Blood Sea for now. After flying a distance, the old ancestor of the underworld river suddenly turned back to glance behind him. I say, Zhuangmu, you have been following us since you emerged. There's something you require. Her domain was presumably on Kunlun Mountain. What had brought her to him? After all, He was headed to the Blood Sea. Surely Zhuangmu had no intention of accompanying him there. Realizing she had been exposed by the old ancestor, Zhuangmu soared forward, avoiding eye contact as she earnestly replied, "Is that so? I did not intend to follow you. It may simply be that our paths align." The ancestor of the underworld narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the Queen Mother of the West. "A convenient route. Can your home truly lead to the Sea of Blood? Kunlun Mountain lies behind you." Under his unwavering stare, the Queen Mother felt her earlobes flush with color. Yet her mind raced with thoughts, ultimately conjuring a plausible justification. "Indeed, I do pass by the Sea of Blood. Is that not permissible? It is reasonable enough. Merely a longer journey. Surely, I cannot confess that I wish to follow you." The ancestor of the underworld offered no reply, continuing to fixate on her. Finally, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, the Queen Mother revealed her hand. "I have heard tales of the Sea of Blood's formidable nature, and I wish to witness it for myself." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the underworld nodded slightly, finding her explanation acceptable. The Sea of Blood, aside from himself and the mosquito Taoist, had seen no other souls venture forth. Coincidentally, he too wished to observe the reactions of others upon entering its depths. The mosquito Taoist, overhearing the Queen Mother's intentions, wore an expression of displeasure. "You intend to visit the Sea of Blood? My elder brother's domain is not one you may trespass." The Queen Mother cast a glance at the mosquito Taoist before retorting. "Did your elder brother not already grant his consent? I merely wish to take a look. I mean no harm. Furthermore, I have heard that the Sea of Blood possesses the ability to suppress one's cultivation. I am eager to witness its power." Acknowledging her praise of the Sea of Blood, the mosquito Taoist set aside his animosity, allowing a smug smile to grace his lips. "The Sea of Blood is indeed my elder brother's creation. Formidable as ever." Chapter 32. Naming the chaotic seven treasures. Blood gored. The Queen Mother exhaled softly, relieved that the mosquito Taoist was not particularly astute. However, his unwavering loyalty to his elder brother proved to be a source of frustration, especially as they approached the Underworld River, where she would need to pass his scrutiny. The ancestor of the Underworld remained silent, continuing his flight towards the Sea of Blood. Since the Queen Mother dared to venture to his domain, he would not deny her. Once they entered the Sea of Blood, he would assume dominion over the realm. Even a quasi-saint would find themselves subdued within the depths of the sea. What could the Queen Mother, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, possibly employ against him? Before long, the trio arrived at the Sea of Blood. Upon entering, the Queen Mother's expression soured, compelling her to channel her spiritual energy to fend off the oppressive aura. Despite her awareness of the sea's might, she was still taken aback by its overwhelming strength. This was indeed the Sea of Blood, an entity of immense power. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the underworld and the mosquito Taoist appeared unfazed, as if returning to their own abode. With a mere flick of his hand, the ancestor summoned a gourd-shaped bracelet, transforming it into 7 gourd-wielding Taoist youths. Upon sighting the ancestor, the 7 youths hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects, Master." The ancestor of the underworld nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the Taoist youths with contemplation. Since their arrival, they had yet to receive proper names. Were they to be dubbed first child and second child? The Queen Mother's eyes lit up upon seeing the Taoist youths, and she approached. "Taoist of the underworld, you possessed Taoist children." Yet, noticing that the 7 bore identical features apart from their attire, she extended her jade hand, intending to make contact, only to catch a glimpse of the mosquito Taoist's mocking expression from the corner of her eye. Something amiss? The Queen Mother retracted her hand, her eyes reflecting deep thought. In that moment, the mosquito Taoist's expression flickered with disappointment. There was undoubtedly something at play here. Fortunately, the Queen Mother reached out once more. This time, the mosquito Taoist's face betrayed another smirk. Was it forbidden to touch these Taoist children? Soon, she grasped the situation and withdrew her hand, while disappointment flashed once more in the mosquito Taoist's eyes. Previously, he had attempted to touch one of the gourd Taoist youths, only to nearly suffer a beating. Now, as he watched her miss her chance for embarrassment, he felt a flicker of satisfaction at her retreat. Oh, it was. The understanding dawned upon the Queen Mother. At that moment, the ancestor of the underworld, having pondered names for some time, returned to his senses and addressed the 7 Taoist youths. Forget it. Naming you is far too tedious. From now on, you shall be known as the chaotic 7 treasures bloodgourd. Surely he could not genuinely name them first child and second child. The 7 Taoist youths displayed no emotion. Their eyes filled only with reverence as they bowed. Thank you, Master, for bestowing names upon us. In their eyes, only the ancestor of the underworld held significance, utterly disregarding all others. Very well, you may go and amuse yourselves. The ancestor waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. When the Taoist youths amalgamated into the chaotic 7 treasures bloodgourd, they lacked sentience and were oblivious to the external world. This explained why, when the ancestor of the underworld brought them into Lingxiao Palace, Hongjun made no mention of the chaotic 7 treasures bloodgourd eavesdropping. After offering a respectful farewell to the ancestor of the underworld, the 7 departed the sea of blood, driven by their newly awakened intellect and an inherent curiosity. The ancestor of the underworld then turned to the Queen Mother, inquiring, "Now that you have witnessed enough, is it time for you to take your leave?" Still observing the 9 heavens wrong, the Queen Mother looked up, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Has it truly been so long? Surely, Taoist of the underworld, you would not hasten to dismiss me as a guest." Her smile, which might have captivated others, bore no effect on the ancestor of the underworld. Yet he refrained from issuing a dismissal, instead addressing the mosquito Taoist. "Very well, continue your watch. Little mosquito, keep an eye on her." After instructing the mosquito Taoist, the ancestor of the underworld intended to resume his cultivation, that if she wished to observe and dared to remain, he would allow her to witness as much as she desired. Though should she dare to tamper with the 9 heavens wrong, he would not hesitate to be unyielding. The Queen Mother smirked slightly. Just then, a Taoist youth flew in, bowing to the ancestor of the underworld. "Master, there's a small demon outside who wishes to see you, though it seems he is on the brink of collapse." The ancestor of the underworld furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the Taoist youth. "A small demon? And he wishes to see me?" The youth nodded, responding, "He claims you are his master, and his name is Zhao Gongming." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the underworld recalled the name with clarity. "Ah, it is he. Rather punctual. Indeed, he arrives just after I return. Take me to see him." After issuing the command, the 2 figures departed the scene. The mosquito Taoist cast a glance before following suit. When matters arose, he felt it prudent to accompany them. The Queen Mother, witnessing their exit, decided to step outside for some fresh air. The sea of blood was truly no place for individuals like them. While it posed no immediate threat to her, lingering too long might provoke the ominous energy surrounding them. Only the ancestor of the underworld, born of the sea of blood, remained unaffected, accompanied by the Taoist youth. The ancestor of the underworld soon spotted a figure ahead. "Zhao Gongming, how have you sustained such grievous injuries?" The ancestor furrowed his brow, gently waving his hand as a red light surged forth. Merging with Zhao Gongming's body, in a short span, his wounds began to heal, and before long, he opened his eyes. Upon recognizing the ancestor of the underworld, he lunged forward, kneeling on the ground. "Master, I have finally found you." Zhao Gongming's voice quivered with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Had the ancestor not intervened, he might have already clung to his legs, weeping uncontrollably. The ancestor's countenance darkened as he inquired, "What befell you to incur such injuries?" The wounds appeared to be freshly inflicted. Had he not intervened, Zhao Gongming would have met his demise. Whether intentional or unintentional, he had narrowly escaped death. Zhao Gongming, kneeling before the ancestor, lamented, "It was 2 bald men. I was merely accompanying my 3 sisters in their training when we encountered them. They claimed a connection with my sisters and attempted to abduct them that I meant to intervene, but they gravely injured me." As he spoke, Zhao Gongming broke into tears. "That I am but an incompetent disciple, unable to discern the actions of those 2 bald men, and now my 3 sisters have been taken. That I implore you, Master, to bring them back." The ancestor of the underworld's expression grew increasingly grim. "What are the names of your 3 sisters?" "Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao," Zhao Gongming hastily replied, confirming that the 3 sisters had indeed been abducted. A glint of cold fury flashed in the ancestor's eyes. Those two bald fools dare to seize my chosen disciples. It seems they have been living too comfortably in the West. The voice of the system echoed in the ancestor's mind. Ding! The three sisters have been captured by the Jane and Juni, who seek to take them as disciples. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1. Pretend nothing has occurred and return to the Sea of Blood with Zhao Gongming. Option 2. Wait for the opportune moment to reclaim your disciples. Choose 3. Travel westward to retrieve the disciples. The ancient ancestor of the River of Souls spoke directly to the system. Choosing the first option, he thought, must be quite foolish. Chapter 33. The three celestial maidens were abducted. Mount Sumuding, congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice. Reward. Innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing that it was merely an innate spiritual treasure, the ancient ancestor of the River of Souls displayed no change in his expression. The three celestial maidens had been taken by that bald-headed man, and he was too preoccupied to concern himself with this innate treasure. The ancient ancestor of the River of Souls cast a glance at Zhao Gongming and coldly stated, "You shall accompany the little mosquito. I will return shortly." Extending his hand, 6 beams of red light flew from the distance. Reuniting with the gourd Taoist beside him, about a total of 7 beams of red light converged upon his wrist, transforming into a gourd bracelet, resembling the chaotic 7-treasure blood gourd. Having completed this, the figure of the ancient ancestor of the River of Souls vanished from sight. Zhao Gongming shivered and hurriedly bowed. I bid farewell to my master. In that fleeting moment, he thought he might meet his end, but fortunately, it was not directed at him. Zhao Gongming looked at the mosquito Taoist and then clasped his hands in greeting. "Uncle Master, may I ask where we are headed?" Although their last encounter was 3,000 years ago, he would not forget the person beside his master, who he correctly called Uncle Master. "Follow me. I will first take you to the Sea of Blood," the mosquito Taoist replied nonchalantly, casting a layer of magical energy upon him to protect him from the malevolent aura of the Sea of Blood. "Thank you, Uncle Master," Zhao Gongming promptly bowed. After a brief moment, he could not help but ask, "Uncle Master, may I know the name of my master?" Having been a disciple for 3,000 years, it was impossible for him not to know who his master was. The mosquito Taoist halted, turned to Zhao Gongming, and chuckled lightly. "Consider yourself fortunate. You have been accepted by my elder brother as a disciple, and my elder brother's name is Mingi. Remember it well. Should any troubles arise in the future, simply invoke his name that in this primordial realm. Even Hongjun must show my elder brother some respect." Reflecting on the audacity of his elder brother to confront Dong Wanggong in front of Hongjun, he found it exceedingly impressive. Zhao Gongming was unfamiliar with who Hongjun was, but merely hearing the name evoked a sense of pressure within him that he feared that should he dare to call out that name, he might be crushed by this very pressure. Regarding matters related to Hongjun, he did not dare to inquire further. The place where Jane and Juni resided was called Mount Sumeru in the eyes of the beings of the West. This Mount Sumeru resembled the unyielding mountain. However, to the ancient ancestor of the River of Souls, Mount Sumeru was nothing more than refuse. It is no exaggeration to say that even if this mountain were gifted to the ancient ancestor of the River of Souls, he would disdainfully discard it. "Mount Sumeru, brother, today is fortunate indeed. We have encountered 3 individuals of considerable talent, suitable to be taken under our wing in the West," Zhuinti remarked with a smile gracing his lips. Initially intending to retreat and commence his meditation upon returning, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter 3 commendable little demons along the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Jane frowned slightly. "What do you mean by fortunate?" "It is clearly they who are fated to be brought back by us, my brother." Upon hearing this, Zhuinti's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, and he quickly corrected himself. "It was my brother who misspoke. It is they who are fated with us." Jane nodded slightly, forming a gesture, and 3 beams of golden light flashed by. Subsequently, 3 graceful figures appeared nearby, observing their surroundings with bewilderment. These 3 were precisely the celestial maidens that the ancient ancestor of the River of Souls intended to accept as disciples. Jane and Juni turned to the 3 celestial maidens, their lips curling into warm smiles. "You 3 were originally transformed from clouds. Acknowledging the difficulty of your cultivation, we wish to take you as disciples. Would you be willing?" Still assessing their new surroundings, the three celestial maidens turned their gazes toward Jane and Juni. Originally, they had been cultivating alongside their elder brother Zhao Gongming when two figures suddenly appeared, claiming a fateful connection and whisking them away. They had yet to grasp the situation when they found themselves here. The leader, Yun Xiao, reacted the fastest upon seeing Jin and Junti. Hurriedly bowing, I pay my respects to the great immortals. To be taken so effortlessly, these two certainly possessed formidable strength. The other two celestial maidens quickly followed suit. Bowing, we pay our respects to the great immortals. Although they bowed, their eyes remained vigilant, scrutinizing Jin and Juni. After all, being taken away without warning warranted caution. Peak Deluo Jinxian. They were well aware of such expressions, having grown accustomed to them. Jane chuckled softly, ensuring his demeanor appeared more amiable. Rest assured, with the strength of my brother and me, had we any ill intentions, we would have acted long ago. There would be no need to bring you here. The three celestial maidens sighed in relief. Yet their vigilance did not wane. Noticing their continued wariness, Juni shook his head with a smile. Why brother and I are already at the peak of the Luo Jinxian. Would we bully you little demons? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three celestial maidens shifted, their pupils constricting. They had not anticipated the formidable strength of these two individuals before them to be at the peak of the Luo Jinxian. Though their own cultivation was lacking, they recognized that the Luo Jinxian represented the highest power within the entirety of the primordial realm. That, of course, they remained unaware that there existed an even higher level, the saints. Their astonished gazes fell upon Jin, prompting him to smile in response. After all, being at the peak of the Luo Jinxian, it was only natural for them to be surprised at the prospect of being accepted as disciples. So, are you now willing to take us as your masters? Yin Xiao did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, Might I ask, great immortal, where exactly is this place? Even in the presence of Peak de Luo Jinxian, one could not be taken away without being informed of their location. In response, Jin burst into laughter, replying, The Western World, Mount Sun. Indeed, it was somewhat hasty to accept disciples without revealing his name. He ought to ensure that his three disciples were aware of their whereabouts. He believed that upon revealing this name, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. And indeed, they were startled. Had they merely heard of the peak of Deluo Jinxian, they might have been slightly tempted. However, upon hearing the term West, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, extinguishing any lingering desire. Cultivating in the West necessitated maintaining a pure state of mind, akin to forsaking all emotions. What difference was there between that and becoming a stone? Had they spent 3,000 years cultivating merely to turn into lifeless rocks? Why had they even bothered to take form and gain intelligence? Would it not be better to simply float in the air? Yin Xiao felt immense gratitude for being acknowledged by such a peak Deluo Jinxian. Yet, she would never choose to remain here. I apologize, great immortal, but Yin Xiao cannot take you as a master. Please allow us to leave. My elder brother is still in the east, and he will surely worry if he cannot find us. As the first to awaken her intelligence, it was natural for her to act as the eldest sister, unwilling to allow Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao to agree either. Jin narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion. Your elder brother? Could he possibly be the one transformed from Qingfeng? Indeed, Chapter 34. You are destined to the West. Jin squinted, letting out a soft exclamation. Your elder brother possesses a commendable disposition. However, he is fated to have no connection with the West. You shall henceforth take me as your master. There is no need to dwell on your elder brother's matters. While that little demon is indeed commendable, daring to obstruct our taking of fated individuals has already resulted in a lesson. Though the force of that strike was not great, it was not something a mere little demon could withstand. As it stands, it is quite possible that your elder brother has already perished. Such matters could never be disclosed to them. How could they harbor resentment and still take him as their master? The longing to leave that shone in Yun Xiao's eyes provoked a hint of anger in Jin. To arrive at Mount Suru is to be fated with us. Do you think I would simply let you go? It seemed she was unaware of their nature. Did she not realize that there were saints above the Deluo Jinxian? Only by taking us as your masters could you secure a place among the saints. Jane and Junti's words were indeed enticing. Had it been anyone else, they might have readily agreed. Yet the three celestial maidens were oblivious to the concept of the saint's position. All they wished for was to return and find their elder brother. Thank you, great immortal, but it is truly impossible for the three of us to take you as our masters. We have already taken our vows 3,000 years ago. She still remembers the words spoken back in those years, waiting for 3,000 years to seek this master in the sea of blood. The brow of Junti furrowed, and a flicker of anger ignited within her heart. Truly, if you do not appreciate the kindness shown to you, you compel me to resort to force. Nevertheless, her expression remained serene as she smiled, saying, in 3,000 years, I have already taken a master. Who knows, I may even be acquainted with him. This left San Shao feeling somewhat awkward, for although they addressed him as master, they had yet to formally pay their respects and did not even know his name. We have not yet formally taken him as our master. We merely call him master, yet do not know his given name. Upon hearing this, Jane and Junti exchanged knowing smiles. You have yet to formally take the vows, and you do not even know his name. It is likely mere idle talk. Today, the three of you shall take us as your masters. Even if he were to arrive, he would have nothing to say, and perhaps he would even congratulate you. What of having a master? Does he dare to cause trouble in the West? If he comes, we shall break his legs, observing that Jane and Junti were relentless in their pursuit. Yin Zhao's eyes were filled with pleading. Great immortal, we truly do not wish to cultivate in the West. Please allow us to return. As her voice fell, Jane raised his hand to halt them, reprimanding, you three are fated to be with us. You must cherish this bond. From now on, you shall cultivate here, and no one shall disturb you. Without waiting for their response, Jane waved his hand lightly. Very well, you three are now my newly accepted disciples. From now on, you shall address me as master, and someone will guide you in your cultivation. Before long, a bald disciple rushed over, cupping his hands before Jane and Junti. Master. Jane and Junti nodded slightly, their gazes turning to San Shao. You three shall be guided by him from now on. Remember, you must achieve purity of the 6 roots before you may leave the mountain. The implication of Yin's words was clear. He did not wish to let them depart from Shumi Mountain. You may leave, but first, you must go to ponder and forget the matters of the past. The expressions on San Zhao's faces were filled with despair. They had originally come to cultivate, but found themselves captured here and were being forced to take vows. Moreover, from their words, it was evident that without achieving purity of the 6 roots, they would never be allowed to leave the mountain. With their current strength, escape was utterly impossible. Noting their expressions, Jane and Junti exchanged faint smiles. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Initially resistant, they would gradually be educated over time. The disciple who had just been summoned had also been reluctant at first, but after their careful guidance, he was now one of them. Even if you resist, it matters not. We shall provide for your needs. Yet you shall not be permitted to leave. When your patience wears thin, you will naturally be guided. Just as they were satisfied with their decision, a furious shout echoed through the air. You bald bastards. Come out here. The voice was thunderous, shaking Shumi Mountain to its core. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of Jane and Junti changed. It was the voice of Minghe. Immediately, a cold smile crept upon their faces. They had been contemplating how to seek revenge on him, yet today he had come directly to their domain. Knowing that someone dared to shout within Shumi Mountain, the disciples, aware of their status, recognized that an opportunity had come to display their prowess before Jane and Junti. Who are you, to dare shout in Shumi Mountain? As the words left their lips, a powerful pressure surged forth. Bang! The disciple was forced to his knees, his forehead crashing heavily against the ground. Seeing this, Jane and Junti quickly intervened, dissipating the pressure and turning cold gazes upon the bald disciple. Take the 3 of them down first. You have 1,000 years to allow her to return to the West. As you command. The disciple, filled with trepidation, hurriedly bowed to Jane and led San Shao away. San Shao had no choice. Even if he was merely a disciple, he was not someone they could contend with. Meanwhile, Jane and Junti leaped into the air, flying towards the old ancestor of Minghe. Junti's expression was grim. Ming He truly possesses courage to dare seek trouble in our domain. 3,000 years of animosity shall be avenged. In the East, he might have been somewhat weaker, but in the West, this was their domain, and their strength was far from trivial. After pondering for a moment, Jain spoke slowly. First, injure him and drive him back to the sea of blood. We must elevate our strength within the next 1,000 years. We cannot afford to waste time at this juncture. The moment of the Tao ancestors' teachings had just concluded, yet he did not wish to waste a moment. Zhuan Ti's brow furrowed, and dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. His tone is clearly one of provocation. Is it not too lenient to merely injure him? Master brother, I believe it would be prudent to severely wound him and reclaim the innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing this, Jian contemplated briefly before nodding. After all, it was Ming He who had sought them out. Even if they were to severely injure him, it would not matter. Then let us reclaim the innate spiritual treasure. Zhuan Ti grinned widely. In her mind, she envisioned Ming He, wounded and fleeing in disgrace. Today I shall finally witness Ming He fleeing in humiliation. Just wait until I mock him during my next teachings. Let him experience the embarrassment of losing face. Hearing this, Jian also burst into laughter. While cultivation was undoubtedly important, ensuring Ming He lost face and reclaiming the innate spiritual treasure took precedence. Within the Chaos Ling Shao Palace, they had suffered 3 humiliations, each more humiliating than the last. This grudge must be avenged. I could see that moment. The old ancestor of Ming He had arrived outside Shumi Mountain. Gazing at Shumi Mountain, he squinted his eyes and murmured, Bodhi tree. Though he was still some distance away, he could sense the innate Tao principles within it. Indeed, it could be taken back and planted in the sea of blood. The old ancestor of Ming, he thought to himself, if Zhuan Ti were to hear this, she would undoubtedly be infuriated, exclaiming, how dare you steal my innate spiritual treasure, and you even covet my Bodhi tree. You are nothing but a brigand. Chapter 35. The old ancestor of Ming, he takes action. It is you, Tao friend Ming He. Pray tell, what brings you to our Shumi Mountain? Jian and Zhuan Ti approached, cupping their hands and smiling, though their expressions appeared somewhat cold. The old ancestor of Ming, he chuckled lightly, raising his head slightly, casting a disdainful gaze at Shumi Mountain. If he were to assess this place, he would consider it worthless. He simply wished to destroy Shumi Mountain. His gaze then fixed upon Jian and Zhuan Ti. Hand over the person. The person? Which person? Jian's expression faltered momentarily before he smiled. Tao friend Ming He, are you not here to enjoy tea with us? Why not join us for a cup of tea at Shumi Mountain? The disciples, watching from a distance, saw the figures of Jian and Zhuan Ti growing larger in their hearts. Master truly is magnanimous. Even when faced with hostility, he greets them with a smile. Truly worthy of being our master. I wonder when I can reach such a state of mind. Tea? Drink your mother. You bald bastard. How dare you invite me for tea after stealing my people? I would rather drink your grandmother's legs. The old ancestor of Ming, he shouted, pointing at Jian and Zhuan Ti. Cursing before the beings of the West, they lost face. He could not care less if you do not hand over the person. I will ensure they lose all dignity in Hong Wong. The cold smile on Jian and Zhuan Ti froze, their expressions darkening, their gazes turning icy. Previously beaten to a pulp in Ling Shao Palace, now they were being humiliated in front of the beings of the West. Did they truly believe that the two brothers were easy to bully? The beings on the ground, witnessing their master being insulted, revealed expressions of fury. Who are you to insult our master? Do you not know where this place is? Apologize quickly, or you shall not leave Shumi Mountain. Yet, before he could finish speaking, he found himself kneeling on the ground, the sound of his knees cracking, echoing. At a mere glance from the old ancestor of Ming, he pinned the bald disciple to the ground. Seeing this, Jian and Zhuan Ti quickly released their peak de luo Jin Xian aura, blocking the pressure emanating from the old ancestor of Ming He. Ming He, if you have matters to discuss, enter Shumi Mountain to speak. In front of so many disciples, they could not afford to lose face. How could they maintain their authority in the West if they did not? What are you? Do you think you're worthy of me entering your Shumi Mountain? The old ancestor of Ming, he sneered. They must have realized that Shumi Mountain held some restraint over him and wished to weaken his strength by inviting him in. I did not come here to waste breath with you. For the second time, hand over the person. You keep mentioning a person. Who exactly are you referring to? Zhuan Ti furrowed his brows. Soon, 3 enchanting figures flashed through his mind. Could it be? Are they the ones that Ming he spoke of? How could that be? He had taken them as his disciples 3,000 years ago. At that time, they should not have even transformed. For the sake of a disciple he took 3 millennia ago. Ming he dared to come here. Zhuan Ti spoke coldly. Who are you? We do not have the individuals you mention here. The chosen ones of the West cannot possibly return. Do not forget, this is Mount Shumi, where your powers can be suppressed. In a true battle, the outcome is uncertain. Feigning ignorance? Very well. Today I shall not hold back if you do not hand them over. I will reduce your entire Mount Shumi to rubble. The venerable Ming, he was enraged, emanating the aura of a peak Deluo golden immortal. If you refuse, I shall overturn Mount Shumi. If you cannot find me today, come tomorrow. If not then, come the day after. Ming he, you speak with such audacity. I, as a humble Taoist, assert that they are not here. How dare you be so rude? Today, I shall act on behalf of my master and suppress you. Jian raised the banner of Hong Jun and shouted angrily. Even now, he still did not admit to having taken away the San Shao. The venerable Ming, he wasted no more words and summoned the Abijna. Upon seeing the 2 swords, the expressions of Jian and Zhuan Ti turned cold. Zhuan Ti's peripheral vision caught Jie Yin's gaze, filled with inquiry. Did you not say he had no weapons? What is that in his hand? Jie Yin's eyes also reflected surprise. According to his calculations, the venerable Ming he should have been unarmed. This sword must have been acquired. However, the venerable Ming he did not allow them time for contemplation. He slashed towards Zhuan Ti with 1 sword. Shitty, can we allow ourselves to be bullied on our own turf? Let's strike together. Jian shouted to Zhuan Ti, already brandishing a piece of innate spiritual treasure. At his words, Zhuan Ti also drew forth an innate spiritual treasure. Bang! The 3 innate spiritual treasures clashed together, but the Abijna in the hands of the venerable Ming, he was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. It was impossible for the treasures in their hands to contend with it. Daring to act in Mount Shumi. Ming he, I see you are truly arrogant, Zhuan Ti said with a cold expression, his gaze fixed on the venerable Ming he. Although surprised that the venerable Ming he could still wield a sword, he did not believe his 6 roots of purity bamboo would lose. Being of the same supreme innate spiritual treasure tier. Just then, the venerable Ming he produced another innate spiritual treasure, Zhuan Ti's own blessed staff, and hurled it at him. My innate spiritual treasure. Zhuan Ti exclaimed in shock. He could hardly believe that the venerable Ming he would wield his own innate spiritual treasure to attack him. Yet now, he had no choice but to defend as for Jian beside him. The venerable Ming he had no intention of sparing him either, throwing his prayer beads towards him. The 2 innate spiritual treasures were treated as stones by the venerable Ming he. After all, they were not his, so he felt no regret in shattering them. Having forced the 2 back, the venerable Ming he retracted the 2 innate spiritual treasures with a cold laugh. Did you think only you could play with your hands? Suddenly, the venerable Ming he extended his hand, and a blood-red light soared into the sky. In the heavens, a massive blood-red hand appeared, casting a crimson hue across the entire west. Before this giant hand, Mount Shumi seemed like a mere sibling, utterly insignificant. He had not unleashed the true power of the Void Great Seal until now. Today was the perfect moment to test it on these 2 bald heads. Watching the colossal hand in the sky, Jian frowned slightly. Shi Xiang, did not Ming he use this outside Ling Shao Palace? Watch me shatter it with a single strike. Zhuan Ti sneered dismissively. This hand merely looks intimidating. Its power is not particularly great. I can handle it without needing you to join me. Being humiliated in front of disciples and attacked with their own innate spiritual treasures, Zhuan Ti declared. Ming he, for today's events, you shall pay the price. Golden light flickered in Zhuan Ti's hand as he struck upwards with a powerful blow. Enhanced by his magical power, the golden palm grew to match the size of the venerable Ming he's void great hand seal. The watching beings of the West widened their eyes. Truly, their master was formidable. The power of this strike was immense, and even its residual wave could likely shatter them, daring to come to Mount Shumi. Do you not consider whose domain this is? They did not ponder why the venerable Ming he possessed their master as treasure. After all, today, the blood-robed Taoist must face consequences, and the master's treasures would return. Chapter 36. The 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo Mind. Boom! The 2 colossal hands collided, producing a tremendous sound. As the astonished beings of the West looked on, the shock wave generated by their clash surged towards Mount Shumi. If this shock wave were to spread, it could have the strength of the West. Jane, sensing the shock wave, extended his hand, emitting a beam of light to intercept all the residual waves, with the number of disciples already low. It would be detrimental if they were injured by the shock wave. The beings of the West, initially fearful, began to admire Jia-yin as he effortlessly blocked the attack. Zhuan-Ti, observing the venerable Ming he not far away, let out a cold laugh. Ming-he, I thought this hand was formidable, yet I easily absorbed it. Your Pique de Luo golden immortal strength seems to be merely bluster. His words drew laughter from the onlookers. Their gazes at the venerable Ming he filled with scorn. Are you frightened? You claim to be a Pique de Luo golden immortal. Our master is as well, and there are 2 of them. The corners of the venerable Ming he's mouth curled upwards as he looked at Zhuan-Ti with the gaze of a fool. Jane, noticing something amiss, looked up at the sky. The blood-red giant hand summoned by the venerable Ming he had not dissipated. It continued its descent towards them. Zhuan-Ti followed Ji Yin's gaze upward, and his pupils constricted in shock. How could this be? He never expected that. On his own territory and with the enhancement of his powers, he would be unable to shatter this hand. Jia-yin, seeing Zhuan-Ti lost in thought at such a critical moment, was filled with frustration. The giant hand was descending, and he was still in a daze. Without further thought, he gathered his magical power and struck at the giant hand. Only with his full strength could he finally shatter it. The venerable Ming he's hand had withstood their combined might. How could his power be so formidable? Moreover, over the course of 3,000 years, his strength had significantly increased. Even if they could not defeat Ming-he, there was no reason they should not be able to contend together. The venerable Ming, he would surely mock him for his thoughts. You think you alone have grown in strength, while I remain stagnant. As the giant hand transformed into a bloodlight, Zhuan-Ti regained his senses that he glared at the venerable Ming, he with eyes of flame. Turning to Jia-yin, he spoke in a low voice, Shi Xiao, I will use the 6 roots of purity bamboo to ensnare him. You can then suppress him. Upon hearing this, Jia-yin's eyes brightened. Indeed, his junior brother's 6 roots of purity bamboo could seal the space, even closing off the opponent's 5 senses, with such a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The venerable Ming, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Jia-yin's lips curled into a cold smile as he nodded slightly. Good Ti will think they were forced to use the 6 roots of purity bamboo against Ming-he. Zhuan-Ti summoned his magical power and aimed the 6 roots of purity bamboo at the venerable Ming-he. Upon witnessing this scene, the venerable Ming-he smiled. Finally, he would see the use of this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The 6 roots of purity bamboo was only slightly inferior to the supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Although it was merely a slight difference, its power was not to be underestimated. From the moment he laid eyes on the 6 roots of purity bamboo, he had desired to seize it, but had always been held tightly by Zhuan-Ti. Now that Zhuan-Ti had activated it, the venerable Ming he wasted no time, hurling his chaos 7 treasures blood gourd towards it. Compared to the 6 roots of purity bamboo, the chaos 7 treasures blood gourd in Ming-he's hands was indeed stronger. Even if it clashed with the chaos bell, it would still gain the upper hand. Jia-yin and Zhuan-Ti frowned slightly at the sight of the blood gourd summoned by the venerable Ming-he, their expressions tinged with caution. The gourd exuded an aura that felt almost as powerful as an innate supreme treasure. Facing Ming-he, they were already at a disadvantage, and with this artifact, they were even more so. However, Zhuan-Ti still had the 6 roots of purity bamboo, as long as he could ensnare him. There was nothing to fear. Did they truly think they were not Pique de Luo golden immortals? Yet, in the next moment, Zhuan-Ti's expression changed dramatically. The 6 roots of purity bamboo he had unleashed was ensnared by the venerable Ming, He's chaos 7 treasures blood gourd. As the 6 roots of purity bamboo trembled, it was pulled into the hands of the venerable Ming He. Ming He. Zhuan Ti's eyes were filled with fury as he let out a roar. He never anticipated that the ancestor of the Underworld River would brazenly seize the 6 pure bamboo. When Zhuan Ti attempted to summon it back, he merely provoked the chaos 7 treasures blood gourd to tremble. While the 6 pure bamboo remained firmly in the hands of the ancestor of the Underworld River, such a splendid treasure in your possession is nothing short of a travesty. Enough, you need not express your gratitude. I shall safeguard it for you, the ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by safeguarding it for me? He had stolen my belongings and had the audacity to speak of custodianship. Underworld River, return the 6 pure bamboo. Zhuan Ti bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, his heart bleeding at the thought. This was his most formidable, innate spiritual treasure. Although its power was limited, its ability to seal space made it his most trusted artifact. The ancestor of the Underworld River frowned slightly and replied solemnly, Your 6 pure bamboo. This is clearly my 6 pure bamboo. Speaking such blatant falsehoods, do you believe it will return if you call for it? If it does, I shall concede it is yours. The ancestor's serious demeanor, as if the treasure were his very own, nearly drove Zhuan Ti to the brink of eruption. Shameless. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Zhuan Ti fumed. Underworld River, if you do not return the 6 pure bamboo today, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. His breath caught in his throat, his face flushed crimson, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Regret filled his heart. Why had he offered the 6 pure bamboo? Had he exchanged it for any other innate spiritual treasure, he would not be in such a furious state. Although he could still sense the 6 pure bamboo, it was tightly locked away by the ancestor's blood gourd, rendering it impossible to reclaim. A wicked smile crept onto the ancestor of the Underworld River's lips, more accurately described as a playful smirk. Unleash your wrath. You dare to threaten me in the presence of the Underworld River? Do you not realize that you cannot kill me? The blood sea is not bitter, and the Underworld River does not perish. Do you take such words lightly? It was true. Zhuan Ti likely remained unaware of his own capabilities. Moreover, these 2 were insufficient to threaten his life. The treasures in his possession had yet to be fully utilized, and he still held the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the 12th grade Karmic Fire Red Lotus in his mind. If he truly unleashed them, he alone could wash the West in blood. As the thought of bloodshed in the West crossed his mind, Ji Yin's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze locking onto the ancestor of the Underworld River with gravity. A sudden sense of peril had surged within him, emanating from the very figure before him. He felt an ominous premonition that if this continued, dire consequences would ensue. Jin turned to Zhuan Ti and softly called, Junior brother. It was not only he who felt this sense of crisis. Zhuan Ti, being at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, sensed it as well, his expression stiffening. What is it? Were you not going to unleash your wrath? Why have you ceased? The ancestor of the Underworld River toyed with the 6 pure bamboo in his hands, chuckling. What a pity. Chapter 37. Departing from Mount Shumi, Zhuan Ti clenched his fists, straining to suppress his seething rage. His eyes locked on the ancestor of the Underworld River. Today he had utterly humiliated himself before the beings of the West. How could he face them again? Would he allow others to gossip that he had been cornered and beaten by the Underworld River at his own doorstep? Despite Ji Yin's calm demeanor, he too burned with fury, wishing to flay the ancestor alive for having been beaten back to his own home and losing a precious innate treasure in the process. Observing their lack of action, the ancestor of the Underworld River's amusement morphed into mockery. What? Have you all lost your nerve at a mere threat? Do you even deserve to be disciples of Hong Jun? Today I have acquired an exquisite innate treasure, and my mood remains quite pleasant. I shall not trouble you further. Just hand over the person. How could one not be elated at acquiring the 6 pure bamboo? Zhuan Ti's icy glare flared but quickly dissipated, and he sent a strand of divine thought into Mount Shumi. Soon, a bald disciple, accompanied by the 3 heavens, arrived. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that fear lingered in the disciple's eyes. In battles between the peaks of the great Luo golden immortal realm, even a stray ripple could spell death. Though he had cast aside distractions here, maintaining his 6 pure bamboo, he still feared for his life. Master Ti approached Jia-in and Juan-Ti, bowing respectfully. The 3 heavens, upon catching sight of the ancestor of the Underworld River, momentarily froze, before their faces lit up with excitement. "Master!" they exclaimed in unison, rushing toward the ancestor. Reflecting on their earlier encounter, despite his blood-red robes, their master was kind-hearted, unlike the West, which sought to detain them by force. If Jia-in and Juan-Ti were to hear their thoughts, they would surely explode in rage. They had been cornered at their own doorstep, and yet you dare to speak of kindness? Seeing the 3 heavens unscathed, the ancestor of the Underworld River nodded slightly. The 3 heavens clung to him, unwilling to let go. They genuinely did not wish to remain there. Yet faced with a peak great Luo golden immortal, they were no match. Jia-in and Juan-Ti watched as the 3 heavens called the ancestor of the Underworld River Master, and a wave of regret washed over them. These 3 little demons had merely encountered them on the road, drawn by fate, and now their backing turned out to be the Underworld River. Had they known who supported them, perhaps today's events could have been avoided. Juan-Ti, still unwilling to concede, implored, "Underworld River, they are already returned to you. Could you not restore the 6 pure bamboo to me?" He understood the ancestor's character well enough to know that once he consumed the innate treasure, he would never relinquish it. However, the 6 pure bamboo was far too vital to him. The ancestor of the Underworld River raised an eyebrow, looking at Juan-Ti with feigned confusion. "What 6 pure bamboo? I have never seen it. Perhaps you simply forgot to take a an uninformed onlooker. It might indeed seem that Juan-Ti had forgotten his possession. Yet at this moment, the 6 pure bamboo lay firmly in the ancestor's grasp, which he playfully toyed with from time to time. Was this not a blatant lie? After a moment of playing with it, the ancestor of the Underworld River spoke softly. "Enough. Let us return to see your elder brother." In the Blood Sea, Zhao Gongming thought, "Master, did you not think of avenging me?" With a gentle wave of his hand, the ancestor of the Underworld River led the 3 away. Seeing him prepare to leave, Juan-Ti attempted to intervene. How could he allow the ancestor to depart with the 6 pure bamboo, still in his possession? At this moment, Jia-in pressed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. "Junior brother, let it go. Let it go." Juan-Ti's face turned a shade of green with anger. He had taken my exquisite, innate treasure. How could it simply be overlooked? Jia-in retorted, "Do you think you can defeat him? Or can I? Or do you think we both can take him on?" His word effectively silenced Juan-Ti. Yet, the fact remained that it was his innate treasure that had been stolen, that he could not simply stand by and watch as the 6 pure bamboo was taken from him. Furthermore, he had no other suitable treasures on hand. The 6 pure bamboo was not only his most effective weapon, but also his strongest artifact. To see it taken away and to do nothing was unbearable. After having the enhancing divine scepter snatched by the ancestor of the Underworld River, he had nearly suffered a setback in his cultivation. Now, with the 6 pure bamboo gone, how could he continue to cultivate? The ancestor of the Underworld River has merely seized your 6 pure bamboo. He has not refined it. That treasure still belongs to you. Once we attain the status of quasi-saints, we can seek to reclaim it and make him cough up blood. If you are impatient, you may wait until the 3rd time Master delivers his teachings and ask him to intervene. Upon hearing Jia-in's words, Juan-Ti's eyes lit up. Indeed, even if the ancestor of the Underworld River sought to refine it, he would require some time. Even if he succeeded, they could simply request their master to take action. Ultimately, it would only mean that the ancestor would hold it for 1,000 years, and after that, it would return to him. Though he thought this way, his heart still ached. After all, what he had lost was a formidable weapon. The innate treasures of the West were already scarce. Now, 3 had been taken by the ancestor of the Underworld River, leaving even fewer behind. But brother, without the 6 pure bamboo, my strength is halved that if someone comes to the West. Jia-in narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. His gaze fell upon the Bodhi tree, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Of course, is your true form not the Bodhi tree? You can refine it into a treasure. You are essentially the manifestation of the Bodhi tree. Refining it into a treasure for your use is entirely feasible. Even if it is merely an exquisite innate treasure, In your hands, it can unleash the power of a primordial supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti began to ponder. Presently, he found himself in possession of only a few innate spiritual treasures, and the supreme innate treasures were entirely absent. If he could refine the Bodhi tree into a supreme innate treasure, it would not be an impossible task. Moreover, his senior brother had mentioned that he was originally transformed from the Bodhi tree, suggesting that its utilization would undoubtedly be more adept, wielding power that would rival even the innate supreme treasures. Should that be the case, it was conceivable that the two of them could indeed contend with the River of Darkness, or rather, overpower it. Very well, I deem this feasible. However, it is imperative to make optimal use of the Bodhi tree to unleash its fullest potential. Zhuan-Ti remarked, his gaze directed towards the departing figure of the ancestor of the River of Darkness, his eyes shimmering with intent. Jain narrowed his eyes and turned to the bald man, stating, "All beings must not depart from the West. This matter will undoubtedly spread, and what he must do now is ensure that the denizens of the primordial chaos remain oblivious. An even more crucial point is that none from the West should escape. Once they ascend to the status of saints, they can return to exact vengeance upon the River of Darkness and reclaim their dignity." Having spoken thus, his figure vanished from the scene. After Jie Yin's departure, Zhuan-Ti too dissipated from his location. The disciples within Mount Shumi were left in disbelief at the unfolding events. Their teacher had been defeated. Chapter 38. The Queen Mother of the West bestows treasures at this moment. The ancestor of the River of Darkness had returned to the Blood Sea with the three heavens. Elder brother. The mosquito Taoist called out softly upon seeing the ancestor's return. His elder brother had not been gone for long before he had returned with three small demons from the hands of the two bald men. It appeared that those two from the West were not formidable after all. The Queen Mother of the West regarded the ancestor of the River of Darkness with a glimmer of curiosity. It had not been long since his departure, yet he was already back. Just how powerful was he upon the three heavens' return? They observed Zhao Gongming, who bore no injuries in the distance, and a smile graced their lips. They had been taken away and presumed that Zhao Gongming would sustain injuries. Zhao Gongming, upon seeing that the three heavens were unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It is all my elder brother's fault for not protecting you well." He then turned and respectfully bowed to the ancestor of the River of Darkness. "Thank you, Master." The ancestor waved his hand dismissively and then inquired of the four of them. "Previously, I asked if you would be willing to take me as your master. Today I inquire once more that if you wish to become my disciples, I shall accept you. However, should you decline, I will not impose upon you, and you may leave at any time." Pausing, the ancestor introduced himself that "I am the poor Taoist." The River of Darkness, the mention of these words. Zhao Gongming immediately knelt, bowing his head to the ancestor. "Master, I have already taken you as my teacher 3,000 years ago, and I shall never change my mind." From the lips of his uncle, he had learned of his master's formidable strength, especially considering the Blood Sea. Were it not for his uncle's assistance, he would have been shattered by the malevolent energy within. Just this alone was enough to affirm the extraordinary power of his master. Following his bow, the three heavens hastily followed suit, saluting the ancestor. Disciple Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, greet master. Zhao Gongming had heard the ancestor's might from the mosquito Taoist, but the three heavens had witnessed it firsthand. Those two bald men from the West were at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm and were no match for their master. Moreover, they had brazenly seized a sword treasure before their eyes, yet the two did not dare to pursue. With such a master, it would be foolish not to prevail. Observing this, the ancestor of the River of Darkness nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of them as disciples. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West looked at the ancestor with astonishment. She had not anticipated that he would take on disciples. In her impression, the ancestor was filled with malevolence, his eyes radiating a lethal aura akin to a demon descending upon the world. The fact that he would accept disciples, especially three small demons with seemingly limited power, who had likely only recently taken shape, was unexpected. "What? Am I not allowed to take disciples?" The ancestor of the River of Darkness responded with a smile tinged with irony. The Queen Mother of the West, observing the three heavens, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. The three heavens were indeed striking beauties, and the Queen Mother, captivated by their clear eyes, felt a stirring of intrigue. I am the poor Taoist, the Queen Mother of the West, a friend of the River of Darkness, and you may call me Aunt. Upon hearing this, the three heavens hastily clasped their hands in greeting. Aunt, the ancestor of the River of Darkness's eyes shimmered with discontent. My friend, you truly have the gall to say that. How long have we known each other, and you already call me a friend? If that is the case, I must be friends with many across the primordial chaos. Taoist River of Darkness, you have indeed acquired 3 obedient disciples. The Queen Mother remarked with a smile, extending her jade hand to reveal 3 treasures. In the bewildered gazes of the 3 heavens, the Queen Mother presented the treasures to them. Since you call me Aunt, a meeting gift is naturally indispensable. Though they are merely post-heaven treasures, they will suffice for you. The expressions of the 3 heavens shifted, their beautiful eyes widening in shock at the sight of the post-heaven treasures. Indeed, they were astounded. Although they had only recently taken shape, they had been following Zhao Gongming and had some understanding of the primordial chaos. If a great Luo golden immortal were to receive post-heaven treasures, they might very well curse in indignation, deeming it an insult. However, the 3 heavens were different. They had only recently taken shape with powers at the celestial immortal level, and they possessed no treasures. Thus, the post-heaven treasures before them were enough to leave them in awe. Thank you, Aunt, but we cannot accept such a meeting gift. The 3 heavens hesitated to take the post-heaven treasures. Had it been a gift from their master, they might have eagerly accepted it. Yet, although the Queen Mother was an aunt, they did not know her well enough to accept such valuable post-heaven treasures. The Queen Mother chuckled lightly, understanding their reservations. These are merely post-heaven treasures. I have plenty of them. Even in your master's eyes, they are not particularly rare. Furthermore, your master possesses no post-heaven treasures, only innate treasures. He cannot directly give you innate treasures, as you would not be able to utilize them. The 3 heavens turned to their master. Though they claimed they did not want the gifts, their desire was evident, for these were indeed post-heaven treasures. The ancestor of the River of Darkness raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the Queen Mother. Very well. I see your intent. Queen Mother, I have long suspected that you harbored ulterior motives by following me closely. It appears you aim to gather information through my disciples. Nevertheless, since you are offering gifts without charge, I shall not be rude. Since it is a gift from the Queen Mother, then let it be accepted. Upon hearing this, the 3 heavens felt a surge of joy, expressing their gratitude to the ancestor before bowing to the Queen Mother. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Aunt. Although these treasures were not bestowed by their master, they felt a sense of connection as if they were half a gift from him. Soon, the 3 heavens joyfully accepted the post-heaven treasures. They had not anticipated that they would receive post-heaven treasures so soon after becoming disciples. Their delight, however, left Zhao Gongming, who stood nearby, envious. All were disciples of the master, and he had been the first to take the master as his teacher. As their elder brother, he believed he too deserved a post-heaven treasure. Approaching the Queen Mother, he offered a respectful bow, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Disciple Zhao Gongming pays respects to Aunt. His gaze unmistakably conveyed to the Queen Mother his desire for a post-heaven treasure. The Queen Mother, fully aware of his unspoken wish, laughed softly. You arrived too late. I have only 3 post-heaven treasures, all of which I have given to them. Upon hearing this, the hopeful glimmer in Zhao Gongming's eyes instantly dimmed. What is this? Just moments ago, you claimed not to lack post-heaven treasures, and now you say you only have 3. Are you jesting? Nevertheless, he dared not voice his discontent, for one who could be called a friend by the master was surely of equal caliber. He turned his gaze back to the ancestor of the River of Darkness, his eyes once again filled with hope, as if silently pleading, Look, my 3 junior sisters have already received post-heaven treasures. As their elder brother, surely I deserve one too. The ancestor of the River of Darkness smirked slightly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Asked their elder brother, What post-heaven treasure do you desire? Chapter 39, Refining the 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with gratitude. Truly, my master is benevolent to offer me a post-heaven treasure. He quickly bowed to the ancestor of the River of Darkness, eagerly awaiting his gift. Thank you, Master, for bestowing treasures. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld chuckled lightly, yet his gaze was imbued with a chilling brilliance. Curse your grandmother's leg. All I possess are innate spiritual treasures. Do you desire them? Even if I were to bestow them upon you, would you be capable of wielding them? As the senior brother among them, your cultivation is astonishingly inferior to that of your junior sister. What audacity allows you to request treasures from me? Be off and focus on your cultivation. Only when you break through to the Xianxian realm should you ponder matters concerning treasures. Humph. Zhao Gongming stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Why was it that his junior sister possessed postnatal spiritual treasures, while he was left yearning for Xianxian? Such blatant favoritism. He had been the first to seek apprenticeship. Moreover, both he and his junior sister were celestials. How could there be such disparity? As for breaking through to the Xianxian realm, it had taken him 3,000 years merely to reach the celestial stage. To become a Xianxian would demand no less than 10 millennia. The thought of needing an additional 10,000 years to reach the Xianxian realm cast a veil of despair upon his countenance. The West Queen Mother observed his half-dead demeanor and stifled a laugh. So it turned out that the old ancestor of the river of the underworld was quite amusing when it came to insults. She then turned to the old ancestor and Taoist mosquito, clasping her hands in farewell. As long as it remains the old ancestor of the river of the underworld, I shall take my leave that we shall meet again in a millennium, having witnessed the blood sea and the old ancestor accepting disciples. She had nothing further to occupy her time. Thus, she chose to return to Kunlun Mountain to commence her own cultivation, striving to enhance her strength within a millennium. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld, however, did not reciprocate the farewell gesture. After uttering a dismissive slow walk, no need to see off, he turned and strode towards the blood sea. Upon hearing this, the West Queen Mother pouted in irritation, departing the scene. Why had the old ancestor been so verbose when striking others, yet now fell silent before her? Was it truly her appearance that deterred him? Yet, why did the Eastern King persistently linger around her? After arranging a suitable place for Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos to cultivate, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld entered seclusion. His primary objective was to refine the 6 pure bamboos. If he failed to refine them, there was no telling when they might be reclaimed by Zhu and Ti. The treasures he had acquired were not to be relinquished to others, seeking to usurp them. Not a chance. Surrounding the old ancestor were the 5 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the 12 annihilation black lotus, the 12 fiery red lotus, the Abhij, the primordial slaughter, and at the center, the chaotic 7 treasures blood gourd. The crimson malevolence and black malice incessantly eroded the 6 pure bamboos, with these 5 supreme, innate spiritual treasures suppressing the 6 pure bamboos. The speed of refinement increased significantly. Nevertheless, complete refinement might still require several days. After all, these items had been in Zhu and Ti's possession for many years, making them particularly challenging to refine. If others were to hear that the old ancestor of the river of the underworld could refine the 6 pure bamboos in just a few days, they would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. What did it mean to take merely a few days for refinement? For them, the process typically began at several years, or even hundreds of years. How could it be reduced to mere days for him? Before long, 7 days had passed. In the grand scheme of the Hong Huang, 7 days was hardly significant. Perhaps one could even let out a yawn, and it would be gone. Especially in the blood sea, where one hardly needed to close their eyes. 7 days slipped by unnoticed. It is done. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. He then withdrew the 5 innate spiritual treasures, directing his gaze towards the 6 pure bamboos floating before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although they had become tainted with malice, and their color had dimmed considerably post-refinement, their abilities remained unchanged. With a slight motion of his fingers, the 6 pure bamboos flew into the old ancestor's grasp. As he infused them with his spiritual power, they shimmered with a verdant glow, entwined with black and red energies, and the surrounding blood sea came to a standstill at that moment. Such formidable prowess, to be able to restrain the blood sea as well. What a waste in Zhu and Ti's hands. The old ancestor's eyes sparkled with surprise, followed by a chuckle. Had Zhu and Ti truly activated them, The situation would have been precarious. Fortunately, he had secured the 6 pure bamboos beforehand. Now, in his possession, he had the 12 Annihilation Black Lotus for defense, the Abhij for offense, and the 6 pure bamboos for control. With the Blood Sea no longer a threat and the river of the Underworld unyielding, no one in the entire Honghuang could suppress him, save for Hongjuan's assault. Moreover, he possessed the 12 fiery red lotus, capable of inciting envy in others. Simultaneously, as the old ancestor of the river of the Underworld refined the 6 pure bamboos, Zhuan Ti, who was cultivating within Mount Shumi, suddenly changed countenance. His eyes flickered with malevolence as he violently opened them, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Mingi, I vow to kill you. Initially, he had contemplated biding his time to reclaim the 6 pure bamboos, but now he found himself completely severed from them. This meant he could no longer wield the 6 pure bamboos. His supreme innate spiritual treasure had been refined by the old ancestor of the river of the Underworld, becoming the latter's artifact. With this realization, Zhuan Ti coughed up another mouthful of blood. The first instance was due to the backlash from the treasure's refinement, and this time, it stemmed from his indignation. In the span of merely 7 days, his supreme innate spiritual treasure had vanished. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before the Bodhi tree, gazing at the Bodhi tree. Which was his true self? Zhuan Ti hesitated. After all, it was his essence, who would willingly transform their true self into a treasure. Presently, he was left with no usable artifacts. Yet he had no choice but to begin the refinement. Should the old ancestor of the river of the Underworld discover Zhuan Ti's intentions, he would undoubtedly intervene. How dare you refine what I have set my sights on into a treasure? You truly seek your own demise. However, the old ancestor remained oblivious. After refining the 6 pure bamboos, he commenced his cultivation, with just a century remaining until the emergence of the Three Brothers Island in the Eastern Sea. He could not afford to waste time. If he squandered 100 years every millennium, that would equate to 1,000 years over 10 millennia. How much potential cultivation would be lost? Moreover, not only was the old ancestor of the river of the Underworld cultivating, but all beings within the Honghuang also returned to their respective sanctuaries to begin their cultivation. With the third preaching by Hongjun only a millennium away, they were determined not to squander this time, all preparing for their ascent to the quasi-saint realm. In an instant, the Honghuang fell into a state of relative tranquility, not quite silence, as the tension between the witch and demon clans was palpable, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Were it not for the presence of the Emperor Realm Tai and the 12 ancestral witches suppressing them, war would have erupted long ago. However, while large-scale conflicts were absent, small skirmishes occurred frequently, tacitly permitted by both clans that a full-blown war was unacceptable, but minor frictions were permissible. Surely the Dao ancestor would not intervene for such trifles. Yet, the Witch clan consistently emerged victorious in these minor skirmishes. Their physical prowess was renowned. Even a minor which could outmatch the Demon clan. In essence, during these frequent confrontations, the Witch clan triumphed in 9.5 out of 10. Chapter 40. By Zay's counsel. The Demon Court Elder Brother, this cannot continue. Without the emergence of great demons, our Demon clan stands no chance against the Witch clan. Their momentum is growing ever stronger, almost riding on our backs. On the Sun Star, Emperor Tai abruptly stood, pointing towards the Honghuang and emphatically stating, "Let us follow my suggestion and take action to slay a few ancestral witches, dampening their arrogance. They truly believe our Demon clan to be easy prey." Currently, the Demon clan faced defeat after defeat, their morale dwindling to perilous lows that, if this continued, they would not even need to wait for war. The Demon clan would be extinguished first. Hearing Tai's complaints, Emperor Jun reprimanded him sharply. "Enough? I am aware of your desire for war, but the time for conflict has yet to arrive." Rebuked by Emperor Jun, Tai fell silent, muttering, "Elder brother, why have you become so cryptic? Akin to the Dao ancestor, if now is not the time for war, then when? Surely we cannot wait until we are at each other's throats." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun sighed. "Do you think I do not wish for war? Consider the present moment. Hongjun has just concluded his teachings, and the entire Honghuang is focused on breaking through to the quasi-saint realm." Pausing briefly, Emperor June continued, as for your suggestion to slay a few ancestral witches, it is best to abandon that thought for now. What do you believe would transpire should we assassinate them? The witch and demon clans would be plunged in an all-out war, throwing the entire Hong Wang into chaos. At that point, both our cultivations would falter, while others ascend to quasi-saint, and we would remain at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal Datai's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the demon clan subjugation. Must we truly endure this? If we do not take action, the demon clan may be obliterated before the witch and demon clans even engage in battle. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Dijuan fell into deep contemplation. He recalled what Dong Huangtai had mentioned, yet he had yet to devise a solution. The strength of the demon race was evidently formidable, yet they consistently faced defeat in battle, leaving them in a state of great frustration. Was it truly the case, as Tai suggested, that they should wait until the demon population was halved before engaging in war? If that were the case, they might as well concede the wilderness to the witch clan. Amid his reflections, a voice interrupted from outside. Emperor Dijuan of the demon race, Baizé seeks an audience. The announcement shattered Dijuan's train of thought, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Baizé, what could he possibly want here? Surely, if something significant had occurred within the demon race, Baizé, with his considerable strength, would be able to handle it. Currently, apart from themselves, the strongest in the demon race were a few great demons. Baizé, who had just requested an audience, was undoubtedly a formidable figure, a great Luo Jinxian. Besides Baizé, there were also other powerful demons like Jiaoying and Ing Zhao, all of whom were great Luo Jinxian as well. Ah, it is Brother Baizé. There is no need for formality. Please come in, Dijuan called out softly, regaining his composure. And no sooner had he spoken than a young man clad in white robes entered, with silvery hair and an air of refined elegance. He seemed as though he were on the verge of brandishing a fan. Upon entering Fusang Palace, Baizé respectfully greeted Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai that I pay my respects to Emperor Dijuan and Emperor Tai. As the military strategist of the demon race, Baizé placed great importance on etiquette. Dijuan smiled and said, Brother Baizé, you're being overly formal. We are all brothers here, so there is no need for such titles. He then inquired, Might I ask what brings you to us today? Baizé shook his head. There is no urgent matter concerning the demon race. I have come today with a different purpose. I am aware that you, Emperor Dijuan, are troubled by the conflict between the witch and demon races, and I am here to offer counsel. Upon hearing this, Dijuan's eyes brightened, his gaze fixed intently on Baizé. As the strategist of the demon race, Baizé's capabilities were beyond question, and his arrival with advice surely indicated a promising plan. Brother Baizé, please share your thoughts. I am all ears, Dijuan urged, as his anxiety grew. After all, the demon race had suffered greatly. With a knowing smile, Baizé's expression turned serious as he spoke softly. I wonder if the demon emperor is fully aware of the current situation within the demon race. Dijuan was momentarily taken aback. As the demon emperor, how could he be unaware of the circumstances? Naturally, he was informed. Baizé nodded and continued. Since you are aware, you must understand why the demon race has faced continuous defeats. At this statement, Dijuan furrowed his brow in confusion, gazing quizzically at Baizé. While he was indeed familiar with the state of the demon race, he could not pinpoint the reason for their consistent failures. Was it the physical prowess of the witch clan? Yet, the demon race was hardly lacking in strength, and they certainly had the numbers. As he pondered, Baizé shook his head that it appears, Emperor Dijuan, that you still do not grasp the situation of the demon race. Stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why the delay? Exclaimed Dong Huangtai, clearly impatient and bewildered by the cryptic conversation. Upon hearing this, Dijuan turned his head sharply and reprimanded Tai. He then glared at Tai before turning back to Baizé, smiling. My apologies, Brother Baizé. I hope you can overlook Tai's temperament. Baizé waved his hand dismissively, unfazed by the interruption. It is my own inadequacy and clarity. You too, as demon emperors, have been residing in the Sunstar and are likely not well acquainted with the happenings of the wilderness. In essence, the demon race is currently a fragmented entity. It is no exaggeration to say that if a war were to break out now, The demon race would undoubtedly face catastrophic defeat. That Dejuan's brow tightened as he inhaled deeply, signaling by Zay to continue to, I have a strategy that could unite them. Many of the great demons have already established their own factions and disregarded the affairs of the demon race, significantly diminishing our strength. We could follow the example of Dong Wang Gong and establish a celestial court. A celestial court. Dejuan echoed, perplexed. He was not well versed in this matter. After returning to the Sun Star, they had focused solely on cultivation, leaving them ignorant of current events in the wilderness. Bai Zhe nodded and elaborated. After establishing the celestial court, Dong Wang Gong, with the backing of Daozu, has attracted a multitude of powerful beings to his side. Why should we not do the same and create our own celestial court? Furthermore, with both of you as demon emperors, no one in the demon race would dare to defy your authority. Upon hearing this, Dejuan's eyes lit up, and Dong Huang Tai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, if that were the case, the strength of the demon race would firmly rest in our hands. The reason for our defeats thus far has been our disunity, with each faction fighting its own battles. That if we could gather them together, even if their strength is diminished, it would still constitute a formidable force. To that point, not only the Witch Clan, but even the combined might of other races would stand little chance against us. Moreover, should the Witch Clan be vanquished, the remaining factions would be disorganized and unable to pose a threat to the demon race. Dejuan then turned to Bai Zhe, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Bai Zhe, for your invaluable counsel. Once the celestial court for the demon race is established, I shall ensure you are appointed to a high position. Bai Zhe chuckled softly and replied. However, it is worth noting that Dong Wang Gong Celestial Court, backed by Hong Jun, is expanding at an astonishing rate. Our celestial court must be established swiftly. That celestial court is not to be feared. It can be extinguished at any moment. Dejuan laughed heartily. Chapter 41. Discovery at the Eastern Sea's 3 immortal islands, a century later. Within 100 years, the celestial court established by Dong Wang Gong rapidly expanded beneath the watchful eyes of the witch and demon races. With the support of Hong Jun and the possession of the 9 Dragons' golden scepter, Dong Wang Gong attracted numerous powerful beings to join the celestial court, which grew in numbers and began to form the 3rd major power in the wilderness. Given a bit more time, it was conceivable that they could rival the witch and demon races. However, such an outcome was highly unlikely. In the Blood Sea, at the abode of the ancestor of the Underworld River. 100 years had passed. Just as the century mark was reached, the ancestor of the Underworld River opened his eyes, a flash of blood red flickering within his gaze. Above his head, the 3 flowers began to tremble as if something were about to break free from its shell. This was the good corpse among the 3 corpses of the ancestor of the Underworld River. He was but a hair's breadth away from becoming a quasi-saint. All he needed was to eliminate the good corpse to achieve that status. In the next moment, the ancestor of the Underworld River vanished from his location, reappearing outside the Blood Sea, where he beheld the 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming in the distance. The 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming were unable to withstand the malevolent energy of the Blood Sea. Attempting to cultivate there would only result in backlash. The ancestor of the Underworld River promptly arranged for them to be outside, allowing them to cultivate on their OWI in the span of a century. The 4 of them had reached the true immortal realm, a fact that pleased the ancestor of the Underworld River. However, recalling that it had taken them 3,000 years to reach the celestial immortal stage, his expression darkened. I truly do not understand how you have cultivated. 3,000 years, and you have only just broken through to the celestial immortal realm, he remarked, causing the 4 to halt their cultivation. They opened their eyes and hurriedly rose to salute their master. Master. The ancestor of the Underworld River nodded slightly, gesturing for them to rise. At that moment, the figure of Taoist one appeared. Given his cultivation level, he was able to discern the ancestor of the Underworld River's words. Moreover, he found it difficult to settle down and cultivate. Master, have you emerged so soon? Have you broken through? He asked respectfully. The ancestor of the Underworld River shook his head, gazing toward the east as he replied nonchalantly. Not quite yet. One of the reasons he had come here was due to the emergence of the 3 immortal islands in the Eastern Sea. Upon sensing their location, he had withdrawn from his cultivation. However, even had he not appeared, The ancestor of the Underworld River would not have continued his training, as he was still uncertain about what would transpire after breaking through to the quasi-saint level. Upon hearing this, Taoist Win's face lit up with excitement, as though he were the one experiencing a breakthrough. As expected of my master, you will likely be the first to attain sainthood. Those disciples of Hong Jun cannot compare to your prowess. The ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled softly, responding, "Not so fast. At most, I will merely break through to quasi-saint for reaching the saint level that is likely to occur only after the great three teachings conclude." With a casual glance, the mosquito Taoist addressed the blood sea. "You shall keep watch over it, along with these three little ones, while I depart for a while." The ancestor of the Nether River did not afford the mosquito Taoist an opportunity to respond. Having spoken, he vanished from the scene. The location of the three immortal islands in the Eastern Sea had now emerged, and he was undoubtedly intent on seizing the opportunity, observing his elder brother's departure. The mosquito Taoist wished to follow, but was firmly restrained by him. Left with no choice, he sighed in resignation. A nagging feeling lingered that his brother's absence heralded a significant event in the primordial world, and he yearned to bear witness. However, for now, he was left to oversee his elder brother's disciples. Fixing his gaze upon them, the mosquito Taoist's expression swiftly turned. "I see why it is all your fault that my brother engages in affairs without my involvement. What are you staring at? Focus on your cultivation. Before my brother returns, I expect you to help me reach the Dao Xian immortal realm." Coldly uttering these words, the mosquito Taoist vanished from sight. Returning to the blood sea to contemplate, the three individuals, bewildered by the sudden reprimand, exchanged glances, shrugged their shoulders, and resumed their practice. The temper of our master uncle is truly formidable in the Eastern Sea. Within the depths of the Dragon Palace, several figures were engaged in hushed conversation. Among them was the familiar figure of the Eastern King, who had, after a century, ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. In the Dragon Palace, he had been honored with a place of high esteem, surrounded by several dragon clansmen, each possessing formidable strength, being late-stage great Luo golden immortals. Beside the Eastern King stood an elder dragon of the same pinnacle. The clan leader, Ao Jun the Eastern King, seated in his elevated position, bore an air of confidence, his demeanor exuding the essence of a superior. A century had passed, and with the continuous expansion of the celestial court, he too had grown in stature. Those beneath the great Luo golden immortal realm were no longer worthy of his attention, save for a particular matter, even the clan leader of the dragons. He was reluctant to engage with. The Eastern King turned to Ao Jun with a smile, saying, "I entrust the matter of the three immortal islands to you." Clan leader Ao Jun laughed heartily, readily agreeing. "Rest assured, Eastern Emperor Donghua, whom the primordial realm does not know that the Eastern Sea belongs to our dragon clan. Once the three immortal islands manifest, I will be the first to inform you." Pleased with Ao Jun's assurance, the Eastern King nodded in satisfaction. "Then, let us learn from clan leader Ao Jun, when the celestial court engulfs the Wu and Yao clans, it will be your dragon clan's time to rise once more. At that time, you shall reclaim dominion over the primordial world." Ao Jun clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The dragon clan was once the sovereign of the primordial realm, but after the calamity of the Dragon Han, the remnants had fled to the Eastern Sea, subsequently establishing their rule over the ocean but losing their hold over the primordial world. With the rise of the Wu and Yao clans, they had become mere shadows of their former selves, withdrawing from the grand stage of the primordial realm. They had assumed this would be their fate until the arrival of the Eastern King. Though the celestial court was currently weak and incapable of contending with the Wu and Yao clans, it had the formidable backing of Hong Jun, which might truly allow the Dragon Clan to return to their former glory. Regarding the three immortal islands, as long as he believed in their existence, the Dragon Clan would surely find them. Clan leader Ao Jun, "You are too modest. We will still rely on the Dragon Clan in the future." The Eastern King replied with a smile. Though he spoke kindly, a cold smirk lingered in his heart. Did the Dragon Clan truly believe they could re-establish their dominance over the primordial realm? Did they not regard me, the Eastern Emperor Donghua, with sufficient respect? Were it not for the necessity of having them watch over the three immortal islands and their influence, Do you think I would seek you out? The Eastern King mused internally, as Ao Jun remained blissfully unaware of that moment. Both were secretly calculating their own interests. Chapter 42. The Vortex of the Eastern Sea. Immortals march to their doom upon the azure surface of the sea. The ancestor of the Nether River soared upon the 12-grade fiery red lotus, resembling a streak of crimson lightning. Had he summoned the 12-grade world destruction black lotus, the scene would have transformed into a tempest of black lightning. The eastern sea of the primordial world was indeed vast. The ancestor of the Nether River gazed into the seemingly endless expanse of the eastern sea, unable to suppress a sigh. It was only now that such a grand sight could be witnessed. Once the calamity of the Wu and Yao began, the primordial world would be torn asunder, and the eastern sea would become a mere speck in the vastness. After flying for a considerable time, the ancestor of the Nether River furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. I can clearly sense it nearby, yet remains elusive. This system only provides a specific location, making it challenging for me to locate. In this vast eastern sea, without a decade of searching, it would be nearly impossible to find anything. Even if he did find it, a decade would pass, and he might as well have become the Eastern King himself. Moreover, the surroundings appeared deceptively calm, devoid of any signs of treasures emerging. Just as the ancestor of the Nether River pondered in frustration, his gaze caught sight of a figure in the distance, a tiny golden immortal swiftly traversing in a particular direction. The excitement on the figure's face unmistakably indicated to the ancestor of the Nether River that something valuable lay ahead. Raising an eyebrow, he followed suit, deciding it wise to investigate what treasures awaited. Despite the proximity, the tiny golden immortal remained oblivious to the presence trailing behind him. Even as the ancestor of the Nether River drew near, the other remained unaware. What kind of treasure could elicit such joy? Rendering him oblivious to his surroundings? After flying a short distance, the ancestor of the Nether River beheld a blood-red vortex not far ahead, surrounded by severed limbs. Above it, numerous immortals, golden immortals, tiny golden immortals, and even a great Luo golden immortal hovered. The ancestor of the Nether River directed his gaze downward, where within the vortex, an ethereal figure materialized, revealing a mountain, or, more accurately, an island, radiating divine light, surrounded by treasures. This sight would compel any observer to rush headlong into the vortex. For it was irresistibly alluring. In the current primordial world, where could one find such treasures? Even if they existed, they were likely monopolized by powerful beings, leaving no share for the likes of them. Yet a mere golden immortal dared to enter this vortex, truly reckless. Allow me, a tiny golden immortal, to take the lead. The tiny golden immortal accompanying the ancestor of the Nether River scoffed, charging forward. The speed was astounding. Leaving the ancestor of the Nether River unable to intervene, he had witnessed many rushing to their doom, but none with such eagerness. The tiny golden immortal plunged into the vortex, his scream cut short as he was torn to shreds, blood staining the surroundings anew. Compared to the blood sea, this water was relatively clear. From the moment he spoke to the instant he plunged into the vortex, scarcely a second had elapsed, and thus his life ended. This gruesome display caused the other eager, tiny golden immortals to abandon their intentions to it. Was now evident that a tiny golden immortal could perish here. They were not foolish enough to charge him blindly. That recent fool, had he not grasped the situation before diving in? If even a tiny golden immortal could not enter, did it require a great Luo golden immortal to traverse this vortex? As discussions swirled among the crowd, an elder clad in gray robes scoffed disdainfully. You lot are merely sheep. Entering would be tantamount to seeking death. This opportunity belongs to me. His words quickly drew the attention of those around him, their expressions turning sour. Insulting that fool was one thing, but to label them as worthless was intolerable. Among them, a young golden immortal glared at the elder. You old man, how dare you speak so? His words were abruptly stifled by a companion. You wish to court death? He is the ancestor Xuanbi, a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal. The golden immortal's eyes widened in horror, his face paling. How could a great Luo golden immortal be in their midst? The ancestor Xuanbi cast a sidelong glance at the golden immortal, coldly retorting, "Today, I am in a generous mood. Having discovered such a treasure, I shall spare your life. Should you dare to raise your voice against me again, I shall annihilate your clan." Upon concluding his words, an aura emanated from his being, signifying his cultivation at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As this presence enveloped the surroundings, it rendered everyone breathless, save for the ancient ancestor of the Mingi behind him. The energy radiating from the Xianbi ancestor merely tickled him. "You worthless lot. Behold how I obtained this opportunity," he scoffed, before dashing toward the swirling vortex. The greatest asset of the Xianbi clan lay in the turtle shell they bore. Even assault from the late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal could be effortlessly withstood. Confronting this vortex would be a mere trifle. As he entered the vortex, the anticipated spectacle of blood and flesh being torn asunder did not materialize. Instead, the Xianbi ancestor curled within his shell, indeed enduring the vortex's onslaught. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Behold, our Xianbi ancestor. This vortex is utterly inconsequential. Even should he face a couple of challenges, he would easily withstand them. The two disciples accompanying the Xianbi ancestor stood tall and proud, gazing at the crowd. Their master's ability to withstand the vortex reflected well upon them. The Mingi ancestor observed the shell in a dance of chaos, a smirk playing upon his lips before turning to the two disciples. "Cease your boasting. Your Xianbi ancestor is in peril." This statement was met with immediate rebuttal from the disciples. "Impossible. Our Xianbi ancestor possesses the strength of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. How could he be in danger?" Yet, scarcely a second after the disciples' words, ominous cracking sounds echoed as fissures appeared upon the turtle shell. The Xianbi ancestor, sensing the dire situation within, displayed a flicker of despair upon his visage. The vortex's pull was immense. Before long, he was submerged halfway, unable to ascend. Desperate, the Xianbi ancestor shouted to the outside world, "Quick, rescue me!" Upon hearing his cries, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The Xianbi ancestor had failed to hold his ground. Was he not a mid-stage, Great Luo Golden Immortal? Soon, however, astonishment morphed into schadenfreude. "Now you seek help after belittling us as worthless. Weren't you quite formidable? Ascend by yourself," echoed voices of derision towards the Xianbi ancestor. As the taunts reached his ears, the last flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished, replaced by utter despair. With the fissures multiplying, the Xianbi ancestor disregarded all dignity. Chapter 43. It is my turn to act. As long as you rescue me, I will say anything. I will kneel in apology. I will bow my head before you. No sooner had he uttered these words than the shell shattered, and the vortex began to rend his very being. Without the shell, his physical form was no different from that of a Tai Golden Immortal. "Save me!" His initial pleas for mercy transformed into agonizing screams. As flesh was torn apart, his cries abruptly ceased. The spectators above observed the scene with cold indifference. Not a single soul expressed pity. Some even spat in disdain that a Golden Immortal gazed down at the vortex, shaking his head. The so-called invincible Xianbi ancestor has been obliterated. Is this opportunity truly unattainable? Must a sage intervene to withstand this vortex? The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of the Mingi ancestor, who wore a scornful smile. This is merely the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. There exist higher realms beyond this, including the late-stage, pinnacle, and quasi-saint. There is no need for a sage. The Mingi ancestor flexed his wrist, chuckling, "Finally, it is my turn." Though the vortex was formidable, it was not beyond possibility. With a slight motion of his fingers, 6 pure bamboo stalks materialized in the air. Armed with this treasure, not even the depths of the vortex posed a challenge. Just as he prepared to embark, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! The Eastern C3 Immortal Island is about to appear. Please make the best choice among the following options. Option 1. Leave this place and forfeit the Eastern C3 Immortal Island. Option 2. Await the arrival of the Eastern King and enter the Eastern C3 Immortal Island together. Option 3. Forcefully enter with your physical body." Upon hearing the 3 options, a rare expression of surprise flickered in the Mingi ancestor's eyes. The third choice implied a headlong charge. meaning he could not utilize the 6 pure bamboo stalks. Moreover, it was conceivable that the vortex could shred even a pinnacle great Luo golden immortal. If that is the case, system, I choose option 3. While others might hesitate, he was Mingi. Hesitation was not in his nature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the best choice. You have received a reward. 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood. The Mingi ancestor inhaled sharply. Although he had suspected the reward would be Pangu's essence blood, he did not anticipate receiving 3 drops at once. Could it be that the system intended to transform him into Pangu himself? Or was Pangu's essence blood now so commonplace that it littered the ground? After calming his emotions, the corners of the Mingi ancestor's mouth curled into a smile. With these 3 drops of essence blood, his physical prowess might rival that of the ancestral witches, if not surpass them. The vortex before him now seemed inconsequential. With hands clasped behind his back, the Mingi ancestor soared toward the swirling chaos. Witnessing this unfold, the surrounding crowd furrowed their brows. What is he planning? Is he truly going to enter the vortex? Is he a fool? The strongest defensive Xianbi ancestor has already perished, and he dares to proceed. They speculated that he must have been dazzled by the treasures below, recklessly plunging downward. Hearing their discussions, the Mingi ancestor's expression turned icy as he cast a sidelong glance. Speak another word, and I shall rend your tongue. As a pinnacle great Luo golden immortal, he was on the verge of quasi-sainthood. Merely with a single glance at the golden immortal, the man spewed forth blood uncontrollably. This spectacle left those around him in shock. A mere glance could induce such a reaction in a golden immortal. Surely he must be a great Luo golden immortal. They speculated, it must be true. Even my Tai golden immortal eyes could not perceive how he acted. Yet, what use was being a great Luo golden immortal when the vortex's ferocity was evident to all? In the end, they too would perish within its depths that eye in the eyes of the crowd. The Mingi ancestor appeared as a doomed figure. Entering the vortex would spell his demise. He cast a cold gaze upon them, silencing their chatter, and turned his attention back to the vortex. The remarks of the Xianbi ancestor had not been unfounded. These individuals were indeed worthless. Each one of them seemingly unacquainted with the broader world, the mid-stage great Luo golden immortal was a prevalent existence in the wilderness, one that could be regarded as a deity among them. As the Mingi ancestor plunged into the vortex, his countenance shifted, revealing a hint of ferocity. How tyrannical! Every inch of his skin felt as though it were being torn in myriad directions, and no wonder the Xianbi ancestor's shell could not withstand this. Even other pinnacle great Luo golden immortals would likely falter. The Mingi ancestor gritted his teeth and forced a grin. You little vortex, you possess quite the strength. What of it? I shall endure to retrieve the 3 drops of essence blood without hesitation and swallow them whole. As the malevolent energy refined his body, coupled with the external rending, the Mingi ancestor's physical form surged in strength at an astonishing rate. Unexpected gains manifested. Though his body strengthened rapidly, the agony of being torn apart was no trifling matter. Fortunately, as his physique improved, the pain diminished significantly. Meanwhile, the gazes of those observing the Mingi ancestor shifted. He had not utilized any treasures, yet managed to withstand the vortex. It was inconceivable that one could endure such a vortex without employing a treasure. He must have secretly used one. The pulling force above the vortex was lessened. Let them descend to see if they too would be reduced to mere blood clots. Yet, as they watched the Mingi ancestor's descent, no calamity befell him. This revelation sparked astonishment among the crowd. Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary divine ability, allowing him to evade harm for a brief period? Impossible! There is no fluctuation of magical power. He must have employed a treasure. They speculated that one would need a congenital supreme treasure to withstand such a vortex. Observing his demeanor, he bore no semblance to one who wielded a congenital supreme treasure. I surmise he merely employed a modicum of divine ability to withstand this vortex. Given some time, he shall meet the same fate as the Xianbi ancestor. Upon overhearing the discussion above, the old ancestor of the Underworld River let out a cold sneer. Is this a display of disdain towards me? Today, I shall enlighten you, a group of insignificant fools. With that, he hastened his pace, swimming deeper into the abyss. The further he descended, the more intense the pulling force became. Any being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal might have perished in this place. Yet, he was the Underworld River, and how could he fear this vortex? The only discomfort he felt was a slight pain upon entry. Otherwise, he was unscathed, leaving those above in utter astonishment. How could he endure for so long? Was he not a great Luo golden immortal, but rather a sage? They could hardly believe that a great Luo golden immortal could withstand such a vortex. After all, just moments ago, the old ancestor of the mysterious turtle had arrogantly entered the whirlpool, only to merge completely with the eastern sea thereafter. Those who had previously mocked the old ancestor of the Underworld River were now breaking out in cold sweat. I could see that moment. A singular thought consumed their minds. It was over. Chapter 44. 3 Immortal Islands. As they marveled at the old ancestor of the Underworld River, he had already transformed into a fierce visage as he reached the downwind area. Goodness, the pulling force below was an entirely different matter, causing excruciating pain. The old ancestor of the Underworld River cursed under his breath. Just then, the intensity of the vortex had suddenly multiplied several times. Had it not been for his 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood, he too would have been stained by the blood of the eastern sea by now. Although he did not fear death, he could not withstand the pain. While he was cursing internally, his vision suddenly blurred, and then the pulling force vanished without a trace. The sudden lightness caught the old ancestor of the Underworld River off guard. As he looked ahead, an island came into view, and his feet were resting upon the surface of the sea. The old ancestor of the Underworld River widened his eyes, staring intently at the distant island. The 3 Immortal Islands. Drawing a deep breath, he understood why others had failed to locate the 3 Immortal Islands. It turned out to be a realm unto itself. The 3 Immortal Islands resided in another world, with the vortex serving as the entrance. Even if one discovered the location of the 3 Immortal Islands, it was uncertain they could gain entry. The force of the vortex was such that, unless one were among the 12 ancestors of sorcery, entry would be impossible, scanning the vast expanse of the ocean. The only sight was the 3 Immortal Islands ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, the old ancestor of the Underworld River swiftly flew towards the 3 Immortal Islands. I could see that very moment. The Eastern King had also received news about the 3 Immortal Islands. Are you certain that is the 3 Immortal Islands? The Eastern King suddenly stood, his gaze fixed intensely on the red dragon before him, that a hint of embarrassment crossed the red dragon's face. He had at least heard from others that treasures were about to emerge from there, but he could not definitively claim it was the 3 Immortal Islands. How could he explain that? However, with the proud June watching closely, he could not admit ignorance, and could only respond with a forced bravado that I cannot confirm, but there are indeed treasures set to emerge there. Moreover, a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal has already perished within, making it difficult not to associate it with the 3 Immortal Islands. Hence, I returned to report. The proud June, standing beside the Eastern King, shot a glare at the red dragon. You dare return to report without certainty? Shouldn't you wait until you had confirmed before coming back? The Dragon Clan has raised such a waste like you. The red dragon trembled at the glare. While he did not fear the Eastern King, he was terrified of the proud June. The dangers were too great. A Tai golden immortal was torn to shreds upon entry, and a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal, the old ancestor of the mysterious turtle, did not last long before becoming a mere blood puddle. Perhaps fearing being stripped of his dragon tendons, the red dragon hastily added, "Though I did not enter, I did see the scenes within." Upon hearing this, the proud June was nearly driven to the brink of murder. Could you not finish speaking all at once? Speak quickly, lest the Eastern Emperor become impatient. The red dragon, not daring to delay, hurriedly relayed the information. The Eastern King listened, remaining calm at first, but upon hearing of the treasures, his expression revealed excitement. The sensation welled within him. What the red dragon spoke of might just be the 3 Immortal Islands he sought. Ha ha ha! Splendid. This is precisely what I, the Immortal Emperor, have been searching for. The Eastern King laughed heartily, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With the treasures from the 3 Immortal Islands, he could rapidly enhance his strength, perhaps even break through to the quasi-saint realm. This time, I thank the Dragon Clan. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to you. The Eastern King smiled at the proud June. This elicited a fervent glint in the proud June's eyes. If the Dragon Clan could return to the primordial chaos, they could swiftly reclaim dominion, restoring the Dragon Clan to its former pinnacle. However, before the Eastern King, the proud June maintained his composure and responded with a smile. "It is our honor to serve the immortal court under the Eastern Emperor." Such words were music to the Eastern King's ears, and a smile graced his lips, his satisfaction evident, though the immortal court had Hong Jun behind it. The primordial chaos still housed the witch and demon clans, whose strength remained formidable. Only a select few other powerful beings were willing to join. He had never encountered someone who could flatter so skillfully. Eastern Emperor, since the three immortal islands have emerged, let us set forth swiftly to obtain the treasures and strengthen the immortal court. Ha ha! Excellent. The Eastern King waved his hand, leading the Dragon Clan away towards the direction of the three immortal islands. Behind them trailed several peak great Luo golden immortals, who belonged to the other four seas. Hearing of the Dragon Clan's potential return to the primordial chaos, they too felt envy and had specially come to forge connections with the Eastern King. Goodness! The three immortal islands, the old ancestor of the Underworld River, stared wide-eyed, scarcely believing what lay before him. He was aware of the abundance of treasures on the three immortal islands, yet he had not anticipated such a plethora upon entry. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were strewn everywhere. This place was on an entirely different level from the Blood Sea, one devoid of anything, the other brimming with treasures. Although innate treasures were scarce here, the sheer volume of acquired treasures was overwhelming that if this news were to reach the ears of the witch and demon clans, they would likely abandon their hostilities, flocking here to mine for treasures instead. Thus, the rapid resurgence of the Eastern King could be traced back to the treasures of the three immortal islands. However, these treasures were now his alone. The Eastern King would have no share. One could only wonder how furious the Eastern King would be upon discovering that he had seized his opportunity. Would he perhaps spit blood in rage? Ha! That would surely be most amusing. The old ancestor of the Underworld River flicked his wrist, and 7 blood-red lights shot forth, landing beside him. "Greetings, Master." The 7 disciples bowed respectfully to the old ancestor of the Underworld River. "I have a task for you. Collect all these innate and acquired treasures. Though they resembled a gourd hand chain, their true form remained that of a gourd. For them, absorbing these treasures into the gourd would be a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, the 7 disciples bowed once more before drawing out their gourd forms, but a flash of blood-red light flickered as the innate and acquired spiritual roots soared into the gourd with fervor. The old ancestor of the Underworld River stood by, observing that as time passed, the innate and acquired treasures within the three immortal islands were nearly entirely absorbed by the gourd. Even the old ancestor of the Underworld River chose not to intervene. The treasures absorbed by the gourd were already plentiful. He had little desire to even glance at the remaining acquired treasures. "Today, I am in a good mood. I shall show you mercy. The remaining acquired treasures are yours to seize." With a flick of his wrist, a translucent crystal appeared in his hand. This was an unexpected find from the three immortal islands, which could be referred to as a spirit stone or an immortal crystal. It contained rich spiritual power, capable of enhancing one's strength or restoring one's magical energy. Although the old ancestor of the Underworld River rarely required it, he would not leave it for others. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Taoist. Just as the old ancestor of the Underworld River was preparing to depart, he suddenly halted, turning his gaze to the side. "Why does it feel as though something is present in that area?" The old ancestor of the Underworld River murmured, then walked towards the edge of the sea. When he arrived earlier, his attention had been entirely consumed by the spiritual roots and treasures, leaving him oblivious to other surroundings. As the old ancestor approached the sea, his body seemed to collide with an unseen barrier, akin to glass, imperceptible to sight, but only discernible to touch. Indeed, there exists an invisible shield. It seems there are treasures within. A slight smile crept across the old ancestor's lips. Taking a step back, he clenched his fist and suddenly exerted his strength, striking forth. Boom! The punch delivered by the ancestor of the Underworld struck the barrier, causing the entirety of the three immortal islands to tremble. The surrounding waters erupted into colossal waves as a result of this forceful blow. Undeterred, the ancestor of the Underworld intensified his effort and unleashed another devastating punch. Having acquired 3 drops of Panga's essence, today seemed a fitting occasion to assess the strength of his own corporeal form. Boom! This time, the tremors resonated not only through the 3 immortal islands, but throughout the entire world. As if it were on the brink of disintegration, the ancestor of the underworld nodded in satisfaction. He had yet to unleash his full power, yet such formidable might had already manifested. It was likely that his physical prowess had surpassed that of the ancestral witches. He withdrew momentarily, gathering strength, then swung his fist once more. Boom! 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 The sound of the ancestor of the underworld's fists echoed across the 3 immortal islands. Shatter it for me! The ancestor of the underworld's gaze sharpened as he gathered his energy and hurled a fist towards the barrier. A crackling sound filled the air, reaching the ears of the ancestor of the underworld. This prompted him to withdraw his hand and observe what lay before him. Soon, the barrier was riddled with fissures. The ancestor of the underworld extended his hand and gently tapped the surface, causing the barrier to dissolve into starlight, dissipating into the void. Before his eyes appeared an island, or more accurately, not just an ordinary island, but one composed of celestial crystals. What the hell? The ancestor of the underworld was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. He had encountered celestial crystals before, having just collected a considerable amount. Yet this sight surpassed his previous collection by 100-fold. It was evident that their disciple would have reached the golden immortal stage long ago. What is that? Just as the ancestor of the underworld was reeling in astonishment, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. At the apex of the celestial realm, there appeared a structure resembling a volcanic crater, within which lay a pool of water. This could not merely be called water. It should be referred to as the sacred water of the 3 lights. The ancestor of the underworld's mouth fell slightly agape. Even if it were halved, such a spectacle would not evoke such an expression from him. Compared to the previous chaotic Gourdvine, the ancestor of the underworld could only utter one phrase. So much. Far too much. This was not merely a small pond. Perhaps even a few people could bathe in it without it running dry. The sacred water of the 3 lights here could accommodate thousands of individuals indulging in a bath without issue. If he were to be injured in the future, he could simply remove this celestial crystal island and jump into the pool for a bath, leaving his enemies utterly dumbfounded. It was excessively lavish. Amidst his astonishment, the ancestor of the underworld's gaze shifted upward. He inhaled sharply, unable to suppress his exclamation. The 12-petal pure world white lotus. How could this be present here? Did it appear in the original narrative? This was, after all, the future's treasure lotus lamp. However, the ancestor of the underworld paid little heed to this, for above the pure world white lotus stood a middle-aged man, clad in a white robe. His hair had almost entirely turned white, save for a few strands of black atop his head. As the ancestor of the underworld directed his gaze towards him, the man opened his eyes and looked back at him. His gaze was tranquil, devoid of any emotion, and upon seeing the ancestor of the underworld, it remained unperturbed. After a few seconds, a flicker of emotion graced his eyes he'll be able to cultivate here. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. The ancestor of the underworld instantly became vigilant, fixating his gaze on the middle-aged man. After appraising the ancestor of the underworld, the man spoke indifferently a familiar aura. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of cold malice. It annoys me greatly. The ancestor of the underworld's brow furrowed slightly. What familiar aura? You claim familiarity, yet you also express disdain. The ancestor of the underworld could certainly show him his true colors. As the ancestor of the underworld voiced his thoughts, a flash of crimson light flickered in the man's eyes, a murderous intent enveloping the atmosphere. You find me annoying now, yet you reveal your intent to kill? The ancestor of the underworld mused, You must know me. Even if there is a familiar aura, is it not inappropriate to attack me right away? The ancestor of the underworld's expression darkened, a chill creeping into his demeanor. The middle-aged man remained silent, yet the murderous intent in his gaze spoke volumes. Waving his hand dismissively, the ancestor of the underworld remarked, I understand now. You wish to engage in battle, do you? Very well. I shall entertain you today. However, before we commence, why not enlighten me about the aura lingering on me? Despite the flicker of malice in the man's eyes, he responded coldly to the ancestor of the Underworld's inquiry. Let me clarify. You possess the aura of Pangu. Regardless of who you are, anyone bearing his aura must perish upon hearing this. The ancestor of the Underworld grasped the situation. Nodding slightly, I see. It appears that the 3 drops of Pangu's essence I consumed have left a potent aura that is yet to dissipate completely. Knowing this, prepare yourself to meet your demise this day. The middle-aged man's aura bore down upon the ancestor of the Underworld. This aura elicited a flicker of surprise in the ancestor's eyes. Oh, you are actually a quasi-saint. With the power of a quasi-saint and a disdain for Pangu, he might have already deduced who he was dealing with. The ancestor of the Underworld chuckled. So you intend to kill me simply for having Pangu's aura? That seems rather unreasonable. Anyone with Pangu's aura must die, regardless of who they are, the middle-aged man retorted, showing no intention of engaging in further conversation as he charged toward the ancestor of the Underworld with remarkable speed. The speed of a quasi-saint was astonishing. Recognizing the swiftness of his approach, the ancestor of the Underworld's expression shifted, as in the blink of an eye, the man was upon him to know, this isn't Timir's speed. It feels more like he is manipulating space. As the ancestor of the Underworld contemplated this, the middle-aged man began to gather his magical energy. All who bear my aura shall perish. The ancestor of the Underworld sensed a shift in the world around him. As if something was unleashed only to be swiftly retracted, in his peripheral vision, the once turbulent waves had ceased, as if time itself had frozen. Clearly, the middle-aged man intended to unleash his full power in an effort to obliterate the ancestor of the Underworld. It was evident just how deep his animosity toward Pangu strike with such intensity right from the outset. This fellow certainly posed a challenge. The ancestor of the Underworld narrowed his eyes, unafraid of the impending attack. Yet to assume that possessing Pangu's aura was justification for an assault was simply audacious. Chapter 46. The ascendant eyebrow, the ancestor of the Underworld's expression, turned frigid. The previous mirth vanishing entirely, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Since this individual had already made his move, he would not hold back either. The ancestor of the Underworld gathered his magical energy, launching a void print at the middle-aged man. Bolstered by the strength of the 3 drops of essence, coupled with his nearing quasi-saint status, he was not without the means to retaliate. Boom! The clash of their palms sent tremors through the 3 immortal islands, the seas rising to heights of 1,000 zhang, as if the very earth were on the verge of shattering. Amidst this chaos, a crimson figure was sent hurtling backward, the ancestor of the Underworld himself. Shaking out his wrist, he regarded the situation with a hint of surprise. This quasi-saint possessed considerable strength. Though he had withstood the blow, there remained a gap in their realms. His physical body rivaled that of the ancestral witches. And with the protection of the apocalyptic Black Lotus within his mind, he emerged unscathed. Yet to be sent flying like this was intolerable to him. He had always been the one to strike others, never the other way around. A fierce malice and murderous intent radiated from the ancestor of the Underworld. The abyssal blade appeared in his hand, while beneath him the 12-petal infernal fire-red lotus materialized. A phantom of a sea of blood loomed behind him, enveloping the entire realm of the 3 immortal islands. Clad in his blood-stained robes and donning a somber visage, the ancestor of the Underworld seemed to embody a fearsome specter. Ascendant eyebrow, you truly have the audacity to provoke me. The ancestor of the Underworld called out to the middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing his name, a flicker of surprise crossed the ascendant eyebrow's features. You know of me. Astonished, he mused. After all these millennia, there's still those who remember me. While surprised, the murderous intent on his face did not wane. Regrettably, had you not borne Pangu's aura, I might have spared you and taken you as my disciple. In the next instant, the presence of the ascendant eyebrow vanished from sight. This sudden disappearance caused the ancestor of the Underworld to furrow his brow. Just moments ago, the divine consciousness that had locked onto him had abruptly vanished, and he could no longer sense the presence of the ascendant eyebrow. In other words, Yang Mei's swift movements are not merely a display of speed. He truly vanishes into thin air. His abilities seem to transcend the very fabric of space. and he must currently be maneuvering within to ensure a decisive strike against me. He will undoubtedly manifest behind me. This Yang Mei, even in confrontation with me, resorts to cunning. It reveals a lack of self-assurance. The ancestor of the river of the underworld disdainfully shook his head, casting a sweeping gaze around him. However, after a considerable pause, he observed no signs of Yang Mei making a move, which greatly irritated the ancestor. I say, little Yang, if you're going to strike, do so quickly. You appear like a turtle withdrawing into its shell that if you don't act soon, I shall take my leave. The ancestor feigned a rush toward the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. With a total of 4 12th grade Lotus platforms, he already possessed 3 in his grasp. This truly a battle where one switches between 3 at a time. It would undoubtedly destabilize the opponent's mindset. Just as the ancestor of the river of the underworld propelled himself toward the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, a sense of impending danger arose behind him. Finally, he has emerged, the ancestor spoke coolly, as the 12th grade Infernal Flame Red Lotus beneath him suddenly transformed into the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. The Annihilation Black Lotus exuded a dark aura, enveloping the ancestor. Bang! Yang Mei's hand struck against this black mist as though it collided with an impenetrable iron mountain. Though it could be moved, it was incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. The ancestor, sent reeling, steadied himself, turning to regard Yang Mei with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come now, are you not a quasi-saint? I shall permit you 2 punches. Do not claim that I, a peak great Luo golden immortal, lack respect for you. Faced with the ancestor's provocation, Yang Mei's murderous intent intensified, and his countenance darkened that he unleashed his full strength in the first strike, which the ancestor successfully blocked, a fact he could comprehend, given the ancestor's formidable physical prowess, combined with his own cultivation at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage. However, for the second strike, Yang Mei's speed was astonishing. Even a quasi-saint might struggle to react, and the ancestor swiftly switched to another lotus platform beneath him. What the hell? How did you acquire such a treasure from Luo Hu? How could it possibly be in your possession? The middle-aged man withdrew his hand, directing an accusatory gaze at the ancestor. Hearing his words, the ancestor's eyes flickered with surprise. You actually recognized IT makes sense. Having survived the hands of Pangu, you should have no trouble identifying this 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Originally intending to question the ancestor, he had inadvertently inflicted psychological harm upon himself, observing the increasingly grim expression on Yang Mei's face. The ancestor chuckled. I harbor no intention to insult you. I merely remarked on your remarkable ability to survive against Pangu. Look at the other divine demons. How many managed to live? 3,000 divine demons were nearly wiped out by Pangu. I must inquire, how did you manage to survive? The ancestor ignored Yang Mei, whose expression had darkened to an extreme, and continued speaking to himself. Yang Mei's gaze turned icy and terrifying, his voice laced with an overwhelming murderous intent. State your name, and I shall grant you a swift death, the ancestor chuckled softly. You wish for a quick demise? I do not lack clarity regarding you that I could allow you to strike me a few more times before I act. You think you deserve to know my name? Nonetheless, as you are one of the 3,000 divine demons, I shall indulge you that I am Ming-He. You may call me the ancestor of Ming-He. Yang Mei furrowed his brow, repeating, Ming, an own need for self-talk. Someone who has been in seclusion for so long would not know my name, the ancestor replied coolly. Yang Mei snapped back to attention. His icy gaze fixated on him, that I know not how you acquired the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, but today you shall meet your end. Meet my end? You possess quite the sense of humor, the ancestor replied with a grin. The sea of blood remains. How could he perish? Even if he is at the peak of a quasi-saint, it is impossible for him to be utterly slain. The ancestor's mockery pushed Yang Mei's fury to its zenith. An insignificant junior dares to mock me. He roared, vanishing from sight once more. The ancestor of the river of the underworld cursed under his breath. Here we go again. Do you truly believe I lack the means to counter you? Ding! Yang Mei Daoist is about to unleash his most powerful strike against you. Please choose the best option from the following. Choice 1. Immediately surrender and follow Yang Mei from this point onward. Choice 2. Escape from here 3,000 years in the east, 3,000 years in the west. Choice 3. Slay Yang Mei. Hearing the options presented by the system, the ancestor of the river of the underworld chuckled softly. No need to ponder. I choose option 3 that this insignificant Yang Mei must be eliminated here. Surrendering or fleeing is not in his nature. Chapter 47. The Eastern King is quite arrogant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making the optimal choice. Reward. A portion of the power of the laws of space. Upon hearing the system's reward, the ancestor's pupils constricted. Now, this is a reward worth having. His gaze shifted toward the approaching Yang Mei, and he suddenly found him much more agreeable. Thank you for allowing me to obtain a portion of the laws of space. Gratitude aside, you shall still remain here, at the very least, once you are dead. I shall erect a monument in your honor. The ancestor's words were truly a stab to the heart. Yang Mei had yet to perish, and already he was contemplating erecting a monument for him. Just as he received the laws of space, Yang Mei's brow furrowed. Why is he laughing? Moreover, there was a fleeting change in his aura. Could he have some hidden trump card? Yang Mei's figure reappeared a short distance away, warily observing the ancestor. Caution was essential. Although his current aura resembled that of a quasi-saint, his strength lay at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage. Otherwise, this ancestor of the river of the underworld would have obliterated him long ago. If it came to a confrontation, he had yet to fully recover from his previous injuries. Should he sustain further harm, it would take tens of thousands of years to heal, which would pose a significant problem. Despite having the 3 lights divine water at his disposal, its effect was limited. It merely expedited his recovery, or else he would not have waited for over 10,000 years. The ancestor of the river of the underworld observed Yang Mei pausing. His brow furrowed in dissatisfaction at, I say, Yang Mei, why have you stopped? Hurry up and make your move. If you do not perish, how can I claim this reward? You must die for this reward to be mine. Here I stand as your opponent, yet you remain inactive. Could it be that you dare not act? If you do not proceed, I shall make my move. As the ancestor spoke, he prepared to strike. A fierce aura enveloping his weapon, prompting Yang Mei's brow to furrow. Previously unnoticed, the ancestor wielded a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. He could see this moment. He could command 4 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. How could he remain unfazed by such a circumstance? The ancestor coldly chuckled, charging toward Yang Mei. Until now, he had been on the receiving end of the attacks. Now it was his turn to retaliate. Yang Mei Taoist snorted coldly, rushing toward the ancestor in return. Did he truly believe that he feared Yang Mei? He merely found the blood-robed Taoist before him somewhat peculiar, a combination of malevolent energy and hostility that it was as though he had remained unfazed, which surprised him somewhat. Boom, boom. As the two continued to clash, the very essence of Sanxian Island seemed on the verge of shattering. However, the temporal fluctuations of this place were ultimately orchestrated by Yang Mei. How could it collapse so swiftly? Meanwhile, outside Sanxian Island, onlookers, having seen the ancestor of the river of the underworld enter without re-emerging, even without a trace of blood, were filled with anticipation, though uncertain if he had truly entered. It was clear he had not perished. Should we venture in and take a look? He emerged unscathed, so I believe I can manage as well. Have you forgotten how that old Xiangge ancestor met his end? It seems you have truly reopened old wounds and forgotten the pain. Upon hearing this, a Tai golden immortal scoffed. We cannot enter. Shall we merely stand by and watch? Just then, an unfriendly voice called from behind. Those in front, clear the way. Make way. Hearing this, a Tai golden immortal, displeased, turned and scolded. Do you not know where this place is? How dare you speak so brazenly? Speak another word, and I shall have you removed on the spot. Upon turning his head and catching sight of the individual approaching from behind, Tai Jingxian felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Fortunately, his quick reflexes prevented him from uttering any expletives. He hastily retreated, too intimidated to lift his gaze. In the forefront stood Dong Wangong, wielding the 9-dragon golden scepter, casting a disdainful glance upon the gathered crowd. Standing behind him were the leaders of the 4 sea dragon clans from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The atmosphere exuded the presence of 4 pinnacled Da Luo Jinxian, with Dong Wang Gong serving as their guardian. Who was this audacious figure that dared to stand before the Dragon Clan leaders? It was evident that with the Dragon Clan leaders positioned behind him, he was no ordinary being. Dong Wang Gong reveled in the shock and reverence reflected in the eyes of those around him, relishing the acknowledgement that he, the Eastern Emperor Xian, was indeed the true sovereign of this realm. As he basked in this adulation, Ao Jun stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and addressed Dong Wang Gong. Eastern Emperor Xian, might I inquire whether this is indeed the Three Immortals Island you spoke of? The interruption sparked a flicker of annoyance within Dong Wang Gong's eyes. How dare he presume to interrupt the Eastern Emperor? Yet, recognizing the necessity of the Dragon Clan in the future, Dong Wang Gong quickly sheathed his sword and directed his gaze towards the swirling vortex below. Indeed, this is the Three Immortals Island. Upon witnessing the ethereal image emerging from the sea, Dong Wang Gong's demeanor transformed into one of fervent excitement. With these innate and acquired spiritual roots, along with the treasures in sight, his celestial court would undoubtedly flourish. However, he realized that to elevate his own power, he must also bolster the strength of his celestial court. Although he had established the court, he could not entirely trust others, as empowering them would only be a waste. Once his strength ascended to that of a quasi-saint, the celestial court could expand further to that point. The Wu and Liao clans, they would be of no consequence. Not only was Dong Wang Gong exhilarated, but Ao Jun too felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with anticipation. With such an abundance of treasures, how many formidable allies could be nurtured? Reluctantly, he contemplated leaving some for Dong Wang Gong. Yet the prospect of the Dragon Clan reclaiming their place in the primordial world allowed him to endure the thought. After observing for a while, Dong Wang Gong turned to Ao Jun and remarked, "Clan leader Ao Jun, your efforts have been commendable that in the future, should you desire a territory within the primordial realm, feel free to express your wishes without hesitation. Everything shall be arranged. If you seek any official position within the celestial court, I shall accommodate your request." The satisfaction in Dong Wang Gong's tone was unmistakable. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ao Jun promptly replied, "Thank you, Eastern Emperor Xian. It is our honor to serve you. These tasks require little effort on our part. Regarding the primordial realm, wherever you point, we shall follow. Should you require assistance, simply direct the Dragon Clan. They would be more than willing to serve you." Ao Jun's flattery was evident in his words. Yet Dong Wang Gong found it gratifying, further deepening his sense of contentment. Words of praise are always welcome, he chuckled heartily. Once we secure the Three Immortals Island and enhance our strength, I shall seek revenge against Mingi for the indignities he has inflicted upon me, including the theft of my woman and the near-death encounter I faced at the hands of Dong Huangtai before the assembly of other Deluo Jin Xian. This grievance, this humiliation, shall not go unavenged. The glint of cold light flickered in Dong Wang Gong's eyes. Esteemed Emperor, shall we descend to investigate the Three Immortals Island? Ao Jun inquired, interrupting Dong Wang Gong's vengeful musings once more, which irked him greatly. This Ao Jun, despite his many virtues, lacked the discernment to recognize the mood of those around him. There is no rush. The numerous severed limbs below indicate the perilous nature of this vortex. The emergence of the Three Immortals Island cannot be far off. Thus, we may afford to wait a little longer. Your only task is to guard this area and prevent any intruders from approaching," he dictated, his gaze fixed on the vortex, filled with anticipation. The time had come for a shift in dominance, as the Wu and Liao clans had ruled the primordial realm for far too long. Suddenly, the ocean's surface began to tremble ominously. What is happening? The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they focused on the tumultuous waters. Dong Wang Gong's face, however, radiated elation. The upheaval of the sea's surface signified that the Three Immortals Island was on the verge of materializing. Dong Wang Gong turned to Ao Jun, commanding, "Do not allow anyone to approach, nor should you let news of this event escape." With the imminent emergence of the Three Immortals Island, he feared that others might come to seize it. Despite the presence of 5 pinnacle Deluo Jin Xian, he could not be certain that others of equal strength would not appear, potentially disregarding his authority as the Eastern Emperor. Jun promptly said about executing these orders. Sealing the area without delay. Rest assured, esteemed Emperor, all regions of the EC have been secured. One shall enter or exit. Satisfied with Jun's efficiency, Dong Wang Gong awaited the emergence of the three Immortals Island. Meanwhile, Mingyi, observing the situation, frowned at the resilience of the Yangmei Taoist. Initially, he had assumed the Taoist to be formidable, possessing the aura of a quasi-saint. Luower, after engaging in battle, he discerned that while the Taoist exuded quasi-saint energy, his combat prowess was only that of a pinnacle de Luo Jin Xian. Moreover, the Taoist's physical form proved remarkably resilient. After numerous collisions, he remained unscathed. Though Mingyi felt a twinge of surprise, he soon became astonished. This sentiment should be mine to express. How is your power so formidable? He spread his hands, acknowledging the unexpected strength of his adversary. Did you not claim that I bore the essence of Pangu? Now you understand the origin of my formidable physique, do you not? Upon hearing this, Yangmei Taoist fell into contemplation before addressing Mingyi. Our physical strengths are evenly matched. Further conflict will yield no victor. So let us conclude this matter. You may leave, and I shall treat this encounter as though it never occurred. Mingyi laughed derisively. What do you mean, as though nothing happened? I have long suspected something was amiss. You possess the aura of a quasi-saint, yet your strength is that of a de Luo Jin Xian. You must be severely injured, unable to exert your full power. His words struck a chord. Darkening Yangmei Taoist's expression to withstand my onslaught for so long, you will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. I shall show you mercy this time. Do not squander this opportunity to not presume to speak to me. You mere puppet of Yangmei. Yangmei retorted, his eyes blazing with fury, exuding a murderous intent that would have shattered a lesser Tai Jin Xian. Yet he soon regained his composure. My injuries are not yet healed. I cannot afford to exert my full strength. Should I do so, all my years of recovery would be in vain, and my power would diminish further. With a firm resolve, Yangmei Taoist gritted his teeth and declared, I shall grant you half of the 3 light divine water, which is a generous offer. However, the 12-petaled pure world white lotus is yet to mature and cannot be shared with you. Shall we conclude our grievances here? If others were to hear these words, they would have likely agreed long ago. The individual before me is none other than the Yangmei Taoist, the spatial demon god. Surely he would be willing to share the 3 light divine water with him. The ancestor of the Underworld river chuckled softly, idly toying with the twin swords in his hands. You truly think me a fool? I take the 3 light divine water and leave, only to return when you have healed to slay me. The expression of the Yangmei Taoist shifted slightly. He had indeed harbored such thoughts. Yet he had not anticipated being seen through. So, is there nothing left to discuss? If that is the case, then let us all suffer together. The Yangmei Taoist snorted coldly, his figure vanishing once more. Although his disappearance mirrored the previous instance, the ancestor of the Underworld river distinctly sensed that this time, his speed had increased significantly. Underworld river, today you have brought this upon yourself. You spurn my courtesy. And if you perish, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. This voice resonated from all directions, instilling a sense of impending doom within the ancestor of the Underworld river. The source of this foreboding was indiscernible. Emanating from all around him, is he truly revealing his true abilities? The ancestor of the Underworld river murmured to himself. As a being of spatial divinity, he found himself at a disadvantage against the Yangmei Taoist's assault. In the next moment, the Yangmei Taoist materialized behind the ancestor of the Underworld river, who was blissfully unaware of his rapid approach. Perish, the Yangmei Taoist bellowed, striking with an open palm against the back of the ancestor of the Underworld river. Despite the latter's formidable physical form and the protection of the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, the power behind that palm still sent him hurtling away. That weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why couldn't you evade? The Yangmei Taoist mocked, observing the ancestor of the Underworld river with derision, before vanishing from sight once again. When he reappeared, it was already behind the ancestor of the Underworld river, who was still in flight. This is my true power. I need not exert all my strength to deal with you. Chapter 49. Anger is futile. You shall still die. Boom! The ancestor of the Underworld River was sent soaring into the heavens by a punch. Meanwhile, the Yangmei Taoist awaited him above. Underworld River, come, continue to fight me. His ability to extract himself from Pangu was entirely reliant on this divine power. As long as he wished, he could slip into the spatial realm and travel to any destination of his choosing. He could even teleport directly from Sanxian Island to the chaotic Lingxiao Palace, although it would be a considerable drain on his energy, and his body might not keep pace. Bang! The ancestor of the Underworld River was once again plunged into the ocean, sending up massive waves that threatened to engulf Sanxian Island. With a slight gesture of his fingers, the Yangmei Taoist quelled the tumultuous waves, restoring the sea's surface to an extraordinary calm. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Damn it, I exerted too much force. Thankfully, it only aggravated an old injury. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Underworld River, come forth. I know you are unscathed. Today, you must die here. The Yangmei Taoist gazed fixed upon the depths below as he spoke coldly. Given the ancestor of the Underworld River's defenses, it was likely that he would merely sustain injuries from his own attacks. Incapable of being killed, at the moment he uttered these words, a sudden flash of red light flickered across the sea, followed by the water beginning to boil. Boom! Geysers of water erupted as the ancestor of the Underworld River ascended upon the fiery red lotus, having endured 3 consecutive strikes without sustaining significant harm. You are not sufficiently formidable. You dare to claim the title of Spatial Demon God, yet your speed is your only notable trait. The ancestor of the Underworld River's scorn was palpable, inciting considerable ire within the Yangmei Taoist. He had refrained from unleashing his full power out of fear of exacerbating his injuries. Yet now, being derided by a younger opponent, even his otherwise lofty composure faltered, and he yearned only to eliminate him. You insist on courting death. Very well. I shall oblige. The Yangmei Taoist's expression darkened, and the aura of a quasi-saint pressed down upon the ancestor of the Underworld River. In the next instant, he appeared directly before him. As if he had simply materialized, this sudden appearance left the ancestor of the Underworld River momentarily stunned. "Oh, this is your true strength," he remarked in a detached tone, devoid of any fear in his eyes. The Yangmei Taoist's demeanor ignited a spark of rage within him. How could the ancestor of the Underworld River, even in the face of such evident power, remain unafraid? Did he truly have no regard for his own life? Yet he paid no heed to the thoughts swirling in the ancestor of the Underworld River's mind. Fearlessness aside, his immediate objective was to capitalize on his opponent's injuries and slay him. Gathering his magical energy, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the ancestor of the Underworld River. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the world itself faded into colorlessness, time itself standing still on Sanxian Island. Only the Yangmei Taoist's fist remained in motion. I shall remember your name. You are the first to compel me to exert my full power at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As he spoke, the Yangmei Taoist's brows knitted together. He noticed that the ancestor of the Underworld River's punch was rapidly slowing, while his own senses began to wane. What? The Yangmei Taoist gasped in shock. What is happening? Why is my consciousness fading? No, my consciousness is being sealed. This is the handiwork of the Underworld River. In short order, he deduced that it was indeed the ancestor of the Underworld River's doing. Behind him floated 6 pristine bamboos, exuding a dim green glow. Bitter bamboo. How did this come to be in your possession? The Yangmei Taoist instantly recognized the mysterious objects behind the ancestor of the Underworld River. The ancestor of the Underworld River, without offering a reply, murmured to himself, "So your first foe has turned into a weapon against you." A smile crept across his face as he wielded the abyss sword and struck downwards. Bang! The Yangmei Taoist figure was sent hurtling backward. The ancestor of the Underworld River mimicked his earlier actions, appearing at his back once more, and struck again with his sword. Aren't you quite formidable? Do you possess the laws of space? Come, use them against me. The restrained Yangmei Taoist found himself at the mercy of the ancestor of the Underworld River's dual blades, even against such formidable might. The top-tier innate spiritual treasures in the ancestor of the Underworld River's possession proved effective, and blood began to seep from the Yangmei Taoist's wounds. just as the ancestor of the Underworld River prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his head. The Yangmei Taoist spoke. Underworld River, you cannot kill me. If you do, when the great immortal Yangmei returns, he will exact vengeance upon you. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise ignited in the ancestor of the Underworld River's eyes. You still have the capacity to speak. Truly, you were once a quasi-saint. However, I despise threats above all else. I had intended to carve a monument for you, but it seems cleaving you to a mist of blood would be more fitting. With that, the ancestor of the Underworld River swung his sword towards the Yangmei Taoist's neck, channeling all his strength into the strike. Bang! As his blow landed, blood gushed forth, and the Yangmei Taoist was sent flying yet again. Your body is remarkably resilient. It see as the head was severed. The ancient ancestor of the river of Hades did not yet meet his end. The infernal flames of the karmic red lotus ignited beneath, reducing the Taoist Yangmei to mere ashes. Yangmei Taoist had fallen. It was at the very moment of his demise that, in a dim realm of time, a pair of eyes opened. His eyes fluttered open. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. Splutter, the river of Hades. Chapter 50. The ancient ancestor of the river of Hades slays 3 corporeal forms. A middle-aged man let out a howl, his gaze contorting into a fierce grimace, his eyes shimmering with a crimson light. This man was none other than the great immortal Yangmei. During his fierce battle with Luo Ho, his virtuous corporeal form sustained grievous injuries, prompting him to seek refuge in a sacred location to recuperate. With the aid of spatial laws, he believed that even if he could not prevail, he would at least be able to escape. Yet he could never have anticipated that his virtuous form would be annihilated by a peak de Luo Jinxian. Even with injuries, his virtuous form should have been more than a match for a de Luo Jinxian. Yet, in a turn of impossibility, the river of Hades had indeed dispatched his virtuous form. The great immortal Yangmei's fingers twitched as he sought to divine the heavenly secrets. Yet, after calculating for an eternity, he found that the river of Hades bore no connection to him. What the hell? The ancient ancestor of the river of Hades has slain my virtuous form, and yet the heavenly path tells me there is no connection. Were it not for the overwhelming power of the heavenly path, he would have begun cursing it. After recalculating, he found that aside from the river of Hades, there was nothing that pertained to him. The slaying of my virtuous form should have tied him to my karmic fate. Why then was there none? The great immortal Yangmei began to lose his composure. River of Hades, Yangmei shall remember this grudge. When I find you, I will ensure you experience the sensation of being engulfed in flames. No matter where you hide, I will hunt you down. The essence of achieving sanctity lies in the unity of the 3 corporeal forms. Yet now, one has been severed by the river of Hades. This implies that his highest potential can only reach the threshold of a quasi-saint, unless he were to attain enlightenment through the laws or through acts of merit. However, no one has ever succeeded in these paths. Even Panga met his demise without accomplishing this. The river of Hades has effectively closed the door to his sanctity, sending him into a frenzy. In the midst of his fury, it appeared that the heavenly path had responded. A wisp of malevolent energy was drawn from the great immortal Yangmei, specifically targeting the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades. At this moment, he found himself akin to a vow, recognized by the heavenly path, which absorbed the malevolence emanating from him. The malevolent energy merged into the heavenly path within the chaotic Lingxiao palace. Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, gazing upward with a slight furrow of his brow. Yangmei, while he was in meditation, he abruptly sensed a powerful aura. Had it not been so familiar, he might not have detected it at all. Resentment and murderous intent. What is happening? How could he harbor such formidable resentment? The strength of Yangmei was beneath him, a quasi-saint, who could instill such intense animosity within him. Curiosity flickered in Hongjun's eyes as he began to calculate. The river of Hades, upon deducing, Hongjun found himself momentarily bewildered. He divined from the heavenly path that the river of Hades had slain Yangmei's virtuous form. How could the river of Hades, not being a de Luo Jinxian, slay a quasi-saint? Something doesn't add up. Why is the river of Hades present on the island of 3 immortals? The more Hongjun calculated, the more absurd it seemed. The opportunities of the Island of Three Immortals were originally meant for Dong Wang Gong. Yet now the river of Hades had swallowed them up. What would become of Dong Wang Gong thereafter? Only to be slain by Dong Huang Tai Yi. This was a complete upheaval. Indeed, the river of Hades was a variable. With a thought, he resumed his calculations regarding the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades. However, after a short while, Hong Jun abandoned the effort. The fate of the river of Hades was shrouded in mist. Once he parted it, he found an even greater fog within, utterly inscrutable. Hong Jun furrowed his brow slightly. He could divine the fates of all beings across the realm, yet he could not grasp the river of Hades. Never mind that, on the Island of Three Immortals, the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades was oblivious to the fact that his slaying of Yang Mei had already been uncovered by Hong Jun. However, he now realized that he had certainly incurred Yang Mei's wrath. Having slain his virtuous form, it was only natural for Yang Mei to bear a grudge. Nevertheless, what concern did it hold for the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades? When Yang Mei came for vengeance, he would simply slay him in return. Perhaps the system would reward him with the entirety of the spatial laws, allowing him to traverse space at will or even possess his own small world. He kept these thoughts to himself, for revealing them would surely provoke Yang Mei to the point of spitting blood. You may kill, but who do you think you are? Do you truly believe I? Yang Mei, and beneath your notice? The ancient ancestor of the river of Hades turned his gaze toward the 12-petaled pure world White Lotus. Surely, this pure world White Lotus now belonged to him. He had already acquired 3 lotus platforms. Squinting, the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades pondered. Should he retrieve the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit from the west wind, thus possessing 4? He contemplated the possibility of merging these 4 lotuses and wondered if they could revert to a primordial treasure. Such thoughts were merely speculative, as even with a system, he dared not imagine the nature of a primordial treasure. Perhaps becoming a congenital treasure was still within reach. While the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades mused, he caught sight of the 3 light, divine water within the celestial crystal, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, since this was the place where Yang Mei Taoist recuperated, it must be brimming with spiritual energy. Why not sever the 3 corporeal forms here? Now that he held 3 lotus flowers, utilizing them to sever the 3 corporeal forms would surely yield better integration, given their nearness to the source. With this in mind, the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades settled onto the 12-petal pure world White Lotus. Such an excellent location, if left unused, would be a tremendous waste. Furthermore, once this place emerged into the world, such an opportunity would be rare. As the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades began to absorb spiritual energy, the 3 flowers above his head began to tremble. He also summoned the 12-petal infernal red lotus from his mind. He now awaited the moment his cultivation approached that of a quasi-saint to sever the 3 corporeal forms. 5 days later, seated upon the 12-petal pure world White Lotus, the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades opened his eyes. Upon careful observation, his gaze betrayed astonishment and disbelief. Is this truly the end? Was the severing of the 3 corporeal forms so effortless? The ancient ancestor of the river of Hades murmured to himself, clearly astonished that it took only 5 days to eradicate the virtuous form. During his cultivation, the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades had employed the 12-petal infernal red lotus to sever the 3 corporeal forms. Initially, he had intended to use the abyssal primordial slaughter, but uncertain of what to use for the final corporeal form, he ultimately opted for the infernal red lotus, just as the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades severed the 3 corporeal forms. The entire island of 3 immortals began to tremble. The ancient ancestor of the river of Hades understood that the world here was on the brink of collapse and would soon appear in the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Sea, Dong Wang Gong perceived the whirlpool expanding, causing the entire Eastern Sea to quiver, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Today, the island of 3 immortals would finally emerge. Once this immortal emperor obtains the island of 3 immortals, his strength will surely surge, and the celestial court will accelerate its development. The distance to becoming the true sovereign of the Hong Huang will diminish. Beside him, Ao Jun was already prepared to offer his congratulations. Chapter 51. The Perception of My Father, Dong Wang Gong's Cold Smirk. While they rejoiced, others were bound to feel troubled at this moment. On Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones were in the midst of cultivation. When suddenly, Laozi, positioned at the center, opened his eyes. His gaze was fraught with confusion and agitation, but being a Pique de Luo Jin Xian, he quickly regained his composure as the leader of the three pure ones. He possessed a certain level of mental fortitude. The other two pure ones also opened their eyes, their brows knitted, their expressions grave. As the mightiest among the three pure ones, they encountered such a situation for the first time. This sensation bore resemblance to that of the chaotic gourd vine. Could it be that someone was usurping an opportunity? Yuan Shi Tanzun speculated. After all, this feeling was too similar, making it difficult not to recall the last time an opportunity was seized. Upon this realization, Yuan Shi Tanzun's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. The river of Hades. Laozi maintained his composure and shook his head. No, while this sensation is similar to before, it is certainly not an act of seizing opportunities. Although quite familiar, this sensation feels akin to being in first place only to have someone else cross the finish line ahead. This is even more infuriating than seizing an opportunity. What's worse is that the source of this frustration remains elusive. While his initial thought was indeed related to the River of Souls, it seems too coincidental. Yet, it is indeed that coincidental. The ancestor of the River of Souls has become the first to attain the quasi-saint status, altering the original narrative of the primordial world. Fortunately, the shift in events is not substantial, and no significant occurrences have transpired. It merely means that everyone collectively bears the consequences alongside the ancestor of the River of Souls. The ancestor nonchalantly asserts that these are trivial matters. He absorbs the immense spiritual energy into his being. He feels as though he is transcending. Not only is his physical form enhanced, but even his primordial spirit experiences a sense of comfort. With the influx of spiritual energy, soon the essence of the heavenly Tao follows. This is an invaluable resource that cannot be overlooked. It will greatly aid in the future attainment of sainthood, and he intends to absorb as much as possible. Moreover, he is the first in the primordial realm to break through to the quasi-saint level. Of course, this does not include Hongjun. Being the pioneer, the ancestor of the River of Souls reaps numerous benefits. The amount of heavenly Tao essence he absorbs far surpasses that of the next individual, and his power will be significantly greater than others of the same rank. Most importantly, he will enjoy the protection of the heavenly Tao. However, this aspect does not concern the ancestor overly much. In terms of survival capability, who could rival the ancestor of the River of Souls in being the first? As these thoughts linger in his mind, the three flowers atop his head begin to quiver. And suddenly, a figure emerges, transforming into a Taoist clad in white, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the ancestor of the River of Souls. Yet his gaze is devoid of malice and imbued with kindness. This is my benevolent corpse. The ancestor strokes his chin, observing intently that moment. As the ancestor scrutinizes him, the white-robed Taoist reciprocates the gaze. After a moment of observation, the ancestor's eyes light up, nodding in satisfaction. I must admit, I do look rather handsome. This remark elicits a moment of speechlessness from the white-robed Taoist. How shall I address you? The ancestor inquires, and, as he utters this, an odd expression crosses his face. Realizing he is asking himself for the first time what his name is, the white-robed Taoist replies with a smile. Mingit, is that not my very own name? Perhaps sensing the ancestor's thoughts, he adds two more words. By a Taoist. Upon hearing this, the ancestor takes a deep breath. Regardless, this is still his benevolent corpse. Even if it is called by a Taoist, he can tolerate it, and if need be, he can change the name later. Suddenly, the world of Sanxian Island begins to tremble. Unlike before, fissures appear in the sky, as if the very fabric of space is fracturing. Witnessing this, the ancestor swiftly retracts all his treasures and stores the items from the Xianjing Island into a storage bag. With the Xianjing as a foundation, the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus will not encounter any issues for the time being. After exchanging a glance with Bai Daoist, the ancestor decides to vacate the area. Just then, through the rift in the sky, he spots Dong Wang Gong. In that instant, the ancestor's figure halts, a hint of amusement flickering in his expression. Alas, the opportunities within Sanxian Island have already been seized by me. You shall be left with mere scraps. That moment. Dong Wang Gong is anxiously awaiting. Despite the imminent emergence of Sanxian Island, his heart is filled with urgency. Such an opportunity must be seized by him first. Although Ao Jun has made every effort to seal the news, other clans of the EC have also caught wind of it. Suddenly, a mountain peak rises above the roiling sea. This peak is none other than Sanxian Island. It has emerged. Upon the exclamation of the other clans de Luo Jin Xian, they rush towards Sanxian Island at this juncture. Whoever claims the treasures is the victor, and with so many treasures, one person cannot possibly collect them all. Before this immortal emperor, do you dare to seize the opportunities of Sanxian Island? Dong Wang Gong snorts coldly, swiftly flying to the side of a late-stage de Luo Jin Xian, gathering his magical power, and strikes with a palm. Who are you to obstruct me? The struck late-stage de Luo Jin Xian asks with a sullen face. Upon hearing this question, Dong Wang Gong begins to assert his superiority. Sneering disdainfully, Sanxian Island is coveted by this immortal emperor. Who dares to act against me shall perish. As for you, you are not worthy of knowing this immortal emperor's name. Indeed, it is that very gaze that relishes in the thought of eliminating me, yet finds himself powerless. Dong Wang Gong revels in this gaze, a true symbol of status. I care not who you are. Do you believe you can impede me and the de Luo Jin Xian behind me? He gestures to the multitude of de Luo Jin Xian behind him. Even if you were to contend, what the pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian? In the face of opportunity, do you think my de Luo Jin Xian would not fight with all their might? Ao Jun, hearing this, understands that it is time for him to make his entrance. He gestures to the dragon clan behind him and swiftly approaches Dong Wang Gong. Dare you oppose Dong Hua, Xian Emperor? That is tantamount to opposing us, the dragon clan. Anyone wishing to die, step forward. Ao Jun, being the overlord of the EC, commands respect with his words, instantly silencing many. However, there are still those who are rebellious. Even Ao Jun cannot quell them. This opportunity cannot possibly be claimed by a single individual. Given the chance, they will undoubtedly assault Sanxian Island. Dong Wang Gong narrows his eyes, beckoning to Ao Jun and the Celestial Court people. If there are any dissenters among you, let them stand here. Retreat is permissible, but who dares to step forward, kill. At this, the de Luo Jin Xian are filled with righteous indignation, yet dare not voice it. The Tai Jin Xian are directly too intimidated to express anger, and the remaining Jin Xian have long fled. The might of Dong Wang Gong, the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, as conferred by Hong Jun by He Dao Ren, responded with a smile. The figure before him was none other than the benevolent corpse of Ming He Lao Zu, by He Dao Ren. Upon hearing by He Dao Ren's relaxed words, Dong Wang Gong chuckled. Since you are aware, why not take your leave? Yet deep within his heart, he felt an increasing familiarity with this individual, akin to Ming He Lao Zu. However, was he not clad in a blood robe, emanating a sense of malevolence, which this person did not possess? It seemed as if he were merely passing through, advantageous in this place. Presently, aside from Ming He Lao Zu, no one had breached the quasi-saint realm. He perceived that this individual was indeed at the pinnacle of the de Luo golden immortal stage, albeit possessing some means to traverse the void. Bai Dao Ren chuckled in response. You, a mere de Luo golden immortal, think yourself worthy to command my departure. Though he was the benevolent corpse of Ming He Lao Zu, he was far from a paragon of virtue. His benevolence was limited. After all, Ming He Lao Zu himself harbored little kindness, so it was unreasonable to expect his benevolent corpse to possess much compassion. The mere fact that he engaged in conversation without resorting to violence was already a sign of great mercy. Do you not know that this immortal emperor is the foremost male immortal as appointed by the Tao ancestor? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Although he could not fully discern the individual before him, it did not prevent him from putting on a facade. Holding the nine-dragon golden staff, with the Tao ancestor at his back, did he truly dare to slay him? If only he knew that this person was the benevolent corpse of Ming He Lao Zu, he would likely have already knelt in submission. What of it? I dare to call Hong Jun by name. Why should I fear a mere immortal emperor like you? Bai He Dao Ren's words caused Dong Wang Gong's expression to shift dramatically. He had been verbally sparring with him without realizing that this individual dared to call the Tao ancestor by name. This was the second time he had heard someone openly utter the Tao ancestor's name without fear. You dare to call the Tao ancestor by name and do not fear his wrath, Dong Wang Gong pointed at Bai He Dao Run, raising his voice. The latter merely shrugged, having done so countless times before. Why should he fear it? You. Who are you? Witnessing this, Bai He Dao Ren maintained a nonchalant demeanor, which diminished Dong Wang Gong's fury. After all, the last individual who dared to call the Tao ancestor by name nearly met their end. A hint of amusement flickered in Bai He Dao Ren's heart as he spoke. I am Yang Mei Dao Run. You may have heard of me. Dong Wang Gong furrowed his brow, pondering. He had certainly heard that name before, but could not recall it at the moment. Yang Mei Dao Run, the great immortal Yang Mei. Suddenly, he recalled something. The true name of the great immortal Yang Mei was indeed Yang My apologies. I have not heard of Yang Mei Dao Run, though I have heard of the great immortal Yang Mei. What is your connection to him? Dong Wang Gong inquired cautiously. I am his benevolent corpse, Bai He Dao Ren replied with a friendly tone. Hiss! Dong Wang Gong gasped, regretting his earlier bravado. Upon hearing that he was the benevolent corpse of the great immortal Yang Mei, he had already come to believe it. Previously, he had heard tales of the great immortal Yang Mei being able to traverse the void. Was not this individual before him also capable of such? Moreover, only Ming He and the great immortal Yang Mei would dare to call the Tao ancestor by name. Though this individual was merely a benevolent corpse, his strength was still at the quasi-saint level. How unfortunate! I have merely come seeking opportunities, yet I encounter figures from a bygone era. If a conflict were to arise, unless the Tao ancestor intervened, I would have no chance to flee. Dong Wang Gong swallowed hard, a smile creeping onto his face as he bowed. It is Senior Yang Mei. I was truly short-sighted earlier. I am Dong Wang Gong, and I was unaware of your identity. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Thankfully, he had not spoken too harshly, allowing for an apology. Surely, he would not resort to violence over such a trivial matter. After all, he was the foremost male immortal personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. One would hope that the great immortal Yang Mei would extend him some courtesy. Now that you know to apologize. Where has your arrogance gone? Bai He Dao Ren chuckled. Despite the laughter, Dong Wang Gong felt a chill creeping up his spine. After all, he was still the benevolent corpse of the great immortal Yang Mei. Surely he harbored some benevolence and would not seek to harm him. Once more, he bowed an apology to Bai He Dao Ren. I was in the wrong earlier. I disrespected you, Senior, that I hope you can overlook this transgression in light of the Tao ancestor. Chapter 53. The 9-Dragon Golden Staff is mine. You little Dong Wang, do you still think to use Hong Jun's name to pressure me? Ming He Lao Zhu extended his hand, lightly tapping him. His voice tinged with mockery. Dong Wang Gong's expression shifted, and he hurriedly bowed. Senior has misunderstood. I was merely hoping that given your prior acquaintance with the Tao ancestor, you might grant me some leniency. Oh, some leniency. Bai He Dao Ren spoke nonchalantly. Although there was no murderous intent in his tone, cold sweat began to bead on Dong Wang Gong's forehead. He no longer wished to seek leniency. He only wanted to escape this place. The individual before him possessed quasi-saint strength, and it would be effortless for him to take his life. Furthermore, he was a comrade of the Tao ancestor, who had previously battled the demon ancestor Luo, who he did not believe that the Tao ancestor would avenge him. What a joke! Would you kill your own brother for the sake of a subordinate? Dong Wang Gong's body nearly bent at a right angle, striving for the forgiveness of Yang Mei Dao Run. Should he later discover that this Yang Mei Dao Run was merely masquerading as the benevolent corpse of Ming He Lao Zhu, he would surely be infuriated. Beside Dong Wang Gong, Jun dared not even draw a breath, fearful that Yang Mei Dao Run might turn his ire towards him, while he wished to see the Dragon Clan return to the Primordial Realm. The most crucial aspect was that he wished to witness it himself, that if Dong Wang Gong were to perish here, or if he himself were to meet his end, what would become of the Dragon Clan? As the benevolent corpse of the great immortal Yang Mei, I naturally harbor benevolent thoughts, Bai He Dao Run stated calmly. This declaration allowed Dong Wang Gong to exhale in relief, as long as there were benevolent thoughts. He could hope to preserve his life. However, Bai He Dao Ren's next words caused his heart to race anew. Do you wish to live or die? This question made Dong Wang Gong's heart leap. He hurriedly replied, I wish to live. I long for my life to attain this moment. He refrained from referring to himself as the immortal emperor. With his life hanging by a thread, was it not courting death to claim such a title? If he angered this young Mei Dao Run, even Hong Jun could not save him. Bai Daoren regarded him and slowly spoke, Very well, I shall grant you this leniency today and spare your life. Upon hearing this, Dong Wang Gong's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found peace, and he hastily bowed to Bai Daoren. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. I currently oversee the Celestial Court. Should you wish for anything, I shall certainly assist you. Bai Daoren jested, You, a mere nuisance, what assistance could you possibly provide me? After being insulted, Dong Wang Gong did not grow angry. Instead, he greeted him with a smile. Indeed, I am but a mere wretch. I shall take my leave. With that, he made to depart. Did I permit you to leave? Bai Daoren's voice turned cold as he beckoned Dong Wang Gong to stay. Dong Wang Gong straightened up, quickly bending once more. Does the great immortal have any instructions? I shall certainly comply. At this moment, he could not afford to care for his dignity. To do so would mean certain death, and he had no desire to perish. Your performance has been satisfactory. Let me borrow the treasure in your possession. Bai Daoren extended his hand towards Dong Wang Gong, signaling him to hand it over. Upon hearing this, Dong Wang Gong's expression darkened considerably. That item was a supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by the Tao ancestor. After 100 years of use, he had become quite adept with it. Moreover, he had hoped to use it to slay the 3 corpses. How could he simply agree to such a demand? It seems you are unwilling to lend it to me. Bai Daoren's voice turned icy, his aura pressing down upon Dong Wang Gong. Senior, it is not that I am unwilling to lend it. This supreme innate spiritual treasure was given to me by the Tao ancestor. If you were to take it, I would have difficulty explaining myself later. Dong Wang Gong replied, his face a mask of despair. Hearing this, Bai Daoren nodded. Very well, since you are unwilling to part with it, I shall not force you. Thank you, Senior, for your understanding. Dong Wang Gong hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but he was interrupted by Bai Daoren. You are quite the nuisance. I merely wished to borrow it for amusement, yet you treat it as if I were here to murder you for your treasures. It has been many years since I have engaged in such activities. Even if you have Hong Jun behind you, what does it matter? Observe whether he rescues you swiftly, or if my speed in killing you surpasses his. The cold words of the White River Taoist sent chills down Dong Wang Gong's spine. Increasingly, his declaration suggested a desire to forego unnecessary dialogue and directly resort to murder and plunder. With the Tao ancestor at Lingshao Palace at such a considerable distance, surely he could arrive in time to save me. Could he not? Yet, given the proximity, it would not take long for him to end my life. Either to that moment, the White River Taoist released his aura, revealing himself to be a quasi-saint. Upon sensing this presence, Dong Wang Gong's mind went blank that a quasi-saint. He truly is Yangmei Daoist throughout the entirety of Hongwang. Aside from the Tao ancestor, only the might of the Yangmei immortal exists at this quasi-saint level. Wait, I misspoke. I am willing to hand it over, Dong Wang Gong shouted in a panic. There was no choice but to comply now. Failure to do so would mean his demise here, and with it, the complete obliteration of his aspirations to dominate Hongwang. As he cried out, Dong Wang Gong extended his hands, offering the 9 Dragons' golden staff to the White River Taoist. Fool! The White River Taoist cast a disdainful glance at Dong Wang Gong, his fingers curling lightly to seize the staff. Just as he grasped it, the 9 Dragons' golden staff transformed into a golden dragon. Attempting to break free from the White River Taoist's grip, it possesses some strength, but a smile crept across the White River Taoist's lips as he concentrated his power, firmly subduing the golden dragon. He, after all, is a quasi-saint. How could he not tame this mere golden dragon? As the White River Taoist increased his force, the golden dragon reverted to the 9 Dragons' golden staff, resting once more in his hands. Witnessing the staff being taken so easily by the White River Taoist shattered Dong Wang Gong's heart. It was his supreme innate spiritual treasure. However, recalling the existence of the 3 immortal islands, he felt somewhat reassured. The opportunities there were sufficient for him to elevate his strength to the quasi-saint level. Very well, consider this 9 dragons golden staff a temporary plaything. Whenever I have had my fill, I shall return it to you. Although the White River Taoist said this, how could he genuinely return it? Once it had fallen into his possession, no one could reclaim it. The White River Taoist merely offered a glimmer of hope, making Dong Wang Gong believe that the treasure could still be retrieved. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Dong Wang Gong chose to believe, reasoning that with such quasi-saint power, he would not stoop to deception. You ought to remember who I am. After your strength has grown, you can come to demand this treasure from me. I, Yangmei Taoist, shall await your return. As he uttered these words, the White River Taoist stepped into the void, as if vanishing from sight. Though he only grasped a portion of the laws of space, it was entirely sufficient for the White River Taoist to slice through the void and depart from this place. After respectfully bidding farewell to the White River Taoist and confirming that no one remained in the vicinity, Dong Wang Gong's countenance twisted into a grimace. Chapter 54. Dong Wang Gong spits blood. Yangmei Taoist, you possess remarkable audacity, even daring to seize the Tao ancestors' 9 dragons golden staff. Await your reckoning. Once I break through to quasi-saint, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. Dong Wang Gong trembled with rage. His eyes reddened to the point of bleeding. Meanwhile, A.O. Jun, standing nearby, wore a look of astonishment. This still Dong Wang Gong. How has he transformed from his previous self? Was he not once so arrogant? What is this foolish demeanor? Can he truly lead the Dragon Clan back to Hong Huang? Previously, he may have refrained from commenting on Dong Wang Gong's begging for mercy, as fear is a common reaction before the strong. Yet, after the departure of Yangmei Taoist, Dong Wang Gong's outburst of curses made A.O. Jun perceive him as a fool. Even if he were to curse, it should remain unspoken in his heart. How could he express it aloud? Do you not consider that perhaps Yangmei has not actually left and might return upon hearing your words? Perhaps, sensing his gaze, Dong Wang Gong turned with murderous intent. A.O. Jun hastily averted his eyes, terrified, and lowered his head. I've seen nothing. I know nothing. Dong Wang Gong bellowed. You had better not have seen anything. Should word of this escape, the Dragon Clan may vanish from Hong Huang. A.O. Jun's pupils constricted, and he quickly replied, This matter shall not be disclosed. No, I do not even know what has transpired. Please rest assured, Immortal Emperor, he could ascertain that with Dong Wang Gong's intellect, he was entirely capable of such actions. Despite the Dragon Clan's brazen demeanor across the seas, they were but 4 true powerhouses. Offending the Celestial Court would render them powerless to prevail. Tao Jun's words. Dong Wang Gong's fury subsided significantly. Should even a whisper of this matter escape, he would protect his dignity at all costs, even if it meant waging war with the Dragon Clan. He was no longer the powerless Dong Wang Gong, but rather the sovereign of the Celestial Court, a being standing at the pinnacle of existence. The Immortal Emperor. How could he err or fear death? Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he had brought only A.O. Jun along. Otherwise, even in silence, he would have been unable to assert his authority before others. Such a scenario would only serve as a mockery. You shall remain silent on this matter. I shall grant you 1/10 of the opportunities within the 3 Immortal Islands. Dong Wang Gong intended this as a hush money for A.O. Jun. Ensuring his peace of mind that the matter would not be divulged, A.O. Jun's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily bowed in response. Thank you, Immortal Emperor, but I know nothing. What do you mean by remaining silent? His response greatly satisfied Dong Wang Gong, who then led A.O. Jun onward, continuing their flight towards Penglai Immortal Island. As they approached the island, Dong Wang Gong's heart raced, beating fervently. Even without the 9 dragons' golden staff, it mattered not. He still possessed the 3 Immortal Islands, as long as he could elevate his strength. Acquiring another supreme, innate spiritual treasure would be trivial. It was merely a matter of slightly diminished power. Beside Dong Wang Gong, A.O. Jun also felt a surge of excitement. According to the visions of spiritual roots and treasures, even if they obtained merely 1/10, it would suffice for the descendants of the Dragon Clan for some time. Once the younger generation's strength improved, the entire Dragon Clan would rise in power. Upon their return to Hong Wang, they need not fear other clans. However, when Dong Wang Gong landed on the three immortal islands, he was rendered speechless. There were no spiritual roots to be found. Not even a trace of them was visible. What is happening here? Dong Wang Gong gazed incredulously at the scene before him, rubbing his eyes forcefully, questioning whether he was mistaken. Yet, as he surveyed the desolate surroundings, he widened his eyes and took a step back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, this must merely be superficial. The true spiritual roots must lie elsewhere. Dong Wang Gong muttered to himself as he flew into the depths of the three immortal islands. A.O. June, witnessing the scene, also could not believe his eyes. Was this barren land truly the three immortal islands? He would not believe it, even if beaten to death. At that moment, Dong Wang Gong's excited voice echoed ahead. That I told you, the spiritual roots must be deeper within. Dong Wang Gong held a postnatal spiritual root in his hand, beckoning A.O. June, hurry, follow me. They are just ahead. The 7 disciples of the grand ancestor of the underworld, although tainted by malice, still harbored some benevolence. For instance, one of them, upon seeing Dong Wang Gong with the postnatal spiritual root, deemed it too inferior and chose to release it back into the void. An hour later, Dong Wang Gong stood on the three immortal islands with a grim expression, clutching 9 postnatal spiritual roots. Behind him, A.O. June held 1 spiritual root. Dong Wang Gong had indeed made a vow, truly distributing 1-10th in the vast expanse of the three immortal islands. There are only 10 postnatal spiritual roots. How could that be possible? A.O. June, standing behind him, gazed at the postnatal spiritual root in his hand, and for some reason he suddenly felt like laughing. After waiting so long and losing 1 treasure, he had only found 10 postnatal spiritual roots. This was a loss that left him with nothing. Pooh! Dong Wang Gong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing backward. Fortunately, A.O. June's reflexes were swift, catching him with concern. Immortal Emperor, are you all right? However, Dong Wang Gong's expression was anything but fine. Yang Mei, Dong Wang Gong roared to the heavens. Since Yang Mei has appeared here, it signifies that the opportunities of the three immortal islands have already been seized by him. All of this was orchestrated by the sudden appearance of Yang Mei. While this alone might not have been significant, Yang Mei had also taken his 9 dragons' golden staff. Leaving him with nothing. No, he still had a few postnatal spiritual roots in his possession. Pooh! With this thought, Dong Wang Gong once again spat out blood, a stream reaching nearly 2 meters in height. Yang Mei, you have seized my opportunities and my treasures. How cruel-hearted you are! I shall undoubtedly find you and slay you, even if you are a comrade of the Tao ancestor. As tears suddenly welled in the eyes of Dong Wang Gong, he lamented the loss of everything. The entire celestial court is aware of his attempt to usurp the fortunes of the three immortal islands. If he returns empty-handed, how shall they face me? At that moment, those mighty beings, unable to find any spiritual roots or treasures, would surely abandon the celestial court. Once they depart, the strength of the celestial court would pale in comparison to that of the dragon clan. It would be impossible to claim dominion over the primordial chaos, let alone the ocean. Yang Mei, you have made my life unbearable. I shall ensure that yours is no better from this day forth. It is a matter of life and death between you and me. In the realm of the great immortal Yang Mei, as he tended to his wounds, he suddenly sensed the binding of causal threads. Who dares to seek a vendetta against me? Is it the aura of the river of the underworld? No, it is a different presence altogether. Yang Mei was momentarily bewildered. He had not offended anyone. So why would there be an adversary seeking his demise? A foe appearing out of thin air. Chapter 55. The White River Taoist in the Chaos Lingshao Palace, the Taoist abode of Hongjun. He had barely closed his eyes when he suddenly opened them again. This time, his gaze was filled with astonishment, peculiarity, and confusion. As a sage of the primordial chaos, he was intimately familiar with the expressions of the heavenly Tao. For instance, when the ancestor of the river of the underworld addressed him as Hongjun, he would not interfere unless it affected the heavenly Tao. After all, if he were to intervene every time someone called his name directly, he would be perpetually occupied, as long as there was no intention of insult. He generally refrained from taking action, but a flash of golden light crossed Hongjuan's eyes, and he began to calculate. He sought to discern what had transpired to provoke Dong Wang Gong into a vendetta against Yang Mei. However, as he delved deeper, his expression shifted from confusion to one of complexity and strangeness. The river of the underworld had indeed become a variable, emerging as the first to attain quasi-saint status. Yet, what folly had taken root in Dong Wang Gong's mind to be so easily outmaneuvered and to forge an enmity with Yang Mei? Hongjun typically refrained from uttering profanities, yet today he witnessed the foolishness of Dong Wang Gong firsthand. Now, the ancestor of the river of the underworld had slain Yang Mei's virtuous body, leaving no trace of causality. The river of the underworld had stolen his treasures, and now Dong Wang Gong found himself entangled in causality with the unrelated Yang Mei. What madness is this? Dong Wang Gong, you are truly foolish. Did you not think to call upon me in your time of trouble? You are not at death's door yet, and you expect me to come to your aid? Alas, this situation is unprecedented in the entirety of primordial chaos, and I cannot entirely blame Dong Wang Gong. However, the river of the underworld has indeed reshaped my understanding that I once thought his refusal to become a disciple was foolish. Yet it seems he had already begun calculating during the lecture. Nonetheless, I cannot entirely fault Dong Wang Gong. All of this is tied to the river of the underworld's premature ascendance to quasi-saint status. It led Dong Wang Gong to mistakenly perceive the White River Taoist as Yang Mei's virtuous body. Yet he was intrigued. How did the river of the underworld come to grasp the laws of space? Within the primordial chaos, only Di Jiang among the 12 ancestors of sorcery possessed such innate ability. The river of the underworld, born from the sea of blood, should not have been able to acquire such a skill. Thus, it must have been cultivated upon attaining quasi-saint status. If this is indeed the case, it is comprehensible, yet the means by which the river of the underworld cultivated this eludes me. Presently, I cannot fathom the river of the underworld's capabilities, nor can I ascertain the origin of this spatial law. The ability to master such a challenging principle of space indicates a talent far surpassing that of the three pure ones. Fortunately, he has not witnessed the ancestor of the river of the underworld in his earlier days. Otherwise, he would not be seated upon a lotus pedestal meditating, but rather leaping to his feet. For beneath the ancestor of the river of the underworld lies the 12th grade annihilation black lotus, that in the EC, after the emergence of a vast expanse of ocean. The White River Taoist awaited the arrival of the river of the underworld. Taoist of the river of the underworld, Taoist of the White River. The two exchanged formalities that in truth, the ancestor of the river of the underworld had little desire to reciprocate the greeting, for he found it somewhat peculiar. However, as the virtuous body of the ancestor of the river of the underworld, the White River Taoist felt it necessary to pay his respects. Acknowledging the White River Taoist's sentiments, the ancestor of the river of the underworld acquiesced and returned the gesture. Recognizing their shared essence, the White River Taoist extended his hand, offering the 9 dragons' golden staff to the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Before he could utter a word, it transformed into a cascade of golden light, soaring back to the ancestor's crown, vanishing from sight. The ancestor of the river of the underworld paid little heed to this, instead scrutinizing the 9 dragons' golden staff in his grasp. This artifact is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, one that had long captivated him since Hongjun had bestowed upon him. Being Hongjuan's weapon, its power was undoubtedly formidable. With this, he possessed an abundance of exceptional innate spiritual treasures, far more than he could enumerate. Indeed, as Jean and Jinti had foretold, this exceptional innate spiritual treasure was destined to be his. Subsequently, he summoned his spiritual power to begin refining the 9 dragons' golden staff. At the outset, the staff trembled violently, attempting to break free from the grasp of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. How audacious! The aura of quasi-saint emanating from the ancestor descended upon the staff, immediately subduing it. Before long, the 9 dragons' golden staff was successfully refined, becoming his own treasure. Now, to test the might of this artifact, the ancestor of the river of the underworld declared, channeling his power as the 9 dragons' golden staff transformed into a golden dragon. Racing towards the ocean, boom! The sea erupted in towering waves, sending numerous sea beasts, particularly those of the Xiangui clan, soaring into the air. their eyes rolling back in death. As the waters calmed, countless sea creatures surfaced, belly up, evidently having perished from the shockwave of the Nine Dragons' golden staff. The ancestor of the river of the Underworld was highly satisfied with this outcome, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although he had refined the Nine Dragons' golden staff, it would require time to unleash its true potential. Otherwise, mere fish and shrimp would be at stake, rather than the likes of Tai golden immortals. Coupled with the ancestor of the river of the Underworld's prowess, even the Deluo golden immortals would be left reeling. Suddenly, the ancestor of the river of the Underworld chuckled. If only he knew that all the fortunes had been taken by me. And he had also offended Yang Mei. Would he not be reduced to spitting blood in the end? Contemplating this, the ancestor of the river of the Underworld shook his head. What a tragic fate. I shall not dwell on this matter any further. Should the White River Taoist's benevolence awaken, it could spell trouble. Although he was uncertain whether his sever, alas, this matter has been uncovered by him. After the voice of Hong Jun resonated, the heart of the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi found its answer. Since Hong Jun had come to summon him, it was certain that he was aware of the East King's Nine Dragons' golden staff being stolen. And he had also planted a cause for Yang. It was inconceivable that this was merely due to the invocation of Hong Jun's name. Had that been the case, he would have appeared long ago, rather than waiting until now. Nevertheless, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi remained relatively unperturbed. He possessed the capital of arrogance. Since Hong Jun had summoned him to the Chaos Lingshao Palace, he would go and see what transpired. As for surrendering the Nine Dragons' golden staff, that was out of the question. Even if Hong Jun were to kill him, so be it. Now that he had reached the quasi-saint level, although he could not defeat Hong Jun, should he dare to enter the Blood Sea, a stalemate was not entirely impossible. Just as the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi contemplated these thoughts, his vision suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he found himself before the Chaos Lingshao Palace. Beside him stood two young disciples, Hao Qian and Yao Tzi. The sudden appearance of Mingyi startled both of them momentarily. After all, it had been several millennia, and he still appeared as a mere child. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi chuckled as he ruffled Hao Qian's hair. This little one would eventually become the Jade Emperor of Heaven. Whether he would harbor resentment for this gesture remained to be seen. The answer was likely yes, or else he would not feel apprehensive. Under Hao Qian's displeased gaze, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi withdrew his hand, his attention shifting to Yao Tzi, and his eyes brightened instantly. How had he not noticed before how beautiful she was? She would undoubtedly grow into a little beauty. Complimenting her, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi gradually eased Yao Tzi's fearful heart. Since she was a disciple of Hong Jun, there was no need for formalities. He decided to gift her a primordial spiritual root. With a flick of his hand, he produced 3 primordial spiritual roots from the Chaos 7 Treasures blood gourd and handed them to Yao Tzi. Upon seeing the primordial spiritual roots, Yao Tzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet she hesitated to take them. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi smiled, placing them gently in her hands before patting her little head. Cultivate well. Meanwhile, Hao Qian watched enviously. What about me? You've already ruffled my hair. Did you not think to give me one? Under Hao Qian's hopeful gaze, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi walked towards the interior of the palace. Halfway through, he turned back to Hao Qian and said slowly, "What need does a child like you have for spiritual roots? Be cautious of that surname, Yang. Do not say, I did not warn you." As Hao Qian looked on in confusion, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi pushed open the door and stepped inside. Sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, Hong Jun opened his eyes and regarded the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi. After all, he was the foremost sage of the Primordial World, and the Mingyi treated him with respect. "Mingyi, I have come to pay my respects to Daozu Hong Jun." Hong Jun chuckled lightly, teasing, "You still remember to show this old man some courtesy." The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi responded with a respectful gesture, standing still, awaiting Hong Jun's further words. After observing the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi for a moment, Hong Jun spoke again. In the primordial realm, you're the only one who addresses me this way, so you must understand what I mean." The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "I do not understand." A smile crept upon Hong Jun's lips, revealing an inscrutable expression. "It seems I must give you a reminder." Then, the East King, upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi silently acknowledged the truth. Indeed, he was aware. However, his expression remained unchanged as he maintained a calm gaze locked with Hongjuan's. I do not understand. Hongjun raised his hand and pointed to the top of the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi's head. This is not good. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi inwardly cursed, attempting to suppress the 3 flowers above his head. But his strength proved insufficient. One of the flowers drifted out, transforming into the figure of the White River Taoist. Upon emerging, White River saw Hongjun and bowed respectfully. Disciple Baihe, pays respects to Daozu. Hongjun nodded slightly, his gaze shifting back to the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi, evidently inquiring if he had anything to say. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi regained his composure and spoke plainly. It is quite normal for me to have broken through to the quasi-saint level. Observing his continued denial, Hongjun chuckled. Well, Mingyi, you possess quite a thick skin. However, even if you refuse to admit it, I will not press further. Surrender the 9 dragons' golden staff. With that, Hongjun extended his hand. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi had already stated that he had claimed the 9 dragons' golden staff by his own strength. How could he possibly relinquish it to another? Having been discovered, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi no longer feigned ignorance and shook his head. This was seized by my own strength. Leaving it for the East King would be a waste. His words rang true. In his hands, the power of the 9 dragons' golden staff had yet to be fully realized. Seeing this, Hongjun frowned slightly, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. The 9 dragons' golden staff truly cannot remain with you. It was meant for the East King's use. How about this? It is also a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. I will exchange it for the 8 treasures glazed bottle. You can use this as a storage ring or as a means of attack. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi was still reluctant to part with it. With the 9 dragons' golden staff in hand, who would desire a bottle devoid of offensive capabilities, even with its potential for attack? Its power would surely be limited. Observing the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi's hesitation, Hongjun let out a soft sigh and tossed the 8 treasures glazed bottle to him at the same time. He reached out, and the 9 dragons' golden staff appeared in Hongjun's grasp. What the? The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi was taken aback, quickly checking, only to discover that the 9 dragons' golden staff he had hidden in the blood gourd was truly gone. This was the prowess of Hongjun. Indeed, he was a sage. The East King was certainly unworthy of wielding the 9 dragons' golden staff, yet having him hold it still held considerable utility. This supreme primordial spiritual treasure would serve as your compensation. Logically speaking, after retrieving the 9 dragons' golden staff, he would not be obligated to provide the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi with anything. Yet, having already given it, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi could not afford to make a scene. Meanwhile, the White River Taoist inclined his head towards Hongjun. Thank you, Daozu. Hongjun nodded slightly, turning to the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi with a teasing smile. Mingyi, you truly have a knack for charming others. Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi did not respond, but instead bowed respectfully to Hongjun. Since Daozu has no further matters, I shall take my leave. He then prepared to depart. Before he could exit, Hongjun called him back. How could there be no further matters? I summoned you for 2 reasons, and thus far, I have only mentioned one. In response, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi could only halt his steps and look back at him. The White River Taoist spoke up. Daozu, please proceed. Although he was the good corpse of the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi, he possessed his own independent thoughts. The ancient ancestor of the Mingyi could sense his intentions but could not interfere too much. Hongjun's demeanor shifted from jovial to serious. Mingyi, for the next 500 years, you must not intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi narrowed his eyes. It seemed that his disturbances had crossed this sage's bottom line. However, in 500 years, the East King would likely be slain, and the powder keg of the Wu and Yao clans would also erupt at this time. The matters of Heaven's Tao are not something you can alter. The more you attempt to change, the more chaotic it will become. Mingyi, should you interfere in the primordial realm within these 500 years? Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Hongjun's words carried the weight of a sage's authority. Even though the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi had broken through to the quasi-saint level, he felt the pressure mounting, yet he remained steadfast. Even if I were to die, I would stand my ground. In the face of such a blatant threat, the ancient ancestor of the Mingi showed no fear. Reluctantly, Hong Jun retracted his pressure and sighed softly. Mingi, you are unaware of the magnitude of the chaos caused by your seizing of the East King's opportunity and framing Yangmei. Heed my words, for the next 500 years. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of the primordial realm. Knowing that the ancient ancestor of the Mingi was unafraid of death, Hong Jun realized that a hard approach would not work. He had to take a softer stance. This was already Hong Jun showing the ancient ancestor of the Mingi some leniency. Otherwise, matters could escalate to him being cornered. The ancient ancestor of the Mingi clasped his hands together and replied, "Since Daozu has spoken, I shall comply to AS for not interfering in the affairs of the primordial realm. Surely I can still traverse its expanse. Traveling through the primordial realm?" Hong Jun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Now, the ancient ancestor of the Mingi could be considered the foremost quasi-saint of the primordial world. Even if he were to delay 1,000 years in cultivation, he would still surpass others. If he were to travel, would it lead to any complications? His intention was to keep the ancient ancestor of the Mingi within the Blood Sea for 500 years without allowing him to emerge. Ultimately, Hong Jun nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon hearing these words, the ancestor of the river of the Underworld clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Now that the Tao ancestor Hong Jun has concluded his instructions, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he summoned back the Taoist of the White River. Once he had done so, the ancestor of the river of the Underworld returned to the entrance of his abode. Are all sages so capricious? He mused, turning to depart from the chaotic Lingxiao palace. To be honest, he did not fear Hong Jun, but he dreaded the thought of being cornered at his doorstep. Such a predicament would prevent him from engaging in the myriad fascinating activities of the primordial wilderness, which would undoubtedly be intolerable. However, for now, even if he could not intervene, could he not simply observe? Turning back, he beheld Hao Yin seizing the innate spiritual roots of the Yao Qi. You already possess 3. Grant me one. The Yao Qi, naturally unwilling, shielded its treasures from his grasp. Why not ask Taoist Mingi for one? Why must you covet mine? Mingi was well aware that should he provoke the audacious Kunpeng, he would be in no position to retaliate. Just as his words fell, a chilling presence emerged from behind. It is ill-mannered to speak ill of me from behind. The voice of the ancestor of the river of the Underworld startled Hao Yin, who stiffened and turned with a mournful expression. Taoist Mingi. How unfortunate, he thought. He had not appeared until Hao Yin had mentioned him. Beware of speaking ill of me from now on. The glint of cold light flickered in the ancestor's eyes, and he chose to disregard the stunned Hao Yin, preparing to leave. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out from behind. Taoist Mingi. The ancestor turned to see Hao Yin had unexpectedly halted him, causing a smirk to rise at the corner of his mouth, exuding a somewhat mischievous charm. Little Hao Yin, do you seek me for something? Hao Yin nodded and inquired, why should I be cautious of someone surnamed Yang? Could you elaborate? For reasons unknown. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, an instinctive feeling surged within him, affirming that the ancestor was indeed correct. Yet he could not fathom the meaning, and just as he was about to ask further, the ancestor shook his head, fixing his serious gaze upon Hao Yin. This cannot be elaborated upon. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Do you understand? Speaking of it would hinder my cultivation. After patting Hao Yin on the head, he stepped onto the 12-petaled red lotus of karmic fire and departed from the scene. Taoist Mingi, wait! Hao Yin shouted urgently, but alas, the ancestor had already soared into the sky, leaving him to clutch his head in frustration. Why do you not clarify? His gaze then turned toward the Yao Qi, after a moment of silence. He approached. You already possess 3. Share one with me. Though he could not comprehend the situation, it troubled him greatly, and he could only vent his frustrations elsewhere. The ancestor of the river of the Underworld would certainly not divulge this matter to him. If he were to learn that without Yang Jian, the future of the Fengshan would be compromised, the repercussions would be far greater than those of the Eastern King. While he did not fear the consequences, they would undoubtedly impact his cultivation. Leaving the chaotic Lingxiao palace, the ancestor of the river of the Underworld squinted his eyes. He had initially intended to return to the Sea of Blood, but upon sighting the Buzhou mountain, he altered his course. With 4 drops of Pangu's essence coursing through him, he felt that his physical strength rivaled that of the ancestral witches, yet he had never formally tested it. Why not compare with the ancestral witches to discern whose physical prowess reigned supreme? This would also provide him with a clearer assessment, as for Hongjuan's admonition to refrain from meddling in the primordial wilderness. He reasoned, I merely intend to engage in a contest. What harm could come of it? The ancestor of the river of the underworld turned and called out to Hongjun, I shall challenge the ancestral witches to a contest of physical strength. This cannot be considered overstepping, can it? Should he indeed be cornered at home because of this, he would surely perish from boredom. After a while, with no response from Hongjun, the ancestor of the river of the underworld set his course for Buzhou Mountain. I have already stated my intentions. Your silence does not signify a transgression. When you emerge later, I shall not recognize you. As he soared toward Buzhou Mountain, Hongjun within the chaotic Lingxiao Palace had already taken notice. Hearing the ancestor's words, a look of exasperation crossed Hongjuan's face. Mingyi, you truly cannot remain still for a moment. Cannot you return to your sea of blood and cultivate in peace? Although Hongjun felt somewhat disgruntled. He had previously consented to Mingyi's exploration of the primordial wilderness. As long as it did not disrupt the grand scheme of the wilderness, he could do as he pleased. Regarding Mingyi, he truly wished to avoid involvement unless absolutely necessary. He had never encountered such an incorrigible fellow before. Unbeknownst to the ancestor of the river of the underworld, he was oblivious to Hongjuan's grievances and had no desire to comprehend them. Presently, he had arrived at Buzhou Mountain. Upon nearing the area, he noticed a surge of malevolent energy piercing the heavens. However, this aura, when compared to the bloodthirsty essence of the Sea of Blood, was still lacking. If the malevolence of the Sea of Blood were to manifest here, it would erupt violently, overshadowing all else. Should the two forces intertwine, adversaries would find themselves at a loss, one diminishing intellect and the other weakening prowess, leaving them utterly helpless. Observing the malevolent energy, the ancestor of the river of the underworld felt an odd sense of familiarity, as though he had returned to the Sea of Blood. Chapter 58. The Six-Eared Macaque, what a pity. He thought that such a vast expanse would not be encountered again. The ancestor of the river of the underworld shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Just then, his gaze sharpened, and he turned to the side. In the next moment, an enraged roar reached his ears. You vile creature, daring to intrude upon my Wu clan's territory. Are you seeking death? Following this, a wounded demon general emerged, his body marred with scars and blood streaming forth. How audacious for a mere demon general to trespass into the domain of the Wu clan. What immense courage it took. Little did he seem to grasp the dire state of affairs between the Wu and demon tribes. Should the Wu clan capture him, this demon monkey would surely meet his demise. The ancestor of the river of the underworld had not planned to intervene, but upon seeing the demon general, he paused and turned to assess the situation. What the? Six-eared. To his surprise, the demon monkey before him was none other than the six-eared macaque. How did this rascal come to be here? When Hongjun delivered his teachings, this fellow had audaciously eavesdropped, ultimately incurring Hongjuan's wrath. The ancestor of the river of the underworld could only think, you truly are bold, daring to eavesdrop on Hongjun in the primordial wilderness. However, he recalled that he had intended to take him as a disciple, but had forgotten amid the affairs of the Three Immortals Island. He never expected to find him within the Wu clan. This was a true disregard for life. Well, fate has brought us together. I shall save you this once, the ancestor murmured, extending his hand to grasp the six-eared macaque. As the six-eared macaque fled, he was suddenly seized by an invisible force, drawing him toward the ancestor. What? The six-eared macaque exclaimed in shock, crying out in panic as he felt himself being pulled against his will. Glancing at the ancestor of the river of the underworld, his body trembled uncontrollably. Convinced that his demise was imminent. Silence. The ancestor of the river of the underworld snapped, his patience wearing thin. The six-eared macaque immediately ceased his cries, realizing that he was in the presence of someone far superior in strength, capable of ending his life with ease. Who are you, obstructing my pursuit of the demon kin? Are you, too, one of the demon tribe? Queried the celestial being of the Wu clan coldly. Although the power displayed by the ancestor of the river of the underworld was formidable. They were on Buzhou Mountain, the territory of the Wu clan, and he felt no fear. The ancestor of the river of the underworld did not respond, instead focusing on the six-eared macaque. "Are you the six-eared macaque?" Though his appearance was strikingly similar, he needed to confirm that if so, he would take him as a disciple. If not, he would be dismissed as a waste of time. The six-eared macaque, unable to articulate his thoughts, simply nodded in fear, apprehensive that the ancestor might devour him. "Very well. It seems I have not misidentified you." The ancestor of the river of the underworld nodded slightly, then continued, "I sense a connection between you and me. Little demon monkey, do you wish to become my disciple?" Having said that, he merely gazed at him, leaving the conversation hanging. This moment, the venerable ancestor of the river of the dead felt an urge to connect with the one known as Jean, asking merely if there was a bond between them. However, he was far superior to Jean, as he granted others the liberty of choice. The duo of Jean and Juan-Ti would simply take anyone they deemed fated with them, regardless of the individual's willingness. The six-eared macaque was taken aback, clearly caught off guard, tilting his head to stare at the venerable ancestor. Upon realizing the situation, the six-eared macaque's eyes widened with excitement, and with fluid motions, he prostrated before the venerable ancestor. After 3 bows, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The venerable ancestor of the river of the dead nodded slightly and pointed, a beam of crimson light illuminating the macaque. In an instant, the macaque's injuries were healed. Though this was no great feat, the nearby Wu clan regarded it with disdain, expecting a more formidable master. They assumed he was merely capable of healing injuries. Yet the next moment left them dumbfounded, as the previously hunched macaque stood tall, soon matching the venerable ancestor's height. Most importantly, the six-eared macaque's power surged, propelling him into the realm of the celestial immortals. What the hell? Is this what it means to be a celestial immortal? He had spent a millennium attaining that level, only achieving it by absorbing the Wu clan's malevolent energy, hastening his progress. But this macaque, who had only recently gained some enlightenment, had managed to break through to celestial immortal status in a mere second. Damn, I want to be his disciple too. The six-eared macaque stared at his claws in confusion, his eyes gradually shining with excitement, then began to leap joyfully before the venerable ancestor. What kind of power is this? It feels so potent. Please grant me 100 female monkeys. I wish to revel in their company. Yet he quickly regained his composure, kneeling on the ground and bowing deeply to the venerable ancestor. "Thank you, master." Suddenly, he realized he could speak, and his excitement grew even more. "Rise." The venerable ancestor waved his hand, signaling him to stand, his gaze shifting toward the celestial immortal Wu clan. That moment, the sheer audacity of the situation left him dumbfounded. As if he could swallow a cow whole, he was utterly astounded. To conjure a celestial immortal out of thin air was an unfathomable display of strength, something even the ancestral witches could not accomplish. The snap echoed as the venerable ancestor of the river of the dead snapped his fingers, bringing him back to reality. He hurriedly bowed to the venerable ancestor. "Senior, I was blind just now and offended you." Such was the nature of the Wu clan. Once subdued, they would yield, though the venerable ancestor had not completely subdued him. He had certainly instilled a sense of fear. The venerable ancestor waved his hand and inquired, "What is your name?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Xingrong." Even in his daze, he understood that in the presence of such a powerful being, it was better to speak the truth than to conceal it. The venerable ancestor's eyes flickered with interest as he continued, "What is your relation to Xing Tian?" "Xing Tian is the great shaman of our tribe," Xingrong responded. The venerable ancestor nodded slightly. While his knowledge of the Wu clan was limited, he was aware of its fundamentals. Beyond the 12 ancestral witches, the strongest were the great shamans. The 12 ancestral witches typically remained hidden in the Panga Hall, not associating with tribes. Though they were absent, it did not imply that others were, such as Xing Tian, Kofu, and others who were great shamans akin to the leaders of the tribes. Xing Tian, at this moment, had not yet met his demise. It was indeed an opportune time to see what he looked like. The venerable ancestor was quite intrigued by Xing Tian and gestured to Xingrong. "Very well, lead me to confront Xing Tian." He intended to meet Xing Tian. Did they perhaps share a prior acquaintance? Xingrong was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating the venerable ancestor's response. However, considering the venerable ancestor could directly name Xing Tian, It was only logical they should be acquainted. Regardless of their relationship, Xing Tian was a Taoist golden immortal, possessing formidable physical strength. How could he possibly be intimidated by this figure? He promptly led the venerable ancestor in the direction of Xing Tian's tribe. Chapter 59. Before long, the trio arrived at Xing Tian's tribe. The members of Xing Tian's tribe displayed little reaction upon seeing the venerable ancestor, yet when they caught sight of the six-eared macaque, their faces registered shock, swiftly followed by murderous intent. A demon monkey! How dare you bring a demon monkey into the Wu clan? This is tantamount to seeking death. The demon race had slaughtered countless from the Wu clan. To dare approach their tribe demanded death. Kill this demon monkey. Eliminate him. The shouts from the Wu clan members echoed in the ears of the six-eared macaque, causing him to cling tightly to the venerable ancestor. The enmity between the Wu and demon races had not escalated to the point of outright slaughter, but they were prepared for combat upon meeting. Little did they expect to encounter a demon race member while traversing the unyielding mountains. It was a blatant provocation. Xing Rong, leading the way, smirked slightly. This is merely the beginning. I am eager to see how you handle it. The Wu clan is not to be trifled with. Fear not. With me present, no one shall lay a finger on you. The venerable ancestor of the River of the Dead replied coolly, his demeanor unruffled as he regarded the Wu clan, having no fear of Hongjun. What was there to be apprehensive about? Moreover, the individuals present were merely ordinary members of the Wu clan, easily dealt with. Even if the 12 ancestral witches emerged, they could not harm his disciple. Hearing the comforting words of the venerable ancestor, the six-eared macaque's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed up at him. Just how powerful is my master? Ignoring the furious glares of the Wu clan, the venerable ancestor continued onward, unperturbed by them. They were but a pack of minions. What merit was there in acknowledging them? As they ventured deeper, Xing Rong halted, turning to the venerable ancestor. We have arrived. This is the dwelling of the great shaman Xing Tian. As his words fell, a massive figure emerged from the structure ahead, wielding a gigantic axe and wearing a fierce expression. The venerable ancestor's gaze sharpened as he assessed the figure. The axe confirmed that this was indeed Xing Tian, who would later be known as the god of war. Furthermore, from the venerable ancestor's perspective, Xing Tian towered over him. You need not compare heights with me. In a few years, you will be of equal stature, he thought. Xing Tian glared angrily at the venerable ancestor, then shifted his gaze to the figures behind him, his expression shifting dramatically. What audacity! Dare you tread upon my Wu clan? A murderous intent radiated from Xing Tian, yet he retained a degree of composure. Turning to Xing Rong to question, who is this person that you allow a demon race to enter? Great shaman Xing Tian. I am unaware of his identity, but he claims he wishes to meet you and knows you. Xing Rong hurriedly replied. Xing Tian coldly retorted, nonsense. How could I not know someone of his stature? His gaze then fixed on the venerable ancestor as he demanded loudly, who are you? I have never seen you before. Why do you claim to know me? As he spoke, he raised his axe, making it clear that unless the venerable ancestor provided a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to strike. This scene incited cheers among the Wu clan. Great shaman Xing Tian is magnificent. Quickly, slay this demon monkey. The uproar from the crowd drew a look of disdain from the venerable ancestor. Had these members of the Wu clan never encountered the world, to be so stirred by the mere raising of an axe? If he were to shatter a mountain with a single palm, would they not lose their senses in excitement? Now that I have met you, there is little left to discuss. However, you are rather tall. In a few years, I shall return to compare heights with you. The venerable ancestor of the River of the Dead remarked casually. This statement sent a chill down Xing Tian's spine, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Just as Xing Tian was about to erupt, the venerable ancestor continued, by the way, I am here to seek your ancestral witches. Summon them forth. Xing Tian's brow furrowed. You have yet to reveal your identity. Yet you dare to seek our ancestral witches. However, he had reluctantly lowered his axe. Surely, someone seeking the ancestral witches could not be an ordinary individual. The venerable ancestor chuckled softly. You, my friend, lack the qualifications to inquire about my identity. If you truly wish to know, then take me to your ancestral witches. In holding the six-eared macaque, he had forgotten to reveal his name. He figured it would become apparent eventually. Xing Tian, growing increasingly agitated, glared at the venerable ancestor and retorted, "You, even if you are at the pinnacle of the Taoist golden immortal, must still introduce yourself here. Moreover, at the pivotal moment of the ancestor shaman's cultivation, how could he allow anyone to disturb him?" As Xing Tian, a prominent figure among the Wu clan, he certainly possessed a certain stature, yet this red-robed Taoist dared to disregard him so brazenly. "Very well. Since you refuse to lead me, I shall venture forth on my own," the ancestor of the Underworld River spoke calmly, then turned to stride towards the Panga Hall. "You cannot simply enter the Panga Hall." "Halt!" Xing Tian bellowed, rushing forward to block his path, "that if you wish to meet the ancestor shaman, you must first demonstrate that you possess the capability to do so. The Wu clan thrives on conflict. If you do not yield to me, I shall compel you to submit. Should you submit to me, I shall hold you in disdain and continue to challenge you. The only way to alter this dynamic is if you manage to conquer me." Suddenly, the ominous energy around him converged upon his colossal axe as Xing Tian swung it towards the ancestor of the Underworld River. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. "The great shaman Xing Tian has made his move. With one swing, he shall sever his head." They rejoiced, while the six-eared macaque nearly lost its wits, eyes bulging in terror at the sight of Xing Tian. Xing Tian's aura was akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal. While he himself only reached the level of a celestial immortal, just a fraction of his power could obliterate him. How could he not be afraid? The ancestor of the Underworld River regarded the incoming axe with a light chuckle. After all, he was a quasi-saint. Using his full strength would be somewhat unfair. However, it was audacious of this early-stage, great Luo golden immortal to attempt to strike him. "You are indeed the first in the entire primeval world." He extended his hand and lightly flicked it towards Xing Tian. Suddenly, a torrent of formidable magical power surged towards Xing Tian. Upon sensing the overwhelming force of the strike, Xing Tian's complexion turned ashen. He was uncertain if he could withstand this assault. Yet it was already too late. He had to brace himself, positioning the axe defensively before him, pouring all his strength into the effort. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, followed by the appearance of a mushroom cloud. The tremendous shock wave obliterated the surrounding structures in an instant. Fortunately, the physical resilience of the Wu clan members was formidable enough to prevent them from being obliterated by the blast, though they suffered significant injuries. In the sky, a dark figure plummeted downwards, growing larger with each passing moment. It was Xing Tian, propelled skyward by the explosion. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, bloodied and battered, his colossal axe long since sent flying. Upon seeing his condition, the ancestor of the Underworld River expressed a hint of surprise. "I have not even exerted my full strength, and yet you are injured so severely." Chapter 60. The Appearance of Zhu Rong. The Wu clan, in shock the ancestor of the Underworld River, had only just recently achieved quasi-saint status, and he had yet to fully master his complete power. However, he could still ensure that no one was killed. It was simply unexpected that this Xing Tian would be so thoroughly bloodied by him. Upon hearing the ancestor of the Underworld River claim he had not used his full strength, Xing Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. "I thank you that I truly appreciate your restraint," that moment. The six-eared macaque, if not for the constraints upon him, would have already collapsed to the ground. Beside him, Xing Rong had long since been rendered spiritless by the ancestor of the Underworld River's earlier strike. "Where am I? What have I done? What have I brought back? Why has the great shaman Xing Tian been sent flying?" While they were all in a state of shock, the surroundings fell eerily silent. With only the sound of the shock wave echoing that it was Xing Tian, the great shaman of the Wu clan, an entity of the great Luo golden immortal level. Even if his power was lacking, he should not have been blown away like that. Who, then, is this red-robed Taoist to possess such overwhelming strength? The onlookers, having regained their senses, were filled with wariness and vigilance. How could they not be on guard with such a formidable presence nearby? Although they feared the Underworld River, none dared to depart from the scene. Just then, an intense heat surged forth, evaporating the moisture in the air, turning the ground beneath their feet as hot as lava. Yet for the ancestor of the Underworld River, these were mere trifles. A smile crept upon the ancestor's lips as he mused inwardly. Indeed, It is you who has emerged. Soon after, the resounding roar of Zhu Rong echoed through the air. You dare to come to my Wu clan to harm others? You seek death. The figure of Zhu Rong soared towards the ancestor of the Underworld River from the direction of the Panga Hall. Just as he had managed to concentrate on his cultivation within the Panga Hall, he was interrupted by the cacophony. Was this not an outright provocation against my Wu clan? He had encountered arrogance before, yet this was the first individual bold enough to seek trouble here. The very foundation of the Wu clan was at stake. He could not let this opportunity slip by. Zhu Rong was just about to unleash his wrath when he caught sight of a familiar silhouette standing not far away. Underworld River, he paused momentarily, calling out softly to confirm. The next instant, the ancestor of the Underworld River turned, and Zhu Rong recognized the familiar face before him. His expression shifted as he beheld the bloodied Xingtian. Did he inflict this injury upon Xingtian? As Zhu Rong assessed the ancestor of the Underworld River, the latter's gaze met his eye in an instant. Zhu Rong deduced the ancestor's power, the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal. A formidable presence indeed. Yet the Wu clan erupted in cheers once more. They had been momentarily stunned by Xingtian's defeat, but with Zhu Rong's appearance, their spirits soared. Those who dared to disrupt their peace would soon learn of the Wu clan's might. The ancestor shaman has arrived. The ancestor shaman has wounded the great shaman Xingtian. Let the ancestor shaman take action and teach this red-robed intruder a lesson. The ancestor's power had reached the zenith of the great Luo, golden immortal. In the primeval world, no one could stand against them. Even if this red-robed figure were of the same caliber, with 12 ancestor shamans at their disposal, what was there to fear? However, they were gravely mistaken. The ancestor of the Underworld River was a quasi-saint, capable of single-handedly contending with all 12 of them. Hearing their words, Zhu Rong's expression stiffened. Teach whom a lesson? The ancestor of the Underworld River? Do not jest. This individual, at the pinnacle of the great Luo, once struck down the primordial beginning, who had no chance to retaliate. The two who had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo, Jane and Juni, were turned into mere punching bags by the ancestor of the Underworld River. He was simply not a match for the ancestor. At the very least, he would need 5 ancestor shamans to contend. Ancestor of the Underworld River, may I inquire as to your purpose in visiting our Wu clan? Zhu Rong clasped his hands in respect towards the ancestor of the Underworld River. This scene left the entire Wu clan in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? The ancestor is addressing him as the ancestor of the Underworld River. Do they know each other? No, that is not the concern at the moment. Rather, why does Zhu Rong possess such a good temperament? Has he consumed counterfeit wine, or is he still waking from slumber? The minds of the Wu clan members, already not the sharpest, were now utterly short-circuited. It was not that Zhu Rong had suddenly become so amiable. Rather, it was a testament to the respect he held for the ancestor of the Underworld River. If he were to spare the Eastern Emperor Tai, the situation would have escalated drastically. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque, slumped on the ground behind the ancestor of the Underworld River, stared wide-eyed. How powerful, how magnificent! When would I ever possess such strength? No, wait. How is it that I am now so frightened that I have collapsed to the ground? What a disgrace to my master. From now on, even if I must face death, I shall stand tall. The name Underworld River. Does it not ring a bell? At that moment, a voice of confusion arose from the crowd. As these words escaped, they piqued the curiosity of many, who began to ponder. Previously, when the ancestor spoke of the Underworld River, they had not fully grasped its significance. Yet now, memories flooded back. The Underworld River was the one bold enough to strike the primordial beginning. A lone figure who dared to slap the primordial beginning and ultimately forced the 3 pure ones to flee in shame. After all, this tale had originated from their Wu clan. How could they possibly forget the ancestor of the Underworld River? I have heard that he also reduced the pinnacle of the great Luo from the west to a mere punching bag in the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. Is that true? No wonder the ancestor treated the Underworld River with such courtesy. He must have come to our Wu clan seeking trouble. What now? Faced with such a formidable figure, they were certainly inclined to retaliate, yet fear loomed over them. After all, the last individual to provoke the ancestor of the Underworld River had ended up in a pitiful state. In the depths of the chasm, Xingtian abruptly opened his eyes. his pupils quivering in disbelief. What? I was blocking the ancestor of the Underworld River. That individual, a formidable figure who once vanquished the pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian. How could I have provoked him? It is over for me. Even if I survive, I shall never find peace. I could see this moment. He truly wished to weep, yearning to travel back in time to deliver 2 resounding slaps to his own face. What folly it was to provoke him! Had he exerted even a modicum of strength back then, I would not be contemplating my predicament now. Yes, this thought crossed his mind. Xing Tian shivered. He hastily rose to his feet, making his way towards the ancestor of the Ming River. Ming He Dao Yu. His cry captured the attention of both the ancestor of the Ming River and Zhu Rong, inciting a flash of displeasure and hatred in Zhu Rong's eyes. You have become like this. You should languish in your plight without re-emerging. It would be best if you remained there forever, never to rise again. Tell me, why did you provoke Ming He? How do you intend to resolve this? And you, the other ancestor Wu, were you not informed of the explosion that just transpired? I distinctly saw you with your eyes wide open as I departed. Zhu Rong was quite irate with the other ancestor Wu. Yet with the ancestor of the Ming River present, he refrained from expressing his anger too vehemently. The ancestor of the Ming River cast a sidelong glance at Xing Tian. What? Are you still unconvinced? Do you wish for another round? Chapter 61. The 12 ancestors Wu appear. Zhu Rong's fury. The ancestor of the Ming River strike had been remarkably restrained. Had he applied more force, he could have obliterated Xing Tian entirely. Just as the ancestor of the Ming River uttered these words, Xing Tian felt his knees. Previously, I was unaware that I had offended you, esteemed ancestor of the Ming River. You may dispose of me as you see fit, and I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Oh, the ancestor of the Ming River paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes that he had anticipated defiance. But instead, he found himself faced with an apology. Xing Tian was capable of both humility and pride. Not all of the Wu clan were foolish. Rise. You are merely at the initial stage of Deluo Jinxian. I shall spare you this time. The ancestor of the Ming River spoke, wielding the authority to do so, being a quasi-saint who regarded the initial stage of Deluo Jinxian with disdain. Moreover, Xing Tian was a great shaman. Should he be killed, how could the Wu clan continue to thrive? There would come a time when he would wish to compare heights with him to mock him, and he could not allow him to perish so easily. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian was overwhelmed with gratitude, preparing to bow deeply to the ancestor of the Ming River. Thank you, esteemed ancestor of the Ming River, for sparing Xing Tian. I shall remember this kindness. Just as he was about to bow, the ancestor of the Ming River gestured lightly, preventing him from doing so. There is no need for such formalities. I have come to seek the ancestor Wu. Your prior obstruction was merely your duty. I bear no ill will towards you. The ancestor of the Ming River, a quasi-saint, engaged in a dispute with an initial stage Deluo Jinxian would surely invite ridicule upon his return. Nevertheless, Xing Tian was once more moved. It turned out that the ancestor of the Ming River was not as cruel as the rumors suggested. He had been unjustly maligned. Thank you, esteemed ancestor of the Ming River. After a second bow, Xing Tian rose to his feet. The onlooking Wu clan members gazed at the ancestor of the Ming River with wide, gleaming eyes, their admiration growing. Could this truly be the ancestor of the Ming River? Exhibiting such tranquility, I had thought he would slaughter our clan. Surely, the rumors must be mistaken. How could the ancestor of the Ming River be a villain simply for wearing a red robe? Indeed, anyone who dares to label the ancestor of the Ming River as evil shall face my wrath. With this single act, the ancestor of the Ming River had transformed the hearts of the onlookers, earning their respect. Should these words reach the ancestor of the Ming River's ears, he would never forgive Xing Tian and might even strike again. How dare you declare me a good person? It appears my deeds have not been sufficiently well known. Zhu Rong, witnessing this scene, chuckled heartily. Ming He Dao Yu is indeed magnanimous. Unconcerned with trifles, he had been prepared to inflict severe harm upon Xing Tian, yet it had ended thus. He then turned his attention to Xing Tian. Admonishing Xing Tian, the ancestor of the Ming River does not hold grudges against you. Consider yourself fortunate. Should the ancestor of the Ming River visit here again, he should be treated with the same reverence as the 12 ancestors woo. If I discover that you have been remiss in your duties towards the ancestor of the Ming River, you know the consequences. Zhu Rong's words prompted Xing Tian to nod repeatedly. I understand. Henceforth, I shall regard the esteemed ancestor of the Ming River as an ancestor Wu. He then offered a respectful gesture towards the ancestor of the Ming River. The ancestor of the Ming River nodded slightly. Appearing calm, though internally he felt somewhat bemused, am I to receive treatment akin to that of an ancestor Wu? Do they wish for me to assume the role of the 13th ancestor Wu? Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque observed the ancestor of the Ming River's apparent success and was eager to ingratiate himself, wishing to emblazon his own loyalty upon his face. Why master is Ming he? Who would dare provoke me? Shortly after Zhu Rong's remarks, several figures appeared from the distance, precisely 11 in number. Upon their arrival, Zhu Rong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, they have come. I could scarcely endure any longer. Why have you arrived so late? You brothers have been dreadfully inconsiderate. The 11 ancestors Wu approached Zhu Rong, bowing respectfully towards the ancestor of the Ming River. Ming he Dao U.A.T. This moment, Di Jiang stepped forward, addressing the ancestor of the Ming River. This matter is our fault. We have wronged you. Di Jiang could be regarded as the intellectual pillar among the 12 ancestors Wu. Without his presence, the outcome of the battle between the Wu and the Yao would have been uncertain. The circumstances at that time had unfolded without the guidance of the Hutu, though Di Jiang was somewhat ferocious. He possessed a measure of reason. With Di Jiang's acknowledgement, the ancestor of the Ming River naturally refrained from displaying displeasure. He returned the gesture and acknowledged the others, thereby completing the formalities. The 12 ancestors Wu regarded the ancestor of the Ming River with curiosity. What had prompted his unexpected visit to the Wu clan? Did some event loom on the horizon? Their acquaintance with the ancestor of the Ming River was limited. They had only exchanged glances. His sudden appearance among the Wu clan compelled them to speculate. Ming he Dao Yu, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Wu clan? Di Jun asked. The Blood Sea was not a short distance from here. The ancestor of the Ming River must have had a specific reason for coming. The ancestor of the Ming River chuckled heartily. It is nothing of great consequence. I have long believed that the 12 ancestors Wu are not only top tier in combat prowess, but also in physical strength within the Hongwang. Today, I have come to seek your guidance. He spoke of their status as the pinnacle of Hongwang. A glimmer of pride shone in his eyes, as he openly praised their formidable strength, certainly superior to the Yao. This sentiment was one they were eager to hear. However, upon hearing that he wished to seek counsel, their expressions shifted to one of peculiarity. He had traveled countless miles from the Blood Sea merely to engage them in a contest. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Would this individual not be an envoy of the Yao, testing the depths of the Wu clan? They feared that he might assess their weaknesses and subsequently obliterate them. Their gazes turned towards the six-eared macaque, suspicion glimmering in their eyes. The Yao were certainly present, indicating a possible affiliation. How foolish they had been to treat him as one of their own. He had come to provoke them. Ming-he, I thought you were here to extend goodwill towards our Wu clan. Thus, I welcomed you as one of our OWN. It appears I was mistaken. You have allied with the Yao, seeking to probe our clan's defenses. Know this. Do not presume that the Wu clan is easily trifled with. That if you wish to engage in battle, I, Zhu Rong, shall be at your service. Do not think that your strength is insurmountable. We have 12 ancestors Wu at our disposal. Zhu Rong's temper flared, and a searing heat enveloped the ancestor of the Ming River. This was Zhu Rong's essence. Each of the 12 ancestors Wu possessed a unique power that in the future, they would realize the arduous path ahead and would choose to cultivate their respective powers. After all, possessing innate mastery of the laws was an opportunity not to be squandered. The ancestor of the Ming River watched as Zhu Rong erupted, his brow furrowing. I have joined the Yao to test your clan? What nonsense is this? How have I become an ally of the Yao? I am merely here to seek knowledge. Did you not comprehend my words, Zhu Rong? With your foolishness, it is no wonder Gong Gong would collide with the Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 62. Zhu Rong's Confidence. Is that not the case? If you're not allied with the Yao, then how do you explain the presence of the monkey demon behind you? This is nothing but an alliance with the Yao. Do not attempt to argue. Zhu Rong spoke coldly. noting that the elder of the river of Hades was in a good mood, devoid of any temper. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. The elder of the river of Hades turned his gaze towards Daijang. His eyes filled with an inquiring look. Why words may not have been sufficiently clear, and perhaps you do not comprehend my intent. After exchanging glances with the elder of the river of Hades, Daijang, contemplative, reproached Zhurong. Zhurong, the elder of the river of Hades has come to seek guidance, not to join the demon clan. I have long advised you to temper your fiery temperament, yet you refuse to listen. He then turned to the elder of the river of Hades, expressing an apology that I apologize. Zhurong often acts without considering your feelings, and I hope the elder of the river of Hades will not take offense. Though his words conveyed regret, there was a contemplative glint in his eyes, clearly indicating he shared Zhurong's concerns. Elder Daijang, do you also perceive my coming to the demon clan as a provocation against your witch clan? The elder of the river of Hades fixed his gaze on Daijang and spoke flatly. The Blood Sea and Mount Bujo are quite distant. Your unexpected visit, especially accompanied by a monkey demon, raises questions. Moreover, there are numerous powerful beings in the wilderness, such as the three pure ones. Why seek us, the witch clan? Even if it were merely for guidance, the witch clan cannot contend with the elder of the river of Hades. Daijang's words acknowledged the situation. He found it hard to believe that the elder of the river of Hades had come solely for a discussion. Isn't the strongest in the wilderness the three pure ones? Why seek us out instead? Even if our 12 ancestor witches were to face them, they might not prevail, and you, elder of the river of Hades, have already beaten the primordial heavenly sovereign. Now you come to our witch clan, claiming to seek guidance while bringing a demon clan along. It is difficult not to arouse suspicion. I have come solely to seek your guidance, but not in terms of strength. Rather, it pertains to the physical body. Whether you believe it or not, the elder of the river of Hades spoke with a neutral expression. His demeanor remained unchanged, yet the faces of the 12 ancestor witches turned ashen. You wish to compare physical bodies? Do you not know that our witch clan's physical forms are universally acknowledged as the strongest in the wilderness? You dare to challenge us in this regard. The witches were momentarily taken aback by this statement. Does the elder of the river of Hades not understand that the ancestor witches are birthed from the blood of Pangu, making their physical prowess unrivaled in the wilderness? The 12 ancestor witches regarded the elder of the river of Hades, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. While they could concede to the elder's overall power, they were adamant about their physical strength. You are challenging us in your weak area. You believe our physical prowess is lacking? Daijang looked at the elder of the river of Hades with a quizzical expression. Are you certain you wish to compare physical forms? He sought confirmation, wary of having misheard. After all, the elder of the river of Hades was the first to dare challenge them in this regard. The elder of the river of Hades observed their expressions, his face displaying little emotion. Yet he nodded earnestly. Of course, seeing your disdainful demeanor, do you truly think I am here seeking humiliation? I never engage in ventures without confidence. Daijang chuckled and responded. Since the elder of the river of Hades has stated so, we shall acquiesce. It appears the elder is yet unaware of the strength of our ancestor witches' physical forms, and it is high time you witness it, lest you remain naive. Zhurong, still processing the situation, wondered why they had strayed from discussing whether the elder of the river of Hades was a demon clan member to suddenly engaging in a fight. Suddenly, Zhurong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you wish to compare physical forms, then today I, Zhurong, shall engage you. Allow me to demonstrate what true physical prowess entails. Zhurong retracted his fiery aura and began to limber up. After being pent up for centuries, he was finally ready for a battle. That moment, Daijang interjected. Zhurong, remember to hold back. The elder of the river of Hades is not trained in physical combat. Zhurong, brimming with enthusiasm, assured him, fear not. I will exercise caution. He then gestured for the surrounding witches to step back to avoid any collateral damage. Let us commence. The elder of the river of Hades prepared his body for combat. Though he was uncertain to what extent the infusion of 4 drops of Pangu's blood had enhanced his physical form, nevertheless, against this ancestor witch, it should suffice, even if he could not prevail. He would at least gauge his own strength at that moment. Zhurong raised his hand, halting the elder of the river of Hades. Hold on, I do not wish to exploit my physical strength against you. I shall allow you to strike me 3 times. Only after that will I retaliate, Zhurong proclaimed, taking his position to indicate that the Elder of the River of Hades could commence his attack. Is this your decision? The Elder of the River of Hades chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow at Zhurong. You are aware that I shall not hold back if I inadvertently injure you. What then? Zhurong laughed heartily, exuding confidence. You cannot possibly harm me. Rest assured, if you manage to injure me today, I shall bow to you and call you master. Zhurong scoffed. You cannot harm me, not with that slight frame of yours. I declare here and now that even if 10 Elder of the River of Hades were to confront me, none could inflict harm upon me. The Zhurong's bravado was evident. A knowing smile crept upon the lips of the Elder of the River of Hades. Bow to me as your master? Very well. Everyone has heard it. If I wound him, Zhurong shall become my disciple. His proclamation elicited laughter from the crowd, for they knew that without employing mystical powers, the Elder's physical form stood no chance against them. All his words were dismissed lightly. Would Zhurong truly sustain an injury? The answer was a resounding no. The Elder of the River of Hades began to flex his wrists, smiling without uttering a word. The notion of Zhurong becoming his disciple was amusing, as it would certainly bring him a modicum of prestige in the future. After all, only the likes of Hongjun could claim to have disciples among the ancestor witches. And challenging the authority of Hongjun was a task none would undertake lightly. Are you prepared? I am coming. Zhurong laughed heartily, patting his chest. Bring it on. The setting was within the witch clan's territory. Typically, they would relocate for a fight. Yet Zhurong believed that the Elder of the River of Hades, relying solely on his physical form, would not cause significant damage. The other ancestor witches watched with keen interest, pondering who had emboldened the Elder of the River of Hades to challenge them. As Zhurong's words faded, the Elder of the River of Hades' eyes underwent a transformation. Chapter 63. The Elder of the River of Hades' Physical Form. Journey to Mount Bujo. In an instant, the Elder of the River of Hades unleashed a torrent of vitality. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 11 ancestor witches, he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, charging toward Zhurong. What is happening? The strength of the Elder of the River of Hades' vitality was astounding. Did this mean his physical form was they were positioned at a distance from the Elder? But the moment he activated his vitality, they sensed the shift. Meanwhile, Zhurong, still basking in confidence, remained oblivious to the changes in the Elder of the River of Hades. Only when a deafening rush of wind surged past his ears did he finally turn to face the Elder. At that moment, the Elder was already before Zhurong, a slight smile playing on his lips. The next instant, bang! Zhurong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Before he could react, he was launched backward like a cannonball, creating a sonic boom in mid-air. The Elder of the River of Hades had only exerted a fraction of his strength, merely testing his capabilities. He had not anticipated that Zhurong would be sent flying so easily. Boom! At a distance of 10,000 meters, the towering figure of Zhurong struck the ground, creating a profound pit, its depths obscured from view, had the ancestor of the Underworld not restrained him from ascending to the heavens. The depth would have been not merely 10,000, but an additional 2 zeros. Those surrounding the scene were utterly transfixed, even forgetting to breathe. Xing Tian nearly fell to his knees, while Lu Ermi Ho had already knelt, albeit in reverence, to the ancestor of the Underworld. The remaining ancestor witches, though accustomed to grand spectacles, found themselves rendered speechless in this moment. The corporeal forms of the ancestor witches were the mightiest in the primordial realm, a fact beyond dispute. Yet before them, the ancestor of the Underworld had effortlessly sent Zhurong flying with a single punch. While Zhurong may not have been the strongest among them, he was certainly not the weakest either. And yet, the ancestor of the Underworld, born of the Blood Sea, was that not the essence of Panga's blood? Why then did his physical form surpass that of the ancestor witches? It was as if they were mere ancestor witches, while he stood as a great ancestor witch, who then was truly birthed from the essence of Pangu. As silence enveloped the crowd in contemplation, Hutsu spoke up. You not sense the malevolent aura emanating from the ancestor of the Underworld? Could it be that he too cultivates such dark energy? As the second most intelligent among the 12 ancestor witches, she could distinctly perceive the anomaly surrounding the ancestor of the Underworld. The presence of malevolence was one thing, given that he resided in the Blood Sea, But why did the essence within him resonate so closely with theirs, as if he were one of them? Di Jiang pondered for a moment before articulating, I too feel it. It bears a striking resemblance to that of our father god Pangu. In truth, it feels as if it is the very essence of Pangu himself. Yet I dare not believe it. Upon hearing this, the others began to carefully attune their senses. In the next moment, their expressions collectively shifted, eyes wide with disbelief. They truly sensed the aura of Pangu emanating from the ancestor of the underworld. It was not merely similar, it was identical. As a peer of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong interjected, why does the ancestor of the underworld possess the aura of our father god? Could it be that he also carries the bloodline of an ancestor witch? Yet this notion was swiftly countered. No, it is more likely that the ancestor of the underworld harbors the essence of Pangu, hence the presence of the father god's aura. Di Jiang had pinpointed the crux of the matter. Yet it was promptly dismissed. Nay, the essence of Pangu could not possibly remain in this world. Our father god has long since perished and cannot exist any longer. In the entirety of the primordial realm, the essence of the father god cannot endure. This statement received unanimous agreement from the other 10 ancestor witches, for they were the very embodiment of Pangu's last remnants. They were unaware that the ancestor of the underworld possessed a system, which had provided him with 3 drops akin to wholesale distribution. With 4 drops of essence combined, the physical form of the ancestor of the underworld had undeniably surpassed that of the 12 ancestor witches, a fact he did not need to question. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong, having been sent tumbling, flew back clutching his abdomen, a trickle of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, flames of crimson licking at his midsection as he began to recover. Observing the ancestor of the underworld, he appeared utterly bewildered. I am an ancestor witch, the mightiest in the primordial realm. You have sent me flying with your physical prowess and inflicted injury upon me. Then, is truly the ancestor witch. Zhu Rong found himself doubting his own status as an ancestor witch, questioning how he could be so easily vanquished. The ancestor of the underworld regarded Zhu Rong's minor injuries with surprise. Indeed, he had sustained only a slight wound. Truly, the physical form of an ancestor which lived up to its reputation. Yet this was merely the first strike. 2 more awaited, with an added 20% of his strength. This time, the ancestor of the underworld resolved to unleash 90% of his power. Upon hearing this declaration, Zhu Rong bristled. You underestimate me. Before the eyes of the entire witch clan, you mock my inability to withstand even a single blow from you. As one of the 12 ancestor witches, I shall not allow myself to be humiliated. Fired by a mix of anger and shame, Zhu Rong shouted at the ancestor of the underworld, that was merely my oversight. I was unprepared. This time, I demand you unleash your full strength. That I refuse to believe you can send me flying again. As one of the 12 ancestor witches, he would not yield to being struck down. It was merely a matter of being caught unawares by the formidable physicality of the ancestor of the underworld. With a smile, the ancestor of the underworld replied, very well. Since you insist, I shall indeed unleash my full power. However, I shall not take advantage of you. You may strike first, and the strength you employ shall be entirely up to you. Zhu Rong, having made his stance clear, found the ancestor of the underworld accommodating. The only time he had previously exerted his full strength was against the Taoist Yang Mei, though that instance did not truly represent his full physical prowess. In Zhu Rong's eyes, flames ignited, and he grinned widely. If the ancestor of the underworld's physical form was strong, then he was indeed worthy of battle. Never before had he encountered a being whose physicality surpassed that of the ancestor witches. His defiance surged within him. Just as the two prepared to clash, Di Jiang interjected. However, this is not a battleground. This is the territory of the witch clan, and your conflict will surely devastate this place. At these words, Zhu Rong exchanged glances with the ancestor of the underworld before soaring towards Mount Buzhou, a designated arena for ancestor witches to engage in combat. Each confrontation invariably led them to this location. As they departed, Di Jiang turned to the gathered witches and proclaimed, all great witches are invited to witness the battle at Mount Buzhou. Such a confrontation of this caliber will be beneficial for the great witches. Yet it would be perilous for those lacking sufficient strength. The aftermath of a mere shockwave could prove fatal. Furthermore, this time, their adversary was not merely another ancestor witch. but the ancestor of the underworld himself. At the moment Di Zhang's words echoed, numerous figures took flight towards Mount Buzhou, with the 11 ancestor witches trailing behind. Upon their arrival, they found the ancestor of the underworld and Zhu Rong already engaged in combat. Zhu Rong's entire being was engulfed in flames, his complexion turning a deep crimson as he expelled a torrent of scorching breath. At first glance, he appeared striking, exuding an air of invincibility, in stark contrast. The ancestor of the underworld maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any ostentation. Yet the swirling energy within him signified that he was anything but ordinary. Chapter 64. Zhu Rong seeks apprenticeship. Gong Gong's defiance. Ancestor of the underworld. Zhu Rong roared as he charged toward him. Wherever he passed, flames scorched the earth. The ancestor of the underworld stepped back with his left foot, channeling his strength. The ground instantly cracked, revealing unfathomable fissures. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two were locked in a fierce melee. Without the aid of magical powers, their battle was raw and visceral, resonating through the vastness of Mount Buzhou. Hiss, even as Zhu Rong unleashed his full strength. He could not subdue the ancestor of the underworld. Just how formidable was his physical form? Could the Blood Sea truly nurture such powerful beings? Might the ancestor of the underworld have once been an ancestor witch himself? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could he boast such extraordinary strength and even begin to gain the upper hand? Yet Zhu Rong was no slouch either. Under these circumstances, he was already capable of counterattacking. At this moment, the ancestor of the underworld employed no tricks, merely striking with relentless fists. Even as Zhu Rong's blows landed upon him, he remained unfazed. In contrast, Zhu Rong found himself seeking opportunities to strike back, having been thoroughly suppressed by the ancestor of the underworld. Yet it was only Zhu Rong's physical resilience that allowed him to endure for so long under such pressure. Had this been Dong Wang Gong, a single punch would have sent you spewing blood for hundreds of feet. Zhu Rong, ancestor witch, strike back. Unleash your might. Do not evade. Attack his lower stance. Alas, if you are this weak, you ought not to engage in battle at all. The great witch gazed at Zhu Rong being struck, filled with an overwhelming desire to rush forth and fiercely retaliate against the ancestor of the Dark River alongside Zhu Rong. Meanwhile, the 11th ancestor witch's expression grew grave as he observed Zhu Rong. Although Zhu Rong ranked among the weakest in their midst, should a confrontation ensue, it was evident that no victor would emerge in the short term. Yet the ancestor of the Dark River was currently dominating Zhu Rong, implying that he believed himself capable of overwhelming the ancestors of the witch clan. What a predicament! The mightiest of the primal witches was being subdued by another in an area where he was least proficient. Unbelievable. The Dark River, you are indeed the true ancestor. While we hail from the Sea of Blood, the news of the Dark River ancestors' physical superiority over the witches would soon spread among the kin of the witch clan, embellished and exaggerated until they became the next Yuanshi Tianzuan. What an absurdity! They fell into silence while the ancestor of the Dark River unleashed powerful blows, having fully adapted to the rhythm of his physical form. The ancestor's speed had notably increased, and his strength had intensified. The force of his physical strikes had improved by at least 20% compared to before. However, as he continued to engage Zhu Rong, the ancestor's proficiency grew stronger. With each exertion of full strength, he could only utter a single word: exhilarating. He finally comprehended the witch's penchant for combat. It was this very thrill they sought. Naturally, while the ancestor of the Dark River reveled in his triumph, Zhu Rong suffered immensely. Previously, when facing the ancestor, Zhu Rong had managed to secure a draw. Yet, this state of affairs was short-lived, as he soon sensed a shift. The ancestor began to overpower him. Initially, he believed it was merely a momentary lapse, allowing his opponent to seize the opportunity. But he soon realized he was mistaken that in his current state, whether he faltered or not mattered little, for the ancestor's punches grew increasingly heavy, even without targeting a specific area. Zhu Rong's body could no longer withstand the onslaught, and he began to tremble. The ancestor of the Dark River's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden surge of power, he struck Zhu Rong's side ribs. The impact was devastating. This technique proved remarkably effective, causing blood to seep from Zhu Rong's lips. He had nearly spat out blood, but he forcefully swallowed it down, the image of a witch bleeding from an opponent's strikes would be utterly humiliating if it spread. Yet the ancestor of the Dark River offered him no respite. Another heavy punch targeted Zhurong's kidney as Zhurong's visage paled, and he cried out in desperation, "Stop! Cease your assault! I concede," as those words escaped his lips. Tears welled in his eyes. A dignified ancestor reduced to surrendering under physical blows, he would never face the witch clan again with any semblance of pride. The ancestor of the Dark River halted just before making contact. Taken aback by the swift concession, he had been thoroughly enjoying the battle, and this sudden surrender left him bewildered, filled with regret. Following Zhurong's admission of defeat, Gong could no longer contain himself. "Zhurong, how pathetic you are, yielding to another! Aren't you an ancestor?" he continued. "Do you not recall that losing means you must acknowledge the Dark River as your master? Do you truly wish to submit?" Just as Zhurong caught his breath, his brother's mockery ignited his anger that we are brothers, and instead of supporting me, you side with the outsider. The strength of the Dark River is formidable. If you deem me weak, why not step up and test your mettle? Do you not believe I could render you speechless? Gong chuckled heartily that I've long said your strength is the weakest, yet you insist on competing with me. Today, I shall demonstrate who is superior. However, before proceeding, are you not meant to acknowledge your new master? Gong's intent was clear. He relished the prospect of Zhurong's humiliation. Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, could not bear the loss of face, particularly in front of so many witnesses. Gong showed him no mercy. "Very well," Zhurong declared, "I shall uphold my word. Since I have vowed to take the Dark River as my master, I shall do so," with a chilling gaze at Gong. He then performed the ritual of apprenticeship before the ancestor of the Dark River. Disciple Zhurong pays respects to master. Although there were elements of discontent in his proclamation, he resolved to follow through. The ancestor of the Dark River was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Zhurong was jesting and had not regarded his words seriously, yet he was astonished to find the pledge sincere. The Great Witch, however, was left dumbfounded. "What is this?" He simply declared himself a disciple. This implies that the ancestor of the Dark River holds a status higher than Zhurong, surpassing all other ancestors. Indeed, the 12 ancestors are of the same root and can be considered kin. Zhurong's apprenticeship equates to the Dark River gaining an unwarranted elevation in status. The ancestor of the Dark River masked his surprise with a smile, gesturing for Zhurong to rise, despite the apprenticeship. Zhurong still bore some resentment. He offered a slight bow to the ancestor of the Dark River and muttered his thanks for addressing him as master. He was unwilling to utter such words, for he found it difficult to do so. The ancestor of the Dark River remained silent. "Since you refuse to yield, I shall find a way to make you submit. Gong, I have become a disciple. Why do you not come down? Are you afraid?" Zhurong turned to Gong, calling out loudly, "Come if you dare. I am not afraid." Gong snorted coldly and descended, bowing to the ancestor of the Dark River. Zhurong's new master, while not Gong's, warranted a bow nonetheless. Zhurong regarded his descent with a mischievous grin. Chapter 65. Zhurong takes action only through combat can one truly assess the strength of the Dark River. Gong was unaware of the trials he would face. Today, he would experience it firsthand. As Zhurong contemplated this, the ancestor of the Dark River and Gong had already begun their bout. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their relentless clashes echoed throughout Mount Buzhou. After enduring a punch from the ancestor of the Dark River, Gong's expression shifted dramatically. How heavy! How powerful! Just as the shock registered in his mind, another blow from the ancestor struck his side ribs. The technique was devastating. Boom! Like Zhurong, Gong's lips bled. He glared at the taunting Zhurong. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and shot a defiant look back. However, he could barely hold it together for 3 seconds before the ancestor of the Dark River unleashed another punch. Boom! A forceful strike landed on his abdomen, followed immediately by another blow. Gong's complexion paled, and he hurriedly retreated, exclaiming, "Stop! I concede." Fear gripped him. He realized he could not withstand the onslaught. What kind of sustenance had the ancestor of the Dark River consumed to possess such formidable physical strength? "What is this? Weren't you just boasting about wanting a fight? And now you falter." Zhurong mocked from the sidelines. That weren't you the one proclaiming your prowess. Why is it that you falter here? Gong Gong, wounded and facing Zhurong's ridicule, felt his temper flare. If I cannot best the dark river, I certainly can take you on, Gong Gong retorted, turning to confront Zhurong. Enough of your nonsense, you two fools. You are bringing shame upon our witch clan. Our dignity lies in your hands. Xianming interjected coldly as she approached, leaping gracefully to a spot not far from the ancestor of the dark river. I am not to be compared with these two fools. I shall engage you in battle. Though female, Xianming possessed a temper that rivaled Zhurong's, unafraid to speak her mind. Additionally, her prowess among the ancestors was commendable. Should a battle ensue, she could indeed best Zhurong. Most importantly, her physical form surpassed that of the two, hence, she had the audacity to challenge the ancestor of the Dark River. The ancestor of the Dark River welcomed Xianming's challenge, for he was thoroughly enjoying the fight and had no intention of ending it abruptly. Please, he stated politely. The moment his words fell, Xianming surged forward, launching a fierce assault against the ancestor of the Dark River. She understood that to defeat him, she must take the initiative, lest she grant him the opportunity to counterattack. While her strategy was sound, the ancestor of the Dark River denied her that chance. Absorbing her strikes with his body, he retaliated with a punch to her abdomen, cherishing the delicate in the ancestor's eyes. Such a notion was inconceivable. Initially, Xianming held the Yu Xianming was driven to the brink of madness, initially launching a counterattack. Yet before long, he was sent flying by the Ancient One of the Dark River. The Ancient One nodded slightly, acknowledging Xianming's strength. Her prowess surpassed that of Zhurong and Gong Gong, and her physical form was also slightly more formidable. Remarkably, Xianming exhibited restraint. Despite enduring injury, she had not spat a drop of blood. After casting a glance at her, the Ancient One turned to the 9 ancestral witches, inquiring, "Who among you wishes to step forward?" Upon hearing her words, silence enveloped them, as none dared to respond. The 3 who had previously ascended had all faced utter defeat, their strengths being comparable. Any further attempts would be futile. Contemplating this, their gazes shifted toward Di Jiang, the only one among them who had yet to engage in battle. At this juncture, it seemed that only Di Jiang could shoulder the burden. As thoughts of Di Jiang occupied their minds, he, sensing their collective gaze upon him, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why do you all look to me? I may not necessarily prevail either. However, with their eyes upon him, he could hardly refrain from participating. He promptly soared forward, clasping his hands in respect towards the Ancient One of the Dark River. Friend of the Dark River, I come forth today to challenge you. Observing the arrival of Di Jiang, the Ancient One's eyes gleamed with intensity. Among the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang was the strongest and also the embodiment of wisdom. This time, she finally had a worthy opponent. The battle would not be as monotonous as before. In that case, Di Jiang, I welcome your challenge. The Ancient One's eyes were ablaze with martial fervor. Instantly, as her voice fell, Di Jiang's figure vanished. The speed of space itself seemed to accelerate. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending the reason behind Di Jiang's disappearance. In that fleeting moment, he reappeared before her, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at her chest. The Ancient One narrowed her eyes, offering no defense, but instead striking toward his chest in kind. Di Jiang had come at her with all his might, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Avoiding any delay, Di Jiang observed the Ancient One's lack of evasion. Her fist hurtling towards him, he felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Logically, she should have retreated from his strike. Yet this was equally acceptable. An exchange of injuries. Boom! Boom! Their fists collided against each other's chests, both being propelled backward by the force. The ancestral witches and great witches, all wide-eyed, scrutinized the clash between the 2.1 was their elder brother Di Jiang, the strongest among the ancestral witches, rarely seen in combat. The other was the mightiest in physical form. Aside from the ancestral witches, it was uncertain who held the upper hand. Naturally, the witch clan hoped for Di Jiang's victory. The Ancient One regarded Di Jiang from a distance, her expression tinged with astonishment. This punch was distinctly different from Zhurong's. The force was significantly greater, and she even felt pain from the impact. Finally, a worthy opponent had emerged. The Ancient One's eyes radiated battle intent as she fixed her gaze on Dijiang. Meanwhile, Dijiang, despite his impassive exterior, felt a tempest of emotions stirring within. What a powerful punch! No wonder Zhu Rong and the others couldn't withstand it. Were it not for his own superior physicality, he might have truly faltered. Regrettably, had he initiated the confrontation from the outset, it was likely that the one sent flying would have been the Ancient One, that he could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the Ancient One intensifying as she began to acclimate to her physical form. How could this be? Was her purpose here to enhance her physical prowess? Contemplating this, he charged once more towards the Ancient One. Unyielding, she surged forward in response. The resounding sounds of fists striking flesh echoed throughout the Buzhou mountain. As time progressed, Dijiang's astonishment was now visibly etched upon his face. Chapter 66. The Ancient One of the Dark River prevails. The physicality of the Ancient One had likely surpassed his own, if his initial shock had stemmed from the might of the Ancient One's form. This time it was awe at how her body had been cultivated. With the continuous sounds of fists meeting flesh, the eyes of the onlookers widened in disbelief. This was the first time they had witnessed someone engaging Dijiang for such an extended duration. Soon enough, without a clear victor emerging, Dijiang and the Ancient One battled for 5 days. Though the Ancient One held a slight advantage, truly overcoming Dijiang with sheer physical prowess would likely require considerable time, perhaps even years, to subdue him. Nevertheless, having obtained 4 drops of his blood, the Ancient One felt satisfied with her physical strength surpassing that of the ancestral witches. Given a few more drops, she could remain standing while allowing the ancestral witches to strike her 30 times. Remarkably, after 5 days, the Ancient One had yet to be defeated. 5 days were merely a prelude. It might take a century to determine a winner. This Ancient One had managed to maintain the upper hand. Her physicality had already exceeded theirs. The 11 ancestral witches began to converse among themselves. However, at that moment, the Ancient One and Dijiang were engrossed in their exhilarating duel, entirely oblivious to the discussion. 3 months later, the Ancient One was no longer merely holding a slight advantage. She had begun to dictate the rhythm of the fight. That Dijiang had shifted to a defensive stance, seeking opportunities. And if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he succumbed. Were it not for Dijiang's robust physique, he likely would have already suffered the same fate as Zhu Rong, having been struck to the point of vomiting blood. Meanwhile, the onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. This state had persisted for a month. After all, their elder brother had begun to falter. How could they not be shocked? It's over. If even our elder brother Dijiang cannot prevail, what hope do we have? What has become of the Ancient One? How could he possess such overwhelming physicality? He must be a monster. Otherwise, such strength would be inconceivable. The great witches were left utterly flabbergasted. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Xianming displayed little surprise. They were among the calmest present. After all, they had witnessed the Ancient One's strength before, and even in astonishment, they couldn't be overly shocked. However, seeing someone endure against their elder brother for so long stirred a sense of lament within them. The other 8 ancestral witches were not so composed. Their most promising elder brother had fallen behind. How could they not be astonished? Moreover, this was merely a contest of physicality. If the Ancient One were to employ her magical prowess, how long could Dijiang endure? As time passed, the Ancient One and Dijiang continued their fierce struggle for another 2 months. Finally, one day, the Ancient One clenched her fist, channeling her momentum into it. And with a sudden burst of power, she struck Dijiang's chest with a punch. Bang! Dijiang was sent reeling, even generating a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Moments later, he reappeared a short distance away, illustrating the principles of spatial manipulation. Although he had been struck away, Dijiang's body sustained minimal damage. Even any injuries he bore were mitigated upon his return. The Dijiang soared back towards the Ancient One, clasping his hands in respect. Indeed, you are formidable, friend of the Dark River. After such a prolonged standoff, you have emerged victorious. Truly, who among us could rival the one favored by the primordial celestial and the esteemed ones? In response, the Ancient One graciously acknowledged, Nonsense, my victory today owes much to the support of the ancestral witches. Had Dijiang taken action from the outset, it is likely I would have been the one sent flying. The Ancient One reciprocated the gesture of respect, Di Jiang felt a surge of joy. At least his reputation had been partially salvaged. Moving forward, he could assert that the Ancient One possessed such strength due to the ancestral witch's contributions. The Ancient One's words, though humble, preserved their dignity and offered praise to the ancestral witches, enhancing their regard for her. Although they were indifferent to appearances, the title of the strongest physicality still mattered. As for the rumors that might circulate afterward, the Ancient One paid them no mind. As long as they were not defamatory, let them say what they wish. Before long, the 12 ancestral witches escorted the Ancient One back to their domain. Zhu Rong, being the Ancient One's disciple, naturally followed closely behind. In that moment, among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong unexpectedly found himself demoted in rank. You all address the Ancient One as friend, while I call her master, yet you remain my brothers. Gong Gong, from now on, let us each refer to one another as we see fit. You shall call me uncle, and I shall call you brother. Wasn't it your wish for me to address you as such? I shall oblige. Though Zhu Rong followed behind the ancestor of the Underworld River without a word of complaint, for fear of retribution should he dare to voice his grievances, Di Jiang bowed his head. Lost in contemplation, the ancestor of the Underworld River had yet to exert his full strength, merely relying on his physical form to contend with him. Should he unleash his magical powers and artifacts, the outcome would be inevitable. Di Jiang would find himself thoroughly defeated. It raises an intriguing question. Despite both being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, why was the ancestor of the Underworld River so formidable? Moreover, he had his own brethren. Di Jiang cast a glance at his own brother and sighed, deciding against further pondering. After all, such thoughts would only lead to tears. Fortunately, he remained unaware that the ancestor of the Underworld River had already attained the status of a quasi-saint, which would naturally enhance his physical form if it were solely a matter of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even with the blood of Pangu, it would only result in a stalemate with Di Jiang. Though they had fought for what felt like an eternity, 5 months had indeed passed. Upon their return, all the Wu clan members peered out, curious to see who had emerged victorious. It was hardly a mystery. The ancestor of the Underworld River was the obvious victor. The discussions among the Wu clan filled Zhu Rong with a desire to bury his head in the earth, for the insults he endured from his own kin were numerous. The 12 ancestors of the Wu clan escorted the ancestor of the Underworld River to a spot not far from the Pangu Great Hall. At that moment, the six-eared macaque sat idly, playing with sand in his hands. With no means to cultivate any techniques, he found himself reduced to merely sitting and staring blankly. Now, he had finally discovered something entertaining, playing with sand. Upon hearing some commotion behind him, he turned to look, and upon seeing the ancestor of the Underworld River, he rushed over in excitement. 5 months. He had spent 5 months playing in the sand, nearly driving himself to folly. That was not the worst of it. What was truly daunting was the way others regarded him at by nightfall. The eyes of these Wu clan members glimmered with a greenish hue as they watched him intently. He could hear their whispers, taunting about roasting him for dinner or chopping him up to toss into the sea. Even knowing he was a disciple of the ancestor of the Underworld River, these individuals still dared to entertain such thoughts. Chapter 67. The ancestor of the Underworld River departs. The 12 ancestors of the Wu clan wished to bid farewell, gazing at his master. The six-eared macaque felt tears welling up. The presence of his master was truly comforting. The ancestor of the Underworld River cast a disdainful glance his way before turning to Zhu Rong. Your senior brother is right here. Should you not pay your respects? Zhu Rong's expression shifted dramatically. His mouth clamped shut as he turned crimson, casting a pleading look at the ancestor of the Underworld River. How could he, the illustrious Zhu Rong of the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan, possibly bow to a mere monkey, especially in light of the ongoing conflict between the Wu and Yao clans? Such an act was out of the question, but a playful smirk crept onto the ancestor of the Underworld River's lips. Let us not forget, you once took me as your master, and though the sixth brother may be younger, he was initiated before you. Is it not only natural that you should address him as senior brother? This remark caused Zhu Rong's face to flush with indignation, certainly not from heat. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque gazed at his master in confusion. Did I not just become a disciple? How did I come to be the sixth brother? Zhu Rong glared at the six-eared macaque, trembling with agitation. Call him senior brother felt like a death sentence. Ultimately, under the weight of the ancestor of the Underworld River's gaze, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "I pay my respects to my senior brother." To utter those words was already the limit of Zhu Rong's endurance. If he were to utter anything further, he might as well throw himself off Mount Bujo. The ancestor calls me senior brother. What on earth is happening? The six-eared macaque remained bewildered, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. Had he misheard? Was he dreaming? Or had he perished, and this was merely an illusion? The notion that one of the 12 ancestors would address him as senior brother was beyond comprehension. Not just the six-eared macaque, but even the entire Wu clan stood frozen at the scene, their weapons clattering to the ground in disbelief. Are we still dreaming? Perhaps we died during the first encounter between the ancestor of the Underworld River and the Wu clan. And this is merely our illusion. In their eyes, the ancestors were exalted beings. How could one possibly refer to another as senior brother, especially a mere monkey? The ancestor of the Underworld River patted the six-eared macaque on the shoulder and chuckled. "This lad is my newly accepted disciple. He shall henceforth be your junior brother. Understand?" The six-eared macaque numbly nodded in response. He understood, yet not entirely, for he still felt ensnared in a dream. 5 months prior, he had been trembling in fear, and now, to be considered a junior brother to an ancestor, such a transformation was staggering. Observing the dazed expression on the six-eared macaque's face, the ancestor of the Underworld River smiled. Recognizing that he too might react similarly, such a drastic change in status could leave anyone momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the mosquito Taoist likely knelt in reverence at this very moment, after offering a respectful bow to the central ancestor. The ancestor of the Underworld River gestured with his hand and led the six-eared macaque away from that place. Upon witnessing this scene, Dijiang promptly signaled to his companions, wishing to see them off. They escorted the ancestor of the Underworld River out of Mount Bujo before returning to their own abode. After the ancestor of the Underworld River departed, Dijiang called out to a formidable Wu elder. Kua Fu. Before long, a towering figure, no less imposing than Xing Tian, emerged. In contrast to Xing Tian, Kua Fu's demeanor was far more amiable. He slightly inclined his head and respectfully greeted. Ancestor. Dijiang's eyes shimmered as a smile graced his lips. Spread the word of the ancestor of the Underworld River's visit to our Wu clan. Let all of Hongwang be aware of his presence among us. Kua Fu hesitated, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he regarded Dijiang. You may proceed without hesitation. Do not question these matters. Remember, it is imperative that everyone in Hongwang knows the ancestor has come to our Wu clan. Hearing this, Kua Fu refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding before retreating. Upon returning to the Pengu Great Hall, Zhu Rong could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Brother, what do you mean by this? Are we to let everyone know that we were defeated by the ancestor of the Underworld River? It is already a significant embarrassment. Must we allow all of Hongwang to witness our shame? Beside him, Ho Tu chuckled softly. You still lack discernment. Zhu Rong turned to him, inquiring, What do you mean? Noticing his genuine confusion. Ho Tu sighed, realizing that Zhu Rong's lack of wisdom was truly vexing. Thus, he began to elucidate. What purpose does the ancestor of the Underworld River have in visiting our Wu clan? It is to engage in competition with us. Among the multitude in Hongwang, why would he not seek out others? Is it because we possess formidable physical prowess? Listening to Zhu Rong's words, Ho Tu rolled his eyes, yet he acknowledged that the fault lay with him for not having made the matter clearer. What I mean to say is the ancestor of the Underworld River's visit and competition naturally elevates our standing. Regardless of how others perceive it, the fact remains that he has come to our Wu clan. And we, the 12 ancestors, personally escorted him out. After speaking, he regarded Zhu Rong and gently asked, Do you understand now? Zhu Rong shook his head. I do not understand this. Ho Tu's expression darkened. How had he failed to recognize earlier that Zhu Rong was so utterly dim-witted? Was he truly a simpleton? Previously, when he had been called foolish, he had refused to acknowledge it. Yet now he was undeniably acting like a fool. Gong Gong interjected from the side, his eyes filled with disdain. To call him brother is to tarnish the honor of the 12 ancestors. Gong Gong's comment ignited Zhu Rong's fury. Must you always speak so much? Can you not remain silent for once? Just as the two were on the brink of a quarrel, Di Jiang intervened, halting their escalating conflict. The ancestor of the Underworld river's strength is at least superior to that of the three pure ones. In fact, he may surpass them all. With such a figure backing us, many powerful beings will hesitate to meddle in the affairs of the Wu and Yao clans that we do not require the ancestor of the Underworld River to join the Wu clan. We simply wish for others to recognize that he has allied with us, which serves as a deterrent. As he spoke, Di Jiang turned his gaze to Zhu Rong. In truth, your decision to take him as your master is not without its advantages. Should you encounter any trouble, he will not simply stand idly by. At present, we can only begrudgingly accommodate Zhu Rong, allowing the Mingyi to be intertwined with the Witch clan. Zhu Rong is beginning to comprehend the situation. It can now be said that the Mingyi has effectively become one of their own. After explaining everything, Di Jiang ceased to speak further and began to meditate. This time, the might of Mingyi left a profound impression on him. He had previously believed himself to be immensely powerful, an invincible embodiment of physical prowess. However, upon encountering Mingyi, he realized his misconception. There existed individuals who could cultivate their physical form, and indeed, they were stronger than he. Such revelations were a staggering blow, akin to a thunderclap that left them both scorched and tender. Here they were, a clan dedicated to the cultivation of the physical body, unable to surpass one who did not even pursue such a path. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong, in this moment, began to diligently pursue the cultivation of immortality, refraining from any further idle chatter. As they engaged in their cultivation, news concerning the ancestor Mingyi and the Witch clan swiftly circulated. This time, it was Di Jiang who had set the wheels in motion, and while the tale lacked embellishment, it had certainly undergone some distortion. Chapter 68. Rumors of the Primordial Era. Return to the Blood Sea. What? Mingyi has joined the Witch clan? This cannot be true. How could he possibly align himself with the witches? Indeed, it is true. A holy spirit from Mount Buzhou informed me directly that when Mingyi departed, the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan came forth to bid him farewell, amidst laughter and joviality. Within the primordial realm, everyone became aware of this shocking news. Within Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones furrowed their brows slightly. What trickery is Mingyi attempting by joining the Witch clan at this juncture? The first to voice his thoughts was Tong Tian. Yuan Shi Tianzun sneered, saying, what does it matter? He dares to join the Witch clan. It appears he is courting death. Lao Zi's brow deepened in contemplation, his eyes reflecting a profound thought. He ought to be aware of the circumstances between the Witch and Demon clans. How could he choose to join at such a precarious time? This madman could undertake any folly. I suspect he is simply seeking trouble for himself. Yuan Shi Tianzun dismissed the matter. As for Mingyi, even in death, he would not concern himself. He might even cheer for it. Lao Zi shook his head slightly. Even if he is a lunatic, he would not be foolish enough to join the Witch clan unless there were compelling reasons to do so. Let it be. I shall not dwell on it any longer. Regardless, whether he aligns himself with the Witch or Demon clans, a favorable outcome is unlikely. His affairs need not concern us. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian nodded slightly, choosing not to further deliberate on the ancestor Mingyi. After a moment's contemplation, Lao Zi turned to the two and inquired, I sense something. The three flowers began to tremble, indicating that the good corpse was about to emerge. Recently, in his cultivation, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. It would not be long before he could attain the status of a quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian's eyes glimmered with envy. But as they considered their own situation, a fleeting sorrow crossed their gazes, for they did not share in such feelings. Observing their expressions, Lao Zi understood they had yet to achieve such progress, nodding slightly to encourage them to continue their cultivation. Now that he was nearing the status of a quasi-saint, it would not be long before the other two followed suit. At this juncture, the ancestor Mingyi had returned to the Blood Sea, accompanied by the six-eared macaque. Upon his arrival, the mosquito Taoist appeared. Big brother, he addressed Mingyi respectfully, glancing curiously at the six-eared macaque behind him. Big brother, why have you brought back a monkey? As he spoke, the three heavens emerged, followed closely by Zhao Gongming. Master, you have finally returned, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, eager to kneel, but was swiftly lifted by Mingy's magical prowess before he could do so. Mingy paid little mind to Zhao Gongming, shifting his gaze toward the three heavens. Not bad. Although it has not been long since our separation, your strength has improved significantly. The three heavens approached Mingy respectfully. Bowing, we pay our respects to our master. Mingy nodded slightly and introduced the newcomer. This is the six-eared macaque, your junior brother. These four your elder brother and three elder sisters. Only then did Zhao Gongming notice the six-eared macaque, his eyes widening in surprise as he is of the celestial immortal realm. He then clasped his hands in greeting that I am Zhao Gongming. You may simply refer to me as elder brother from now on. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque hurriedly returned the gesture. Elder brother. The three heavens began their introductions as well. Bowing to the six-eared macaque, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, we greet our junior brother that I greet the three elder sisters. The six-eared macaque responded, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded them. I Xiao looked at the six-eared macaque, her expression brightening. T last, I am no longer the youngest. At this moment, the mosquito Taoist, who had remained silent, spoke up. Big brother, I sense you have changed. Your aura is significantly stronger than before. As a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, his observational skills were naturally keen, especially since he had been by Mingy's side for an extended period. He could discern the changes in Mingy himself. Your perception is commendable, but why are you still at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal? Mingy narrowed his eyes, questioning him. This remark left the mosquito Taoist somewhat embarrassed. Big brother, you know my situation. I can only enhance my power through absorption, and this place is barren, devoid of anything to consume. Moreover, my talent is lacking, so my cultivation is naturally slower. Yes, he spoke. He suddenly sensed something amiss, his eyes widening. Big brother, could it be that you have broken through? Previously, when departing, Big brother had mentioned being on the verge. Now, with his aura even stronger, it could only mean he had indeed achieved a breakthrough. Mingy smiled without responding. However, the mosquito Taoist, having spent considerable time with him, understood the implications, his expression turning ecstatic. Big brother has reached a breakthrough, which means you are now a quasi-saint. My big brother is now a quasi-saint. The mosquito Taoist's breath quickened with excitement, his demeanor akin to having achieved a breakthrough himself. Mingy shook his head with a smile, turning his attention to Zhao Gongming. You shall be responsible for arranging his accommodation. After stating this, Mingy led the mosquito Taoist back to the blood sea. Only the six-eared macaque remained, wide-eyed and bewildered. Enough. Since you are the new disciple of our master, you must possess extraordinary qualities. You have already called me elder brother. I shall not neglect you, Zhao Gongming said, glancing at Bai Xiao. You have long desired a younger brother. Now that he has arrived, I entrust the fifth junior brother to you. With that, he departed. He needed to focus on his own cultivation. After all, he could not afford to waste any time on the postnatal spiritual treasures. Unless summoned by the master, he generally would not venture out. Bai Xiao watched Zhao Gongming fly away, her eyes reflecting a touch of helplessness. For over a century, Zhao Gongming had constantly complained to them about the master's favoritism. Fifth junior brother, come with me. Bai Xiao smiled at the six-eared macaque. In the skies above the blood sea. The mosquito Taoist furrowed his brow in confusion. Big brother, why did you bring back a monkey? He looks rather foolish. He is the six-eared macaque, the one who dared to eavesdrop on Hongjuan's teachings. Mingy replied. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist suddenly recalled the incident. He had indeed heard Hongjuan's intervention in a cry of distress. Little did he expect it was this very monkey. Big brother is indeed fortunate to have found him. But why take him as a disciple? The mosquito Taoist pondered. He has heard Hongjuan's teachings, and in the future, he will learn of all matters in the primordial realm. Nothing will be concealed from you. The implications of Mingy's response settled in. The mosquito Taoist's eyes brightened. If that is the case, who would dare speak ill of us in the future? We will know everything. Just as he finished speaking, Mingy scolded him for his lack of foresight. Foolish, with him around, we should ascertain where the opportunities lie, so we may seize them in advance. Big brother is indeed wise. The mosquito Taoist gazed at Mingy with admiration. Chapter 69. Emperor Jun's anxiety, presenting gifts to the ancestor Mingy after discussing these matters. Mingi shifted the topic. Enough of this. Your cultivation is still too low. I shall explain the path to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal to you. The Mosquito Master, having taken on a subordinate of such feeble strength, could not help but wonder if this would tarnish his own reputation. Upon hearing this, the Mosquito Master excitedly settled into a meditative posture. To his astonishment, 3 flowers appeared above the head of the ancestral figure. Mingi, and one of them transformed into the White River Master. Elder brother? 2 elder brothers? This spectacle left the Mosquito Master utterly bewildered. This is my virtuous corpse, Mingi explained to the Mosquito Master. The White River Master smiled slightly and bowed to the Mosquito Master. Esteemed friend, I am the White River Master. The Mosquito Master, taken aback, returned the gesture with trepidation. An elder brother paying his respects was an honor he felt ill-prepared to receive, even if the individual was a virtuous corpse. Moreover, their identical appearances meant that failing to bow could jeopardize his standing. The White River Master will impart knowledge unto you, so be diligent in your studies. He is now also on the path to becoming a sage. Should he engage you in combat, he will not hold back, Mingi remarked, swiftly vanishing from sight. He was reluctant to summon the Mosquito Master, fearing that anger might lead to a swift and decisive end for him. To be candid, the Mosquito Master was rather reckless, akin to Zhu Rong. His defining trait was sheer audacity. Not long after Mingi returned to the Blood Sea, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai from the Sun Star learned of Mingi's affiliation with the Witch Clan. What did you say? Mingi has joined the Witch Clan. Is this news reliable? Emperor Jun questioned the small demon before him. The demon trembled under the scrutiny of the Demon Emperor, but nonetheless replied truthfully. It is what the primordial beings are saying, and many saints have witnessed it firsthand. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Dong Huang Tai erupted in fury, exclaiming, I always sensed something amiss with Mingi. Now he has allied with the Witch Clan. Such a formidable figure. How shall our demon clan contend with this? Though they too were at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. Facing Mingi was a different matter altogether. Should he align with the Witch Clan, the balance of power would undoubtedly shift against them. No. Emperor Jun interjected, shaking his head at this juncture. It is inconceivable that Mingi would choose a side. He must be aware of the circumstances between the Witch and Demon clans. Even if conflict arises, must everyone be made aware? What do you mean? Dong Huang Tai inquired, perplexed. This information may be false. While it is true that Mingi has visited the Witch Clan, the notion that he has joined them is dubious. That it is possible that this is the outcome desired by Dijiang. Although I consider the Witch ancestors to be fools, I remain wary of Dijiang, as his intellect surpasses my own. Dong Huang Tai began to grasp the implication and asked, Are you suggesting that they want us to believe Mingi has joined the Witch Clan? This was the only plausible explanation, yet it remained possible that Mingi truly had allied with them. He could not definitively ascertain whether the Witch Clan was promoting this narrative or if it was indeed true. If it were false, that would be fortunate. However, if it were true and conflict ensued, with Mingi emerging, the Demon Clan would be utterly defenseless. Since he wishes for us to see, let us also show ourselves. Emperor Jun murmured, then turned his gaze toward the small demon. You shall take a branch of the Fusang divine tree to Ancestor Mingi and inform him that it is a small gift from our demon clan. The small demon looked up in confusion, believing he had misheard. The Fusang divine tree is a primordial spiritual root. Even a branch is extraordinary. Are we truly giving this away? Esteemed brother, is this not too extravagant? It is our accompanying divine tree. Dong Huang Tai was equally bewildered, hastily adding, I find this highly unreasonable. While I might endure the sacrifice of other items, this one is far too precious. Emperor Jun laughed heartily. An connection? Ha! Once this offering is made, we shall have a connection with Mingi. Such a valuable item. Given his character, he will undoubtedly accept it, and soon the entirety of the primordial realm shall be aware. Despite Emperor Jun's clarity, Dong Huang Tai remained somewhat unconvinced. He seemed to understand, yet comprehension eluded him. Regardless of whether Mingi had joined the Witch Clan, their past interactions were common knowledge. Thus, the Demon Clan could also establish a connection with Mingi. When the Witch and Demon clans inevitably clashed, surely Ancestor Mingi would not side with the witches. Would he? I do not expect him to aid us. I only wish for him to observe our struggle. Dong Huang Tai understood at last, realizing the intention was for Mingi to witness their conflict without intervening. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he nevertheless flew toward the Fusang Great Hall. In the Blood Sea, the White River Master was elucidating the principles of the Great Luo to the Mosquito Master, while Mingi leisurely reclined nearby, not entirely devoid of activity, as he too was engaged in cultivation. At that moment, a voice reached Mingi's ears. "Master, someone has arrived, claiming to be from the Demon Clan." Upon hearing Yinxiao's words, Mingi opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. "The Demon Clan? What business do they have with me? Have I had any dealings with them?" Mingi pondered, attempting to recall any interactions with the Demon Clan. Aside from the six-eared macaque, he had indeed had no prior engagement with any other demons. "Very well, since they seek me out, I shall see what they want," Mingi murmured, vanishing from his position. The Mosquito Master, sensing Mingi's disappearance, instinctively wished to follow. However, before he could move, the White River Master firmly restrained him. "You are on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Stage. You must not stray even a step from my side," the White River Master stated coldly. Complying with the command, the Mosquito Master returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Mingi had already arrived outside the Blood Sea, standing before the small demon. "You seek me?" The sudden appearance of Mingi startled the small demon, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Regaining his composure, he bowed to Mingi that "I pay my respects to Ancestor Mingi." Mingi nodded slightly. "Speak, what brings you here?" "I come bearing gifts on the orders of Emperor Jun. The demon's sovereign, he wishes to express his fondness for Ancestor Mingi after a century of absence, and seeks an opportunity to reminisce," the small demon relayed. Mingi narrowed his eyes, regarding him with a half-smile. "Do you take me for a fool? Seeking to reminisce? Is it, surely, you have come to request something of me?" Nevertheless, Mingi found himself quite curious about the gift. "What offerings has Emperor Jun sent?" he inquired. The small demon hurriedly retrieved a gift box from his storage pouch. It was not particularly large, but rectangular in shape. As he opened it, the contents were revealed. What on earth? A branch of the Fusang divine tree. The moment Mingi laid eyes on it, he recognized its significance. Though it appeared to others as a mere black branch, Mingi, now a quasi-saint, could instantly detect its primordial aura. Emperor Jun is quite generous to have sent this. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Emperor Jun has sent a gift. Please select the best option from the following. Option 1. Accept the gift. Option 2. Decline the gift. Taken aback by the system's voice, Mingi paused momentarily. This was the first time he had encountered two choices within the system's options. Usually, he had only a single selection. Squinting his eyes, Mingi began to deliberate. In the next moment, he spoke. "I choose option 1. This item was a supreme primordial spiritual root, and moreover, it was the accompanying divine tree of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Y.IAS for the reward. He presumed it would not be anything of great value." Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the optimal choice, the system's voice concluded, leaving Mingi momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing his face. "System, where is my reward? Did you consume it?" However, the system remained unresponsive. Leaving Mingi with no recourse, he turned his gaze back to the small demon and nodded slightly. "Please convey my thanks to Emperor Jun. You may return now," without waiting for him to utter a word. The figure of the ancestor of the river of Hades vanished from the spot. Staying here would only mean inviting him for a cup of tea. Wouldn't tea it? This left the little demon momentarily stunned. His hands suspended in mid-air. "Ancestor of the river of Hades, your speed in accepting gifts is rather astonishing." Upon returning to the bloodline, the ancestor of the river of Hades gazed thoughtfully at the branch in his hand. In the next moment, his form appeared at the Nine Heavens soil. Ever since this item had been left here, it had remained still, but unexpectedly, it could come into play once more, with a gentle wave of his hand. He isolated this area from the surrounding malice, creating a secluded little island. As the master of this domain, the ancestor of the river of Hades found it effortless to manipulate the surroundings. He then took out a branch from the divine Fusang tree to plant upon it. However, this was not the end. With a flick of his wrist, the 8 treasures glazed bottle appeared in his grasp. The ancestor proceeded to pour 3 drops of divine water upon it. Simultaneously, he produced celestial crystals, filling this small island. Although uncertain of the outcome, he deemed it worth a try. Should he succeed, the world would behold a second Fusang divine tree. Should the ancestor of the river of Hades truly achieve this, it would likely infuriate Dijuan that I present you with a tree, and you repay me by cultivating a divine Fusang tree. The mosquito Taoist, under the pressure of the White River Taoist, remained oblivious to the happenings concerning the ancestor of the river of Hades. Yet he sensed that his elder brother was about to undertake something monumental. As the ancestor of the river of Hades tended to the branch, news of his actions once again spread far and wide. What? The river of Hades is allied with the demon race again? Has he not already joined the witch clan? Those who had previously perceived the tumultuous situation of the primordial world were now equally baffled. Why are both the witch and demon races vying for the river of Hades? What makes him so desirable? Shouldn't they be looking at the 3 pure ones? Their strength is formidable as well. Speaking of the 3 pure ones, at that moment, Laozi had successfully severed the corpses. With the descent of the heavenly Tao's aura, Laozi's expression shifted. Why is it so scant? As the first to break through to quasi-sainthood, the aura of the heavenly Tao could not possibly be this minimal. Unless someone had surpassed him to quasi-sainthood ahead of time. Laozi quickly deduced the reason behind the meager aura of the heavenly Tao. Could it be the river of Hades? At that moment, the ancestor of the river of Hades inexplicably came to mind. After all, he was the strongest among all and had the potential to be the first to achieve quasi-sainthood. Contemplating this, Laozi's expression darkened. River of Hades, why do you always appear at such critical moments? As the foremost of the 3 pure ones and the beloved disciple of the saints, he should have been the first to break through to quasi-sainthood with both advantages. Yet now he found himself preempted by the river of Hades, which he found intolerable. Since I cannot surpass you in seclusion, I refuse to believe I cannot do so when I step into the world. After murmuring this, a figure appeared beside him, mirroring Laozi's form exactly. This individual was the benevolent corpse that Laozi had severed. In the future, you shall take the namely air and traverse the primordial world on my behalf. After Laozi spoke, Li Air clasped his hands in respect and then vanished from sight. Laozi's gaze turned towards the direction of the sea of blood, river of Hades. Even if you break through to quasi-sainthood, so what? The position of saint shall still belong to me. As time progressed, following Laozi's breakthrough to quasi-sainthood, Yuan Shi Tianzuan also achieved the same. Behind him followed Tongtian Jeju. Upon becoming quasi-saints, the two experienced a surge of excitement, but felt no other emotions. At that moment, they were unaware that the ancestor of the river of Hades was the first to attain quasi-sainthood, believing instead that Laozi had claimed that honor. With such a mindset, they refrained from inquiring further. Shortly after the 3 pure ones became quasi-saints, Niwa too ascended to that rank. Following her were Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, achieving quasi-saint power. Then came the Western Jin, and at the Wanshou Mountain, the red cloud of Zenyuanzi's Taoist temple. And thereafter Kuanpeng. They all chose to sever their 3 corpses in contrast. Dijuan opted for the path of the laws, a route notoriously difficult, nearly impossible to succeed, following Dijuan's choice of the path of the laws. The entire primordial world erupted in fervor at Dijuan's choice of the path of the laws is truly audacious. Did not the Tao ancestor declare that the path of the laws is the most arduous? Even the great Pangu ultimately failed. Who would have thought he would dare to tread this path? I hold him in high esteem. Yet the Tao ancestor himself stated that Pangu's failure in achieving the Tao diminishes the likelihood of Dijuan succeeding. Dijuan's choice of the path of the laws became a hot topic throughout the primordial realm. Almost every gathering among friends would spark discussions on the matter. What astonished them even further was that all the other ancestral witches had also chosen the path of the laws, propelling the witch clan to unprecedented heights. The reputation of the witch clan surged dramatically. The Tao ancestor had previously mentioned that the path of the laws was the most challenging to break through to sainthood. While Dijuan's choice was notable, the fact that all ancestral witches opted for this path was beyond expectation. However, some ancestral witches had yet to make their decisions, yet discussing it proved futile. with the preceding ancestral witches having made their choices. The latter would naturally refrain from severing their corpses. Once they all opted for the path of the laws, the strength of the 12 ancestral witches would rank among the most formidable in the primordial world. Chapter 71. Hongjun takes action again. Not long after this news reached the demon clan, many great demons began to enter seclusion. As time passed, on a certain day, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai finally flew to Buzhou Mountain to engage in battle with the 12 ancestral witches. Before long, this news spread throughout the primordial realm. Almost everyone's gaze turned towards this event. After all, the two races were currently at a fever pitch. Should one side emerge victorious, the dynamics of the primordial world would undoubtedly shift. However, this battle did not endure for long. 5 days later, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai returned to the solar star. The 12 ancestral witches, upon their departure, also retreated to the Pangu Great Hall, no longer appearing within the primordial realm. It remained unclear who had triumphed in this grand battle, whether the ancestral witches or the demon clan. However, traces of their blood were discovered atop Buzhou Mountain, as a result of their fierce confrontation. The conflict between the witch and demon clans intensified in an instant. Both races erupted into chaos, with the great witches and great demons rising to the occasion. Among them, Bai Zhe, serving as the military strategist for the demon clan, played a pivotal role in the witch-demon war, leading the demon clan to numerous victories. The witch clan Xing Tian, wielding a battle axe, charged into the demon ranks, wreaking havoc. Besides them, another figure, namely Air Daoist, emerged in the primordial realm, wielding swordsmanship that made his presence known throughout. After all, anyone who dared to provoke him would face immediate execution, regardless of who they were. Lingxiao Palace, as Hongjun sat in meditation, a frown creased his brow as he began to calculate the changes in the primordial world. In the primordial realm, he could discern the fates of everyone except that of the river of Hades. The war between the witch and demon clans had commenced, with only the heavenly court yet to take its position. Hongjuan's frown deepened. If the river of Hades had not seized the opportunity of Dongwang Gong, the heavenly court would have already been established. But now, with the witch and demon clans engaged in battle, Dongwang Gong was likely too fearful to appear. It seemed I had no choice but to intervene. Hongjun opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. East Sea Dragon Palace. Dongwang Gong sat in the seat of Aojuan, his expression inscrutable, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Since the opportunity had been snatched away, he had remained seated here, contemplating how to elevate the heavenly court. Flanking him were powerful members of the dragon clan, casting curious glances in his direction. After all, since his return, he had sat here in silence, lost in thought. Dongwang Gong's brow furrowed, deep in contemplation. The East Sea now offered no opportunities for growth. The only choice was to return to the primordial realm. However, with the 9-dragon golden scepter having been taken, returning was impossible. Moreover, it was rumored that many had already broken through to quasi-saint strength. Even if he returned, what could he achieve? Aojuan took a deep breath and turned to Dongwang Gong, speaking softly. East Emperor Xiandi, the war between the witch and demon clans has commenced. We might as well return to the primordial realm and seize a territory. The witch and demon clans are unlikely to concern themselves with us right now, allowing us to develop rapidly. Now, in the primordial chaos, many individuals have already ascended to the threshold of quasi-sainthood. While among them, the only ones left in the Four Seas are those at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, should they continue to remain in the Four Seas. It is likely that they will achieve saintly status, while this place remains populated by great Luo golden immortals. The Eastern King raised his gaze towards Aojuan, his eyes icy with disdain. How could he possibly be unaware that returning to the primordial chaos was the most prudent course of action? Yet, devoid of the 9 dragons' golden staff, even if he were to return to the primordial chaos, would the other immortals heed his commands? Without the 9 dragons' golden staff, he is rendered inconsequential. Even as an emperor of immortals, his title becomes mere empty rhetoric, only holding value here in the Eastern Sea. The matter of returning to the primordial chaos requires further contemplation. The imminent war between the two clans may bring about unforeseen consequences. The Eastern King spoke in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, A.O. Jun offered a self-deprecating smile. His current state of mind was more stifling than that of the immortal emperor before him. He had merely lost an opportunity and a magical artifact, while he, A.O. Jun, the Dragon Clan's chieftain, had lost the entire Eastern Sea. Since the Eastern King returned to this Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, he commanded the Celestial Courts of Mortals to seize control of the Eastern Sea. Despite being the Dragon Clan's leader, his status now pales in comparison to that of the Dragon Clan's formidable warriors, and this was not the worst of it. The more pressing issue was that this predicament had spread throughout the Dragon Clan. A Dragon Clan leader serving as a vassal in the Eastern Sea would surely tarnish one's reputation. Initially, it was believed that by leveraging the conflict between the Witch and Demon clans, the Eastern King could reclaim his status in the primordial chaos, thereby allowing them to seek refuge elsewhere. However, the immortal emperor before them was entirely opposed to this notion. After being rebuffed, A.O. Jun fell silent, and the Eastern King offered no further response. In that moment, silence enveloped them, and no one dared to speak. The Eastern King clenched his fists, his expression gradually contorting into one of fury. Every time the atmosphere around them fell into silence, he would curse Yang Mei in his heart. If it had not been for Yang Mei's interference, he would have long since ascended to quasi-sainthood, in comparing Yang Mei to the ancestor of the Dark River. His desire for vengeance against Yang Mei grew even more intense. Although the ancestor of the Dark River had threatened him openly before Hong Jun, it was done with a sense of righteousness. In stark contrast to Yang Mei's actions, not only had Yang Mei seized the Nine Dragons' golden staff, but he had also taken away all chances for advancement. Just then, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated throughout the Eastern Sea. The already enraged Eastern King, upon hearing this roar, assumed it was mocking him, and his gaze turned murderous as he fixed a stare upon A.O. Jun. How audacious of you to allow such mockery while I still stand here. The sudden appearance of the dragon roar left A.O. Jun momentarily stunned. Seeing the murderous intent in the Eastern King's eyes, he quickly waved his hands that it was not from our Dragon Clan. Indeed, how could one be so oblivious as to not realize that the immortal emperor was in a state of rage? In the next moment, a golden dragon soared towards the Eastern King, and as it drew near, its form transformed into the Nine Dragons' golden staff, hovering before him. The furious Eastern King was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Nine Dragons' golden staff. The Nine Dragons' golden staff? Hadn't Yang Mei taken it away? How could it have returned? Could it be that Yang Mei had come back? At this thought, the Eastern King's expression turned wary, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. After all, he was only at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. It was disingenuous to claim he was unafraid, for Yang Mei, as a quasi-saint, could easily take his life, even with the combined strength of the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Court. How long could they withstand such might? Just as he felt the tension in his being, a voice as melodious as a celestial hymn reached his ears. Eastern King, what are you still doing there? Catch the Nine Dragons' golden staff. Upon hearing this voice, the Eastern King's heart leaped, and instead of seizing the staff, he soared into the skies above the Eastern Sea. Chapter 72. The Return of the Nine Dragons' Golden Staff. The Eastern King breaks through, arriving in the skies above the Eastern Sea. He hastily knelt down. I have come to pay my respects to the Tao ancestor. The Eastern King felt as though he had clutched a lifeline, his gaze darting around in search of Hong Jun's figure. Yet, he could not find him, although the voice continued to resonate. Eastern King, chaos reigns in the primordial world, as the foremost among male immortals. How can you hide in the Eastern Sea? The Nine Dragons' golden staff has been retrieved for you. Hasten back to the primordial chaos and address the larger situation. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, the Eastern King could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, his face also lighting up with excitement. The Tao ancestor's intent was clear. He could return to the primordial chaos. In the next moment, however, a hint of despondency crossed his features. Tao ancestor, my current strength is such that even if I return to the primordial chaos, I can do little. More than 10 quasi-saints have emerged there, and I fear others will not heed my commands. Bringing the Nine Dragons' golden staff back to the primordial chaos seems to serve little purpose other than preserving my life. This, of course. I understand. Once you wield the Nine Dragons' golden staff, you will naturally find a way to resolve the situation. After Hong Jun uttered these words, the Eastern King felt that he was already departing. He bowed in the direction of the Chaos Lingxiao Palace. I bid farewell to the Tao ancestor. He then returned to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, gazing at the floating Nine Dragons' golden staff. A way to resolve the situation, the Eastern King murmured, extending his hand to grasp the staff. Just as he was about to make contact, he suddenly felt a force emanating from the Nine Dragons' golden staff, pulling him towards it, his hand firmly adhering to the staff. Before the Eastern King could regain his senses, a powerful surge of energy surged into his being. The three flowers atop his head manifested and began to sway. Even the Eastern King, though dim-witted, understood the significance of this development, the quasi-saint. The Eastern King's heart soared with joy. He was on the verge of breaking through to quasi-sainthood. The next step would be to sever the three corpses. Glancing at the Nine Dragons' golden staff in his hand, a cold smile crept across his lips. As a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Dragons' golden staff was wielded by the Tao ancestor. The virtuous corpses severed would grant him immense power. O Jun, witnessing the Eastern King's transformation, stood up, wide-eyed. He recognized the Nine Dragons' golden staff. Had it not been snatched away by Yang Mei? Setting aside that concern, what was the meaning of the three flowers atop the Eastern King's head? He only knew that the Eastern King had swiftly flown out and returned shortly thereafter. What transpired in between? As he pondered this, the Nine Dragons' golden staff in the Eastern King's grasp suddenly transformed into golden light, shooting upwards to strike at the crown of his head. This golden light resembled a colossal golden sword. Descending upon the Eastern King point, one of the flowers atop his head floated down, morphing into another version of the Eastern King. This scene left the Dragon Clan warriors in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the Eastern King, a powerful aura erupted. It was the aura of a quasi-saint. The Eastern King spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, a look of sheer ecstasy upon his face. So this is what it means to be a quasi-saint. Haha, this immortal emperor has also attained quasi-sainthood. As he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through his body, the Eastern King erupted in a joyous laughter, his countenance brimming with excitement. Quasi-saint, it has finally come to me. I too have become a quasi-saint. Coupled with the power bestowed by the Nine Dragons' golden staff, he felt invincible. No one could stand against him. Yang Mei, do not let our paths cross, lest you, the Eastern King declared, his eyes ablaze with a fierce killing intent. His newfound confidence stemmed from the fact that he had yet to witness Yang Mei's true capabilities. After all, the only adversaries he had encountered were merely the virtuous corpses of the ancestor of the Dark River and the White River Taoist, whose strength barely reached the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, leading him to mistakenly believe himself unbeatable. That moment, as he exuded this murderous aura, Yang Mei too became aware of it. Why has this karmic connection increased so significantly? Could it be related to the Dark River? In the primordial chaos, the first individual he had encountered was indeed the Dark River. Hence he immediately associated this surge of karma with him. However, he was perplexed, despite the Dark River having slain his virtuous corpse. Why was there no significant karmic resonance? He remained oblivious to the fact that the ancestor of the Dark River S2 swords claimed no karmic ties with their victims. What Yang Mei did not know was the current strength of the Dark River, whether he had broken through to quasi-sainthood or was nearing it. Even if he had, with Yang Mei's current strength, he was confident he could contend with a quasi-saint. Yang Mei muttered to himself, and in the next instant, a fierce killing intent flashed across his face. That moment, one of the flowers from the three flowers above him soared forth, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in black robes. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Mei. He was none other than his malevolent corpse. My current injuries prevent me from returning to the primordial chaos. You must go and slay the Dark River. After issuing his command, the black-robed figure vanished without a trace. In the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, upon learning that the Eastern King had ascended to quasi-sainthood, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Quasi-saint. Is this what it means to be a quasi-saint? Was it not said that achieving quasi-sainthood required an extended period? How could the Eastern King break through upon merely grasping the Nine Dragons' golden staff? Could it be that our methods were flawed? The peak powerhouse of the great Luo Golden Immortal gazed at the Eastern Prince, his eyes filled with envy. How could one not feel envious? They all lingered at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm solely to achieve a breakthrough to the quasi-saint level. It remains uncertain when such a breakthrough to quasi-saint status will befall them. The other beings, witnessing the Eastern Prince's ascension, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, achieve a breakthrough to quasi-saint status so swiftly, truly befitting of an immortal emperor. If the immortal emperor were to transcend to quasi-saint, would our celestial court not stand a chance against the witch and demon clans? While outright opposition may be unattainable, we could certainly stake a claim. Does this not imply that our celestial court may soon dominate the vast wilderness? Upon overhearing the discussions below, the Eastern Prince nodded in satisfaction and then raised his voice to proclaim, I, the Eastern Prince, the Eastern Emperor of Heaven, have today stepped into the realm of quasi-saint. His voice resonated powerfully, quickly reaching the entirety of the Eastern Sea. This stirred all the powerful beings of the celestial court still present in the Eastern Sea into a frenzy. Congratulations to the immortal emperor on your breakthrough to quasi-saint. Congratulations to the immortal emperor on your breakthrough to quasi-saint. The entire Eastern Sea echoed with these jubilant cries. In response to their cheers, a look of contentment spread across the Eastern Prince's face. Let them call out with abandon. I am the immortal emperor, destined to master the vast wilderness in due time. Reflecting on the previous words of the Tao ancestor, urging him to return to the wilderness to manage the grand scheme. A smile graced the Eastern Prince's lips. Now that he was an immortal emperor and had ascended to quasi-saint status, remaining in the Eastern Sea would be a diminishment of his stature. All members of the celestial court, heed my command. In 3 days, we shall return to the vast wilderness together. I, the Eastern Emperor of Heaven, am ready to return. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted once more in excitement. At last, we are finally returning to the vast wilderness. Having spent several centuries in the Eastern Sea, they could hardly contain their exhilaration at the prospect of going home. Among those filled with excitement was Ao Jun, who was on the verge of tears to the immortal emperor truly departing. I dare not even face anyone out of fear of ridicule. With the immortal emperor's departure, the Eastern Sea would once again fall under his dominion. 3 days later, the Eastern Prince led the multitude of celestial beings away from the Eastern Sea, marching grandly towards the vast wilderness. Following closely behind him were countless colossal dragons, one of which was Ao Jun himself. Initially, Ao Jun had presumed that once the Eastern Prince departed, the Eastern Sea would revert to his control. To his surprise, 3 days later, the Eastern Prince returned with the entire dragon clan to the vast wilderness. Ao Jun's heart was undoubtedly filled with reluctance, yet he was powerless to resist, especially considering the Eastern Prince was an immortal emperor. He could only comply. However, he was uncertain of what dangers awaited them upon their return to the vast wilderness. As the Eastern Prince and his powerful entourage re-entered the vast wilderness, the situation became increasingly complex. The 12 ancestral witches and 2 demon emperors were still in seclusion, prompting the celestial court to expedite its development. With the Eastern Prince's quasi-saint strength, he swiftly claimed territory from the witch and demon clans. Now, with the Eastern Prince's power established and being the foremost among male immortals, the strength of the celestial court continued to grow, gradually attracting more beings. This rapid increase in strength brought the celestial court ever closer to the witch and demon clans. After several decades, the Eastern Prince's influence had solidified, positioning him as the 3rd major power within the vast wilderness. Admittedly, his foundation was somewhat shallow, rendering him inferior to the 2 clans, but the disparity was merely slight. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, the domain of the Western Queen Mother, she, like the Eastern Prince, possessed a treasure that governed the multitude of female immortals. High above Kunlun Mountain, a great Luo golden immortal called out to those below. The immortal emperor commands. The Western Queen Mother is invited to join the celestial court and assist the immortal emperor in governing it. Upon hearing the voice from outside, the Western Queen Mother's brow furrowed. So, the Eastern Prince has sent someone here. Ever since the Eastern Prince returned to the vast wilderness and the power of the celestial court began to swell, he had repeatedly summoned her. Initially, she would graciously decline, expressing her gratitude for the Eastern Prince's goodwill. Yet as time passed, his envoys persisted, seemingly unending. She had already issued a warning once, yet they dared to return. Now, preferring not to engage, she decided to remain within her domain, letting them call out until they grew weary, at which point she would return. Just as the Western Queen Mother entertained these thoughts, a voice reached her ears. "Your Majesty, the Eastern Prince's envoy has arrived once more." Shortly thereafter, a woman appeared to her left, having come seeking refuge with her, after being named the Queen of the Female Immortals. She had opted for a tranquil existence, unlike the Eastern Prince. Nevertheless, it was not uncommon for others to seek her out. Since they had come, the Western Queen Mother did not intend to turn them away. But she would not allow the female immortals to engage in the current tumultuous state of the vast wilderness. The Western Queen Mother inclined her head slightly. "Let them call out. When they tire, they may leave." This response made the fairy hesitate. "Your Majesty, many of our sisters cannot focus on their cultivation with his incessant shouting. If he continues, they may truly find it impossible to practice." Hearing this, the Western Queen Mother knitted her brow. If they had come seeking her, she could not simply disregard their plight. However, even if she sent them away, they would likely return, and the Eastern Prince might not exhibit the same patience again. Should this place be turned into a battlefield, the Western Queen Mother fell into silence, contemplating her options, while outside, the great Luo Golden Immortal continued to shout. Was she truly to abandon her cultivation and join the Eastern Prince in governing the Celestial Court? Although the Celestial Court's strength was nearing that of the witch and demon clans, she harbored lingering doubts about what might transpire should she join. After all, the Phoenix, Dragon, and Chelan clans had once been the three great powers. Yet what had ultimately become of them? The Dragon clan had relocated to the Eastern Sea. Moreover, the Celestial Court had only enjoyed a brief period of glory over a few decades in its several hundred years of existence. Did the Eastern Prince truly possess the capability to maintain such control? If the Tao ancestor were to withdraw his oversight, the Eastern Prince would plummet into obscurity. If it were the Dark River who were to govern the Celestial Court, she would certainly have agreed. Although the Dark River was quick to act, he was far more reliable than the Eastern Prince. The thought of the Dark River sparked a light in the Western Queen Mother's eyes. Of course, how could I forget about the Dark River? He had once brandished his sword against the Eastern Prince, showing no fear of Hongjun. Furthermore, he was now embroiled in contention with the Witch and Demon clans. Could the strength of the Celestial Court rival that of the Witch and Demon clans? The answer was undoubtedly no. A smile crept onto the Western Queen Mother's lips as she turned to address the fairy. "I shall take my leave for a time. Kunlun Mountain shall be under your watch, and no matter who comes seeking me, ensure they are turned away." After instructing the fairy, the Western Queen Mother's figure vanished from spot. In the Blood Sea, the White River Taoist was imparting teachings to the Mosquito Taoist. At this moment, the Mosquito Taoist had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although his progress had been somewhat slow, he had nonetheless arrived. Meanwhile, the Dark River ancestor was outside, instructing his 5 disciples. After all, they were destined for greatness, and their talents were unquestionable, as long as they did not stray from their path. The Dark River ancestor was not inclined to explain the intricacies with the same meticulousness as the White River Taoist. He would simply resort to a direct approach. Most of his time was dedicated to cultivation. Otherwise, his disciples would have already been overwhelmed. That moment, the Dark River ancestor raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze. Not far away, a graceful figure was swiftly approaching. "Ding! The Western Queen Mother seeks your assistance in the Blood Sea to confront the Eastern Prince. Please choose from the options below. Option 1, decline. Option 2, pretend not to be present. Option 3, accept." Listening to the system's prompt, the Dark River ancestor's brow furrowed slightly. However, it soon relaxed. He was curious as to why the Western Queen Mother would think to seek him out to deal with the Eastern Prince. While he pondered, the Western Queen Mother had already arrived, bowing to the Dark River ancestor with a smile. "Dark River, my friend, I did not expect to see you again so soon." The Dark River ancestor feigned ignorance. Inquiring with curiosity, "Western Queen Mother, what brings you to my abode?" The Western Queen Mother's smile broadened. I merely came to see how you were faring in your cultivation. Simply to see, the Dark River Ancestor replied with a knowing smile. I am not a fool. The system has already informed me, and you claim it's merely a visit. Even without the system, I would not be inclined to believe you, since you have seen what you wished. Might I kindly suggest you take your leave? If you do not wish to speak, then I shall take my leave. Is that acceptable? That is certainly acceptable. Hearing the Dark River Ancestor dismiss her so readily, a hint of resentment flickered in the Western Queen Mother's eyes. Am I not a great beauty? Why is the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades unmoved? After a moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West spoke. I did not come merely to observe. There are certain matters that require the assistance of my friend from the river of Hades. Upon uttering this, a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. After all, this matter involved asking a favor of the river of Hades. Chapter 74. Huang Zhongli then speak. What is it you seek from me? The venerable ancestor of the river of Hades asked slowly. Observing this, the Queen Mother of the West no longer concealed her intentions that I have come to request your help in dealing with a person, the Eastern King. After she spoke, her gaze fixed on the expression of the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades, hoping to glean some insight. However, she was met with disappointment. His expression remained serene, devoid of any other reaction. Concerning the Eastern King, if I recall correctly, although he has been pestering you, he has not committed any other offenses, has he? Moreover, you have had no interactions over the years. What is your intention to confront him? Though the Queen Mother of the West indeed harbored disdain for the Eastern King, it had not escalated to the level of requiring confrontation. The Queen Mother replied coldly, We have indeed had no dealings. I have been cultivating on Kunlun Mountain. Yet recently, the Eastern King has been sending people to my temple daily. Even when I refuse, he continues to come, severely disrupting my practice. Therefore, I seek your assistance. A single intervention on Kunlun Mountain would suffice to deter the Eastern King from returning. Upon hearing her words, the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades grasped the situation. It seemed she intended to use him as a shield. After she finished speaking, the Queen Mother regarded him with eager anticipation, her eyes filled with a plea for his agreement. Why not seek others for assistance? The three pure ones, Nuwa, Fushi, they are all closer to me. The venerable ancestor of the river of Hades inquired, I am not familiar with them. I have never even spoken to Nuwa. Among all these, you are the only one I know, the Queen Mother responded. The venerable ancestor of the river of Hades contemplated her reply. Though he had remained in the Blood Sea and had not ventured into the Primordial World, he could discern the direction of developments. However, if you wish for me to act, you must offer some form of compensation. Assisting you is not out of the question, but you must understand that my involvement would mean a complete falling out with the Celestial Court. He fixed his gaze on the Queen Mother of the West. In truth, during Hongjuan's second sermon, he had already made an enemy of the Eastern King, but that was a matter concerning the Eastern King, not the Celestial Court. They were two separate issues. Friend of the river of Hades, propose a condition. Should I be able to fulfill it, I will undoubtedly comply, the Queen Mother of the West declared. Hearing this, the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades smirked. The Queen Mother is astute, knowing precisely what I desire. His eyes, laden with meaning, bore into hers, causing her heart to skip a beat and a flicker of panic to cross her gaze. She had thought him to be a benevolent figure, only to discover he was akin to the Eastern King. Feeling the weight of his mischievous gaze, the Queen Mother's breath quickened. Since you were so straightforward, I shall state my request plainly. I have heard that you possess a primordial spiritual root known as Huang Zhongli. If you grant it to me, I will intervene once. What? You only seek Huang Zhongli? The Queen Mother exclaimed instinctively, quickly realizing her mistake as she corrected herself. You desire Huang Zhongli? Huang Zhongli was even more precious than the ginseng fruit, blooming only once every 10,000 years. Each fruit took 30,000 years to mature, and currently, there were only 9 on the tree, none of which she had yet consumed. However, considering the prospect of deterring the Eastern King, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall give you one. The venerable ancestor of the river of Hades raised an eyebrow. Point 1. Are you referring to a single fruit or the entire tree? I am speaking of the entirety of Huang Zhongli. Upon realizing he sought the entire fruit tree, The Queen Mother's expression shifted drastically. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. She had not anticipated that the River of Hades would covet Huang Zhongli. Her most treasured possession. How could she possibly part with it? The venerable ancestor of the River of Hades understood she would certainly refuse. My friend, you should be aware that my adversary is not merely the Eastern King, but the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is currently the third most powerful force in the primordial world that act on your behalf would mean incurring their wrath. Is it not merely a Huang Zhongli? It is not overly precious, and from any perspective, you would not be a loss, would you? Unperturbed, the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades continued, disregarding the Queen Mother's expression. Given the current situation in the primordial world, even if she approached the three pure ones, they would likely remain uninvolved. Moreover, considering the Eastern King as present standing, if he were to seek her out, she could hardly refuse him. Thus, he was the only one who could assist her, the only one willing to risk offending the Celestial Court for her sake. Hence, do you still consider Huang Zhongli to be too valuable? His words placed an invisible pressure upon the Queen Mother of the West. Watching her fall into contemplation without speaking, the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades spoke again. Of course, I am not unreasonable. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Although I desire Huang Zhongli, I could also settle for another primordial spiritual root. For instance, the Bodhi tree. Has the pure merit attained it yet? If so, that would mean one less primordial spiritual root. Since you refuse, I shall say no more. You may take your leave, the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades declared, issuing an unspoken dismissal. That moment, the Queen Mother of the West interjected, "Wait. Grant me some time." Although the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades is indeed greedy, securing his protection would ensure that the Eastern King would no longer dare to trouble me. I agree. But you must guarantee that the Eastern King will not come seeking trouble again. A smile crept upon the lips of the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades as he reassured her, "Rest assured, with me present, no one shall dare to trouble you." Internally, he reveled in the unexpected ease with which he had acquired Huang Zhongli. In truth, even if she had declined, the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades would not have been overly disheartened, as there remained the ginseng fruit tree. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system. I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, on making the optimal choice. The system's voice resonated in the mind of the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades. What? System, where is my reward? Initially expecting a primordial spiritual treasure, he was instead met with the notion of an optimal choice. What had happened to the subsequent rewards? Had the system consumed them? Perhaps he had unwittingly given too much in the previous offering of 3 drops of essence, resulting in no rewards this time. The venerable ancestor of the River of Hades cursed inwardly at the system before turning his gaze back to the Queen Mother of the West. Fortunately, with the Huang Zhongli from the Queen Mother of the West as a foundation, it was not entirely a loss. After nodding in acknowledgement to her, he soared towards Kunlun Mountain. I shall traverse the primordial world to the Queen Mother's temple, administer a lesson to the unwise, and conveniently acquire a Huang Zhongli from Kunlun Mountain. This seems quite reasonable, the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades mused, finding it entirely plausible he had not intervened in the affairs of the primordial world. Surely, they would not seek him out. Their pace was swift, and before long, they arrived at Kunlun Mountain. As he gazed down at Mount Buzhou, the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades nodded slightly. Though Kunlun Mountain may not compare to Mount Buzhou, its grandeur was nonetheless formidable, truly deserving of its title as the second mountain of the primordial world. Chapter 75. The Temple of the Queen Mother of the West. Ziyu Xianjun, before he could express his admiration, he followed the Queen Mother of the West into her temple. Upon their entrance, the female immortals within the temple froze, their crimson lips slightly parted. A male immortal? This was their first encounter with a male immortal entering the temple, and particularly one brought in by the Queen Mother of the West. Observing the astonished expressions of the female immortals, the Queen Mother began the introductions. "This is my friend from the River of Hades." Upon hearing the name River of Hades, the expressions of the gathered women shifted dramatically, though they had never met the River of Hades. They had heard of his formidable reputation. What? He is the River of Hades, the one who dared to slay the Eastern King before Hongjun, who boldly struck the Yuan Shi Tianzun and the Jie In Juanti. How could the Queen Mother have invited him here? Listening to their discussions, the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades furrowed his brow. It was fortunate that all present were stunning beauties. Otherwise, he would have been less accommodating. However, even among them, they paled in comparison to the Queen Mother of the West. By the decree of the Celestial Emperor, I have come to invite the Queen Mother to descend from the mountain and join the Celestial Emperor in presiding over the Celestial Court. At that moment, a voice whispered in the ear of the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades. The Queen Mother of the West turned to him, her intentions unmistakable. She wanted him to intervene. The venerable ancestor of the river of Hades turned, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Since they have arrived so promptly, I had thought I would have to wait several days. I shall handle this matter, but do not forget our agreement regarding Huang Zhongli. Upon the conclusion of the words spoken by the venerable ancestor Mingi, his figure soared into the air. A look of disquiet crossed the face of the West Queen Mother. However, with Ancestor Mingi already present, it seemed implausible for him to retract his intentions. Should he decide to withdraw, one could only speculate what actions he might undertake upon Kunlun Mountain. Queen Mother, what is the significance of the Huangzhong Li that Mingi mentioned? At that moment, the female immortal, having sensed something amiss, inquired. The Huangzhong Li was well known to them as a primordial spiritual root residing within Kunlun Mountain, one that even the West Queen Mother was reluctant to part with. Queen Mother, could it be that he requires this in exchange for his assistance? She pondered, believing this to be the sole possibility. For otherwise, what would compel Mingi to aid them? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically, and they hastily interjected, "This is unacceptable. The Huangzhong Li takes millennia to bear fruit. You cannot bestow it upon Mingi." Queen Mother, we cannot offer protection any longer. Please send Mingi back. The assembled female immortals urged the West Queen Mother. The latter merely smiled. It is not so simple. Since Mingi has arrived, he will not depart without receiving something of value. It is wiser to allow him to take action and resolve this matter thoroughly. There is no further discussion. Having summoned him, it is unreasonable to send him away. Queen Mother, you have not acted in our best interest. The speaker was the female immortal who had previously reported to the West Queen Mother. This moment, she felt a mixture of gratitude and regret. It was all due to her actions that led to this predicament. Had she not sought out the Queen Mother, the Huangzhong Li would not have been at risk of being seized by Mingi. Enough of this talk, that I have already consented, so you may focus on your cultivation here. The West Queen Mother replied with a smile. Although she too felt a pang of sorrow, she still possessed a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, thus mitigating her losses. Once she achieved a breakthrough to quasi-saint status, she could employ it to vanquish the three corpses that they conversed. The voice of Ancestor Mingi resonated from outside. By the decree of the Celestial Emperor, I have come to invite the West Queen Mother to emerge from her abode and jointly govern the Celestial Court alongside the Emperor. A voice from outside, belonging to a great Luo golden immortal, proclaimed that no sooner had the words left his mouth than Ancestor Mingi's scornful retort followed. Oh hell with you. The Celestial Court is nothing but rubbish. Go back and tell Dong Wang Gong that if he dares to send anyone else to Kunlun Mountain, he shall not find me merciful. This declaration from Ancestor Mingi darkened the complexion of the Ziyu Immortal Lord, whose eyes gleamed with cold fury, followed by a mocking smile. A male immortal. No wonder the West Queen Mother has been avoiding appearances. It seems she has taken a young paramour, despite his status as a great Luo golden immortal. He had not attended the Tao ancestors' teachings, and thus had never seen Ancestor Mingi's visage. State your name. I wish to know who dares to speak so boldly before me, Ziyu Immortal Lord said. Lifting his gaze with a condescending look directed at Ancestor Ming, in his eyes, Ancestor Mingi was merely posturing to impress the West Queen Mother. This Immortal Lord? Ancestor Mingi sneered disdainfully. What makes you worthy of such a title? The Ziyu Immortal Lord's eyes flickered with cold light as he replied, I am naturally the Ziyu Immortal Lord of the Celestial Court, personally appointed by the Donghua Celestial Emperor. It is he who held a banquet in my honor. As he spoke, a sense of pride radiated from him, as if this were a matter of great glory in his mind. This was indeed a source of pride. Ever since the Donghua Celestial Emperor attained quasi-saint status and returned to the Primordial World, the strength of the Celestial Court had surged. with great Luo golden immortals being numerous. Among them, few had received a title from Dong Wang Gong. Was this not a cause for excitement? He vividly recalled the envious gazes of others during his banquet, feeling as though he were floating among the immortals. Humph. Ancestor Mingi scoffed derisively. This all it took to sway you. I had thought Dong Wang Gong possessed some wisdom, knowing how to win hearts. Let me inform you that my father is none other than the Zhang, immortal lord of the celestial court. His renown echoing throughout the entirety of the primordial world. He uttered these words. Ziyu, immortal lord, raised his head, looking down upon Ancestor Mingi with utter disdain. His father's reputation had long since spread across the primordial world. Virtually no one was unaware of it, of course. There were exceptions, such as Ancestor Mingi before him. Having been ordered by Hong Jun not to act, he was vaguely aware of the general events in the primordial world, but lacked knowledge of finer details, including the identity of the Ziyang, immortal lord. What nonsense! You dare to call yourself the Ziyang, immortal lord? I have never heard of you. Begone, lest you meet a grim fate. Ancestor Mingi's impatience was palpable, his eyes glowing with a red light as they fixed on Ziyu, immortal lord. However, Ancestor Mingi did not release his aura, leaving Ziyu, immortal lord, unaware of the impending danger. He regarded Ancestor Mingi. His demeanor turned icy, and murderous intent radiated from him. You have the audacity to insult my father. With that, the aura of the great Luo golden immortal pressed down upon Ancestor Mingi, though it was merely that of a nascent stage. Haha. Sensing this aura, Ancestor Mingi suddenly laughed, a mocking glint in his eyes. In his view, this Ziyu, immortal lord, was simply a fool. You have squandered your opportunity, since you have failed to cherish it. I have nothing further to say. With a flick of his hand, the sword Ubi materialized. Ancestor Mingi gazed at him, murmuring, "Consider your death an honor. I seldom wield this sword, and you shall be my second victim. Now, feel free to celebrate." As he spoke, his aura radiated, surpassing the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Chapter 76. A swift decapitation of Ziyang, immortal lord. His strength. Ziyu, immortal lord's countenance paled, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. With such power, even 10 of him would be insufficient to contend. Just as he was engulfed in shock, Ancestor Mingi's figure appeared nearby, the Ubi sword raised to strike at him. In response, Ziyu, immortal lord, swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a talisman that materialized into an invisible barrier in front of him. Phew! Ziyu, immortal lord, breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that this male immortal would be at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Fortunately, he possessed his father's life-saving talisman. While not exceedingly powerful, it was capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a peak great Luo golden immortal. Very well. A male immortal has appeared in the West Queen Mother's domain and dares to disregard the celestial court. I shall relay this information back, and when my father arrives, we shall see how you behave. With a cold laugh, he began to channel his energy to send a message to the celestial court. Yet before he could activate his powers, the sound of shattering echoed in his ears. Crack! The only thing capable of shattering here was his own invisible barrier, signifying that his life-saving safeguard had been destroyed. Terrified, he looked up at Ancestor Mingi. This moment, Ancestor Mingi wore a smile, appearing gentlemanly, though the sword in his hand exuded a menacing aura. How is this possible? This talisman was supposed to withstand attacks from a peak great Luo golden immortal. How could it break? Unless this person before me exceeds the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Could he be a quasi-saint? The realization struck him, but it was too late. Ancestor Mingi's sword had already descended. With the ease of slicing through tofu, it cleaved his body in 2. No karmic ties, Ancestor Mingi murmured, in his eyes. Whether Ziyu, immortal lord, was at the nascent or late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm mattered not. Both were as trivial as slicing through tofu. Wanshan Mountain. This was the stronghold of the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court's headquarters resided on the 3 immortal islands, but since Ancestor Mingi had taken all the opportunities away, it had become an empty shell, rendering the establishment of the Celestial Court unnecessary. Thus, they returned to the Primordial World, selecting a more favorable mountain, which Dong Wang Gong personally renamed Wanshan Mountain. This moment, an elder meditating on Wanshan Mountain suddenly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. He quickly exited his retreat, calling out, "Where is Ziyu?" In that fleeting moment, he sensed something ominous had transpired. Before long, a male immortal of only golden immortal strength entered. Addressing the elder with reverence, Ziyu, immortal lord, should currently be at Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain? What business does he have there? The elder's brow tightened further. The golden immortal hastily responded. The celestial emperor dispatched Ziyu, immortal lord, to Kunlun Mountain to invite the West Queen Mother to jointly govern the celestial court. The esteemed Zhang, immortal lord, slightly nodded. The affairs of the Eastern King and the Western Queen were well known to them long ago, even before he ascended to the rank of immortal emperor. He had been pursuing the Western Queen for millennia, without faltering. In light of this, Zhang, immortal lord, could only express his admiration. Could it be that his prolonged seclusion in pursuit of quasi-sainthood had led to a turmoil within his heart? Zhang, immortal lord, pondered with uncertainty. Otherwise, how could he feel such an overwhelming discomfort, as if something were pressing upon his very being? In the next moment, his countenance turned pale, and he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Immortal lord, the golden immortal attendants, witnessing this scene, were struck with alarm and hurriedly called out. Zhang, immortal lord, was a peak great Luo golden immortal, and in the celestial court, who would dare to harm him? At that moment, Zhang, immortal lord's eyes were bloodshot, and his visage contorted with rage. Just moments ago, his connection with the Ziyu, immortal lord, had abruptly severed, and the talisman he had provided for her protection had shattered simultaneously. This indicated that something had befallen Ziyu, immortal lord. Who dares to harm Ayur? Zhang, immortal lord's eyes were now ablaze with fury, transforming him into a figure of wrath, akin to a vengeful deity descending upon the world. Yet compared to the ancestral being of the Mingi, he still paled in comparison. Western Queen, you possess great audacity to slay my Yuera. With a thunderous roar, Zhang, immortal lord, transformed into a streak of purple light and surged towards Kunlun Mountain. His departure naturally drew the attention of many. Could that be Zhang, immortal lord? Wasn't he supposed to be breaking through to quasi-sainthood? Why has he suddenly emerged? It must be related to his quasi-saint breakthrough. After all, at this juncture, the immortal emperor would certainly not summon him forth. Once Zhang, immortal lord, achieves quasi-sainthood, the strength of the celestial court will undoubtedly multiply, allowing them to dominate the vast wilderness with greater swiftness. With two quasi-saints, what does the demon race even amount to? The crowd engaged in animated discussion as Zhang, immortal lord, shrouded in murderous intent, raced towards Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, the ancestral being of Mingi, had just slain the Ziyu, immortal lord, and was returning to the Western Queen's domain. At this moment, the expressions of the gathered maidens had transformed from dissatisfaction to shock. It was not merely the act of Mingi slaying Ziyu, immortal lord, but rather the sheer might of the ancestral being. The Western Queen regarded Mingi with a complex gaze, never having anticipated that the ally she summoned would be a quasi-saint. However, considering Mingi's prior displays of power, this revelation was somewhat within reason. You are already a quasi-saint, the Western Queen stated, her tone laced with disbelief. In response to her inquiry, Mingi remained silent and instead remarked, "The troubles have been dealt with. Is it not time to present the Huang Hongli?" After a moment's contemplation, the Western Queen nodded. "Rest assured, Taoist Mingi, follow me, and I shall lead you there." With that, she turned and walked in a specific direction. Given Mingi's formidable strength, she dared not refuse him. Soon, they arrived beside the Huang Hongli fruit tree, which bore 9 golden fruits, resembling ordinary yellow peaches, devoid of any remarkable features. Mingi, without uttering a word, scrutinized the Huang Hongli closely. Although he had never seen it before, he could discern its essence from the innate aura emanating from it. This was indeed Huang Hongli. This is Huang Hongli, Taoist Mingi. Your blood sea is not conducive to its growth. You must tend to it with utmost care, ensuring it remains free from hostility. The Western Queen advised earnestly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. She watched as Mingi's fingers deftly curled, and a fruit soared into his grasp, which he promptly consumed before her very eyes. The flavor was sweet, unremarkable in taste, Yet the innate essence flooding his being was palpable. He then proceeded to devour another. The Western Queen felt a pang of sorrow at this sight. She had yet to partake of the fruit herself. Yet Mingi had already consumed two. Not bad, Mingi remarked nonchalantly, though I wonder what the ginseng fruit tastes like. Upon hearing this, the Western Queen's expression shifted. It is one thing to praise the Huanghongli's fruit, but to consume it while contemplating ginseng fruit. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Had this been earlier, she would have admonished him for his perceived extravagance. However, given Mingi's current quasi-saint status, she dared not provoke him. Under the Western Queen's watchful gaze, Mingi produced another fruit to eat. Her heart ached as she realized she had never tasted it herself. The maidens behind her glared at Mingi with indignation. Once satisfied, Mingi waved his hand and stored the remaining Huanghongli away. The Western Queen, though pained, cared not. The Huanghongli was now his, eliminating a great Luo golden immortal to acquire the innate spiritual root Huanghongli. If only more such transactions could occur. Having completed these arrangements, Mingi intended to depart. Just as he moved, a resounding explosion echoed in his ears. Boom! The sound caused the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically. How audacious someone must be to dare create a disturbance at the Western Queen's domain. Western Queen, you possess audacity to slay my wearer. Come forth. A furious roar followed. Unmistakably the incensed immortal lord seeking vengeance. He traversed the Wanxian mountain without pause, heading straight to the Western Queen's domain. Even if the Western Queen were the object of Eastern King's affection, she must answer for slaying his wearer. The Western Queen furrowed her brow upon hearing the voice. Zing, immortal lord. Although she could not discern his voice. The mention of wearer allowed her to surmise who it was. Mingi turned his gaze towards the entrance of the domain, his eyes narrowing slightly, glimmering with intrigue. Oh, this is Zhang, immortal lord. The father of Ziyu, immortal lord. News travels swiftly. I've only just committed the act, and he has arrived. Very well, since the young one has come, the elder shall be dealt with as well. I shall resolve this matter for you. Mingi spoke slowly. Judging by his aura, Zhang, immortal lord, was merely at the peak of great Luo golden immortal. How dare he seek trouble with the Western Queen? It was akin to offering his own head to Mingi. However, he mused, taking action should not be considered a breach of contract. After all, killing a single individual was hardly a monumental affair. It was unlikely to bear significant consequences in the unfolding narrative. As the 500 years spoken of by Hong Jun drew near, he relished the thought of finally emerging from the Blood Sea. Were it not for instructing these few disciples, he would have surely succumbed to boredom. In 500 years, I shall return to the vast wilderness to seek matters of interest once more. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Hong Jun had been observing the situation closely. Since Mingi had departed the Blood Sea, he kept a vigilant watch, intervening only if absolutely necessary. The recent act of slaying Ziyu, immortal lord, did not disrupt the grand scheme of the vast wilderness, hence he refrained from intervening. As for Zhang, immortal lord, Hong Jun had no intention of interfering. One of the 8 immortal lords. His demise would not alter the balance of power. Moreover, he would not obstruct the course of events. Rather, he would silently approve. Should you provoke Mingi, seeking death so eagerly, the strength of the celestial court will wane, allowing the Eastern King to be eliminated sooner. Zhang, immortal lord, could never have fathomed that in his quest for vengeance freeware, he had unwittingly become a pawn destined for demise. Outside the domain, Zhang, immortal lord, gathered his strength, preparing to shatter the invisible barrier before him. Fueled by the grief of his son's death, his attack intensified, causing the barrier to tremble. Zhang, immortal lord's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a punch capable of obliterating the barrier. Just as it was about to make contact, a hand materialized, halting his strike. Friend, why the fury? Mingi observed Zhang, immortal lord, with a smile gracing his lips. Zhang, immortal lord's rage began to boil over, but upon recognizing the individual before him, his expression shifted instantaneously. Mingi, how come you are here? Though his eyes were filled with a murderous intent, it was decidedly not directed towards the venerable ancestor of the Underworld River. After all, he had witnessed with his own eyes the ancestor of the Underworld River decapitate the Eastern King in the presence of Hong Jun. The madman before him could indeed unleash untold calamities if provoked. Taoist Mingi, I was unaware of your presence in Kunlun Mountain, and I apologize for the intrusion, but I humbly request that you allow the Western Queen Mother to come forth. For I have matters to discuss with her. I could see this moment. He was ardently suppressing the fury that simmered within his heart. The playful smile crept upon the lips of the ancestor of the Underworld River as he inquired. You wish to inquire about the Celestial Lord of Purple Jade, do you not? There is no need to summon the Western Queen Mother. She was not the one who committed the deed. Then may I ask, who was it? Inquired the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang, performing a respectful bow. Observing his courtesy, the ancestor of the Underworld River felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, embarrassment aside, the ancestor of the Underworld River would not allow the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang to evade the consequences of his actions. Your son was the one I killed. These words. The countenance of the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang shifted dramatically, a palpable wave of murderous intent radiating from his gaze. Yet this aura dissipated swiftly. He had heard tales of the fearsome reputation of the ancestor of the Underworld River, who could strike down two peak great Luo golden immortals in a single furious blow during his own prime. Even the primordial lord of the three pure ones dared not provoke him. Why must you provoke this madman? The Celestial Lord of Purple Yang inwardly cursed his own son. He had merely sought vengeance, not an entanglement with the ancestor of the Underworld River, that if he truly did provoke him, it would not be just his son who perished. He would follow suit into the abyss. That IT must be that Yuer had offended Taoist Mingi in some manner. Thus, his death was justified. Surely, it must be my son's fault. Your actions are warranted. Taoist Mingi, that I shall not trouble you further. With these words, the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang intended to take his leave. Alone, he knew he stood no chance against the ancestor. He would need the support of several allies to avenge his son. Seeing him retreat in the face of vengeance brought a smile to the ancestor of the Underworld River's lips. I have slain your son, and yet you possess such restraint. I hold no respect for anyone but you, that if I am not mistaken, you are contemplating how to turn the tables and eliminate me. Are you not? A cold sweat broke out on the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang's brow upon hearing the ancestor's words. Indeed, such thoughts had crossed his mind, yet he could not utter them aloud. You jest, Taoist Mingi. Why would I seek vengeance? Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion and never emerge again. Chapter 78. Is my intent not clear enough? The ancestor of the Underworld River twirled his hand, summoning the abyss with a calm gaze directed at the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang. His intent was unmistakable. He would not let him leave today, unless it were as a corpse. Taoist Mingi, I am, after all, one of the 8 celestial lords of the Celestial Court. You truly wish to proceed in this manner? The expression upon the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang's face darkened considerably. Is my meaning not clear? The ancestor of the Underworld River asked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I have drawn my sword. How could I possibly let you depart? Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to strike first. This way, my actions in slaying you would be deemed reasonable. The words of the ancestor of the Underworld River drove the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang to the brink of madness. What do you mean by reasonable? Are you implying that I sought out trouble? Taoist Mingi, we are both at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. If it comes to blows, if I fight with all my might, it is uncertain who would emerge victorious. After all, news of the ancestor of the Underworld River breaking through to the quasi-saint level had yet to circulate. At this moment, he still believed the ancestor remained at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even if he was powerful, it would likely be by a mere hair's breadth that he could surpass the quasi-saint threshold. In such a case, the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang thought it plausible to contend with him. At that moment, the ancestor of the Underworld River moved. You refuse to strike, yet insist on forcing my hand. How tiresome. Witnessing this, the Celestial Lord of Purple Yang summoned a sword from his storage ring, revealing it to be an innate spiritual treasure. In this instant, the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. The battle had begun, and pretense was of no use. With precision, he aimed a powerful strike at the throat of the ancestor of the Underworld River, convinced that he could not possibly evade it. Once dodged, his next move would assuredly wound him. Such were his optimistic thoughts, yet reality proved to be far more brutal. The ancestor of the Underworld River did not evade. He simply swung the abyss with a gentle motion, and with a resounding clash, the sword of the celestial lord of Purple Yang was knocked from his grasp. The ancestor made no further attack, instead retrieving the sword and tossing it back before him. This act of mockery filled the celestial lord of Purple Yang with fury. "Peak Great Luo, Golden Immortal, you have lost your weapon, and I have graciously returned it to you. Should you not express your gratitude?" With rage boiling within, the celestial lord of Purple Yang could no longer contain himself and launched a frenzied assault. As long as he could land a blow on the ancestor, he believed he could seize the opportunity to slay him. Yet the ancestor of the Underworld River would not allow this. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the celestial lord's sword flying once more. This time, the ancestor did not retrieve it. The abyss erupted with a fierce malevolence, turning towards the celestial lord of Purple Yang. That I end this moment. The ancestor of the Underworld River unveiled his true strength. He was indeed a quasi-saint. The pupils of the celestial lord of Purple Yang constricted, and he discarded the innate spiritual treasure, hastily retreating into the distance. What was the point of continuing this fight? The ancestor of the Underworld River had already ascended to the quasi-saint level. He could easily extinguish his life at will. To linger here would be to court death. Though he fled with great haste, he was no match for the speed of the ancestor's blade. A crimson glow enveloped Kunlun, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the domain of the Western Queen Mother. Boom! The ancestor's strike landed squarely upon the back of the celestial lord of Purple Yang, propelling him further away. As he vanished from sight, the ancestor of the Underworld River chuckled softly. "You run swiftly, but your time is limited. Unless the ancestor of the Underworld River is willing to produce the 3 radiance divine water, the celestial lord of Purple Yang is undoubtedly doomed. I have drawn near, and he shall carry this message back. The Eastern King shall not trouble you further," the ancestor of the Underworld River remarked, turning to the Western Queen Mother before soaring towards the Sea of Blood. The immediate priority was to plant the Huangzhong Li. His own Sea of Blood was ill-suited for such cultivation. However, with the 3 radiance divine water and the presence of celestial crystals, coupled with his mastery over certain spatial laws, he could create a barrier against malevolence, even if he could not carve out a space like the Taoist of the rising eyebrow. Before long, the ancestor of the Underworld River returned to the Sea of Blood. Observing the branches of the Fusang divine tree upon the isle, he nodded slightly. The branches had already taken root. It was only a matter of time before it blossomed into a full-fledged Fusang divine tree. One could only wonder how Emperor Jun would react upon discovering that his Sea of Blood housed a Fusang divine tree. Casting a spell to expand the isle slightly, the ancestor of the Underworld River planted the Huangzhong Li. Fortunately, he had collected some soil from Kunlun Mountain on his return, ensuring that it would not suffer from a lack of nutrients. After pouring in a small amount of the 3 radiance divine water, he also placed celestial crystals upon the fruit tree. Though its fruits would take 30,000 years to ripen, with ample spiritual energy, it could mature within a millennium. Moreover, with the aid of the 3 radiance divine water, this time frame would be significantly reduced. If others were to discover that the ancestor of the Underworld River had so liberally utilized the 3 radiance divine water, they would surely be enraged. Such a precious resource, and yet he squandered it so freely. Was he a nouveau riche? No, even a nouveau riche would struggle to procure such a treasure. Meanwhile, the celestial lord of Purple Yang had returned to the celestial court. Bearing the malevolence of the ancestor of the Underworld River, combined with his own resentment and murderous intent, he inadvertently instilled panic among the denizens of the celestial court. Who dares intrude upon my celestial court? As the crowd surged forward, their expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing the figure that had appeared. How could it be the celestial lord of Purple Yang? What is this malevolence and murderous intent surrounding him? Was he not dealing with matters for the celestial emperor? Upon touching down, the celestial lord of Purple Yang spat forth a mouthful of blood, his trembling gaze fixated ahead, for before him, the Eastern King was closing in with alarming speed. The moment the celestial lord of Purple Yang had appeared, the Eastern King had sensed his arrival but had not anticipated the severity of his injuries. Celestial lord of Purple Yang, how could you sustain such grievous wounds? Who did this? Those who dare to injure my celestial court, do they truly believe that my celestial court lacks defenders? Yes, it is the river of Underworld. Seek vengeance from me. The esteemed celestial Lord Zhang spoke with great difficulty. He will come, intending to inform the Eastern Lord that the river of Underworld has ascended to the level of a quasi-saint. However, before he could utter the words, he noticed the Eastern Lord fell into silence. How could they be unaware of the Eastern Lord's implication? It meant that this vendetta could not be avenged. Gasp! The celestial Lord Zhang spat out blood, his last breath tinged with resentment. I have perished. Yet none of you think to avenge me. Celestial Lord Zhang, how could he be dead? Was he not at the pinnacle of the Deluo, golden immortal? Celestial Emperor, I suspect it must have been the members of the witch and demon clans. Unable to best us in fair combat, resorting to treachery from the shadows. The speaker was naturally one of the other 7 celestial lords, collectively known as the 8 celestial lords, with one fallen. It was a provocation to the remaining lords. Now that celestial Lord Zhang had died, would they not be next? Chapter 79. The Eastern Lord's fury, a bunch of useless fools. The witch and demon clans truly overstepped their bounds, daring to scheme behind our backs. Observing the direction for which celestial Lord Zhang sought retribution, it must be the demon clan's trump card. Celestial Emperor, I volunteer to lead an assault against the demon clan, to let them know our might. Celestial Lord Qingyun glared, his demeanor brimming with indignation. His words ignited the combative spirit in another, Celestial Lord Jiyan, known for his martial fervor. He would involve himself in any matter of great conflict. Celestial Emperor, I shall accompany Celestial Lord Qingyun in the campaign against the demon clan to avenge Celestial Lord Zhang. With the 2 great demon emperors absent and oppressed by the witch clan, they could hardly muster any combat strength. He was confident that this time they would uncover the murderer of Celestial Lord Zhang, AS for the campaign. How could it proceed without the involvement of Celestial Lord Xiaoming? Though not a warmonger himself, he relished commanding others. Celestial Emperor, let us 3 take the lead. Together, we can subdue them. The remaining 4 were also eager to join the fray, observing the 3 vying to take the initiative. The Eastern Lord's lips curled into a sardonic smile. This smile was laden with mockery. Very well, your willingness to engage in battle is commendable. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the 3 surged with excitement. Yet the Eastern Lord continued, saying, however, it was not the demon clan that killed Celestial Lord Zhang. Could it be the witch clan? Though their physical forms are formidable, they are not beyond confrontation. Celestial Lord Jiyan remarked. Even if it were the witch and demon clans, they were still contenders. The Eastern Lord's smirk morphed into a cold sneer. Not the witch clan either. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Not the witch clan. Could it be another faction? Who among the remaining clans would dare to trouble them? If not the witch and demon clans, they certainly would not need to mobilize the full might of the celestial court. The 3 of them could annihilate the clan at this moment. The Eastern Lord spoke again. Just now, Celestial Lord Zhang revealed to me who was responsible for his demise. All eyes turned towards the Eastern Lord, ears perked to listen intently. The Eastern Lord spoke coldly. You should already know who it is. The river of Underworld should not be unfamiliar to you. As he uttered these words, the surrounding discussions fell abruptly silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the area. The once battle-hungry expressions of the 3 vanished the instant they heard the name River of Underworld. The River of Underworld? Surely, I did not mishear. It was the River of Underworld that killed Celestial Lord Zhang. The gathered crowd found it hard to believe, yet they had no choice but to accept it. After all, only the River of Underworld would dare to slay Celestial Lord Zhang. The 3 fell into silence, no longer speaking. Had it been any of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft or a demon emperor, they would not have felt such trepidation, for they were already engaged in battle with the witch and demon clans. Observing the expressions of the 3, the Eastern Lord felt an even deeper sense of derision. The River of Underworld is likely in the Blood Sea. You should lead your forces there. The faces of the 3 grew grim, none daring to respond. Lead troops to face the River of Underworld? That is sheer folly. The Chaos Lingxiao Palace is also present, fully aware of the strength of the River of Underworld. Not to mention, the mere thought of slaying the Eastern Lord in the presence of Hong Jun fills them with dread. Now they could ask the Eastern Lord if he dared to confront the River of Underworld. The answer would undoubtedly be no. Cough, cough. Celestial Emperor, I suddenly recall a profound insight. It seems I must break through to the quasi-saint level. How could I seek vengeance for Celestial Lord Xiang now? I am indeed too ruthless towards myself to break through at such a time. As he spoke, Celestial Lord Qingyun hastily departed, as if truly intent on achieving a breakthrough. The Eastern Lord paid him no mind. Turning his gaze to the other two, Celestial Emperor, what a coincidence. I too have found insight in my heart. Perhaps like Celestial Lord Qingyun, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I shall retreat to seclusion now. Celestial Lord Qiuming swiftly exited, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. The Eastern Lord remained silent, fixing his gaze on Celestial Lord Jiyan, his voice cold. What? Are you also seeking a breakthrough? Truly, the Celestial Emperor is astute. I had not even spoken, yet you discern my intentions. The vendetta for Celestial Lord Zhang must be set aside for now. Celestial Lord Jiyan regarded the Eastern Lord with utmost seriousness before departing. They hastened away, eventually breaking into a full sprint, genuinely fearful of being tasked with confronting the river of Underworld. Should they go, they would need to prepare their coffins. Watching their departing figures, the Eastern Lord's countenance darkened ominously. Useless fools, how dare they fear the river of Underworld to such an extent? Having uttered these words coldly, he withdrew to the Hall of 10,000 Celestials. The four Celestial Lords in the sky exchanged glances, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had not engaged in boastful displays like the other three Celestial Lords. They remained unscathed, while the three were likely to face repercussions. Yet in comparison to the river of Underworld, this was not a significant matter. The three Celestial Lords would undoubtedly face punishment, though it would not be death. Should they seek out the river of Underworld, the fate of Celestial Lord Zhang would be their own. Soon after, news of Celestial Lord Zhang's slaying by the river of Underworld spread. Though the Eastern Lord endeavored to keep this matter concealed, it was inevitably leaked by the gossips within the Celestial Court. Once this information emerged, all the sacred beings in the primordial realm were astounded. It had been ages since they had heard anything about the river of Underworld. Who would have imagined such a dramatic return? Yet, after the shock came a calm. Provoke the river of Underworld was tantamount to courting death. In the primordial realm, one could offend anyone, but never the river of Underworld. Others might exercise restraint and not hold grudges. But the river of Underworld would not. To provoke him meant certain death. However, not long after this news, another announcement emerged from the primordial realm. The two demon emperors, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, had emerged from their seclusion. Their return naturally involved the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. With the leaders of both clans re-emerging, the warriors of both factions were instantly reinvigorated. Ever since the Celestial Court's involvement, they had suffered defeat, resulting in a loss of many of their trump cards. Now that their leaders had reappeared, they were poised to erupt once more, in addition to the internal strife between the two clans. The Celestial Court had also been drawn into the fray. You wish to seize back our witch and demon clans cards. I shall make you repay every last bit. This led to the Celestial Court facing continuous defeats, their territory diminishing. You useless lot! What purpose do you serve in my employ? In the Hall of 10,000 Immortals, the Eastern King stood at the edge, bellowing at those below him. His face had reddened with rage, and the veins on his forehead were prominently visible. The 8 great immortal lords of the Celestial Court stood outside the hall, silent and intimidated, fixated on the reprimands of the Eastern King. Yet, despite enduring his tirade, their expressions were equally grim. Ever since the Demon Emperor and the ancestral witches emerged from their seclusion, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Chapter 80. Collaborating to slay the River of Hades. Currently, the territory they once controlled was diminishing at an alarming rate, even faster than during their previous confrontations. Not long ago, they had dismissed the witch and demon clans as inconsequential, believing they could be easily vanquished. But now, if the witch and demon clans were given a few more years, the Celestial Court would likely find itself retreating back to the Eastern S. This moment, the Eastern King, having built the Celestial Court to such grandeur, was determined not to relinquish it. Should he do so, the witch and demon clans would undoubtedly engulf the Celestial Court, rendering all his efforts futile. In his fury, the Eastern King turned to the 8 immortal lords. What are you useless beings still doing here? Did you not claim to be unafraid of the witch and demon clans? Why then do you cower now? Stop dawdling and devise a plan for this emperor." Observing their inaction, the Eastern King erupted, "Get out!" After exchanging glances, the 8 immortal lords hastily departed. At this juncture, they were far too astute to argue with the Eastern King. Not only was he enraged, but they too had simmering frustrations. Over the past few years, the Celestial Court had not secured a single victory. Even when they exerted themselves, they were no match for the witch and demon clans. It was not that the latter was overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that the Celestial Court was dreadfully weak. The Eastern King watched their departing figures, his anger boiling within him. Failure was not inherently shameful. Everyone faced setbacks. However, it was intolerable to experience constant defeat, having battled the witch and demon clans for years without a single victory. Even a stalemate would have offered some solace to compound his frustration. Aside from himself, no one in the Celestial Court had broken through to the quasi-saint level. The ancestral witches were nearing 12 quasi-saints, and the demon clan boasted 2, yet they had only him as their lone quasi-saint. All these years spent nurturing these inept beings, and not a single one managed to ascend to the quasi-saint level. Had even one of them succeeded, the Celestial Court would not be mired in perpetual defeat. The current lack of strong figures in the Celestial Court was appalling, with very few at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Otherwise, they would have captured and slain a Great Luo Golden Immortal long ago. Proving that the Eastern King was not to be trifled with as the Emperor of the Celestial Court, it was outrageous that he should be roused to anger over such matters at that moment. A voice echoed in the Eastern King's mind, a sound known only to him. This voice was unfamiliar, suggesting that its owner was not from the Celestial Court. The Eastern King's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Celestial Court?" Just as he uttered these words, a figure materialized behind him, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. A sinister smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. The Eastern King was taken aback, his gaze locking onto the black-robed intruder, his hands already gathering energy. "Who are you, and who permitted you to trespass into the Hall of 10,000 Immortals?" Noticing the black-robed man's silence, the Eastern King's expression darkened as he unleashed a powerful punch. A terrifying aura enveloped the Hall of 10,000 Immortals, intent on engulfing the black-robed figure as a quasi-saint. Even without exerting his full strength, he could still injure a Great Luo Golden Immortal at their peak. Moreover, he had channeled considerable power into this strike. However, to the black-robed man, this punch was nothing more than a trivial nuisance. Had the Eastern King unleashed his full might, perhaps he would have garnered some attention. With a mere flick of his hand, the black-robed man dissipated the attack, as if it were smoke. Such great fury over a few failures. Is this how you aspire to be regarded as the foremost among male immortals? The black-robed man mocked. The Eastern King, though irked, refrained from attacking again, his eyes narrowed in vigilance. The black-robed man's ability to casually counter his blow indicated that he was no mere Great Luo Golden Immortal. He was a quasi-saint. Fixing his gaze on the black-robed man, the Eastern King inquired, "So you are a quasi-saint. I do not recognize you. Which esteemed friend might you be? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I have come to assist you," the black-robed man replied leisurely. "You assist me?" The Eastern King felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "Could it be that you wish to join my Celestial Court? With your quasi-saint prowess, if you were to join the hall, I would share the governance of the Celestial Court with you." The current Celestial Court boasted scant combat strength. With him as the sole quasi-saint, rendering them virtually powerless, he had hoped for the 8 immortal lords to break through to quasi-saint status to stabilize the situation. But now, with the most promising Zhang immortal lord slain by the ancestor of the River of Hades, the remaining few had been stagnant at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Peak for many years without any sign of advancement. The resources of the Celestial Court were largely allocated to them, yet they refused to break through, inciting the Eastern King's frustration. However, if this quasi-saint were to join the Celestial Court, morale would soar, and their strength would surge, as long as they could endure this period. The remaining Great Luo Golden Immortals would break through to quasi-saint, and the Celestial Court would reclaim its status as the sovereign of the Primordial World. Once they regained dominance, the Eastern King would ensure that the Celestial Court was not managed by others. He could easily concoct a reason to eliminate any potential rivals. Heh, I have no interest in joining the Celestial Court. The black-robed man chuckled. I have come to discuss another matter. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's expression darkened. If he did not wish to join the Celestial Court, what business did he have here? You'd best leave at once and not waste my time, he retorted, though recognizing that, given the black-robed man's strength, he could not afford to provoke him further. If you seek me for another matter, then by all means, speak. The Eastern King forced a smile, masking his irritation. I have heard that you harbor a grudge against the River of Hades, the black-robed man stated, the Eastern King's mood, already sour, darkened further at the mention of the River of Hades. And what of it? He replied, his tone now wary. The black-robed man laughed heartily. No need to be tense. I'm not here to cause you trouble. The Eastern King remained silent, his gaze fixed, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Who dared to assume that the Eastern King was foolish? This individual was undoubtedly here to stir up trouble. The black-robed man, seemingly reading the Eastern King's thoughts, replied nonchalantly, I have not come to find trouble with you. Rather, I seek your collaboration to confront the River of Hades. With our combined quasi-saint strength, can we not contend with him? The Eastern King's wariness lessened, but his desire for vengeance against the River of Hades intensified. He had long yearned to slay the River of Hades, yet his strength had always been insufficient. Although he had not heard news of the River of Hades attaining quasi-saint status, he was among the first to break through to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage, with talent surpassing even that of the three pure ones. Now that the three pure ones had ascended to quasi-saint, the River of Hades had surely done the same. He dared not gamble on the River of Hades remaining at the great Luo golden immortal peak unless he appeared before him, emanating the aura of a great Luo golden immortal. You and I joining forces? He mused. When he was at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage, he could challenge two at once. Now he has undoubtedly become a quasi-saint. Together, we may not be his match. The black-robed man sneered at the Eastern King. Are you afraid now? You dare call yourself an emperor? This provoked the Eastern King, who roared in anger. Impudence. This emperor fears no one. I simply do not engage in battles without certainty of victory. Without certainty, the black-robed man laughed, fixing his gaze on the Eastern King. In the next moment, he unleashed his aura, revealing his true power. The overwhelming presence made the Eastern King stagger back a step, his pupils quivering. Mid-quasi-saint, Dong Wanggong inhaled sharply. Taken aback, he never anticipated that the middle-aged man clad in black robes before him was a mid-stage quasi-saint. It had only been a short while since the great wilderness had witnessed breakthroughs to the quasi-saint level. How could this man have ascended so swiftly? Among the denizens of the great wilderness, it was generally acknowledged that the fastest to cultivate were the three pure ones. Yet even they required 300 years to breach the quasi-saint realm, even with daily opportunities for advancement. It was inconceivable to achieve mid-stage quasi-saint status so rapidly. Who exactly are you? Did I not mention that it is unnecessary for you to know my identity? The middle-aged man in black replied with a smile. I have acted rashly, and I hope you will forgive me. Senior, I simply did not expect you to possess such formidable strength. Dong Wanggong chuckled apologetically. With your level of power, we could certainly join forces to vanquish Mingi. At this moment, Dong Wanggong's vigilance had long since dissipated. His primary focus was on avenging himself against Mingi, lest the Celestial Court gain another adversary. Senior, when shall we strike down Mingi? Although I am merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint, I can still hold him off to create an opportunity for you. The middle-aged man in black nodded slightly. He had sought out Dong Wanggong precisely to create an opportunity to eliminate Mingi once and for all. It could be said that the entirety of the great wilderness was under the watchful gaze of Hongjun. If he were to discover their actions, Dong Wanggong would likely have no choice but to flee. With no chance of returning to the great wilderness, it is best to act now. I do not have much time, he declared. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's eyes brightened. Since you have said so, let's depart at once. I shall guide you to the Sea of Blood. The location of Mingi's Sea of Blood was known to the most powerful beings in the great wilderness. However, few dared to venture there. primarily due to its desolation, where one would find little in the way of treasures. Dong Wangong had already devised a plan in his mind. He intended to test the waters upon their meeting. However, he would not exert his full strength, preferring to retreat gradually when the black-robed man made his move. At that point, he would let the two of them engage while he reaped the benefits from the sidelines. The black-robed man, oblivious to Dong Wangong's thoughts, extended a finger and waved it lightly in the air. Instantly, a fissure appeared. Move quickly. I must slay Mingi in the shortest time possible. He was genuinely fearful of Hong Jun intervening. Dong Wangong, observing the spatial tier, halted his intended movement, his eyes filled with astonishment. Turning to the black-robed man, he inquired, "Senior, do you possess mastery over the laws of space? Are you Yangmei Daxian?" The black-robed man paused momentarily. A glimmer of confusion in his eyes. "You are aware of Yangmei Daxian?" "Naturally, I know of him to some extent. After all, I am familiar with matters concerning the spatial deities," Dong Wangong replied, his gaze fixed intently on the black-robed man. "Ha ha, I did not expect a junior to be acquainted with my exploits. Indeed, I am Yangmei Dao Jun, the malevolent corpse of Yangmei Daxian," the black-robed man proclaimed with pride. He was taken aback that his mere display of power had led to recognition by a younger generation. Perhaps he could even solicit a favor in return. Yet, he failed to notice that Dong Wangong's expression had already darkened. "So, you are Yangmei Dao Jun. Very well, Yangmei Dao. If I had not seen you employ the laws of space, you would have succeeded in deceiving me. I suspect your intent for revenge is a fade, and you are merely seeking to seize the nine-dragon gold staff once more." Dong Wangong recalled that the Dao ancestor had only aided him briefly with the nine-dragon gold staff. If it were to be lost again, the Dao ancestor would not intervene. Fortunately, he had inquired beforehand. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen for the ruse. Dong Wangong's eyes betrayed no emotion, nor did they harbor any murderous intent. As if nothing had transpired. Just as Yangmei Dao Jun was about to enter the fissure, Dong Wangong's murderous intent could no longer be concealed. The nine-dragon gold staff appeared in his hand simultaneously, erupting with full force as he swung it toward Yangmei Dao Jun. "I summoned you. How dare you, Yangmei Daxian, attempt to deceive me?" Yangmei Dao Jun, sensing the impending threat from behind, turned to see the object hurtling toward him and stood frozen in shock. "Why are you attacking me? Were you not supposed to confront Mingi? Dong Wangong, how dare you lay a hand on me? Have you not heard of Yangmei Dao Jun?" Yangmei Dao Jun bellowed in fury. Dong Wangong chuckled coldly. "You persist in your charade before me. Today, I shall extract the opportunity you seize from me. I was just pondering how to find you, and now you have conveniently come to my doorstep. Let us see how you meet your demise." Dong Wangong's wrath erupted completely. He had been robbed of his opportunity by Yangmei and had remained trapped in the East Sea for 100 years, unable to return. The Celestial Court had been continuously defeated and sought to drive him back to the East Sea. He had endured all this for the greater good of the Celestial Court. Yet, now Yangmei dared to deceive him. Did he truly believe him to be so easily fooled? "Yangmei, I vowed to kill you." With a roar, he channeled all his power into the nine-dragon gold staff. Yangmei Dao Jun had never anticipated that Dong Wangong would suddenly launch an attack, leaving him utterly unprepared. Even as a mid-stage quasi-saint, he was too close to evade the strike. He had no time to summon sufficient power to defend against the nine-dragon gold staff. Everything unfolded far too suddenly. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated throughout the entirety of Wanjian Mountain. All eyes turned skyward, puzzled by the commotion emanating from the Hall of 10,000 Immortals. Meanwhile, the 8 great immortal lords, having just returned to their peaks, heard the sound from the Hall of 10,000 Immortals and furrowed their brows. That aura. Is it the Celestial Emperor? Has the Celestial Emperor intervened? Is there a crisis within the Hall of 10,000 Immortals? Under normal circumstances, the Celestial Emperor would not act unless to impose deterrence. However, the presence of the Celestial Emperor's aura indicated that something was amiss within the Hall of 10,000 Immortals. Yet, the crowd remained still, for there was also a possibility that the Celestial Emperor was simply venting his anger. Chapter 82. All Immortals, heed my command, form a formation. At this moment, the Hall of 10,000 Immortals lay in ruins following Dong Wangong's strike. After all, This was an attack from a quasi-saint's might. Had it not been for the protective formations of Wanjian Mountain, Dong Wangong's blow would have devastated half the mountain. After delivering that strike, Dong Wangong ascended into the air, his cold gaze fixated on the ground below. While he naturally wished to slay Mingi, at this juncture, he was more inclined to eliminate Yang Mei. Yang Mei had stolen his nine-dragon gold staff. Had it not been for the Dao ancestors' intervention, he would never have reached the quasi-saint level. He might still be languishing in the East Sea, enduring mockery. As memories of that time resurfaced, Dong Wangong's countenance darkened, and a fierce, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. All of this animosity was directed at Yang Mei. Even if he were to scatter his ashes, it would not quell the hatred he harbored. Boom! Yang Mei Daojun soared from the ruins, his eyes bloodshot, filled with an insatiable desire to consume Dong Wangong. His back was entirely bare, having lost his clothing and blood stained his skin. His once flowing white hair had transformed into a wild mane. Dong Wangong, I sincerely sought your collaboration, yet you dared to strike. You must wish for death. Yang Mei Daojun's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He was a deity. Even when pursued and attacked, he had never been ambushed. This junior before him dared to launch a sneak attack. It was a death wish, a death wish. Dong Wangong, infuriated, laughed mockingly. Were it not for you, would I have only returned to the great wilderness now? I refrained from seeking vengeance against you, yet you dared to come to me, first though you really think I, Dong Wangong, am a fool to be toyed with. What? A flicker of confusion crossed Yang Mei Daojun's eyes. He could not comprehend Dong Wangong's words. What did he mean by seeking revenge? Had he offended Dong Wangong? This was likely their first meeting. Dong Wangong, clarify what you mean by seeking revenge. We should not have crossed paths before. Yang Mei Daojun shouted, sensing something was amiss. I say you are infuriating. Dong Wangong, nearly bursting with rage, shouted at Yang Mei Daojun. He had picked up his curse from Mingi, and to his surprise, expressing it felt so liberating. Yang Mei, I have laid everything bare, and you still pretend. Do you truly think me a fool? Dong Wangong sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall see how long you can maintain your stubbornness. Do not forget whose territory this is. Within my realm, Wanjian Mountain, you will not leave here alive if you do not kneel and speak. With a flick of his hand, Dong Wangong once again gathered his formidable power. And at that moment, the Nine Dragons' golden staff emitted a dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a golden dragon, hurtling toward Yang Mei Daojun, observing the golden dragon. Yang Mei Daojun scoffed dismissively. Such an attack, if not for the proximity and his unpreparedness earlier, he could easily withstand even 10 of them. This Dong Wangong truly fancied himself a significant figure. Without the Nine Dragons' golden staff, he was nothing. With such meager strength, to think he could restrain me is nothing short of delusional. Yang Mei Daozu extended his hand and struck toward Dong Wangong. Though he wielded no magical artifact, the force behind this blow was such that if it connected, Dong Wangong would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Boom! The golden dragon collided with the palm strike, producing a thunderous sound that shook the entirety of Wanxian Mountain. In the sky, a figure was sent flying backward, and it was apparent without a glance that it was Dong Wangong. Yang Mei Daojun remained unscathed. To him, that strike was as effortless as drinking water. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers of Wanxian Mountain, their faces paling in shock. Dong Wangong, a being capable of quasi-saint status, had been sent reeling. Who exactly was this middle-aged man in the black robe, and why did he dare to confront the immortal emperor? Had the celestial court provoked someone they should not have? Yang Mei Daojun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips. Dong Wangong, with such paltry power, you dare to ambush me? Truly, you overestimate yourself. While I cannot eradicate the celestial court in the short term, I can certainly deal with you. His words weighed heavily on Dong Wangong's heart. A confrontation between a quasi-saint in the early stage and one in the mid-stage was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Mei Daojun had not exerted his full strength. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Soon, a glimmer of realization sparked in Dong Wangong's eyes, and a playful smile crept upon his lips. Though it was but a fleeting expression, given Yang Mei Dao Jun's prowess, he would undoubtedly pick up on it. Upon witnessing that smile, an instinctive sense of danger washed over Yang Mei Dao Jun. Yet, despite this premonition, it was of little consequence to him that he had faced peril before, even in confrontations with Pan Gu. Yet he had survived. During the Great War of the Demon Path, he had sustained grave injuries. But with his mastery of spatial abilities, who could truly kill him? He was still here, thriving. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the figure of Ming He Lao Zhu flashed in his consciousness. Ming He, it was this fellow who possessed means to confine space. Otherwise, how could the benevolent corpse have been slain? All immortals, heed my command. Form a formation. Dong Wang Gong bellowed at the assembled immortals. Form a formation? A flicker of confusion crossed Yang Mei Dao Jun's eyes, quickly followed by a cold chuckle. What use was a formation? Did he think to trap me? Did he not know I was a being of spatial divinity? At that moment, the gathered immortals were taken aback by Dong Wang Gong's command, momentarily a loss. Form a formation? What formation? But it soon dawned on them. Dong Wang Gong had indeed previously entrusted them with a formation. They quickly began to weave intricate hand seals, their lips moving as lines of incantations materialized in the air. The 8 great immortal lords ceased their observations, instantly joining in the chant, their lips moving in unison. Intoning spells, before them, symbols more radiant than those of the other immortals began to manifest. As the number of symbols increased, they swiftly filled the entirety of Wanxian Mountain. In that moment, the symbols before them emitted a beam of golden light, soaring toward Dong Wang Gong, merging into his very being. Witnessing this, Yang Mei Dao Jun furrowed his brow. He felt an unsettling familiarity with these symbols, though he could not quite place it. This, however, did not compel him to intervene. He merely observed. After all, he was a being of spatial divinity. These symbols did not appear to be capable of confining space. Thus, he saw no need to concern himself, content to watch what trickery Dong Wang Gong would employ. Dong Wang Gong spread his arms wide, feeling a continuous flow of power surging into his body, which left him enraptured. Yang Mei, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 83. The Power of the Wanxian Formation. Yang Mei's retreat. At you, a quasi-saint in the early stage. You think you can obstruct me, a quasi-saint in the mid-stage, and a being of spatial divinity. Yang Mei Dao Jun's scornful gaze fell upon Dong Wang Gong. Who would perish first remained uncertain. Even if he were injured, he was confident in dealing with this early-stage quasi-saint. Dong Wang Gong remained silent, his expression cold that a palpable aura of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had no need for words, for even if he spoke, Yang Mei would not comprehend the true nature of the power he had obtained. In that moment, he truly felt invincible, as if the entirety of the primordial world belonged to him. With a sudden shake of his hand, the 9 dragons' golden staff descended upon Yang Mei Dao Jun, transforming into a golden dragon with a resounding roar. It came crashing before Yang Mei Dao Jun. Is this all? Yang Mei Dao Jun scoffed, his contempt growing more pronounced that it was only with a full-force ambush that Dong Wang Gong could inflict harm upon him. The last time, he had sent him flying with ease. You fail to employ your full strength, and yet your power is less than half of what it was before. Your inability to see what I am capable of in space is indeed amusing. Yang Mei Dao Jun raised his hand, casually waving it at the 9 dragons' golden staff. Just as he was about to deliver a mocking retort to Dong Wang Gong, the latter had already surged forward. Momentarily catching Yang Mei Dao Jun off guard, he had not realized how close Dong Wang Gong had gotten. Had he grown too complacent? At that moment, Dong Wang Gong seized the 9 dragons' golden staff, his face contorting into a menacing grin. Prepare to die. Bang! As Yang Mei Dao Jun's palm struck, the 9 dragons' golden staff collided with it, causing Yang Mei Dao Jun's pupils to constrict. A sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from Dong Wang Gong's body, ascending from the early to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, halting just shy of the late stage. This abrupt outburst left Yang Mei Dao Jun unprepared, reeling in alarm. What was happening? How could Dong Wang Gong, an early-stage quasi-saint, suddenly possess the strength of a mid-stage quasi-saint, nearly breaking through to the late stage? Though Yang Mei Dao Jun himself was also in the mid-stage, he certainly did not possess the strength necessary for such a breakthrough. Moreover, he was already injured. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. With the odds stacked against him, especially with Dong Wanggong wielding a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, victory was entirely out of reach. Bang! Yang Mei Dao Jun was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he soared through the air. Given the volume of blood, it was evident he had sustained serious injuries. What formation are you utilizing that has granted you such a sudden surge in power? Yang Mei Dao Jun's face was a mask of disbelief as he addressed Dong Wanggong. Yang Mei, you have spoken enough for one day. Why not simply close your mouth and accept your fate? Though Dong Wanggong yearned to slay Yang Mei Dao Jun, he was also keenly aware of the opportunity to display his prowess, should he inadvertently win over the heart of Shi Wangmu. Losing 3 Immortal Island would be worth the risk. With that, he charged toward Yang Mei Dao Jun at this moment. His heart was filled with elation. The formation he had employed was called the Wanxian Great Formation, a gift from the Dao ancestor. Its power naturally allowed him to break through a small realm that, of course, this breakthrough was only temporary. Having remained on Wanxian Mountain without venturing out, he had nearly forgotten about this formation. Who would have thought that the formation bestowed by the Dao ancestor would surpass his expectations? Yang Mei Dao Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his cold gaze fixated on Dong Wanggong. Today, he had been wounded twice in succession by a mere holy spirit. When had he ever felt so humiliated? Ming He Lao Zhu was an exception. His strength was too formidable, and coupled with the annihilation Black Lotus, his defenses were impenetrable. Yang Mei Dao Jun reflected on this. His frustration deepened. After all this, he had failed to breach even Ming He Lao Zhu's defenses, only to be slain. With a flick of his finger, Yang Mei Dao Jun tore a rift in the air, intending to escape. Do you not possess a formation to enhance your strength? If I choose not to fight you, it merely means I am a being of spatial divinity. I can come and go as I please. Having been concentrated upon by Dong Wanggong twice now, his injuries had worsened. If he continued to engage, he truly risked being trapped here. Thinking of fleeing? Dong Wanggong's voice was cold as he infused his power into the 9 Dragons' golden staff, launching it at Yang Mei Dao Jun. Boom. In this present age, the direction has shifted, and the speed at which Dong Wanggong strikes has become even swifter. As Yang Mei Dao Jun swiftly evaded during Dong Wanggong's assault, the residual force of the 9 Dragons' golden staff still struck him. The eyes of a mid-stage quasi-saint. This blow might seem trivial. However, given that Yang Mei Dao Jun was already gravely injured, the aftershock caused him to spit blood uncontrollably. Regrettably, Dong Wanggong observed the direction in which Yang Mei Dao Jun fled, his eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. Had Yang Mei Dao Jun retreated backward instead of entering the spatial realm, Dong Wanggong was confident he could have retained him. You are fortunate to escape. Otherwise, you would have perished in my hands. After shouting a couple of times, Dong Wanggong returned to the ground. Deep down, he understood that while he could injure Yang Mei, truly eliminating him would prove somewhat challenging if it were otherwise. Yang Mei would not have managed to escape from Panggud. A thought crossed Dong Wanggong's mind, and he dispelled the 10,000 Immortals' great formation. In that instant, he felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. This sudden wave of weakness caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared. Nonetheless, as an immortal emperor, he could not allow himself to falter in front of others, though he remained upright. Some of the weaker cultivators had already seated themselves on the ground, panting as if they had just engaged in battle. The same could be said for the 8 other immortal lords, who, for the most part, were still managing to stand. The 10,000 Immortals' great formation was indeed formidable, yet its aftereffects were devastatingly debilitating. Should Yang Mei Dao Jun decide to attack again at this moment, Dong Wanggong feared he would be unable to respond. Henceforth, the 10,000 Immortals' great formation must not be employed recklessly, unless under dire circumstances. Meanwhile, Yang Mei Dao Jun was rapidly fleeing through the spatial realm. His face darkened with fury, the intent to kill flickering in his eyes. He had come seeking collaboration with Dong Wanggong to jointly eliminate the river of the Underworld, yet unexpectedly, before he could make a move, he had been outmaneuvered by Dong Wanggong. Having sustained injuries twice, his current strength was barely sufficient to preserve his own life while he slowly recuperated. However, the timeline for a full recovery remained uncertain. Dong Wang Gong, I shall remember this enmity. Once my wounds have healed, I shall take your life. At present, he was indifferent to the river of the underworld, fixated solely on pursuing Dong Wang Gong. Even if he had not ambushed him from behind, but rather confronted him openly, Dong Wang Gong had still managed to deceive him with a sudden attack as he turned away. Chapter 84. Encountering Lier. Yang Mei Xian spits blood profusely. Unlike the river of the underworld, Yang Mei Dao Jun would not resort to verbal abuse. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have hurled a barrage of curses at Dong Wang Gong. Damn it! I have lived for so long and have never encountered such a despicable scoundrel as you. Ambush me from behind. How utterly shameless! As he traversed through the spatial realm, he finally distanced himself from the celestial court and exited the space. However, with his injuries, every movement exacerbated his wounds. If he continued to exert himself, he would not need Dong Wang Gong to do him in. He would succumb to his own body, just as he was about to find a place to heal. A voice of astonishment reached his ears. The laws of space. Yang Mei Dao Jun had believed this area to be devoid of people, but the sound from behind startled him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he turned to look. A seemingly unremarkable elder clad in green, holding a long sword, stood behind him. Others. He might appear as an ordinary individual, yet to Yang Mei Dao Jun, the elder emanated Pangu's aura, causing his heart to race as he regarded him warily. Who are you? The elder replied candidly. I am known as Lier. Yang Mei Dao Jun's brows furrowed slightly. Lier? Who might that be? Is there such a figure in the primordial world? Observing the quasi-saint aura radiating from Lier, he pondered how he could possibly be unfamiliar with such a person. There are only two individuals I know capable of traversing space. One is Di Jiang of the 12 Ancestors of Sorcery, and the other is the spatial deity and demon, Yang Mei Xian. Lier spoke, his gaze fixated on Yang Mei Dao Jun while Yang Mei Dao Jun was still contemplating who Lier was. Lier had already deduced Yang Mei Dao Jun's identity. This revelation caused Yang Mei Dao Jun's expression to darken, sharpening his gaze in preparation for discourse. What is going on? How could you recognize me so easily? Is Yang Mei Xian that recognizable? This marked the third time he had been identified since entering the primordial realm. After his collaboration with Hong Jun to confront Luo Ho, he had left and not returned to the primordial world. Logically, after such a long time, he should have been forgotten. Lier, observing his expression, chuckled. It seems I was correct. You ventured into the primordial world after not lingering in the chaotic void, and today, fate has led me to encounter you. Just as Lier spoke, his expression shifted abruptly, and he lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Yang Mei Dao Jun. Then you shall meet your demise. Lier appeared unremarkable, yet as he drew his sword, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The sword emitted a soft blue light, and behind Lier, countless phantom swords materialized. This spectacle left Yang Mei Dao Jun utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? You strike without even giving me a chance to respond. Do all of you from the primordial world attack without warning? At least allow my wounds to heal before we commence battle. This is hardly fair. However, these thoughts held no weight, as a torrential downpour of swords rained down upon him. The sheer density of sword rain would have triggered his fear of tight spaces. Initiating the fight with full force, Yang Mei Dao Jun found himself utterly incapable of defending against Lier. Even though Lier was merely a nascent quasi-saint, I refused to accept this. With a roar, Yang Mei Dao Jun's form was pierced by countless swords. Boom! He exploded into a mist of blood. Lier expressionlessly sheathed his sword and departed the scene. For Lier, slaying the gravely injured Yang Mei Dao Jun was inconsequential, akin to effortlessly dispatching a mere spirit being as the blood mist settled. Yang Mei Dao Jun, in his final moments, could scarcely comprehend that he had sought vengeance against the river of the underworld, only to be slain before he could even confront his target. Regardless of the primordial world's strength, it seemed there were only a handful of quasi-saints. Had they truly become so commonplace that one could encounter them at random? Yang Mei Xian's world. Pooh! Yang Mei Xian suddenly staggered, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as his complexion turned ashen. The evil corpse has been slain. Lier, Dong Wang Gong, his entire visage contorted with rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. One of the good corpses had perished while he was healing in the primordial world, slain by the river of the underworld. Now, as an evil corpse, he had been severely injured by Dong Wang Gong and subsequently killed by Lier. In such a short span, he had lost 2 of his 3 corpses. Even as a chaotic deity and demon, he could not withstand such tribulations. You too, wait for me. The first to die shall be Dong Wang Gong. And you, Lier, attacking me while I am weak is even more despicable. Your end shall come second. As for the river of the underworld, I shall deal with him last. At this moment, he found himself less inclined to pursue the river of the underworld. His desire now fixated on eliminating Dong Wang Gong. You 3, once I ascend to sainthood, I shall assuredly bring you all to your doom. The primordial chaos is not merely a realm of quasi-saints. I have ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, and I shall engage and play with you all that I refuse to believe that the combined might of the 3 of you could rival my prowess. When the time comes, even if Hong Jun intervenes, I am confident I can vanquish the 3 of you, albeit with some minor injuries. Yet, what do such wounds matter in the face of annihilating you 3? In a world of primordial chaos, news of the battle between Yang Mei and Dong Wang Gong has spread like wildfire among all the holy spirits. As for the demise of Dao Jun Yang Mei, it remains shrouded in mystery, for only Lier was present at the time, and his silence has kept the knowledge of Yang Mei's death from reaching anyone else. However, the tidings of the conflict between Dong Wang Gong and Yang Mei have delighted Dong Wang Gong, especially as the news of the Great War of the 10,000 Immortals has also circulated. This has piqued the vigilance of both the witch and demon clans, leading them to a renewed awareness of the immortal court, fostering a sense of caution towards it. With a formation capable of elevating oneself by a minor realm, should this be unveiled, it is likely that no one would stand a chance against the immortal court. In such a scenario, Dong Wang Gong, utilizing this formation, could indeed dominate the primordial chaos, unless another mid-level quasi-saint were to emerge amidst it all. The revelation of the great immortal formation has compelled the witch and demon clans to slow their advance and observe the situation. Seizing the moment, Dong Wang Gong has begun to solidify his territory. Consequently, the state of affairs in primordial chaos has markedly improved, with little of significant consequence transpiring. As time progresses, 200 years swiftly pass. This period of tranquility has persisted for 2 centuries. During this time, the overall strength of the witch and demon clans has significantly increased. Meanwhile, the power of the immortal court has also been steadily growing, even aspiring to surpass them. The witch and demon clans could hardly endure this, and once again, the 2 factions have united to launch an assault on the immortal court. This dual force proves too much for the immortal court, leading to a repeat of the events from 200 years prior. However, this time, fortune does not favor them as it once did. The immortal court has been driven from the primordial chaos in disarray. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Immortal Court. The death of Dong Wang Gong simultaneously, in the Blood Sea, by He Dao Run, through meticulous care over the past century, has finally helped Wen Daoren break through to quasi-saint status. At that moment, Ming He Lao Zhu, emerging from his meditation, reveals a curious smile. The 500-year deadline has arrived. Ding! The immortal court has been destroyed, and Dong Wang Gong has sustained grave injuries. Please select the best option from the following choices. Option 1. Intervene to aid Dong Wang Gong. Option 2. Remain indifferent and allow events to unfold. Option 3. Slay Dong Wang Gong. Upon hearing these options, Ming He Lao Zhu chuckled unkindly. The fall of the immortal court is far too hasty. He has been confined in the Blood Sea for years without venturing out, and the immortal court at least had a quasi-saint, which should have allowed them to endure for some time. Yet they have collapsed shortly after a 200 in the realm of the faintly luminous dual swords and the 12 grades of infernal flames. His treasures were seemingly excessive. Moreover, he had audaciously seized 3 innate spiritual treasures from the hands of the esteemed Jun Ti, one of which was of the highest quality. The accumulation of his magical artifacts nearly surpassed his own. Hong Jun was perplexed. How had he suddenly acquired such an abundance of treasures? Although aware that the ancestor of the underworld wielded a spear, The swiftness with which these artifacts appeared was astonishing. Not long after, the news of the Eastern King's demise spread throughout the vast wilderness. While it was known that he had perished, the identity of his slayer remained a mystery. Most suspected it was the Eastern Emperor Tai, given their long-standing enmity from centuries past. Yet, this was merely speculation, and no one dared to assert as fact. Regardless, they were unconcerned about who had slain the Eastern King, as at this moment, the two clans of Wu and Yao had once again plunged into conflict. The intensity of the battle escalated, with the great witches and demons joining the fray. The 12 ancestors of the witches and the 2 demon emperors also entered the battlefield, resulting in a chaotic melee. At this juncture, Hong Jun intervened. With a single command, he ordained that the Yao clan govern the heavens while the Wu clan managed the earth. For the vast wilderness, this directive was met with discontent from both clans. However, as it was an order from the supreme authority, they could only acquiesce, their dissatisfaction unvoiced. Time passed in the wilderness, and the Yao clan established the heavenly court that Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai departed from the Sun Star to jointly preside over the court. With the court's establishment, many powerful demons began to join. Among them, a Kunpeng emerged as a formidable force, becoming the master of demons. Baizé ascended to one of the 10 great demon saints. The heavenly court further established the southern heavenly gate to delineate the boundary between the heavenly and earthly realms, solidifying its renown throughout the wilderness. The Yao clan took such decisive actions. The Wu clan could not remain idle. The 12 ancestors of the witches swiftly established the Grand Witch Court, momentarily dominating the entire wilderness, effectively governing all but the most formidable of beings. As time progressed, both the Heavenly Court and the Grand Witch Court began to stabilize. Conflict between the Wu and Yao clans dwindled considerably, though minor skirmishes persisted, swiftly resolved. This led to a notable reduction in turmoil across the wilderness. Soon, the time for Hong Jun's third sermon approached. Once his voice resonated throughout the wilderness, it ignited a fervor once more. In the sea of blood, the ancestor of the Underworld and the mosquito Taoist prepared to journey to the Lingxiao Palace. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos rapidly advanced their cultivation over the millennium, aided significantly by the ancestor of the Underworld's guidance. Although some methods were employed, they nonetheless reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm. Much to the ancestor's satisfaction, in contrast, the 6-eared macaque lagged behind. Having commenced his cultivation several centuries later, his progress naturally slower than Zhao Gongming's. However, under the relentless urging of the ancestor of the Underworld, he too advanced swiftly, achieving the Xianxian realm. While this was not particularly noteworthy in the vast wilderness, it granted him a modicum of self-defense. After flying for a while, they arrived at the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. Shortly after their arrival, a graceful figure swiftly approached them. It was the Western Queen Mother, standing tall, her aura radiating a hint of pride, evidently reveling in her newfound status. Congratulations on attaining the quasi-saint level. The ancestor of the Underworld remarked flatly, his tone devoid of any enthusiasm, eliciting a slight frustration from the Western Queen Mother. Nevertheless, she calmly responded, "What a coincidence to meet you here. Shall we enter together?" This proposition caused the ancestor to glance at her, his expression inscrutable. Did she intend to use him as a shield? Did she truly believe I would serve such a purpose? The ancestor's demeanor left the Western Queen Mother feeling somewhat awkward. She was convinced that he had discerned her intentions, and thus remained silent, her eyes fixed on him in anticipation. With the Eastern King deceased and the celestial court utterly obliterated, how could she not feel fear? In this moment, he was her only recourse. The ancestor of the Underworld contemplated, then nodded slightly. "Very well, that I can offer you some assistance." Hearing this, the Western Queen Mother exhaled in relief. She genuinely feared the ancestor's refusal, as countless eyes were upon her. Had she not been in seclusion, she might have met a fate akin to that of the Eastern King. Turning his gaze, the ancestor of the Underworld spotted the 3 pure ones not far away. They had arrived quite early, and as he observed, Yuan Shitian also regarded him, his eyes glinting with coldness. Before the ancestor could speak, Yuan Shitian averted his gaze. Disinterested, he had no time to seek trouble for himself, especially not in the Lingxiao Palace, where he could not afford to bring shame upon his master. Before long, Jin and Junti entered the chaotic Lingxiao Palace. Upon spotting the ancestor of the underworld, their expressions shifted, their eyes filled with animosity. Focusing intently on the figure behind him a millennium prior, the ancestor had humiliated them before the assembly of the Western Saints, seizing the 6 bamboo sticks of purity. An act that had left Zhuan Ti's heart bleeding with resentment. Having lost their reputation in the West, they had only managed to forge a treasure from the Bodhi tree. Without it, they would have been ill-equipped to confront their enemies. Though they longed to eliminate the ancestor of the underworld, they instinctively averted their gazes when he turned toward them. They had no desire to provoke him here, especially not when they risked drawing the 7 treasures' mysterious tree into the fray. Should that occur, Zhuan Ti might very well perish at the gates of the Lingxiao Palace. As more individuals arrived, they were predominantly peak Deluo Jin Xian, with some late-stage figures among them. Without Hong Jun distributing treasures, they possessed no artifacts capable of slaying the 3 corpses. Assuming they could only retreat with treasures, they would need at least an innate spiritual treasure before they could consider leaving. At that moment, a powerful aura surged forth, pressing down upon the assembly. The Demon Emperor has arrived. With this exclamation, the sound reverberated throughout the chaotic Lingxiao Palace, drawing everyone's attention to the source. Such overwhelming demonic energy. Could it be Di Jun? The magnitude of this presence was extraordinary. Indeed, upon becoming the Demon Emperor, everything had changed. The atmosphere in the chaotic Lingxiao Palace was filled with astonished murmurs as curious gazes turned toward the back. As Di Jun made his entrance, he was flanked by Eastern Emperor Tai, followed by ranks of formidable demons, exuding an air of authority. The expression on Di Jun's face had transformed, embodying the essence of a sovereign, his gaze casting a hint of disdain upon the assembly. Previously, demonic beasts seldom congregated, each possessing a strong territorial instinct. However, the establishment of the Heavenly Court had drawn many powerful demons together, uniting all of the Yao clan's might. In the entire wilderness, aside from the Wu clan, none could rival the strength of the Yao clan. Di Jun's gaze fell upon the ancestor of the underworld. A smile broke upon his lips, a sight that stunned everyone present. In that instant, all eyes turned toward the ancestor of the underworld, Di Jun, now the Demon Emperor, extending a smile of acknowledgement, could only be directed at him. The Western Queen Mother, following closely behind, was profoundly shocked. The Yao clan had grown so powerful. Why would they seek to engage with the ancestor of the underworld? Such courtesy seemed excessive, even if they were to clash. The ancestor of the underworld noted Di Jun's smile, offering a slight nod before returning to his own thoughts. Despite the Yao clan's formidable presence and the elevated status of the Demon Emperor, the impending calamity between the Wu and Yao clans loomed ominously. The ancestor of the underworld's indifference elicited a shift in expression from Eastern Emperor Tai, his countenance darkening with fury. The ancestor had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Half of the wilderness was now under the dominion of the Yao clan. How dare he disregard his brother so brazenly? Brother, this ancestor of the underworld only nodded in acknowledgement that he clearly disdains you. Should I eliminate him? The Eastern Emperor Tai conveyed through thought, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. What of Mingi being a quasi-saint? At most, he has only 2 companions, whereas the current demon race boasts several quasi-saints. If it truly is Mingi, then there exists a genuine possibility. Tai, when did you become so reckless? Di Jun rebuked through thought. Even if you intend to slay Mingi, do you believe one person is sufficient to confront 2? We must mobilize at least 4 individuals to have a chance, not to mention the presence of Mosquito Taoist by his side and the Western Queen Mother behind him. In total, we would need at least 6 quasi-saints to confidently eliminate Mingi. If you succeed, all is well. However, should you fail, given Mingi's temperament, he would certainly cause chaos in the Heavenly Court at that point. With him collaborating with our Wu clan, what do you think our odds of defeating him would be? Di Jun's words, devoid of joy or sorrow, left Eastern Emperor Ti momentarily stunned. He had not contemplated such matters. His only concern was the disrespect Mingi had shown him, which irked him greatly. Yet now, he could only snort coldly and refrain from further speech. With the arrival of the demon race, Another principal figure of the primordial world made his entrance in an instant. A palpable aura of menace surged towards them, causing all eyes to shift from Dijun to the ancestral witches. There stood Dijiang, accompanied by other ancestral witches, entering the Chaos Lingxiao Palace with great spectacle. Their entrance was no less grand than that of the demon race, as 11 ancestral witches emanated their potent aura, standing resolutely behind him. 12 quasi-saints. Merely this fact rendered the Wu and Yao clans the focus of attention. Though this was not particularly remarkable, the 12 Wu ancestral witches had all attained the laws of enlightenment, signifying that prior to anyone achieving sainthood, they were the mightiest. With 12 quasi-saints, the demon race faced a conundrum that if the two clans were to engage in battle, who would emerge victorious? It goes without saying. Undoubtedly, it would be the Wu clan. The discussions among the crowd were soon overheard by Di Jiang, who smirked subtly. His gaze towards the ancestral figure of Mingyi revealed an even broader smile, accompanied by a slight nod. This scene caused the expressions of many to shift, their eyes reflecting astonishment. It was one thing for the demon race to show deference to the ancestral figure of Mingyi. But why were the Wu clan also joining in? What on earth had Mingyi done to incite rivalry between the two clans? Mingyi nodded slightly, thereafter disregarding the matter. At this moment, Eastern Emperor Tai was still contemplating how to deal with the ancestral figure of Mingyi. Upon sensing the aura of menace, he turned to look behind him, only to lock eyes with Zhu Rong. "You foul creature, what are you staring at? Do you wish for me to gouge out your bird-like eyes?" Zhu Rong snorted coldly. Originally, Eastern Emperor Tai had merely glanced back, yet he found himself insulted, which he could hardly tolerate. Before Tai could voice a retort, a hand intercepted him. Dijun looked at him and whispered, "Tai, now is not the time for rashness." Acknowledging Dijun's subtle nod, Eastern Emperor Tai snorted again, choosing to ignore Zhu Rong. Witnessing this exchange, Zhu Rong erupted in laughter. Dijun's brow furrowed as he turned to Dijiang. Speaking coldly, "Dijiang, your Wu clan is provoking trouble. Are you simply going to stand by?"